Dominating Sword Immortal Chapter 871 to Chapter 926. Why wouldn't a loser dare? 2 days had deepened Yi Chen's understanding of congealing water. The charm of metal giving birth to water had also been penetrated by him, harmonizing and fusing them together. Seeing that there wasn't much time left, Yi Chen left the waterfall and walked over. He didn't expect young Elephant Lord to use him to establish his might after making some progress. Naturally, he wouldn't give the other party too much face. That was then, and this is now. Release your sword domain. Young Elephant Lord was very unhappy that he was ranked 6th. What made him even more unhappy was that Yi Chen was ranked 1st. To him, it didn't matter if Yi Chen had a sword domain or not. He wasn't like the young Undying Demon Lord, who could be suppressed by the sword domain. I don't need sword domain to deal with you. Yi Chen naturally knew that sword domain couldn't suppress body refinement experts like Su Jing and young Elephant Lord. Of course, it would make things easier for him. He's not using sword domain? Everyone was shocked. In the ranking battles, Yi Chen had relied on sword domain to defeat young Elephant Lord. He had used it to slightly suppress young Elephant Lord before piercing his eye. In their opinion, young Elephant Lord was more or less afraid of Yi Chen's sword domain even though he said he didn't care about it. But now that Yi Chen had said that he wouldn't use sword domain, he naturally couldn't go back on his words. In that case, what could he rely on to defeat young Elephant Lord? He had improved, and young Elephant Lord had also improved. Hearing that Yi Chen wouldn't use sword domain, young Elephant Lord was a little surprised, but then he was pleasantly surprised. Yi Chen had relied on sword domain to defeat him, so he thought that Yi Chen wouldn't give up on his advantage. Since that was the case, he might as well be magnanimous and take the initiative to let Yi Chen release his sword domain. But he didn't expect that Yi Chen would actually give up on his sword domain. Shameless boasting. Take my fist. His body expanding to 3 meters, young Elephant Lord strode toward Yi Chen like a shooting star. Midway, he raised his bull-sized fist and punched out fiercely. An extremely dense savage chi pervaded the air, and the image of 100 elephants trumpeting together could be faintly seen. 8 wild elephants' fist. Clearly, young Mammoth Lord's earth profundity had improved, and the 8 Desolation Mammoth Fist's power had increased by quite a bit. Yi Chen, let me see your ace. Marquis Sword Snow, on the other hand, did not feel that Yi Chen was deliberately mystifying things. Being able to reach the first place, he was definitely not a fool. Roar, facing the young Elephant Lord's fierce elephant fist, Yi Chen unsheathed his sword. Although it seemed slow, it was actually fast. The evil vanquishing sword was suffused with a faint golden radiance. So fast, this was everyone's first impression. His second impression was that it was so domineering and so flexible. Yi Chen's water condensation sword technique contained both the toughness of metal and the softness of water. Compared to Waning Moon, it was more than twice as exquisite. Chi, the sound of sparks burning through cotton rang out. The evil vanquishing sword directly pierced through young Elephant Lord's fist energy and landed a heavy blow on his fist. Crackle, the extremely condensed sword energy passed through young Elephant Lord's glove and reached his right arm. His right arm emitted popping sounds as it exploded into a bloody mist. Puchi, the second sword strike, Yi Chen pierced through young Elephant Lord's throat. Eyes wide open, young Elephant Lord was teleported out of the secret realm. This. It seems even more powerful than Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point. Could this be the result of his 20 days of hard work? If Duguju and Lan Sanmei's improvements were already astonishing, and Marquis Sword Snow's was frightening, then Yi Chen's improvement could only be described as terrifying. It should be known that Yi Chen's sword moves were far inferior to Marquis Sword Snow's freezing sword point during the ranking battles. But now, they were several times more powerful. What is this move called? Marquis Sword Snow solemnly asked. Water condensation. Yi Chen replied. Good move, water condensation. Marquis Sword Snow could see that Yi Chen's move also contained the power of compression. However, the difference was that Yi Chen's power was transmitted outwards, while his freezing sword point was an eruption. Using the same power but releasing it in different ways created 2 completely different moves. Apart from the few people who had just fought, the others had not made much progress. Therefore, they were only exchanging pointers, rarely spilling blood. In the last half a day, Su Jing also came out. Half a day was too short, and the two did not feel the passage of time. Finally, signs of the realm closing appeared, and everyone was teleported out. Come back soon. Su Jing's figure rapidly faded. I will. Yi Chen's figure also faded. Buzz, the space distorted, and everyone left the realm. Blood Sky Continent, in the sky above the desolate mountain range, the space constantly squirmed, and one figure after another appeared. Yi Chen. Lan Sanmei walked toward Yi Chen. What's the matter? Yi Chen asked. Lan Sanmei said, you're not from Blood Sky Continent. Now that you've killed young Tiger Lord, the Beast King of his sect will most likely not let this matter go. Therefore, you'd better leave Blood Sky Continent as soon as possible. The longer you stay, the more danger you'll face. Although life and death Beast Kings won't kill you openly, they'll still give you an unbearable punishment. The news of Yi Chen killing young Tiger Lord reached Lan Sanmei's ears through the mouths of others. Yi Chen shook his head. True Spirit Continent is millions of li away from Blood Sky Continent. It's too late to escape now, and I don't intend to escape anyway. Lan Sanmei turned silent, then said, how will I know if I don't try? Beast Kings can travel through the void, and can travel millions of li in an instant. If I escape, they'll most likely decide to deal with me. I might as well stay in Blood Sky Continent and watch. Apart from this reason, Yi Chen also wanted to protect Eternal Sky Sect. He couldn't just leave and let Eternal Sky Sect suffer the consequences. Who knew what kind of humiliation Eternal Sky Sect would suffer in the future? Seeing Yi Chen's resolute expression, Lan Sanmei knew that persuasion would be useless. In Yi Chen's eyes, she even saw an extremely vague battle intent. She didn't know if it was just her imagination. In that case, I'll tell you about the Beast Kings of Sky Tiger Sect. Sky Tiger Sect has two great Beast Kings. One is Sky Tiger King, the sect leader of Sky Tiger Sect, and the other is Blood Tiger King, the supreme elder of Sky Tiger Sect. Sky Tiger King became a Beast King 300 years ago. In the starry sky, he once killed 3 king-grade space beasts by himself, and even ripped off a corner of a small star. His battle strength is not something ordinary life and death kings can compare to. What Lan Sanmei said was told to her by her sect elders. Killed 3 king-grade space beasts. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. On land, there were demonic beasts, and in the starry sky, there were space beasts. These space beasts couldn't pass through the 3 layers of restrictions and arrive at Elysium. However, their battle strength was frightening. One-on-one, ordinary life and death kings couldn't do anything to a king-grade space beast. Some powerful king-grade space beasts could even compare to titled monarchs. Sky Tiger King. I'm not his opponent. Don't tell me Yuan Emperor has to make a move? Hearing this news, Yi Chen's heart sank. The Battle King had died 500 years ago, and at that time, the Sky Tiger King had not become a Beast King yet. Therefore, he had not heard anything about the Sky Tiger King. Blood Tiger King was a Beast King 500 years ago. He's Sky Tiger King's master. Of course, his battle strength isn't as frightening as Sky Tiger King's, but it's still not a small matter. One-on-one, he can kill king-grade space beasts. Compared to Sky Tiger King, Blood Tiger King made Yi Chen heave a sigh of relief. Although he still didn't have the slightest assurance against such an existence, at least it wouldn't make him despair. I know your battle strength is extraordinary. Perhaps you have the strength to contend against some kings who have just entered life and death realm. However, Sky Tiger King and Blood Tiger King are not people you can contend against. Lan Sanmei's intuition was extremely sharp. From the beginning to the end of the ranking battles, she felt that Yi Chen was hiding some of his strength. Therefore, she said this. I wonder what Beast King's White Wolf sect has. Yi Chen asked. What? You offended White Wolf sect? Lan Sanmei opened her rosy lips, dumbfounded. Yi Chen rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. I hope someone will come and save you. Lan Sanmei no longer had the strength to be astonished or worried. White Wolf sect also has 2 great beast kings. One is White Wolf King, and the other is Giant Wolf King. White Wolf King is the sect leader of White Wolf sect. His battle strength is a lot weaker than Sky Tiger King, but he's still a lot stronger than Blood Tiger King. Giant Wolf King became a Beast King 200 years ago. It's said that his ascension was rather strange. He didn't enter life and death realm through normal means. Therefore, his battle strength is only equivalent to an ordinary king. White Wolf King doesn't even allow him to enter the starry sky, fearing that he might fall. Neither Sky Tiger King nor White Wolf King are my opponents. Blood Tiger King is probably stronger than me. Only Giant Wolf King is a bit easier to deal with, but I'll have to go all out. Lan Sanmei's information was very useful to him. At the very least, it gave him an idea. If you can't do it, come to my demonic blade sect. Lan Sanmei couldn't bear to see Yichen fall. If Yichen didn't fall, it wouldn't be long before another stunning king appeared in this world. However, as soon as she said these words, Lan Sanmei regretted it. It wasn't that she didn't want to save Yichen, but demonic blade sect had its own rules. If Lan Sanmei acted like this, it would bring many enemies to demonic blade sect. Moreover, this was only her personal opinion. How could her master and supreme elder allow her to act recklessly? Forget it. I have a way to deal with it. Yichen wasn't an inflexible person. If he really couldn't win, he could take out the painting and ask Yuan Emperor to help him escape. With Yuan Emperor's strength, even titled monarchs would be apprehensive, not to mention Sky Tiger King and White Wolf King. Of course, it was best not to use the painting. After all, Yuan Emperor wasn't the Yuan Emperor of the past. He was merely an image sealed by a secret art. Every bit of power he used would diminish, and it couldn't be made up for. Before entering life and death realm, it was best to be cautious. Wait a moment. Lan Sanmei took out a jade talisman from her storage ring and operated her Jinyuan. One character after another entered the jade talisman, and with a fling of her hand, the jade talisman disappeared into the void. Bang! Right at this moment, the sky not far away suddenly split open, and a white-haired old man walked out. His body was surging with demonic power like a tidal wave. Not good. It's Giant Wolf King. Lan Sanmei exclaimed in a low voice. Giant Wolf King was the supreme elder of White Wolf sect. 200 years ago, he had become a Beast King. Although there was something strange about him becoming a Beast King, he wasn't someone who had just entered life and death realm could compare to. It's Giant Wolf King of White Wolf sect. What is he doing here? I'm afraid he's here for young Wolf Lord. Many young experts of Blood Sky Continent hadn't left yet. Some who were about to leave also stopped and watched from afar. The white-haired old man, Giant Wolf King, swept his gaze around before finally landing on Yichen. His eyes turned green and vertical. Did you kill Lang-er? According to young Wolf Lord's description, he recognized Yichen at a glance. If you're talking about young Wolf Lord, then I think so. At this point, denying was meaningless. Yichen nodded. Do you know your crime? Giant Wolf King roared. What crime? Kid, even now, you're still being stubborn. Life and Death's secret realm is a place for everyone to improve together. You killed my White Wolf sect's disciple, causing him to lose the opportunity to compete for the Life and Death stone. This is a crime. Do you know your crime? Giant Wolf King squinted his eyes, emitting an ominous aura. He wanted to kill me, but I killed him instead. If you want to talk about principles, I'll accompany you. Let's see if I'm guilty or not. If I say you're guilty, then you're guilty. Don't try to argue. Now, I'll give you a choice. Come back to White Wolf sect with me and suffer for 100 years. After 100 years, I'll set you free. Giant Wolf King didn't give Yichen a chance to argue and decided that he was guilty. 100 years. Lan Sanmei's expression changed. 100 years later, everything would have changed. This was equivalent to erasing a person's talent and potential. Sorry, not even a year. Yichen shook his head. It's not up to you. As a Yao King, the Giant Wolf King naturally could not brazenly kill Yichen. Capturing him was his goal this time. With a flash, the Giant Wolf King appeared in front of Yichen in the blink of an eye. He extended his right hand and a boundless binding force burst out, forming a sphere of Yao energy around Yichen. Grappling martial art, trapping palm. The sphere formed by demonic energy rapidly compressed. Yichen immediately felt a huge pressure coming from all directions. If he didn't react immediately, the sphere of demonic energy would compress him into a ball, making him unable to move. Naturally, he would lose his ability to fight. He would be at the mercy of the demonic energy, unable to do anything. Sword domain. Congealing water. At this critical moment, Yi Chen's battle strength erupted. He released his sword domain, slowing down the speed of the demon power sphere's compression and buying himself a chance. At the same time, he pulled out the evil vanquishing sword with his right hand and slashed out. The pale golden light was not dazzling, nor did it give people a breathtaking feeling. However, the demon power sphere was immediately pierced through by the slash. Pung, the giant wolf king's palm collided with the evil vanquishing sword, creating ripples and cracks in the space. What a strange sword energy! The giant wolf king retreated with his right hand behind his back. If one observed carefully, one would notice that his right hand was slightly trembling. The clothes on his right arm were also slightly damaged. A Yao King is indeed a Yao King. Blood leaked out from the corner of Yi Chen's mouth as his entire body was sent flying. As for that demon power sphere, it had long since crumbled. In the first exchange between the two, Yi Chen was only slightly inferior. What? Impossible? The young experts present wished that they could wipe their eyes to see if they were hallucinating. With the giant wolf king's strength, he was actually unable to suppress Yi Chen. After sending the latter flying, he was also sent flying. He has reached the third layer of life and death chamber. Taekwondo's eyes shone. Although they all had life and death stones, the speed of improvement of each person's mental state was different. Some people could increase their realm very quickly, while others couldn't even increase their realm for several months. There were even some who couldn't increase their realm at all. After the ranking battle, 10 people had obtained life and death stones. However, within 20 days, no one could increase their realm because the time was too short. After all, one needed to refine 4 life and death stones to reach the third layer of life and death chamber. Obviously, Yi Chen didn't reveal his cultivation base when fighting young Elephant Lord. With his cultivation base at the second layer of life and death chamber, he finished off his opponent with 2 sword moves. Good kid. No wonder you're so arrogant. However, you found the wrong target. The giant wolf king's right arm returned to normal as his tone turned cold. Giant wolf king, if you leave now, you can still save some face. After clashing head-on with the giant wolf king, Yi Chen clearly understood the latter's explosive demonic power. It was indeed powerful, but not undefeatable. You're courting death. I've decided. I'll bring you back to White Wolf Sect and make you suffer the pain of having your tendons pulled out and your skin peeled off every day. The giant wolf king roared. His surging demonic power exploded, creating numerous cracks in the space. 100 wolf sky trampling palm. With a slap, hundreds of demonic power giant wolves flew out, rushing toward Yi Chen. Each of them contained an enormous amount of demonic power. Only demonic beasts could squander their energy like this. If it were a human life and death king, unless their cultivation base exceeded 500 years, each attack would consume several % of their energy. Facing the numerous demonic power giant wolves, Yi Chen pushed his sword domain to the limit. The sword pressure caused their speed to sharply decrease. Then, he waved his sword, causing the space to distort and condense into a mirror. Bewitching mirror shattering. Shatter. Pung, the mirror exploded, and all the demonic power giant wolves shattered. Swish, using sword steps, Yi Chen's figure shuttled out like a sword light, arriving before the giant wolf king in a flash and thrusting his sword. Autumn water sword art second style, congealing water. Not good. The giant wolf king promptly shattered the space, wanting to enter the void. However, under the pressure of the sword domain, the space had solidified a lot, causing his speed to slow down a bit. Thus, Yi Chen's sword pierced through his protective demonic power. Immediately, an extremely condensed sword energy penetrated his protective demonic power and entered his body. Puff, spurting out a mouthful of blood, the giant wolf king was once again jolted out. His figure tumbled out, smashing into a huge mountain in desolate mountain range. The Beast King's protective demonic power is truly powerful. Even congealing water sword energy couldn't penetrate it. It could only injure him a bit, but he'll recover soon. Although the giant wolf king seemed to be in a miserable state, Yi Chen was extremely clear that this sword attack couldn't do much to the giant wolf king. Of course, this was only Yi Chen's opinion. Including Lan Sanmei, all the spectating young experts were dumbfounded. For a long time, they couldn't utter a single word. He has the strength of a life and death king. It was unknown who said this sentence. Damn it. He was actually hiding his strength all along. With his strength, he wouldn't need to exhaust himself in the ranking battle. He could easily defeat anyone. Yi Chen was able to enter the giant wolf king not by relying on the sword domain or congealing water, but rather bewitching mirror shattering. Bewitching mirror shattering destroyed the giant wolf king's ace move, giving Yi Chen the opportunity to strike. If Yi Chen used bewitching mirror shattering in the ranking battle, who could be his opponent? Even Yi Chen's girlfriend and their eyes would be in danger. Bang! A large amount of rubble flew in the air as the giant wolf king rushed out and hovered in the air. Kid, you're dead for sure today. The giant wolf king had never suffered such humiliation before. To think that he, a majestic beast king, was injured by a kid who wasn't even a life and death king. If this matter spread out, his reputation would be ruined. The immense humiliation ignited his killing intent. Regardless of the unwritten rules, he hardened his heart and decided to kill Yi Chen on the spot. Aoo! Facing the sky, the giant wolf king let out a howl. His body flipped in the air and turned into an 80-meter-long, 10-meter-tall giant wolf. The giant wolf's eyes were like two searchlights as they converged into a beam of light. That sturdy body, metal-like hair, and blade-like claws all displayed his formidable battle strength. Standing motionless, the giant wolf king clawed at the space with his claws. Swoosh! In the next moment, the giant wolf king dashed toward Yi Chen. His huge body allowed him to move faster than a human. His entire body faded away, leaving behind only a translucent gray shadow. How could Yi Chen let him get close? Holding the evil vanquishing sword with both hands, he slashed out. The space was distorted and compressed, turning into a mirror. The giant wolf king's body froze in the mirror. Pung! The mirror shattered, and the giant wolf king's body was covered in wounds. Blood flowed out like a stream. Recover! Activating the undying body, the blood immediately flowed back into the giant wolf king's body. The wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his hair grew back. Blood-severing ghost finger. Seeing this, Yi Chen wasn't the least bit surprised. If beast kings were so easy to defeat, they wouldn't be called beast kings. Spreading his feet apart, Yi Chen's entire being turned cold and austere. His aura condensed, as if there was a huge black hole hidden within his body, restraining his aura and preventing it from leaking out. An astonishing scene occurred. Behind Yi Chen, a white-robed ghost figure appeared. The ghost figure's face was blurry, and it didn't have a face. It grinned, revealing a pitch-black mouth. The eerie ghost laugh seemed to exist between reality and illusion. His left index finger curved like a hook, and Yi Chen slashed out. Following this movement, the white-robed ghost figure's left hand stretched out, disappearing into the void. When it reappeared, it was already in front of the giant wolf king, probing into his body. Then, it grabbed out a large amount of qi and blood. Oh whoa, the giant wolf king was terrified. What kind of secret art was this? It could actually grab out his qi and blood through space. Others might not know, but he was the clearest. Although he was a beast king, he didn't become one through normal means. The beast king's qi in his body hadn't fused with his flesh and blood. There was still a small portion of ordinary flesh and blood, which was his weakness. However, this weakness was inside his body, so the giant wolf king wasn't worried. However, Yi Chen's secret art exposed his weakness. If it weren't for this weakness, the ghost hand wouldn't have been able to grab out his qi and blood. It would have only been able to grab out some beast king's qi and blood, because the beast king's qi and beast king's qi were indistinguishable. After a large amount of qi and blood was grabbed out, the giant wolf king's vitality immediately declined, and exhaustion appeared on his face. I'm a dignified beast king. How can I be defeated by a human kid? The giant wolf king's body trembled, and the gray hair on his body stood on end. His body seemed to have swelled several times, and the claws on his toes extended once more. The claws glowed with a dark blue light and were incomparably sharp. Enduring his exhaustion, Giant Wolf King raised his right claw and slashed. Dark Blue Iron Claw. Demonic beasts with high aptitude generally had innate abilities. Giant Wolf King's innate ability was Dark Blue Iron Claw, which could tear apart even more powerful objects. It's an innate ability. Yichen immediately dispersed the blood-severing ghost finger. The white-robed ghostly figure disappeared with an eerie smile. Raising the evil-shattering sword in his right hand, Yichen forcefully raised his Jin Yuan and attacked with the second style of Autumn Water Sword Arts, Congealing Water. Peng, Dark Blue Iron Claw was, after all, a Beast King's innate ability. Upon contact, Congealing Water immediately dispersed. Although the remnant sword energy landed on Giant Wolf King's body, it ultimately couldn't penetrate the latter's protective demonic energy. On the other hand, the Dark Blue Claw ruthlessly tore at Yichen's protective Jin Yuan. Puff, spurting out a mouthful of blood, Yichen was injured. Even his armor couldn't resist such a powerful claw energy. His body was blasted away, and Yichen ultimately landed on a towering mountain peak. Giant Wolf King's strength is not as good as a demonic human king's. He should be no different from an ordinary life and death king. Moreover, he has a weakness: his flesh and demonic energy can't be fused. Yichen used blood-severing ghost finger with the intention of consuming a portion of Giant Wolf King's demonic power. After all, a Beast King's flesh and demonic power had fused together, so it could only consume demonic power. However, he didn't expect that this finger would consume a large amount of Giant Wolf King's blood and qi, causing his condition to sharply decline. This was much better than consuming demonic power. However, a demonic king was a demonic king after all. Relying on these methods alone, Yichen would eventually lose. After all, he couldn't afford to waste time. The amount of demonic energy in Giant Wolf King's body was simply too much, dozens of times more than his. Even ordinary life and death kings couldn't compare to him. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, he could easily recover to his peak state. All he had to do was consume a bit of demonic energy. Die. The Giant Wolf King's claw swiped out again, this time using its innate ability, Blue Iron Claw. Break. Standing on the mountain peak, Yichen used Bewitching Mirror Shattering and shattered the blue claw energy. The two fought speed against speed, using offense against offense. Giant Wolf King originally had the advantage of shuttling through space. However, Yichen's sword domain could reinforce the space, making it consume even more demonic energy to do so. His speed was also reduced by half. In the end, he simply gave up on shuttling through space and fought head-on with Yichen. As his true essence flowed out like water, Yichen's expression became dignified. Seems like I have to use the Sky Scorpio sword. If he didn't use the Sky Scorpio sword, Yichen wouldn't have much Jin Yuan left in his body. With a single slash, the Giant Wolf King was forced back. Taking advantage of this gap, Yichen put away the evil vanquishing sword and took out a devilishly domineering purple-silver longsword. The hilt of the sword was black, with a scorpion in the shape of a supreme grade sword, Sky Scorpio sword. Congealing Water. With the Sky Scorpio sword in hand, Yichen instantly used the second style of the Autumn Water Sword Arts. Buzz, the sword energy was incomparably condensed. As it pierced through space, the edges of the spatial cracks rapidly crystallized, filling the air with a purple color. Gotcha! Giant Wolf King's protective demonic energy could no longer endure the sword chi's impact, turning into purple crystals. The sword energy landed on his right shoulder, instantly penetrating it. In an instant, Giant Wolf King's entire right shoulder crystallized. The power of Congealing Water's explosion acted on the crystal, shattering it into a rain of light. Hell, Giant Wolf King held miserably. It's a supreme grade sword. Damn it, you actually have a supreme grade sword. Giant Wolf King, who had lost a piece of his body, practically smashed through space and appeared 100 li away. Activating his undying body, the flesh on his missing piece wriggled and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, at the same time, his aura was weakening. Yichen's sword had already injured his internal organs, and the crystallized energy had also been transmitted into them. Moreover, his undying body was only at the early limb regrowth realm, so how could it be easily repaired? At this moment, he was relying on his immense demonic energy to suppress the injury, preventing it from erupting. You have a supreme grade sword? 100 li away, Giant Wolf King stared at Yi Chen. So what if I do? Pointing the Sky Scorpio sword at the ground, purple sword light fluctuating, Yi Chen said indifferently. Today's matter won't end like this. I, Giant Wolf King, swear that I will kill you. Giant Wolf King wished he could kill all the spectators. This way, no one would know that he had been beaten so miserably by Yi Chen. However, he didn't dare. All the young experts present had great backgrounds. Behind them were demonic kings and life and death kings. Therefore, only by killing Yi Chen in the future could he redeem himself. If you don't leave now, then don't even think about it. Yi Chen waved his sword again, and the sword chi chased after him like a meteor. Giant Wolf King's eyes widened as he fled into the space with his tail between his legs. Puff, the sword chi also tore open the space and disappeared. Faintly, the spectators seemed to hear Giant Wolf King's roar again, causing them to exchange glances. Huff, after losing 50% of his Jin Yuan, Yi Chen was extremely exhausted. At mid-half-step King realm, he could use Evil Vanquishing Sword 5 times. At high-step realm, he could use it 10 times. At the first layer, he could use it 20 times, the second layer 40 times, and the third layer 80 times. Previously, he had used Evil Vanquishing Sword at least 20 times, consuming a quarter of his Jin Yuan. Then, he used Sky Scorpio Sword at an even more frightening speed. Merely 2 strikes had consumed 50% of his Jin Yuan. In other words, Yi Chen could only use Sky Scorpio Sword 5 or 6 times at his peak. Of course, Sky Scorpio Sword's Jin Yuan consumption was so frightening because it was a powerful Supreme Grade sword. On the other hand, the pseudo-Supreme Grade Evil Vanquishing Sword's might was less than half of an ordinary Supreme Grade sword. The gap between the two was enormous. Relying on Sky Scorpio Sword, Yi Chen could seriously injure Giant Wolf King and force him to flee. Taking out a large number of Jin Yuan crystals, Yi Chen rapidly refined them to make up for his deficiency. Giant Wolf King was beaten away. Yi Chen defeated Giant Wolf King. Surpassing realms to defeat Giant Wolf King? How is this possible? Too frightening. Back then, even Xianxia could only contend against life and death kings at this realm. She couldn't defeat them, but Yi Chen actually did it. Contending against life and death kings with the status of strongest half-step king. Since ancient times, many people had accomplished this. However, defeating a life and death king was something that not a single person had accomplished in the last several tens of thousands of years. Of course, the spectating young experts were clear that Yi Chen had relied on Sky Scorpio Sword to achieve this step. Back then, Xianxia didn't have a supreme grade artifact, and had relied on her own strength. Even so, Yi Chen's strength wasn't any weaker than Xianxia's. He was on the same level as Xianxia. If this news were to spread, the entire Elysium would be shaken. Someone said. Of course. Someone as talented as Xianxia has appeared. How could it not be shaken? Once he enters life and death realm, how frightening would he be? Ling Hui blankly looked at Yi Chen and thought to himself, is it right or wrong for Extreme Heaven Sect to be his enemy? As long as he doesn't die, Extreme Heaven Sect will have no way out. Forget it. Regardless of whether he dies or not, Extreme Heaven Sect should avoid provoking him. What Yi Chen didn't know was that because of his performance just now, Ling Hui had the thought of not being his enemy, and it had also removed a great enemy for Eternal Sky Sect. Ling Hui didn't want to gamble. Yi Chen's appearance made him realize that his time couldn't be wasted on trivial matters. He had to wholeheartedly cultivate. Letting out a deep breath, Ling Hui turned around and flew away. The others also left one by one. Before they left, their eyes landed on Yi Chen, as if they wanted to imprint his image into their minds. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, as long as Yi Chen didn't die, he would definitely become an influential figure in Elysium in the future. Yi Chen, it seems like I was worried for nothing. Lan Sanmei forced a smile. Yi Chen didn't stop training the Jin Yuan crystals as he said, still, I have to thank you. As he spoke, his eyes looked into the surreal space, seemingly unintentionally. Deep in the surreal space, a skinny middle-aged man touched his chin. Mayor's eyes are not bad. This kid has the potential to reach the top of the world. Let them interact more with him. When the time comes, the Demonic Blade Martial School should also show some sincerity. Sending help in times of need is always better than adding icing on the cake. Flashing his body, the middle-aged man disappeared instantly. In the surreal space between the Sky Tiger Martial School and the Savage Mountain Range, a lady in white stopped. In front of her was a white halo. Inside the halo, there was a scene of the Savage Mountain Range. Yi Chen and Lan Sanmei appeared on the screen. It seems like I don't have to show up directly. The lady in white smiled. But this one is the real problem. Waving her hand, the white halo disappeared. The lady in white turned around and looked into the surreal space far away. Soon, a bulky middle-aged man with a domineering aura flew over. The middle-aged man was wearing a platinum battle robe. The dominating aura around him was very obvious. The power of space surrounded him, making it impossible for anyone to get close to him. Sky Tiger King, how have you been? The lady in white said casually. Xianho, I can't believe you dare to come to my blood sky land. Sky Tiger King frowned and said in a low voice. This is not a dangerous place. Why can't I come? Xianho didn't care at all. You were trying to stop me. Sky Tiger King squinted his eyes. 3 years. After 3 years, I won't stop you. 3 years? What a joke. Who knows if you will become a life and death king in 3 years? Impossible. Sky Tiger King immediately denied. Nobody knew about the battle between the two. After Sky Tiger King returned, he immediately announced that he would go into closed-door training and come out 3 years later. Of course, this was for the future. Yi Chen, I'll return to Demonic Blade Sect first. You be careful. Only Yi Chen and Lan Sanmei were left in Savage Mountain Range. Seeing that Yi Chen's Jinyuan had more or less recovered, Lan Sanmei bade farewell. Alright, if you need my help in the future, don't hesitate to ask. Stopping refining the Jinyuan crystal, Yi Chen said sincerely. Lan Sanmei smiled, of course. Not needing Yi Chen's help now didn't mean he wouldn't need it in the future. Shua, after speaking, Lan Sanmei turned into a black light and disappeared into the distance. Watching Lan Sanmei's departing figure, Yi Chen turned his head and glanced in the direction of Sky Tiger Beast Master. He didn't know if it was his misconception, but during his battle with Giant Wolf King, he had a feeling that he was being watched. Moreover, it wasn't just one person. However, this feeling didn't carry any malice. In fact, one of them even gave him a sense of familiarity. Many thanks. Yi Chen muttered to himself and flew in the direction of Eternal Sky Sect. Eternal Sky Sect, plaza in front of the palace, Yi Chen landed. Supreme Elder. Eternal Sky Sect disciples greeted him one after another. 3 months have passed, and Elder Yi has returned. I wonder what rank Supreme Elder is in the life and death substitute list. Some disciples discussed in low voices. With Elder Ye's strength that easily defeated Ling Hui, ranking in the top 20 shouldn't be a problem, perhaps even higher. I'm guessing top 10. Can't you see that Elder Ye's aura is countless times more frightening than 3 months ago? Top 20 is more or less possible. As for top 10, I don't think it's possible. Not to mention our Blood Sky continent's 8 great beast lords and 4 demons, other continents also have shocking geniuses. How difficult would it be to enter the top 10? Yi Chen didn't conceal his aura at all. All the Sea of Soul Realm experts of Eternal Sky Sect were alarmed. Whether they were in seclusion, cultivating, or drinking tea, they all flew out of their residences and arrived at the plaza. Elder Yi. Congratulations on Elder Ye's return. The leader was Li Zhongfeng, the leader of the Changtian school. Yi Chen smiled. Has Zhongtian sect been well these past 3 months? Li Zhongfeng said, thanks to Elder Yi, no one has come to disturb us in the past 3 months. That spirit vein has almost been dug clean. That's good. The 3 sects had suffered greatly, and they would not harass Changtian sect while he was not here. Elder Yi, the life and death secret realm has already closed. With Elder Ye's strength, your ranking should be quite high, right? Li Zhongfeng saw that Yi Chen's face didn't look gloomy at all, and that his aura had become several times more terrifying. He knew that Yi Chen's trip had been very smooth, so he dared to ask. You can say it's number 1. I'll go into seclusion for a few days. With that, Yi Chen flew towards the mountain peak he was at. Yi Chen left like a feather, but the people who heard his words were all shocked. First place, wasn't that number one? Hiss, everyone, including Li Zhongfeng, was stupefied. 8 young beast lords, 4 demons, peerless geniuses of other continents had all been defeated by Yi Chen. This was simply world-shaking news. Changtian sect flared up, returning to the mountain peak. Yi Chen immediately entered seclusion. His cultivation base was indeed at the 3rd layer of life and death chamber, but he had yet to familiarize himself with this sudden increase in strength, and his foundation was not very stable either. He had to enter seclusion for a few days to consolidate his current cultivation base. 7 days passed in a flash. Yi Chen smoothly exited seclusion. The 3rd layer of life and death chamber is indeed miraculous. I can vaguely sense the life and death cycle of heaven and earth, but it's very vague. In life and death chamber, one's body carried the aura of life and death. In fact, one had already come into contact with life Dao and death Dao, but could not grasp or use them. Du Guju had grasped a trace of death Dao, which allowed him to advance by leaps and bounds. Marquis Sword Star Meteor was also the same. No rush. I'll grasp both life Dao and death Dao, but not now. What I need to do now is forge upper-grade swords. Although his cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds, Yi Chen would not neglect his sword Dao cultivation base. The process of forging swords was also a process of self-reflection. Unceasing self-reflection, unceasing breakthroughs, an endless cycle. In Life and Death's secret realm, the news of Yi Chen's invincibility, eventually reaching the 1st rank of Life and Death realm substitute list, spread throughout the 3 continents as well as overseas, shocking the whole world. What shocked them was not Yi Chen's invincibility, but Yi Chen's youth. According to the young expert who brought back the news, Yi Chen was no more than 30 years old, the youngest among all of them. Not even 30 years old, but the 1st rank of Life and Death realm substitute list. Was this another Xianhou? No, Yi Chen was Yi Chen, not anyone's shadow. His invincibility came from the strength of his opponents. Marquis Sword Snow and Marquis Sword Star were both peerless geniuses in the past. However, since they were in the same generation as Yi Chen, they were defeated. As for who was the true 1st rank between Yi Chen and Su Jing, there were still many disputes. However, such disputes were meaningless. The two were lovers, and their future would shock the whole world. Elysium shook the whole world, Blood Sky continent was shaken. Giant Wolf King was defeated. White Wolf Sect's Supreme Elder Giant Wolf King was defeated. The one who defeated him was neither a Life and Death King nor a Beast King, but a young man at the 3rd layer of Life and Death chamber. That young man was precisely the 1st rank of Life and Death realm substitute list. Defeating Giant Wolf King at the 3rd layer of Life and Death chamber was an accomplishment that no one had achieved in the past several tens of thousands of years. Perhaps Xianhou could also defeat ordinary Life and Death Kings at the same level with a supreme grade artifact, but it had never happened. And now, such a thing had happened. Yi Chen's name thoroughly exploded in Blood Sky continent. That's right, indeed, it exploded. Blood Sky continent also had the Pavilion of Knowledge. Perhaps, it wouldn't be long before Yi Chen's name spread in other continents as well. Just like Xuanhou's name back then, everyone knew about him. Yi Chen, are you sure it's him? In an underground palace, 3 blood shadows were standing in a triangle. The blood shadow with the strongest aura spoke to the blood shadow with a curved horn on his head. The blood shadow with a curved horn nodded. According to the description, it's 80 to 90% accurate. Eternal Sky Sect hasn't been destroyed for 500 years. It's a bit strange. Don't touch him for the time being. After a moment of silence, the leading blood shadow said. Are we just going to let him go like this? The blood-winged female blood shadow was puzzled. Don't be impulsive. We don't have enough tenacious strength in this world. In fact, we've always been hiding in the shadows. Once we walk out of the darkness and stand in the sunlight, we'll lose our footing, which will arouse the vigilance of this world's experts. Of course, they've already sensed our existence. The leading blood shadow said unhurriedly. This is a huge threat. Has he not grown up yet? The female blood shadow was unwilling. Don't worry, we won't let go of those who pose a threat. That Battle King is an example. However, not being able to kill that Xianhou was a mistake and an irreparable regret. Let our representatives do the rest. Those representatives are too weak. Although they can be considered as life and death experts in this world, they're just the lowest level experts. Hee hee. The leading blood shadow chuckled, we can't control a powerful expert like Xianxia. Being weak also has its advantages. It's not easy to arouse suspicion. Should we let the representatives kill him now? The blood shadow with a curved horn asked. Faintly shaking her head, the leading blood shadow said, don't lose patience. I don't want to make another mistake. Moreover, we still have the most important thing to do, which is to unseal Lord Curse and Lord Terror. After unsealing them, we won't need to hide in the darkness anymore. We can breathe the air of this world openly. We've persevered for countless years, but those seals are too strong. The female blood shadow was a bit tired. No rush. At the slowest, it'll take 100 years. At the fastest, it'll be unsealed in a few decades. The leading blood shadow was also somewhat silent. Suddenly, the blood shadow with a curved horn spoke, perhaps we don't need to do anything. In this world, he has offended many powers. He was referring to Yi Chen. The female blood shadow disdainfully said, this world will never be united. Wrong, you're all wrong. The blood shadow in the lead solemnly said, if this world is peaceful, that would be our fortune. Experts are tempered through slaughter. It's just like raising bugs. The strong will devour the weak, and the last strong will be able to make up for all the weak before them. Alright, horned devil, continue observing that human youngster. Don't act blindly without thinking. Yes. The blood shadow with a curved horn nodded. Meeting dismissed. The leading blood shadow scattered, seeming to have lost all of its power. Dang 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 dang, the sound of iron hammers striking metal rang out incessantly. This was an underground flame cave, and a fiery aura surged. A young man was holding an iron hammer, striking the sword embryo on top of the furnace. As the iron hammer struck, the sword embryo became sharper and more aggressive. For a whole month, Yi Chen had been crafting top-rank swords. He could feel that crafting swords was also a kind of training that would allow him to accumulate a lot of experience. After who knew how many times, Yi Chen's mind was enlightened. He raised the iron hammer high, and his body emitted an immortal power as he hammered down. Dang, this hammering sound lasted for a long time. The sound seemed to contain immortality, never dissipating. The unfinished sword below emitted an immortal power that far surpassed any of the swords that Yi Chen had forged. Once it was completed, its power could be imagined. Rank 5 Immortal Sword Soul, finally completed. Putting down the iron hammer, Yi Chen's face showed a faint understanding. Immortal, what was immortal? In fact, immortality was just a kind of spirit. It wasn't a concrete existence. As the rank 5 Immortal Sword Soul formed, the Destruction Sword Soul in Yi Chen's mind trembled. The two great sword souls were at the same rank, finally resonating with each other, the resonance of destruction and immortality. Under this resonance, Yi Chen's cultivation base suddenly reached perfection, reaching the peak of the third layer of life and death chamber. Once he reached the peak of the third level, all of Yi Chen's flesh and blood had combined with his Jin Yuan. His meridians contained Jin Yuan, his blood contained Jin Yuan, his skin contained Jin Yuan, and even his internal organs contained Jin Yuan. Besides his bones, his whole body was like a super sponge, and his Jin Yuan was like water, which could be absorbed by the sponge. As for the Dantian, it still had an irreplaceable function. It was the source of power and one of the cores of the human body. I can almost reach the first layer of the undying body, broken limb rebirth. Although Jin Yuan had fused with the flesh and blood, to reach the realm of broken limb rebirth, he still had to fuse the Jin Yuan into the bones. After all, there were many bones in the human body. If the flesh and blood were cut off, it could be recovered, but what about the bones? He couldn't just recover the flesh and blood without the bones, right? Wouldn't that make him a soft caterpillar? Fusing the Jin Yuan into the bones was not a difficult process for Yi Chen. He had already touched the threshold of broken limb rebirth, but his foundation was still lacking. Time flew by, and in a mere 7 days, Yi Chen succeeded. From now on, he also possessed the ability of broken limb rebirth. He only needed to consume Jin Yuan, and he didn't need to eat Yuan Qi or Xiantian Yuan Qi pills anymore. After entering the life and death realm, the undying body can at most reach the early broken limb rebirth realm. After entering the life and death realm at the peak of the third layer, the undying body can reach the peak broken limb rebirth realm, which is only a step away from flesh derivation. I've already reached the early broken limb rebirth realm. Once I enter the life and death realm, my undying body will at least reach the early flesh derivation realm. The difference between the realms of entering the life and death realm was huge. High-step half-step kings who entered the life and death realm were the most ordinary life and death realm kings. However, those who entered the life and death realm at the peak of the third layer had great potential. As long as their cultivation base kept up, they would be able to make rapid progress. Someone like Yi Chen, who had the broken limb rebirth ability even before entering the life and death realm, was extremely rare. Among the same realm, only the young undying demon lord could do it. Suddenly, Yi Chen smiled bitterly. Before he reached the realm of limb regrowth, the true essence in his body was very abundant and could not be increased. Now, there was only a little bit of true essence left in his body. Of course, this did not mean that the true essence had disappeared into thin air. Rather, it was devoured by the cells. True essence and the body became one, and there was no distinction between the two. Although it was said that way, it was still the body that took the lead. Once the battle was extremely fierce and the consumption of true essence was too fast, he could squeeze it out of his cells. This was because the fusion was still in the initial stage. There was still the middle stage of broken limb rebirth, the late stage, the peak, the early stage of flesh derivation, the middle stage, the late stage, and the peak, even the blood rebirth realm. No wonder young undying demon lord Xin Yuan is several times denser than a peak third layer life and death chamber human at the same level. Once he reaches the broken limb regrowth realm, he can hold even more Xin Yuan and increase his cultivation base even faster. At the Sea of Souls realm, only the Dantian could store Xin Yuan, and meridians were only the channels. At the half-step king warrior level, the blood could also store Xin Yuan, and at the life and death challenge realm, the flesh could also store Xin Yuan. Right now, Yi Chen's entire body could store Xin Yuan, and the Xin Yuan he had before was obviously not enough. Fortunately, I have a lot of Xin Yuan crystals. Yi Chen smiled and sat cross-legged on the ground, starting to refine the Xin Yuan crystals. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 50,000. After consuming 50,000 Xin Yuan crystals, Yi Chen finally felt full and could no longer refine Xin Yuan. At this moment, his Xin Yuan was 3 times denser than before. He was not inferior to young undying demon lord at all. The Sky Scorpio sword could also be used 15 times in a row, nearing 20 times. The evil shattering sword could be used at will. What a frightening power! His whole body was brimming with power, a feeling that not everyone could experience. At this moment, Yi Chen felt that even his fingernails contained a frightening power that could easily tear apart steel and artifacts. Of course, Yi Chen was also clear that his battle power had not increased by much, because the purity of his Xin Yuan had not increased. It was merely 3 times denser than before. One day later, the unfinished upper-grade sword was completed. The color of this sword was pure gold, as if it was forged from gold. It was a supreme upper-grade sword, the only supreme upper-grade sword Yi Chen had ever forged. Although it was only upper-grade, its power was comparable to a peak semi-extreme grade artifact, which was equivalent to a pseudo-extreme grade artifact. Because of the frightening immortal sword intent contained within, it was roughly peak third step. When used by Yi Chen, it did not have much of an effect. However, if it was used by another sword artist, the effect would be huge. With a peak third step immortal sword intent, it would be more than enough to defeat even more powerful opponents. Merely upper grade, not immortal yet. I'll call you 100 eras. 100 eras meant 100 eras, which meant 10,000 years. Because of the immortal sword intent, this sword could be preserved for at least 10,000 years without any damage. If a family under 5th grade could obtain it, it would be a great sword. Gotcha, very easily, Yi Chen used the 100 era sword to cut down another upper grade sword. His cultivation base had reached perfection, and his immortal sword soul had reached the 5th step. Resonating with the 5th step destruction sword soul, Yi Chen's strength rose by a large margin. Next, Yi Chen slowed down the forging of upper-grade swords and began to comprehend the undying Tao. With a soul power 5 times that of ordinary people and a cultivation base at the peak of the 3rd layer, Yi Chen's progress would be enormous as long as he focused on something. In merely 10 days, Yi Chen comprehended a trace of Death Dao. Too vague. No wonder only the strongest attacks could contain a trace of Death Dao in the early stages. Marquee Sword Star Meteor and Duguju's Despair Killing Blade were their strongest offensive moves. However, their ordinary moves didn't contain the Dao of Death because they didn't have a deep comprehension of it. Of course, entering Life and Death realm didn't require one to comprehend both Life and Death Dao. Even Life and Death Kings couldn't accomplish such a feat as long as one comprehended a small part of Life and Death Dao and verified them, they would be able to enter Life and Death realm. Swish, holding the evil vanquishing sword, Yi Chen slashed out, completely restraining the sword energy. It was precisely the second style of Autumn Water Sword arts, congealing water. The reason why Bewitching Mirror Shattering was so powerful was because of its space profound. However, Death Dao required pure destructive power. Therefore, congealing water was more suitable. Wrong. Yi Chen shook his head and sheathed his sword, pondering with his brows creased. Swish, another sword slash was sent out. Still wrong. Blackwater Alliance headquarters, on a huge black island, in the palace at the center of the island, Blood Sky Continent Yi Chen and True Spirit Continent Yi Chen are actually the same person? On the throne, the black-robed man's fingers wrapped on the black golden armrest. Teacher, he hasn't become a Life and Death King yet, so we still have a chance. Once he enters Life and Death realm, we'll be in danger. Wang Tai said from below. Wang Tai wasn't a person of True Spirit Continent, so it took him more than a month to return to Blackwater Alliance. I know. I'm apprehensive of Dragon King and Xianho. The black-robed man raised his head. Dragon King and Xianho are in True Spirit Continent. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. Moreover, they wouldn't dare to confront our entire Blackwater Alliance. Wang Tai didn't put Dragon King and Xianho in his eyes. Blackwater Alliance was a huge alliance with numerous Life and Death Kings, and there was no lack of powerful ones. It'd be best if we can offend them. The black-robed man was one of the tycoons of Blackwater Alliance. He was well aware of how frightening Dragon King and Xianho were. If they truly fought, Blackwater Alliance might not be able to gain the upper hand. However, monopolizing my Blackwater Alliance's 2 million Jinyuan crystals, he's dead for sure. We must kill him before he enters Life and Death realm. 2 million Jinyuan crystals was a huge number even for Blackwater Alliance. It should be known that Blackwater Alliance had many kings. Apart from Blackwater Alliance, there were also other Life and Death Kings who could get a share. Losing 2 million Jinyuan crystals would be a huge loss for Blackwater Alliance. The reason why he didn't let Yi Chen enter Life and Death realm was because once Yi Chen entered Life and Death realm, he would need a huge amount of Jinyuan crystals to increase his cultivation base. Who knew how many Jinyuan crystals he would have left? How about this? I'll send 2 kings to Blood Sky Continent with you. Remember, act in secret and don't expose your identity. Try to kill him in one strike. The black-robed man stopped knocking on the armrest and said with a stern tone. Yes. Wang Tai firmly nodded. Alright, you can leave first. I'll contact some free kings. Life and Death Kings all had things to do. They were either in seclusion, searching for treasures in Elysium, or entering the starry sky. They rarely had free time. Chi. Chi, Chi. 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 In the past few days, Yi Chen had been using congealing water hundreds of times a day to comprehend the Death Dao. This was only because his cultivation base had increased by 3 times. Otherwise, his Jinyuan wouldn't have been able to keep up. After stabbing dozens of times in the air, Yi Chen suddenly turned sideways. Break! Retracting his sword energy, Yi Chen's sword pierced through the towering tree in front of him. Crash! The towering tree withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its bark turned black, and its vitality was extinguished. Finally succeeded. This sword contained the Death Dao, extinguishing the tree's vitality. If it pierced the enemy's body, it would naturally extinguish the enemy's vitality. It was extremely tyrannical. However, compared to Marquee Sword Star Meteor, the Death Dao contained in this sword was a bit lacking. How could the vitality of a tree compare to the vitality of an expert? However, Yi Chen was quite satisfied. As long as he had grasped the right path, how could he not improve? At this moment, Yichen was confident that he could heavily injure Giant Wolf King without relying on Sky Scorpio Sword. After pondering for a moment, Yichen took out a black iron ore from his storage ring. It was actually the Death Chi Iron Organ. The Death Chi Iron Ore came from the Life and Death Secret Realm. It innately contained the Death Chi Iron Organ. Death Chi Iron Ore came from the Life and Death Secret Realm. It innately contained the Death Chi Iron Organ. If placed next to a plant, it would instantly wither. If placed next to a small river, it could even gradually dry up and turn the water inside into stagnant water. With this Death Chi Iron Ore, Yichen was confident that he could comprehend even more Death Dao. In the boundless starry sky, a streak of light streaked across. The streak of light passed through a group of meteorites and small stars before finally arriving on a fiery ruined star. This ruined star was extremely small, less than 6,000 li in diameter. Its surface was covered in cracks and magma. It seemed to have suffered some kind of heavy damage and was filled with a deathly aura. Swish, the streak of light descended and turned into a black-robed man. "In Sky King, you're looking for me?" Just as the black-robed man descended, a streak of light suddenly flew over from the other side of the ruined star and landed in front of the black-robed man. It was a yellow-haired old man with an extremely ugly appearance. His face was full of pockmarks, and his strange eyes were more white than black. He looked exceptionally vicious and sinister, making one shudder in fear. "Poison Fire King, seems like your cultivation base has improved again." The black-robed man smiled. This Poison Fire King was also a Life and Death King of the Blackwater Alliance. Poison Fire King rolled his eyes. "I've cultivated in the core of the star for more than 30 years. If I don't make any progress, I might as well kill myself. On the other hand, in Sky King, you're quite idle." "That's right, your cultivation base has long since reached 900 years, unlike us. If my cultivation base could surpass 500 years, I'd also like to take a good rest and find a few hundred beauties to vent my lust." Hearing these words, the black-robed man sneered. "You're still lacking women? There should be more than 1,000 skeletons of beauties on this star. I have something to ask of you." "What? You can't do it yourself?" Poison Fire King immediately became vigilant. "I want you to kill someone for me," the black-robed man said seriously. "Ha ha ha," Poison Fire King laughed heartily, causing the black-robed man to crease his brows and turn gloomy. "My apologies." Poison Fire King was still somewhat afraid of the black-clothed man. The Blackwater Alliance's In Sky King was one of the big shots. He stopped laughing and asked, "In Sky King, you can't blame me for this. You know that my strength isn't even 1/10 of yours. How can I do something that you can't? Aren't you clearly sending me to my death? Although I'm no match for you, I'm not willing to throw my life away." Poison Fire King was indeed a Life and Death King of Blackwater Alliance, but he wasn't In Sky King's subordinate. Blackwater Alliance was merely an alliance. He could help out with some small matters, but big matters could be discussed later. "Who said I'm sending you to your death?" In Sky King's expression softened. "The person I want you to kill is not a Life and Death King, nor a Beast King, but a human brat at the 3rd layer of Life and Death Chamber. I'm curious. Is there a need for me to kill him? Moreover, if you go by yourself, you can kill him with a casual breath." Poison Fire King's eyeballs turned, his face full of suspicion. This kid's strength can't be underestimated. He's the #1 genius of this generation's Life and Death substitute list. Nobody under Life and Death realm is his opponent. Only Life and Death Kings can kill him. As for why I'm not acting, it's because this kid's backers are Dragon King and Xianxia. You also know that I represent the entire Blackwater Alliance. There are some matters that can't be done personally, even if there's no risk. Although In Sky King said so, he wasn't actually afraid of Dragon King and Xianxia. After all, Yichen had killed Yichen in Blood Sky Continent. Who knew who the murderer was? What he was afraid of was the peak existence protecting Eternal Sky Sect. He had long since investigated Eternal Sky Sect's information, and naturally knew many details. Being able to reach his current height, In Sky King had always been an extremely cautious person. Although the peak existence protecting Eternal Sky Sect might have left long ago, he still wanted to probe and wouldn't easily take risks. Otherwise, if he died, he would have nothing left. In Sky King, if you want me to die, then do it now. You want me to offend Dragon King and Xianxia? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Poison Fire King furiously opened up a distance. In Sky King was furious. Listen to me first. This kid is not on True Spirit Continent. He's on Blood Sky Continent. If you kill him, nobody will know. Blood Sky Continent? Poison Fire King pondered for a moment and decisively shook his head. No way. This is your matter. What does it have to do with me? Find someone else. He didn't believe that there was no risk. What if you add 2 blazing star crystals? Moreover, he has more than 2 million Jin Yuan crystals from my Blackwater alliance. I'll give you 1/10. In Sky King's true goal was the 2 million Jin Yuan crystals and the wealth on Yi Chen's body. After killing Yi Chen, he naturally intended to monopolize the Jin Yuan crystals. In any case, only he, Poison Fire King, and his disciple Wang Tai knew about it. You have blazing star crystals? Poison Fire King's eyes shone with greed. 1 blazing star crystal could increase his cultivation base by 10 years. 2 would be 20 years, saving him many years of bitter cultivation. This was a rare treasure. Moreover, 200,000 Jin Yuan crystals were not to be underestimated either. They could increase his cultivation base by a few years. Of course. In Sky King took out a fiery red resplendent crystal, emitting a dreamy star-like radiance. Blazing star crystal. Damn it. Why can't I have it? Poison Fire King wished he could immediately snatch it. After hesitating for a moment, he said, I want 1/5. No way, 1/10 is already a lot. 1/6. In the end, the two of them settled on the condition of 2 Inferno Star crystals and 1/8 of the True Essence crystal. Truly a greedy fellow. Leaving the ruined star, In Sky King felt his heart ache. The value of the 2 blazing fire star crystals was extremely high. Although he couldn't use them, he could exchange them with others. Fortunately, he had an agreement with Poison Fire King. The latter's pseudo-supreme grade sword and pseudo-supreme grade armor belonged to him, and he couldn't seize them. These 2 pseudo-supreme grade artifacts were pretty good even among life and death kings. As for the supreme grade sword, it was not enough to dispel Poison Fire King's thoughts. In Sky King agreed that he could obtain 1/5 of the sword's wealth. Who would have thought that a character who was not even a life and death king would have a supreme grade sword? What a pleasant surprise. Unfortunately, I can't take the risk. 1 Poison Fire King was not enough. With the Sky Scorpio sword, Yi Chen could even defeat Giant Wolf King. Although Poison Fire King was much stronger than Giant Wolf King, it was not enough. However, In Sky King already had a good candidate in mind. That person was not as greedy as Poison Fire King. If he hadn't saved him back then, he would have lost his life long ago. With a streak of light, In Sky King disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Yi Chen still didn't know that one of the tycoons of Blackwater Alliance, In Sky King, had invited 2 life and death kings to deal with him. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't be afraid. Although his strength was not enough, he still had the supreme gazing painting. With the painting, even if In Sky King came personally, he wouldn't have an easy time. Yi Chen didn't care about the storm in the outside world, nor did he notice it. He was immersed in the comprehension of Death Dao. Death. Death Chi. Swish, after observing the Death Chi Or for a moment, Yi Chen pulled out the evil vanquishing sword and stabbed out. The formless Death Chi rippled in the air, spreading out in all directions. Not good, not reserved enough. Once the Death Chi spread out, its destructive power would be reduced. It would have to be coordinated with congealing water sword and explode within the opponent's body. What a pity. If I had the ability to forge Death Chi iron into a Death Chi sword now, I would be able to comprehend the way of death even faster. With a top-grade sword forged from Death Chi iron, one could slowly comprehend the way of death in the midst of slaughter. This human skin mask is really not bad. Seems like I'll have to learn how to make it in the future, just in case I need it. 10,000 li away from Eternal Sky Sect, 3 figures were flying at an extremely fast speed. The pale-faced middle-aged man in the middle touched his face and chuckled. Poison Fire King, Blood Hand King, I'll wait for you here. Remember teacher's words. You must kill in 1 strike. Don't attract other people's attention. The ugly-faced youth said. What nonsense. It's just killing a little guy. I alone can do it, let alone a sneak attack. Poison Fire King, who had changed his appearance, curled his lips. I hope you'll succeed. The ugly youngster was naturally Wang Tai. Although he was not a life and death king, Sky King had allowed him to follow. Don't worry, my profound meaning of blood will kill him immediately. The other dark-faced middle-aged man coldly said. Alright, let's go. Wang Tai concealed himself in a dense forest. Let's go. Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King shattered the space and disappeared. In the past few days, Yichen had been training in the mountain range behind Eternal Sky Sect, comprehending Death Dao. Nobody disturbed him. One day, Yichen's brows creased. He had just felt a soul power scan him. King-grade soul power. The soul power of a life and death king was extremely hidden. Those below life and death realms simply couldn't sense it. However, Yichen was a soul genius, and his quality was not any lower than a life and death king's. Another one. Two more. Yichen's expression turned grave. However, he pretended as if nothing had happened on the surface, wholeheartedly training his sword. He didn't even use Death Dao, only using sword moves. Who wants to deal with me? Yichen guessed inwardly. Could it be because of the Sky Scorpio sword? Subconsciously, Yichen thought that a life and death king coveted the Sky Scorpio sword and wanted to kill him for it. However, according to reason, no one in Blood Sky Continent would brazenly come to Eternal Sky Sect and kill him for the sword. After all, the reason Eternal Sky Sect could stand tall for so many years was because a titled monarch had said several hundred years ago that no one was allowed to invade Eternal Sky Sect. Life and death kings and beast kings were naturally among them. In the depths of the void, Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King's soul power penetrated through the spatial barrier and landed on Yichen's body. Peak of the third layer. Wasn't it said that there was only the third layer? Poison Fire King faintly exclaimed. Although the third layer and peak third layer were in the same realm, the difference was not small. At the peak of the third layer, the energy within one's body and flesh would fuse together, allowing one to store much more energy. Moreover, the perfection of one's mental state would allow one's body to utilize energy with greater ease, increasing one's battle strength. Poison Fire King, are you afraid? Blood Hand King sneered. Poison Fire King almost jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on. Blood Hand King, what do you mean? No matter how powerful he is still not a life and death king. I'm merely surprised. Moreover, I advise you not to be careless. He has a supreme grade sword, and even Giant Wolf King is no match for him. Although both of us are stronger than Giant Wolf King, we might be injured if we're not careful. Poison Fire King had always been cautious, and he viewed his own life with extreme importance. If not for the temptation being too great, he wouldn't have rashly come over. Rest assured, I won't be careless no matter who I'm facing. Otherwise, Sky King wouldn't have invited me. Before becoming a life and death king, Blood Hand King was an assassin. As an assassin, the most basic requirement was not to be careless. Even when facing an ordinary person, one's heart had to be as calm as still water. Poison Fire King's mouth twitched. He also knew that Blood Hand King was a frightening person. His frightening was not his strength, but his calm heart. Such a person would either not attack or strike like a thunderbolt. Alright, let's do it. Make sure to use your killing moves. Poison Fire King licked his lips with a sinister expression on his face. Blood Hand King's eyes were as calm as an ancient well, but his indifference was even more frightening. Circulating their Jin Yuan, the two's auras rose. Attack! Gotcha, the space ruptured, and Poison Hand King and Blood Hand King appeared. Their auras had already reached a critical point. Poison Hand King slightly opened his mouth, faintly emitting a purple-red radiance. Blood Hand King's palms turned blood-red like jade, containing a frightening power. Bewitching mirror shattering. They were fast, but Yichen was faster. Just as the two moved, before they could break the space, Yichen took out the Sky Scorpio sword and unsheathed it in an instant. By the time the two broke the space, Yichen's bewitching mirror shattering had already finished storing up power. With a slash, boundless space ripples and sword chi containing the profound of space pervaded, condensed, and solidified. Ugh, Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King, who were sealed in the mirror, looked dazed. What was going on? How did Yichen know that someone was going to attack him? How did he know that they would attack from this position? Coincidence? Even a fool would know that this was not a coincidence. The only explanation was that Yichen had a soul power comparable to a life and death king. By relying on his powerful soul power, he was able to trace their existence and make preparations in advance. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the fact that they were attacked as soon as they came out. Damn it! In less than 1,000th of a blink of an eye, Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King's figures twisted, struggling to break free from the restraint of the frozen space. However, they had underestimated the might of bewitching mirror shattering. Adding on the fact that they were caught unprepared, they wasted a lot of time. By the time they reacted, the mirror had already shattered. It shattered into millions of pieces, each piece like a sharp blade. Poochie 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 poochie, what did it feel like to be cut into pieces? This was the feeling right now. Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King's protective Xianxia was cut open, and cracks appeared on their armors. The places where they weren't wearing defensive artifacts were covered in bloody scars. The masks on their faces were also torn off, revealing their flesh and blood. In a mere instant, the two had suffered a frightening blow. Kid, I'll dismember you into 1,000 pieces. Poison Fire King's roar couldn't even be isolated by the pervading space power. The entire mountain range shook, as if this sound wave had the power to destroy a small mountain range. Still not enough. Using bewitching mirror shattering to injure Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King, not only did the two have to retract their killing moves, but their bodies had also become stiff. However, Yichen knew that this was far from enough. The opponents had undying bodies, and these injuries would quickly recover. By the time they recovered, he would be in danger fighting 1 against 2. His forehead opened, and a silver vertical eye opened. Noiselessly, a silver light beam shot out, ignoring the pervading space power and Poison Fire King's physical defenses, directly drilling into his sea of soul. Amidst Poison Fire King's muffled groan, Yichen didn't stop. Holding the Sky Scorpio sword, his figure flickered, arriving not far from Blood Hand King and thrusting out. Autumn Water Sword Art's second style, Congealing Water. In terms of pure lethality, Congealing Water had already surpassed Bewitching Mirror Shattering. This was because, apart from containing the Metal Profound and Water Profound, it also contained the Death Dao. As the sword stabbed out, the crisis of death enveloped Blood Hand King. Blood Hand King was, after all, an assassin. Be it his mental endurance or reaction speed, he was a bit faster than Poison Fire King. At the moment of imminent peril, he crossed his arms in front of his forehead. Rip, the Sky Scorpio sword pierced through Blood Hand King's crossed arms, only missing an inch. Pung, a rain of light sprinkled down, and Blood Hand King's arms turned into purple crystals, thoroughly shattering. Apart from this, a power of extermination spread through his arms and into his body. It's Death Dao. Blood Hand King didn't reveal a trace of pain on his face, as if the shattered arms weren't his. However, he was somewhat astonished by the Death Dao contained in Yichen's sword. This was far more profound than the Death Dao he had comprehended when he first entered Life and Death Realm. If Yichen comprehended half of the Death Dao and Life Dao, he would be able to enter Life and Death Realm and become a true king. However, Death Dao isn't enough to deal with it. An even more powerful Death Chi erupted from Blood Hand King's body, instantly dispersing Yichen's Death Chi. What a pity! The moment Blood Hand King crossed his arms and blocked the sword, Yichen knew that he had lost the best opportunity to kill him. As a Life and Death King, it was impossible for him to not have comprehended Death Dao. If this sword had pierced Blood Hand King's vitals, Yichen was confident that the combination of Death Dao and Congealing Water would have left Blood Hand King on the verge of death. Seeing that his sword strike had no effect, Yichen hastily retreated and released his powerful sword domain, suppressing the surrounding spatial power and making the might of the sword domain even more frightening. Go! Thousands of cyan-colored swords condensed and shot toward Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King. It was as if 10,000 arrows had been shot at the same time. The intensity was indescribable. Blood Hand King's shattered arms rapidly grew back, and the wounds on his body also healed. Blood Hand King's emotionless eyes fixated on Yi Chen, a trace of apprehension in the depths of his pupils. As an assassin, what he feared the most were those whose minds were as calm as an ancient well, able to display their strength to the limit, or even surpass it. Without a doubt, Yi Chen was this kind of person. From the moment they were restrained, the opponent's attacks came one after another, each of them extremely dangerous. As long as they were the slightest bit careless, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was hard to imagine how Yi Chen could come up with such a meticulous plan in such a short time. Clang clang clang, the protective Zhen Yuan of a life and death king was extremely sturdy. The thousands of swords were all bounced off, and each spark could melt a large amount of mountain rocks. I made a mistake. I should have targeted someone else. Blood Hand King's mental fortitude and reaction speed astonished Yi Chen. On the other hand, the other person was much worse in this aspect, only at the level of an ordinary life and death king. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on Yi Chen. Yi Chen hadn't studied these two's characters. If he had, he wouldn't have chosen this person as his first target. Puff, a silver light shot out as Yi Chen unleashed a soul light at Blood Hand King. Under the suppression of sword domain, no matter how fast Blood Hand King's reaction speed was, his body couldn't keep up. Therefore, the soul light charged into his sea of soul. His face slightly pale, Blood Hand King's expression was somewhat absent-minded. The soul membrane of a life and death king was extremely powerful, but Yi Chen's innate ability, soul light, was also not to be underestimated. Under the impact of the soul light, the membrane trembled, and his soul felt dizzy. Kill. Since Blood Hand King was his first target, Yi Chen wouldn't change his mind. Moreover, it would be difficult for him to use soul light a third time. If not for his immortal sword soul reaching the fifth step and resonating with the fifth step destruction sword soul, his soul power would have been completely depleted, and his condition would have dropped to a frightening level. And now, the soul power in his sea of soul was less than a tenth of what it used to be, and it was at a dangerous level. Like a sword light, Yi Chen shot straight at Blood Hand King. The existence of sword domain made his speed even faster and harder to capture. In an instant, the distance between him and Blood Hand King was less than 10 meters. A sword pierced out. Congealing water. Kid, die for me. Poison Fire King had already recovered from the dizziness. While using his protective Zhen Yuan to resist the myriad swords, he slightly opened his mouth, and a purple-red light flickered before shooting out. Fused profound martial skill, poison fire explosion. I have to kill him. Yi Chen's face was filled with killing intent as he completely disregarded Poison Fire King's frightening attack. His sword pierced Blood Hand King's forehead, and a burst of energy combined with death chi exploded in Blood Hand King's head. Pung, Blood Hand King's head exploded, his life force gone. In the next moment, Poison Fire King's attack also landed on Yi Chen's body, creating a violent explosion. The purple-red flame was not only scorching hot but also contained intense fire poison. The location of the battle was thousands of miles away from the main peak of Xianxia Martial School, but everyone in the school could feel waves of horrifying power being transmitted through the air. The howling wind had even blown down the trees on the surrounding mountains, uprooting the flowers and grasses, and then turning them into dust. This is a battle between kings. Li Zhongfeng's pupils shrank as he muttered. Sect leader, is Elder Yi cultivating in the core of the mountain range? Us? Gao Ziyuan's face was filled with worry. What can we do? The great elder smiled bitterly. A casual attack from a life and death king can annihilate the entire sect. We can only pray that Elder Yi can turn misfortune into fortune and repel the invading kings. The news of Yi Chen heavily injuring Giant Wolf King had long since reached Eternal Sky Sect. Everyone in Eternal Sky Sect was filled with reverence for Yi Chen, regarding him as an existence comparable to ordinary kings. Bang, all of a sudden, the earth shook, and a lot of buildings on the main peak of the school collapsed. In the next moment, a huge purple-red fireball rose 1,000 li away. Even from 1,000 li away, it seemed as if it was right in front of one's eyes. Swish, as the fireball rose, a beam of light tore through the sky and pierced through the main peak's main hall, leaving a pitch-black hole in the ground. What's this? Everybody was startled. It looks like a sword? Li Zhongfeng's heart skipped a beat. Making a prompt decision, he slammed his palm on the ground. Puff. The beam of light flew out, revealing a sword sheath. It's Elder Ye's sword sheath. Someone recognized it. The evil vanquishing sword at Yi Chen's waist was something everyone had seen many times. Holding the sword sheath, Li Zhongfeng's expression became even more worried. This battle was definitely better than the one with Giant Wolf King. Otherwise, the sword sheath wouldn't have flown out. As the fireball rose, Poison Fire King was incomparably happy. The poison fire explosion was one of his most powerful ace attacks. Not to mention a little guy at the peak of the third layer of Life and Death challenge, even Life and Death realm warriors at the same level would not dare to use their bodies to resist it. He was sure that Yi Chen would die without a complete corpse. What a pity for Blood Hand King. Poison Fire King could not understand why Yi Chen would risk his life to kill Blood Hand King. The fireball gradually shrank, its color changing from purplish red to dark red, then from dark red to orange red. Then, with a poof, it dissipated into nothingness, as if it had never existed. Only the huge crater and lava on the ground could prove the authenticity of what had just happened. Impossible. Poison Fire King's expression changed. He saw Yi Chen. Yi Chen was wielding two swords. In the air, Yi Chen's appearance could only be described as miserable. His two swords were crisscrossed between his head and chest. Apart from his head and torso, the rest of his body was scorched black. His legs were even missing. From the outside, the two arms holding the evil vanquishing sword and Sky Scorpio sword looked no different from charcoal. Indistinctly, crackling sounds could be heard coming from within his arms. The instant he killed Blood Hand King, Yi Chen immediately switched from offense to defense. The Destruction Sword Intent was replaced by the Immortal Sword Intent. Immortal Sword Intent focused on suppression and defense. Even so, he could only protect the most important parts of his body. His legs were directly burnt to ashes, and even the evil vanquishing sword sheath was sent flying to God knows where. Whoosh, all of a sudden, Yi Chen's arms turned into two balls of fire, burning into nothingness. Losing control of the two swords, the evil vanquishing sword and Sky Scorpio sword fell down, along with the storage ring. It's mine. Poison Fire King's attention shifted to the Sky Scorpio sword. His figure flickered, ready to pounce. Sword Snake Art. The evil vanquishing sword and Sky Scorpio sword faintly trembled, each turning into 33 sword phantoms. A total of 66 sword phantoms formed two sword phantoms flickering with cold light, twisting toward Poison Fire King. Poison Fire King managed to block the evil vanquishing sword, but not the Sky Scorpio sword. His arms and legs were shredded into bloody mist. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, he spat out a flame from his mouth, repelling the sword image aimed at his head. Sky Scorpio sword and evil vanquishing sword flew back, hovering above Yi Chen's head. Flesh and blood squirmed, bones sprouted, and Yi Chen's arms and legs grew back. Raising his right hand, the storage ring automatically appeared on his finger. With a flicker of light, Yi Chen changed into a new set of blue clothes. Limb rebirth? Poison Fire King couldn't control his shock and blurted out. Damn Sky King. You didn't even find out such important information. Poison Fire King hated Sky King to the bone. Yi Chen was indeed not a life and death king, but his soul power was comparable to a life and death king's. Moreover, he had comprehended Death Dao, and even Limb Rebirth. If they continued fighting, he didn't know what new ability Yi Chen would use. However, thinking about it, Poison Fire King felt that he couldn't blame Sky King. These abilities of Yi Chen were extremely powerful, and he wouldn't casually reveal them. Thus, Sky King's failure to find out was quite normal. Activating Undying Body, Poison Fire King's 4 limbs grew back, and he also changed into a new set of clothes. Yi Chen, seems like we've all underestimated you. Poison Fire King looked at Yi Chen with apprehension. Who are you? Yi Chen asked. He had always been concealing his abilities. He wouldn't reveal all of his trump cards until the critical moment. Just like in the secret realm, he didn't reveal Bewitching Mirror Shattering. He knew that if he didn't pay attention to these details, it would be too late for regrets at the critical moment. Who I am is not important. What's important is that today, you'll die without a doubt. Poison Fire King didn't believe that he wasn't injured at all. Apart from pure killing power, his poison fire explosion also contained intense fire poison. This fire poison was like maggots in one's bones, extremely difficult to remove. Once it attacked the heart, even a peak life and death king would find it hard to save him. Is that so? As he spoke, Yichen took out a white fruit from his storage ring. This was the fruit of life and death's secret realm, containing a large amount of life qi. Just as Poison Fire King had expected, his body was indeed filled with fire poison that was difficult to remove. This fire poison was constantly devouring his life force and attacking his heart. Chewing the fruit of life, it turned into life liquid and entered his internal organs, replenishing his lost life force. Yichen let out a breath. For the time being, his life was no longer in danger. With your Jin Yuan, using Undying Body should consume a lot of energy, right? Thinking of something, Poison Fire King grinned. Try it and you'll know. Activating his soul power, the Sky Scorpio Sword and Evil Vanquishing Sword landed in Yichen's hands. Fine, I'll give it a try. Poison Fire Explosion. Poison Fire King was extremely sinister. Opening his mouth, he spat out a killing move. A purplish-red flame pillar shot out, causing the space to boil and bubble. Extinguish. Yichen raised the Sky Scorpio Sword and slashed. Buzz, the space distorted and solidified, sealing the purplish-red flame pillar and shattering it into thousands of pieces. Let's see how long you can last. Poison Fire King clearly wanted to exhaust Yichen's Jin Yuan. Opening his mouth, he spat out purplish-red flame pillar after purplish-red flame pillar, bombarding Yichen from several li away. He didn't dare to get too close to Yichen. Yichen's soul light left a lingering fear in his heart. Bloodhand King had also been struck by the soul light, causing his soul to feel dizzy. Otherwise, with Yichen's strength, how could he have instantly killed Bloodhand King? Yichen's soul light was simply not inferior to a heaven-grade high-step soul secret art at great completion. Humph. Yichen coldly snorted. Poison Fire King thought he didn't have much Jin Yuan left, but in fact, he still had 60 to 70% of it. Recovering the Undying Body only used 30%. However, this didn't mean he could use it as he pleased. The fire poison didn't seem to be able to threaten Yichen at the moment, but it still held back half of his Jin Yuan. Otherwise, without the suppression of Jin Yuan, the fire poison would attack his heart, and he wouldn't even need Poison Fire King to kill him. Congealing water. Switching to the Evil Vanquishing Sword, Yichen stabbed out with the Sky Scorpio Sword in his right hand. A purple water-like sword energy pierced through the void and attacked Poison Fire King. Poison Fire King jumped in fright. Multitasking, perfect multitasking? Multitasking was something many people could accomplish, but to perfectly multitask like Yichen, executing different moves with both hands at the same time, was something few could accomplish. Even Poison Fire King admitted that he couldn't do it. Poison Fire Barrier. His left hand drew a semicircle, condensing an arc-shaped purple barrier in front of Poison Fire King. Pung, the water-like sword energy struck the purple barrier, causing circular ripples. With a muffled groan, Poison Fire King took several steps back. The poison fire flame explosion he was about to prepare was stopped. Now's the time. Yichen rapidly approached. With the bewitching mirror shattering in his left hand and congealing water in his right, it was as if he had turned into two people, fiercely attacking Poison Fire King. Pung 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 pung. Poison Fire King retreated again and again, blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. How much Jin Yuan does this kid have? Why hasn't the fire poison in his body erupted? Poison Fire King gradually thought of retreating. He had been underestimating Yichen all along. When Yichen didn't act as he expected, he lost confidence. Retreat. The space suddenly exploded as Poison Fire King tried to escape into the void. Bewitching mirror shattering, condense for me. Steam rose from Yichen's body as he used the bewitching mirror shattering with the Sky Scorpio Sword. A hilarious scene unfolded. The Poison Fire King was stuck in the spatial barrier. Half of his body was outside, while the other half was in the void. He looked miserable. Spatial shattering, Poison Fire King's exposed body shattered into thousands of pieces, filling the sky with a purple rain of light. Yichen, you're dead. I will take revenge. From the depths of the void, Poison Fire King's crazed roar resounded. Yichen didn't care about Poison Fire King's words. He spurted out a mouthful of purple-red blood. There wasn't a trace of vitality in it, only fire poison. In fact, he was already at the end of his rope at this point. Just now, he had drawn out a portion of the Xianyuan he used to suppress the fire poison and used the bewitching mirror shattering. However, the fire poison had immediately counterattacked, forcing his Xianyuan to retreat. If Poison Fire King had persisted for a while longer, the one to die would have been Yichen. Unfortunately, the opponent had been scared off. This fire poison is indeed troublesome. Taking out a large amount of Xianyuan crystals, Yichen focused on refining them as he closed his eyes. In the evening, the sun set below the mountain, and the sky darkened. Yichen opened his eyes and slowly let out a mouthful of fire poison qi. My Xianyuan has completely recovered. But, it will not be easy to get rid of the fire poison. Yichen could feel that although the fire poison in his body had been suppressed by the boundless Xianyuan, it was still very tenacious. It was like maggots in one's bones, slowly eating away at his flesh and bones. Although he had already trained to the realm of regrowing broken limbs, it only applied to the limbs. If the injuries on the main body were fatal, it would still be extremely dangerous. Whatever, I won't be able to get rid of the fire poison in a short period of time. But, it should be fine after a while. Yichen did not think much of this fire poison. He was not a normal person, and his body was not ordinary either. A mere fire poison would not be able to kill him. Turning his head, Yichen saw a lot of people. Almost all of the upper echelons of the school had arrived. Elder Yi. Seeing Yichen wake up, Li Zhongfeng let out a sigh of relief. Yichen faintly nodded, I've made you guys worry. Elder Yi, you're being too polite. Elder Ye's misfortune turned into fortune is our school's fortune. Oh right, I wonder who the Life and Death King was? Was it because of our school? Once the battle ended, Li Zhongfeng and the others immediately rushed over. However, Yichen was recovering his Xianyuan, so they waited beside him without disturbing him. Yichen shook his head, I'm not sure either, but it most likely has nothing to do with the school. This was purely his intuition. Alright, I'm going to close up and heal. If there is nothing, don't disturb me. The fire poison remaining in his body was more or less a problem, dragging down a lot of his Xianyuan. Shoo, with a flicker, Yichen flew toward his elder's mountain. Inside the secret room under the great elder's palace, Yichen sat on a stone platform with his legs crossed and a storage ring in his hand. I wonder how much wealth a Life and Death King has? After killing Blood Hand King, Yichen obtained Blood Hand King's storage ring, armor, and gloves. The armor was a peak semi-supreme grade armor, and the gloves were a bit better, pseudo-supreme grade. Life and Death Kings were divided into different levels. Without a doubt, be it Giant Wolf King, Poison Fire King, or Blood Hand King, they were all ordinary Life and Death Kings. Their strength was not too high, and it was quite normal for them not to have supreme grade artifacts. Not everyone had the same fortune as Yichen. Relying on his powerful soul power, Yichen erased Blood Hand King's soul imprint on the ring and sent his soul power inside. Blood Hand King's wealth was quite average. There were more than 30,000 top-grade spirit stones. More than 50 million high-grade spirit stones. There were 3 kinds of supreme-grade materials, the most common supreme-grade metal, star iron, 30 supreme-grade fire cloud stones, and 13 supreme-grade ice stones. Star iron was the most common material for forging supreme-grade artifacts. For example, Yichen had Death Chi iron. However, it was only a small piece, and it wasn't enough to forge a supreme-grade sword. Therefore, he needed to add other metals, and star iron was undoubtedly the most suitable. Although this metal was common, its compatibility was very high. It wouldn't be repelled by other metals, nor would it repel other metals. The amount of star iron in Blood Hand King's storage ring was several tens of thousands of gene, but it was extremely small, only half the size of a human head. On the other hand, among the 3 supreme-grade materials Yichen had bought in Gemstone Islands, there was also a fist-sized chunk of star iron. Adding the 2 together, it was more or less enough to forge a supreme-grade sword. As for fire cloud stone and ice stone, they were also good materials for forging supreme-grade artifacts. Fire Cloud Stone could turn the artifact's attribute into fire, while Ice Stone could turn the artifact into ice. Both were very rare. The other two supreme-grade materials Yi Chen had obtained from Gemstone Islands were an egg-sized beehive iron and a finger-sized red copper. Altogether, Yi Chen had 5 supreme-grade materials. Apart from this, Blood Hand King's storage ring also contained a large amount of upper-grade and semi-supreme-grade materials. This is great. I won't lack materials to forge upper-grade and semi-supreme-grade swords. Although Yi Chen had bought a lot of upper-grade and semi-supreme-grade materials, they couldn't keep up with his consumption. If he wanted to learn upper-grade sword forging art to perfection, this amount of materials was clearly insufficient, not to mention semi-supreme-grade sword forging art. Yi Chen's storage ring was an upper-grade storage ring, even better than Blood Hand King's. After storing all of Blood Hand King's belongings into his own ring, Yi Chen began to take inventory. Spirit Stones, Supreme-grade Spirit Stones, 50,000 in total. Upper-grade Spirit Stones, more than 160 million. 5 Supreme-grade materials, Star Iron, Beehive Iron, Red Copper, Fire Cloud Stone, and Ice Stone. Other precious items were 2 million Jinyuan crystals, a 3,000-year-old upper-grade fire pear tree, and a number of soul stones. These were the most precious items, and even Life and Death Kings might not necessarily have them. Apart from these, Yi Chen's storage ring still contained all sorts of items. Upper-grade materials, upper-grade spirit grasses, artifacts of various grades. Blood Hand King's wealth wasn't that great, but it was easy to understand. At Life and Death Realm, the most important thing was to raise one's cultivation base. If one had something good, they would exchange it with others or buy it with supreme-grade spirit stones. It could be said that the cultivation base of a Life and Death King was a huge fortune in itself. Unfortunately, this fortune had already been digested by him. Huff, faintly letting out a breath, Yi Chen's attention shifted from the storage ring. It's time to expel the fire poison. As long as the fire poison wasn't expelled, it would be a disaster. Yi Chen didn't want to have to divide his Jinyuan to suppress the fire poison while fighting others. Circulating green lotus sword arts, Yi Chen's entire body glowed with a green radiance. This was the sign of Jinyuan and his body fusing, a sign of activating a cultivation technique. From head to toe, there wasn't a single part of his body that didn't contain Jinyuan. Under his inner vision, Yi Chen slightly creased his brows. This fire poison had actually occupied a part of his body. Within the range of the fire poison, all of his cells had been contaminated, turning them into the base of the fire poison. The vitality and Jinyuan in his cells had also become the nourishment of the fire poison, strengthening its power. Raising his inner vision to the limit, Yi Chen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The fire poison seemed to be suppressed by his boundless Jinyuan, but what made his scalp go numb was that any Jinyuan that came in contact with the fire poison was being transformed into fire poison. This process was very minute, so minute that it was almost undetectable. Seems like I've underestimated the fire poison's harmfulness. Yi Chen thought for a bit, then took out a few ice-attributed upper-grade spirit plants from his storage ring, chewed them up, and swallowed them. The ice-cold spirit liquid slowly spread to his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, his limbs, and hundreds of meridians. Only the fire poison was excluded. Fortunately, with the effect of the ice-cold spirit liquid, the fire poison's devouring of Jinyuan and life force slowed down. Seeing this, Yi Chen swallowed dozens of ice-attributed upper-grade spirit plants, causing his body to cool down. His body temperature dropped to below a normal person's, just like a block of ice. There are no more ice-attributed upper-grade spirit plants. I'm afraid it will be hard to suppress. Only now did Yi Chen pay attention to the fire poison. This fire poison was vastly different from the ordinary ones. Right, let's see if the extreme-grade ice stone will work. Yi Chen didn't dare to swallow the ice stone, but he could wear it on his body to affect the fire poison. So cold. Holding the ice stone in his hand was fine, since he could use Jinyuan to resist the low temperature. However, Yi Chen needed the ice stone to suppress the fire poison, so he naturally wouldn't use Jinyuan to repel it. The surface of his skin was covered in a layer of frost. If an astral-reaching expert were to approach Yi Chen at this moment, they would immediately suffer from frostbite. If they were too close, they might even be frozen into an ice sculpture, without any vitality. Enduring the bone-chilling cold, Yichen smiled bitterly and took out the painting. Perhaps Senior Yuan Emperor knows what's going on with this fire poison? The painting unfolded, and Yichen poured in Jin Yuan. Buzz, the ink figure on the way came to life, turning around and walking out of the painting. What's the trouble now? Yuan Emperor's image asked subconsciously. Yichen said, Senior Yuan Emperor, do you know what kind of fire poison is in my body? In fact, there was no need for Yichen to ask. Yuan Emperor's image had already sensed Yichen's abnormality. The latter's body temperature was even lower than an iceberg. If this continued, he would freeze to death. Placing his palm on Yichen's shoulder, Yuan Emperor's image poured a strand of Jin Yuan into Yichen's body. After a long while, he said solemnly, this is star fire poison. Star fire poison? Yichen didn't understand. Yuan Emperor's image explained, in the core of a star, apart from the high temperature, there is also a frightening fire poison. Normally, this fire poison wouldn't gather together, and would be very scattered. However, as time passes, the fire poison in the core of the star would gather together, forming a star poison fire drill. This star poison fire drill has an extremely high density of fire poison. Gradually, it mutated, turning into a strange poison that's hard to remove. Who did you fight with? How strong was he? Yuan Emperor's image asked. An ordinary life and death king. Poison Fire King was not a powerful life and death king. He was only a bit stronger than Giant Wolf King. The Yuan Emperor's image said, with his strength, it's impossible for him to cultivate the poison and fire profundities to a high level, and it's impossible for him to create something comparable to the star fire poison. If I'm not wrong, he definitely has the star poison fire drill, and he's using the star poison to fuse with his own strength to attack you. Star poison fire drills fire poison, no wonder. Yichen suddenly understood. Poison Fire King was a human, but he was using his mouth to spit out energy. He should have a star poison fire drill inside his body to complement his attack. Then, how do I remove it? Yuan Emperor's image shook his head, it's very difficult. If I weren't dead, removing the star fire poison would be very simple. However, although I have a large amount of Jin Yuan sealed in my body, I'm not a living person. If I forcibly remove the poison for you, a single mistake would cause your body to collapse. Only if you can cultivate broken limb regrowth to the late stage would I dare to try. But, if you can cultivate it to the late stage, perhaps you won't need my help. You can slowly remove it, and you'll eventually succeed. Of course, it's not like there's no other way. I can think of at least 4. Yuan Emperor was, after all, a peerless figure who could shake heaven and earth. His strength could be ranked at the forefront of titled monarchs since ancient times. With such high strength, his knowledge was naturally not lacking. Which 4? Yichen asked. The first is to raise the spirit body's rank. You're currently at the 4th step. If you raise it to the 5th step, the starfire poison will be easily removed. You should also know that the spirit body is harder to raise with each step. 4th step spirit body is only the ordinary standard for life and death kings, while 5th step spirit body is the average. The difference between the 4th and 5th step is huge, and the poison resistance will also increase by 10-fold. 5th step spirit body, easier said than done. Yichen smiled bitterly. The reason he could raise his spirit body to the 4th step was thanks to the 5,000 years old Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit. Without it, it would have taken him several months or even half a year to raise his spirit body's rank. Raising his spirit body to the 5th step would be several times more difficult than entering life and death realm. Yuan Emperor's projection naturally knew how difficult it was to raise the spirit body's rank, so he smiled, raising it through normal means is unlikely. It would take too much time, and the starfire poison would have long entered your heart. What I'm saying is to find some treasures that can raise the spirit body's rank, such as the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit or the Dragon Scale Fruit. Of course, if you can find the fresh blood of a giant dragon king, the effect wouldn't be any worse than the Dragon Scale Fruit. Giant Dragon King. Yi Chen's brows twitched. Su Jing was a golden dragon, so she more or less met the requirements. However, Su Jing hadn't completely transformed into a golden dragon, and she wasn't a giant dragon king either. By the time she met the requirements, it would be too late. What about the second? The first was too difficult. Whether it was the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit, Dragon Scale Fruit, or Giant Dragon King's Fresh Blood, they were all extremely difficult. The second is relatively easier. Become a life and death king. Yuan Emperor smiled and continued, wait until you become a life and death king. Not to mention purifying your Jin Yuan to king grade, your undying body will also reach flesh and blood derivation realm. A mere star fire poison will be no different from impurities. This was indeed a little simpler. It was easier than cultivating the immortal body to the later stages of limb rebirth. Although it was a different path to the same goal, the way to solve it was different. As long as Yichen comprehended a bit more life Tao, advancing to life and death realm would be 90% certain. Of course, relying on entering life and death realm was a bit risky. Who knew how long it would take? It could be as short as 3 to 5 months, or as long as 3 to 5 years. The third method is the hardest for you, but also the simplest. Raise your destruction sword intent to the 6th level, and use it to eliminate the active star fire poison. Once it's active, the star fire poison will turn into a dead object, which can be easily removed. Eliminating the active star fire poison could already be considered a profound and microscopic level. After all, ordinary people would find it hard to understand that fire poison was a kind of poison. Peak 5th step destruction sword intent. To be honest, you've given me quite a shock. If it were an ordinary poison, it wouldn't be able to do anything to you. If the density of the star fire poison was not high enough, it wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, the density of the star fire poison is too high, and it has mutated into a strange poison. Only an ordinary 7th step sword intent can eliminate its active star fire poison. Converted to your destruction sword intent, it's at the 6th step. Yuan Emperor quite admired Yi Chen. This kind of sword Dao genius with astonishing potential would be a frightening genius even in the ancient and medieval eras. Martial will and sword will were the same as spirit body. The higher one went, the harder it would be to improve. If the 4th step spirit body was the ordinary standard of life and death kings, then the 5th step martial will would be the ordinary standard of life and death kings, and the 6th step martial will would be the average standard. Yi Chen had already surpassed the average standard, because his peak 5th step destruction sword intent was equivalent to a peak 6th step sword intent. This seems a bit better. Hearing these words, Yi Chen faintly nodded. A peak 5th step destruction sword intent alone would be hard to reach the 6th step. However, he was different. He had the 5th step immortal sword intent. The two great sword intents resonated with each other, allowing him to improve at an extremely fast pace. Recently, he had already felt signs of his destruction sword intent advancing. Once his destruction sword intent reached the 6th step, even if Yi Chen's battle strength didn't increase by several folds, it would at least skyrocket. The further one advanced, the greater the gap between the levels. For example, the gap between the 4th and 5th step was not as big as the gap between the 5th and 6th step, and the gap between the 6th and 7th step was not as big as the gap between the 7th and 8th step. Legend had it that at the 9th or even 10th step, each step was like a whole new world. The 4th method is the fastest way to solve your problem, and that is to find a peak king to help you expel the poison. It's best if they have some achievements in dissolving strange poisons. If it doesn't work, find a peak king who cultivates ice profound. These two peak kings can easily dispel the mutated star fire poison without any danger. Right, that demonic human emperor is not bad. She should be able to help you expel the poison. Yuan Emperor Silhouette thought of something. Yuan Emperor's first thought was demonic human emperor, because she was the strongest king he had seen in this era. However, Yi Chen's first thought was Xianxia. Xuanho's strength might not be as good as demonic human emperors, but in terms of dissolving strange poisons, demonic human emperor should be far inferior to her. Every profession had its own specialization, and this principle was applicable everywhere. Let's see how it goes. Rather than looking for demonic human emperor, he might as well look for Xianxia. The former might not agree, but the latter was much more reliable. Although he couldn't return to True Spirit Continent, he could find someone to pass the message. You're right, she might not save you. Yuan Emperor Silhouette nodded. Before that, I'll teach you a great poison dispelling art. Great poison dispelling art? Upon hearing this, Yichen knew that this art was not ordinary at all. Great poison dispelling art is a heaven-grade high-grade art. It can only be used to save people and oneself. Don't look down on it. If not for the lack of time, this art could easily dispel the mutated star fire poison. I'll teach you this art, but you must cultivate it as soon as possible. Only then can you suppress the mutated star fire poison without relying on ice attribute energy. As a peerless figure of his era, Yuan Emperor seemed to know a little bit of everything. The higher one's level was, the greater the danger one would face, and the more bizarre it would be. The less one knew, the less one's ability to survive. The more one knew, the less one had to worry about. This was the so-called having more skills is never a burden. All right. Yichen nodded vigorously. Don't reject it. Yuan Emperor's silhouette pointed at Yichen's forehead. In an instant, a complicated art appeared in Yichen's mind. After 3 breaths, Yuan Emperor's silhouette retracted his finger. Opening his eyes, Yichen said gratefully, "Thank you, Senior. No need to thank me. The stronger you are, the more tricks you have, the greater the hope of preserving Elysium in the future. The unfinished battles of ancient, medieval, and modern times will still depend on you all." Yuan Emperor's silhouette sighed. Yichen knew what Yuan Emperor was talking about, so he asked, "What realm do I need to reach?" "At least my realm." Yichen was silent. A realm like Yuan Emperor's had already disappeared in this era. Of course, just you alone is not enough. In my era, there were a lot of people with the same strength as the demonic human emperor. Even so, once the war broke out, they all fell one by one. The people from the other world are very powerful, some of them are not even weaker than me. If Elysium is a low-level civilization, then they are a high-level civilization. Since the ancient times, we have been fighting against them, fighting for a place for our future generations to live. I hope that this world that belongs to us will continue to exist. Yuan Emperor's silhouette looked at Yichen. The sword in my hand must be stained with the blood of the powerful warriors from the other world. Yichen said seriously. I believe you can do it, but the premise is that you can survive. Finally, you have to remember that powerful warriors grow from killing. No matter if it is the other world or the same world, as long as it is your enemy, do not be soft-hearted. Kill when you need to kill, and if you don't need to kill, you have to lower the threat to the minimum. You should understand what I am saying. Yuan Emperor's silhouette said coldly. Yichen will remember. Right now, Yuan Emperor was the invincible Yuan Emperor. Being soft-hearted was never the right choice, especially in this world where only powerful warriors were respected. Yichen could imagine that when Yuan Emperor climbed to the top, he must have stepped on countless corpses, some from the same world, and some from the other world. I don't think I need to worry. You can comprehend the destruction sword intent, so this shouldn't be a problem. Alright, I've taught you what I should, and I've said what I should. Now, you have to rely on yourself. The primitive emperor's image walked into the climbing heights and seeing far, painting and blended into the ink figure with his back facing the outside world. Putting away the painting, Yichen pondered for a while. Life and death realm is the starting point. The road ahead is still long, but it suits me just fine. Yichen enjoyed the process of growing stronger. The difficulty of cultivating poison conversion grade art was extremely high, and there were many steps as well. In order to get started, one had to first learn how to use the poison conversion grade art to understand the basic composition of any poison, from macroscopic to microscopic. Then, one had to break down the poison, because some strange poisons, once broken down, would not be as harmful. Finally, one had to use the poison conversion grade art to refine it step by step. Of the 3 steps, one could be considered to have gotten started, and the other 2 would be accomplished. Only by accomplishing all of them would one be considered to have minor success. After minor success, one would have to convert the poison conversion grade art into instinct. The reason why one had to convert it into instinct was that some poisons could spread very quickly, and one would have to race against time. If one couldn't, one would naturally lose, and the loss would be one's life. Reaching this step would be considered major success. As for grand completion, it would be the most difficult step. When the poison conversion grade art reached grand completion, one's body would produce a mysterious poison conversion energy. This energy had its own spirituality, and had already fused with one's instinct. The majority of poisons would immediately be broken down upon contact, as if they had met their nemesis. Let's get started first. Sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, Yichen began to cultivate the poison conversion grade art. The grade poison conversion art was worthy of being a high-grade heaven-grade secret art. Its cultivation difficulty was not inferior to the 5-star mid-grade heaven-grade secret art, blood-severing ghost finger. After spending a whole week, Yichen had barely grasped the basics. Through the great poison conversion art, he could observe the basic composition of the variant starfire poison. However, observing was observing, it didn't mean that Yichen could dissect the poison. After another week, Yichen was able to decompose the starfire poison, completing the second step. Unfortunately, he could only dissect the spreading poison, which was the vanguard of the poison. Eradicating the poison was not something that could be done in a day or two. Moreover, while Yichen was dissecting the vanguard, the poison was also transforming into Jinyuan, strengthening itself. Strictly speaking, Yichen's dissecting speed was not as fast as the poison's Jinyuan transformation. As time went on, the poison would grow stronger and stronger, and Yichen would no longer be its opponent. His body would become the domain of the poison. I have to reach the third step and cultivate the great poison conversion art to minor completion. The poison conversion grade art of small perfection could refine the starfire poison that had been broken down. Even if it could not completely eradicate the starfire poison, it could at least prevent the starfire poison from turning into quintessence and strengthening itself. Xiaoqin could use this time to find other methods to eradicate the starfire poison. Blood Sky Continent was the second continent of Elysium. Although it was only half the size of True Spirit Continent, its widest point was 30 million li, and its narrowest point was 18 million li. It was shaped like a huge coconut, and comparing it to a heart was not an exaggeration. Just like True Spirit Continent, Blood Sky Continent was also filled with all kinds of danger zones and forbidden zones. Some of them were so dangerous that even life and death kings would find it hard to survive. Bloodlight Ocean was ranked 4th on Blood Sky Continent. Its name was Bloodlight Ocean, but it was not a real ocean. Bloodlight Ocean was located in the eastern part of Iron Blood region. Blood-colored chi drifted throughout the year, resembling a bloodlight or a blood ocean. Therefore, it was named Bloodlight Ocean. Bloodlight Sea had two superficial dangers. One was blood demons. Bloodlight Ocean was a breeding ground for blood demons. The number of blood demons inside was enormous, and no one knew exactly how many there were. Low-rank blood demons, middle-rank blood demons, high-rank blood demons, blood demon generals, blood demon kings, everything that one could imagine could be found there. Due to the special rules of Bloodlight Ocean and its boundless power, the Blood Sky Continent's demonic beast kings and life and death kings couldn't erase this breeding ground of blood demons. They could only allow it to exist as long as the blood demons didn't come out. The second was the chaotic will. If one stayed in the Bloodlight Sea for a long time, one would be invaded by the chaotic will. If it was light, one would become a lunatic. If it was heavy, one would become bloodthirsty and become a member of the heterogeneous blood devils. Due to the existence of these two great dangers, even though the Bloodlight Sea's ranking wasn't as high as the third-ranked King Grade Forbidden Zone, its reputation was greater than the third-ranked King Grade Forbidden Zone. Just the mention of it would cause one's face to change. Old Chang, this is our second time coming to the Bloodlight Ocean after 100 years. At the entrance of Bloodlight Sea, space shattered, and two middle-aged men walked out. That's right. 100 years have passed, and my descendants have all grown old. Monkey, last time, 4 of us went in, but only 2 came out. This time, you and I must come out alive. The middle-aged man with a long beard, who looked to be in his 50s, sighed emotionally. The middle-aged man called Monkey was not a human, but a monkey that had cultivated into a demonic king. He nodded heavily, definitely. This time, if we come out alive, I will take out the supreme-grade monkey wine that I have kept for more than 200 years to share with you. You should have given me some when you came. So stingy. Fine, for the sake of your supreme-grade monkey wine, I must survive. Otherwise, I will suffer a great loss. If a knowledgeable person was here, he would definitely recognize that the middle-aged man with a long beard and the middle-aged man with a pointy mouth and ape-like chin were the solitary kings of the Blood Sky continent. They were the Anika Spear King and the Iron Monkey King. Although the Anika Spear King and the Iron Monkey King were not of the same race, one was a human, the other a demonic beast, they had a very good relationship. It could be said that they were brothers that had gone through life and death together. 100 years ago, they had another brother who was also a demonic king called the Black-Horned King. Unfortunately, the Black-Horned King had been killed by the Blood Devil King of the Bloodlight Ocean. Come, let's go in. This time, no matter what, we must get a blood crystal flower. The Anika Spear King's figure flashed, entering the Bloodlight Ocean. The Iron Monkey King followed closely behind. A few days later, it rained heavily outside the entrance of the Bloodlight Ocean. The sky was overcast, and dark clouds loomed overhead. Swish! A sword light cut through the sky, speeding over. When it was less than 100 meters away from the entrance, the sword light vanished, and a young figure appeared. He had a head of thick black hair, wearing a loose blue robe. It was Yi Chen. After training the poison-melting great art to the entry level, he was able to suppress the star fire poison for a while. Then, he stopped training and started to prepare for the cure. After asking around, Yi Chen found out that there was a king-grade forbidden zone in the Iron Blood region called Bloodlight Ocean. There was a kind of blood crystal flower that was neither a plant nor a mineral. Eating it could increase the strength of one's spirit body. Depending on the age of the blood crystal flower, the effect would vary. A 10,000 years old blood crystal flower could increase one's spirit body by half a step. Of course, this was only for those below the 5th step. Even 10,000 years old blood crystal flowers would not be able to increase the spirit body from the 5th step to the 6th step. Although the effect of the blood crystal flower was far inferior to the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit, it was something that Yi Chen urgently needed. Even if it couldn't raise his spirit body to the 5th step, it could still strengthen his spirit body and increase his poison resistance. Bloodlight Ocean is a dangerous place even for life and death kings. I don't have to fear the chaotic will as long as it's not too excessive. However, I have to be on guard against blood demon kings. Blood demons were born from blood. They were ever-changing and had no concrete form. When facing an enemy, if they found a flaw, they would turn into a bloodlight and drill into one's body. Even if one had gargantuan skills, one could only die with hatred. However, I must obtain the blood crystal flower. With a flicker, Yi Chen turned into a sword light and entered Bloodlight Ocean. Bloodlight Ocean was like a universe, boundless as far as the eye could see. It was clearly raining outside, but there was not the slightest movement inside. The sky was bright red, and the ground was covered by blood chi currents. The blood chi currents were bobbing up and down, like an unceasingly flowing blood ocean. This ocean was even emitting a blood radiance. What a powerful law! As soon as Yi Chen entered Bloodlight Ocean, he immediately felt his body sink several dozen meters. The pressure and gravitational force acting on his body were 100 times that of the outside world. As for his soul power, it could only spread several dozen li. Fortunately, this Bloodlight Ocean differs from person to person. The rules are not rigid. Bloodlight Ocean adjusted the pressure according to one's cultivation base. For example, if Yi Chen was at the peak of the 3rd layer, the pressure would be 100 times. However, if it were a life and death king, the pressure would be 1,000 times. Thus, the gap between the two did not widen, remaining within the same range. Otherwise, 100 times pressure would be nothing to life and death kings. They could still fly at high speed, and Yi Chen couldn't catch up to them. However, they could easily catch up to Yi Chen. Swish, the blood chi currents condensed, and a blood light pounced at Yi Chen. Die! Yi Chen pointed his finger, and a sword light shattered the blood light. The destruction sword intent prevented the blood light from condensing again. Flying close to the ground, Yi Chen flew toward the depths of Bloodlight Ocean. A day passed, and Yi Chen had a rough understanding of Bloodlight Ocean's details. The blood demons of Bloodlight Ocean were usually hidden within the blood chi currents. Once someone approached and triggered the blood chi currents, they would turn into blood light and attack crazily. If one's luck was bad, and the blood chi currents triggered happened to be the blood demon's body, one would be in for a miserable time, having their flesh and blood sucked dry. Yi Chen had encountered it once. Fortunately, it was only an ordinary blood demon general, which was equivalent to a Sea of Soul realm expert. Moreover, Yi Chen's destruction sword intent and immortal sword intent were its bane. The consequences could be easily imagined. Worthy of being called Bloodlight Ocean. It's too dangerous. Amidst the blood chi currents, Yi Chen sighed. Bloodlight Ocean was filled with blood chi currents. In other words, there could be blood demons hidden everywhere. Encountering blood demons below the Blood Demon King realm was fine, but encountering a Blood Demon King, even Yi Chen would be in mortal danger. After all, he couldn't release his sword domain and sword intent all the time. Rumble, an earth-shattering explosion could be heard from the front. Battle of Kings. Yi Chen's eyes squinted. Let's go take a look. I'll be on guard in the future. The dangers of Bloodlight Ocean were not only visible, but also hidden. Yi Chen didn't know much about them, so he had to learn more to strengthen his survivability. The battlefield was quite far away, so Yi Chen followed the energy ripples. Not wanting to get too close, Yi Chen stopped far away. Open! The vertical silver eye on his forehead opened, and Yi Chen looked over with his soul eye. In his line of sight, 3 figures were engaged in a fierce battle. Boundless energy swept out in all directions, sweeping away the blood chi currents and clearing out an empty space. Of these 3 figures, 2 were clearly from the same group. One wielded a spear and was a human king. The other had transformed into a demonic monkey and was a beast king. The last one had a blood chi current around his body, and his eyes were blood red. It's really a hetero blood demon king. Bloodlight Ocean's chaotic will would have a greater influence on the intruder. If one couldn't endure the invasion of the chaotic will, they would lose their nature and turn into a berserk demon. As time passed, they would suffer the invasion of the blood chi and slowly be transformed into a hetero blood demon, whose danger was no less than that of a blood demon. It should be known that Bloodlight Ocean had existed for countless years. Countless kings had entered and been transformed into hetero blood demon kings by the chaotic will and blood chi. More importantly, according to the observations of observant people, the lifespan of hetero blood demon kings far exceeded 1,000 years. As for how long they could live, it was hard to say. Thus, even if they didn't meet a blood demon king, they would still die if they met a mutant blood demon king. Perhaps they weren't peak kings when they were alive because peak kings wouldn't be affected by the chaotic intent. However, there was another possibility, and that was that a powerful king might not have a strong intent, but his cultivation was ridiculously strong. Boom boom boom, the heterogeneous blood demon king was extremely powerful. It was even stronger than Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King. In a one-on-one fight, Yi Chen was definitely not its match. He could only run away. After all, the soul light was useless against such a heterogeneous blood demon king. Their souls were chaotic and could not be affected by dizziness. Unless the soul light was strong enough to destroy the opponent's soul in one blow. The heterogeneous blood demon king was powerful, but his opponent was not weak either. The spear-wielding human king's strength was similar to Poison Fire King's. Although the demonic monkey king was slightly weaker, it was not by much. The human and the demon worked together and suppressed the heterogeneous blood demon king in a short while. Soul-seeking impermanent spear. The long-bearded middle-aged man roared and thrust his spear. The spear pierced through the heterogeneous blood demon king's head without any trace. Break for me. The demonic monkey king was not big. It was only 3 meters tall. Its body was very agile. In a flash, it appeared behind the heterogeneous blood demon king and slashed down with its claws. Poochie, the heterogeneous blood demon king was dismembered. Blood splattered everywhere. Haha, monkey, well done. The long-bearded middle-aged man kept his spear and stood still. The demonic monkey king turned into human form and laughed. It was also because of your good cooperation. The human and the demon had worked together countless times. They had long formed a tacit understanding. When the two worked together, they could defeat enemies that were much stronger than them. Such a brilliant spear art. It actually contains the wind profound and the cloud profound. These 2 profounds are the most proficient in transformations. When combined, its power might not be comparable to other fused profounds, but it is hard to defend against. In the early days, Yi Chen had also studied the cloud mentality. Later on, he switched to studying the thunder mentality, which was related to the cloud mentality. But, he had limited energy, so it was impossible for him to study everything. He could only choose the one that was most useful to him, and study it when he had more time. Of course, after so many years, the cloud intent had also advanced to the cloud profound. It was only 10% of the realm. Closing his soul eye, Yichen turned and left. The bloodlight ocean was boundless. The space inside was huge, far beyond what the outside world could see. As time passed, Yichen had already stayed in the bloodlight ocean for 3 days. During these 3 days, he could clearly feel a chaotic will trying to invade his soul sea and infect his soul. His soul membrane could only defend against soul power, but it was helpless against a will attack. Fortunately, he still had the Destruction Sword Soul and the Immortal Sword Soul in his Sea of Soul. The 2 rank 5 Sword Souls were guarding the Sea of Soul. Once the chaotic will invaded, it was immediately minced into nothingness. The chaotic will was nothing to him. In these 3 days, he had encountered true danger twice. The first time was when he was surrounded by blood demon generals. Thousands of blood demon generals charged at him, causing blood light to flutter in the air. The second time was when he encountered a hetero blood demon king wandering around bloodlight ocean. Its strength was not weaker than the hetero blood demon king he encountered 3 days ago, and was even slightly stronger. Facing thousands of blood demon generals, Yichen used all his means and consumed a third of his Jin Yuan to kill half of them before escaping. Facing the blood demon, Yichen didn't have any other thoughts, so he directly fled. In a one-on-one battle, he was not the opponent of the blood demon. Tangling with it would only waste his Jin Yuan, which was not worth it. He didn't come to Bloodlight Ocean to fight, but for the Blood Crystal Flower. Bloodlight Ocean space is extremely sturdy. I can't travel through space. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape from the blood demon. Walking on the road, Yichen kept his soul power at all times. But, this won't do. If I want to roam the King Grade Forbidden Zone, it's best to raise my cultivation to life and death realm. Otherwise, I might die. One had to be alive to enjoy opportunities. If the danger was too great, death would be inevitable. Yeah, there's a mountain range here. Yichen stopped and sensed with his soul power. There was a mountain range 20 li ahead. In the Bloodlight Ocean, there were very few mountain ranges. Most of them were plains and hills, and the blood crystal flower would normally grow in the mountain ranges. It could be underground, on the cliff of a mountain peak, or at the bottom of a lake in the mountain range. In short, the blood crystal flower would appear anywhere in the mountain range, and it didn't need a specific environment. Since there's a mountain range, there must be a blood crystal flower. Let's go in. Dispelling distracting thoughts, Yichen's gaze turned sharp as he cautiously entered the mountain range. Since Yichen's soul power could only extend a few dozen li, Yichen couldn't see how big the mountain range was or what the environment was like. He could only take one step at a time. The place Yichen entered was a canyon. The canyon towered into the clouds. Looking up, one could only see a sliver of the sky. It was extremely gloomy and quiet. Swish. 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 After walking for 7 li, a dozen bloodlights suddenly shot at Yichen. Sword domain. Yichen didn't panic in the face of danger. He released his sword domain, and the enormous sword pressure caused the bloodlights to slow down. Unsheathing the evil vanquishing sword, Yichen slashed one after another. His powerful sword chi tore apart the bloodlights, while his destruction sword intent made them unable to reform and gradually dissipate. Jia. The true threat had arrived. The blood chi in front of Yichen converged, forming a blood devil king. This blood devil king's arms were like bamboo poles, extremely thin and long. Its palms were like eagle claws, incomparably sharp. Swish, with an air-piercing sound, Blood Demon King's right arm rapidly lengthened and turned into a blood-colored drill, drilling toward Yichen's forehead at a speed as fast as blood-colored lightning. Ding, raising the evil vanquishing sword, Yichen blocked the Blood Devil King's sneak attack. But the Blood Devil King's terror lay in its ability to change its shape at will. After the Blood Devil King's right arm was deflected, it lengthened once more and coiled around Yichen like a red thread. Extinguish. Yichen didn't dare to be careless. He executed bewitching mirror shattering, sealing the red thread in a spatial mirror and shattering it into thousands of pieces. Congealing water. Like a sword light, Yichen flew close to the ground and thrust his sword out. Blood Demon King sneered and unexpectedly ignored Yichen's sword. His body rapidly turned into a blood-colored hedgehog, each spike several hundred meters long, and launched a full-range attack. PFFF, Yichen's congealing water landed on the Blood Devil King's body first. A burst of power instantly tore the Blood Devil King's body apart. Sword intent and death chi gushed out, completely extinguishing the Blood Devil King's vitality. A low-level Blood Devil King. There's no way it can resist my congealing water. Yichen had a natural advantage over Blood Devil Kings. Firstly, the evil vanquishing sword contained an innate suppressive power. Secondly, Yichen's peak 5th step destruction sword intent was a great killing weapon for the Blood Devil King. Struck by an attack containing destruction sword intent, the Blood Devil King would find it hard to reform its body, unless it was a mid or high-level Blood Devil King. Thirdly, Yichen had already comprehended Death Dao. In this aspect, he was no weaker than ordinary life and death kings. With these three advantages, even some life and death kings stronger than Yichen couldn't kill a low-level Blood Devil King as easily as Yichen. Plop, with the Blood Devil King's death, a blood-colored crystal fell on the ground. Blood Demon Crystal. Yichen extended his hand and sucked the crystal into his hand. Blood Demon Crystal was a supreme-grade material that could only be nurtured within a Blood Devil King's body. Inside a Blood Devil King's body, it didn't have a solid body. It could disperse and reform like the Blood Devil King at any time. However, once a Blood Devil King died, the crystal could no longer disperse and turned into a solid body. As a top-grade material, the Blood Demon Crystal had great uses. It could not only make up for one's own losses, replenish one's vitality, but also enhance the strength of one's spirit body. Moreover, it could be used as a material for forging treasures. If a treasure was integrated with the Blood Demon Crystal, it could absorb the opponent's vitality while attacking to replenish one's own losses. It was extremely overbearing. Although life and death kings already had an undying body, with their flesh, bones, and Zhenyuan fused into one, before reaching the flesh derivation realm, using the undying body too many times wouldn't be able to bear it. At this moment, the body was still the dominant factor, and not Zhenyuan. Therefore, Blood Demon Crystal was extremely useful for life and death kings at the Limb Rebirth realm. Of course, if one reached the flesh derivation realm, it wouldn't be a problem. Blood Demon Crystal could strengthen one's spirit body. Nobody would think that their spirit body was strong enough. 4th step spirit body could be upgraded to 5th step, and 5th step spirit body could be upgraded to 6th step. Finally, when one felt that ordinary Blood Demon Crystal could no longer strengthen one's spirit body, one could use it as a material and fuse it with other metals to forge an artifact. In short, Blood Demon Crystal was a low-end commodity among life and death kings. A low-level Blood Demon Crystal was not inferior to a high-grade semi-supreme grade artifact. A mid-level Blood Demon Crystal was equivalent to a pseudo-supreme grade artifact. High-level was equivalent to a supreme grade artifact. Many people came to the Bloodlight Ocean not only because of the Blood Crystal Flower, but also because of the existence of the Blood Demon King. If they could obtain a primary Blood Demon Crystal, it could be considered a harvest, even if it was not as valuable as the Blood Crystal Flower. Of course, if one wanted to obtain something, one had to pay a price. Ordinary life and death kings would find it hard to kill a low-level Blood Demon King, unless they were like Yichen and possessed the Evil Shattering Sword, Destruction Sword Intent, or Immortal Sword Intent. Otherwise, if they encountered a Blood Demon King in Bloodlight Ocean, their chances of dying would be extremely high. As for peak kings and titled monarchs, the majority of them didn't care about low-level or mid-level Blood Demon Crystals. Rather than coming to Bloodlight Ocean, they might as well go to better places to try their luck and obtain better treasures. Of course, for their disciples and descendants, they might make a trip here sometimes. However, the chances of encountering them were simply too small, perhaps not even once in several hundred years. After obtaining the low-level Blood Demon Crystal, Yichen left the canyon and found a seemingly safe place to refine it, strengthening his spirit body. As expected of the Blood Demon Crystal, it allowed my spirit body to improve a little from the peak of the 4th step. It's a pity that the low-level blood demon crystal can only help a fourth-step spirit body. The higher one's spirit body was, the harder it was to improve. The low-level blood demon crystal was still useful to Yi Chen, as it could improve the strength of his spirit body. However, for a fifth-step spirit body, it was useless no matter how many low-level blood demon crystals he had. This was because the human body had resistance. Using the same thing too many times would cause resistance and rejection. In the end, there would be no effect at all. It was like taking medicine. If one took too many of the same medicine, the effect would be minimal. Of course, although the low-level blood demon crystal couldn't improve Yi Chen's spirit body to the fifth step, it could push his fourth-step spirit body to the limit. The more he refined, the easier it would be for him to break through to the fifth-step spirit body. After all, most of the time, he still had to rely on himself to break through. Heavenly treasures weren't easy to find, and those that could improve the spirit body were even rarer. Senior Yuan Sovereign is right. The stronger the spirit body, the stronger the poison resistance. My spirit body has only improved a little. It may not seem like a big improvement, but I can feel that the starfire poison is less harmful to me. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen stood up with a smile on his face. Let's not worry about this for now. I'll continue looking for blood crystal flowers and try my luck to see if I can encounter other low-level blood demon kings. There were strong and weak low-level blood demon kings. Yi Chen wasn't a match for the strong ones, but at least he had a chance to escape. With the existence of Sword Domain, he could suppress the opponent's speed. Of course, it would be best if he didn't encounter a mid-level blood demon king. After passing through the canyon, Yi Chen arrived at the interior of the mountain range. Blood crystal flowers don't grow at a fixed location. It won't be easy to find them on the surface. I can use my soul power to search for them, but underground is a bit troublesome. On the surface of Bloodlight Ocean, Yi Chen's soul power could cover dozens of li. However, under the ground, the effect was dozens of times weaker, only able to penetrate 1 li or 2. Yi Chen couldn't even detect a blood crystal flower that was a bit deeper underground. Perhaps, there might even be a blood crystal flower several li under his feet. I can only try my luck. Yi Chen flew at a constant speed. In the mountain range, the terrain was complex. There were waterfalls, lakes, forests, but most of them were barren mountains. After passing by a barren mountain, Yi Chen suddenly stopped. It's a blood crystal flower fragment. On the barren mountain, a blood-red crystal was emitting a dazzling light. Picking up the blood-red crystal, Yi Chen sighed inwardly. Once the blood crystal flower was shattered, the effect would be reduced to 1% at most. Only a whole blood crystal flower would have a huge effect. Looking at the desolate mountain, Yi Chen understood that a fierce battle must have taken place here. Otherwise, no one would destroy the integrity of the blood crystal flower. After throwing away the blood crystal flower shards, Yi Chen continued to fly at a constant speed. 3 days later, Yi Chen had explored more than half of the mountain range. Yes. He is a low-level blood devil king. His opponent is a demon king. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. With the evil vanquishing sword and destruction sword intent, he was destined to be the nemesis of most low-level blood devil kings. Dozens of li away, a low-level blood devil king was fighting with a dog-type demon king. The dog-type demon king was only an ordinary demon king, and his strength was inferior to Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King. He was in a very sorry state. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't escape the pursuit of the Blood Devil King. He could only passively resist, roaring continuously. Damn it! The dog-type demon monarch roared and spat out a ball of light. The light sphere exploded, and half of the Blood Devil King's body was blown to pieces. But soon, the body reformed. Taking advantage of the short pause after the dog-type demon king used his trump card, the light sphere turned into a blood light and drilled into the dog-type demon king's body. Ah! The dog-type demon king's body shriveled at a visible speed. In the next moment, the blood light drilled out of the dog-type demon king's body, and its aura became even more powerful. Kill! With no time to lose, Yi Chen rushed forward. The Blood Devil King also discovered Yi Chen, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he also rushed forward. The two rapidly approached each other. When they were only a kilometer away, Yi Chen released his sword domain, and a powerful sword pressure acted on the Blood Devil King's body, reducing his speed. Congealing water. Unsheathing the evil vanquishing sword, Yichen attacked. Pucci, half of the Blood Devil King's body shattered, unable to reform. Although the remaining half of the Blood Devil King didn't die, his aura was much weaker. Fear flashed across his face as he quickly fled to the right. Unfortunately, the existence of the sword domain prevented him from displaying even half of his speed. Die. Bewitching mirror shattering was used, and the escaping Blood Devil King was shattered into thousands of pieces. A low-level Blood Devil crystal fell down. My luck is not bad. Another one. Reaching out his hand, Yichen sucked the Blood Devil crystal over with a satisfied expression. I have to find a place to refine the Blood Devil crystal and increase the strength of my spirit body. Yichen was used to fighting steadily. This bloodlight ocean was filled with dangers, and if he could increase his survivability a little bit, it would be good. The stronger his spirit body, the stronger his physical defense. Not good. Just as he was about to leave, Yichen became vigilant and soared into the sky. Rumble, a huge gully appeared on the ground below. Blood-red flames burned fiercely, burning the ground of the bloodlight ocean into blood-red crystals. The temperature was astonishing. In the distance, a blood-red light sped over. It wasn't a pure Blood Devil King, but a variant Blood Devil King. That was close. If I was a little slower, I would have been crippled even if I didn't die. In the air, Yichen narrowed his eyes, sizing up the variant Blood Devil King that attacked him. This mutant Blood Devil King was not a human, but a mantis demon king. That attack just now was launched with its scythe-like appendages, and it was shaped like a blade light. This mantis fey king has wings on its back and is very fast. It won't be easy to shake it off. If it attracts the attention of other Blood Devil Kings or variant Blood Devil Kings, I'll be in trouble. Previously, Yichen had been able to escape the pursuit of a variant Blood Devil King because that variant Blood Devil King was only slightly faster than him. Moreover, it was suppressed by sword domain and couldn't increase its speed. That was why Yichen was able to escape. On the other hand, this mantis fey king was twice as fast as Yichen. Even sword domain couldn't shake it off. Since that's the case, we can only fight it out. The mantis fey king was indeed much stronger than the poison fire king, but it was still within Yichen's range. In a one-on-one battle, Yichen felt that he could give it a try. Sword domain attack. Azure swords condensed one after another. With a thought from Yichen, the azure swords shot out, covering the sky as they attacked the mantis fey king, preventing him from approaching. Clang! 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 The mantis fey king's two appendages were like two huge scythes. With a casual wave, a blood-colored light screen appeared. The azure swords were immediately sent flying when they collided with the light screen. Bewitching mirror shattering. Space distorted and compressed, turning into a mirror that sealed the mantis fey king inside. Shortly after, the mirror shattered as sharp spatial blades crazily cut at the mantis fey king's body. This variant Blood Devil King is also restrained by evil vanquishing power and destruction sword intent. Yichen revealed a trace of joy. The wounds on the mantis fey king's body couldn't be completely healed. Even with his undying body, his wounds were still extremely heavy. Of course, the variant Blood Devil King wasn't a pure Blood Devil King after all, so the restraint wasn't that great. If it were a pure Blood Devil King, it probably wouldn't even have 50% of its fighting strength left. Chi, the mantis fey king, was extremely powerful. While being attacked, he also slashed out a blood-red flame pillar. Yichen hastily raised his sword to block. Boom, the blood-red flame erupted, and Yichen was sent flying 7 to 8 li. Opening his mouth, he spurted out a mouthful of steaming blood mist. So powerful. I'm afraid he's an extremely powerful existence even among low-step variant Blood Devil Kings. Ordinary life and death kings were also called low-step kings, which corresponded to low-step Blood Devil Kings and low-step variant Blood Devil Kings. Poison Fire King was merely a mid-level existence among low-step kings, and as for Giant Wolf King, he was a low-level existence. As for Mantis Fey King, he was a human king, and was more or less a high-level king. But, I have sword domain. I can at least suppress him a little. Activating sword domain to the limit, the immense sword pressure caused the space of blood-light ocean to become even more firm. Mantis Fey King's appendages gradually became more strenuous, becoming somewhat slower than before. Break for me. Exchanging his evil vanquishing sword for Sky Scorpio sword, Yichen slashed out. Sky Scorpio sword was, after all, Sky Scorpio sword. The sword energy it emitted caused one of Mantis Fey King's appendages to crystallize and shatter. Buzz, right at this moment, Mantis Fey King also went berserk. The several thin wings on his back suddenly vibrated, and a blood-red thread flew over. Not good. The blood-red thread was too fast. Yichen couldn't dodge it completely, and his left arm was chopped off. Recover. After regrowing his left arm, Yichen gravely sized up Mantis Fey King. This was his first time clashing head-on with such a powerful opponent, and he didn't have the slightest confidence of victory. Truly, one can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. The genius that several lords want to deal with actually appeared in Bloodlight Ocean and coincidentally ran into me. At an unknown time, a figure was standing on a mountain peak 10 li away. Eh? To be able to contend against a high-level low-step variant Blood Devil King, no wonder the lords listed him as a must-kill target. Once he enters life and death realm, I'm afraid even if my main body personally comes, I won't be able to do anything to him. In time, he'll definitely become another Shenhe. Let's use a soul attack to kill him. A sinister grin appeared on the figure's face as he squinted his eyes. From between his brows, a formless soul power shot out like an arrow, targeting Yichen. The soul power attack was too fast. Yichen didn't have the slightest chance to react before being struck by the soul power. Feeling a wave of dizziness, Yichen was struck head-on by Mantis Fey King, breaking several of his ribs and sending him flying while spurting blood. Someone used a soul attack to attack me. This was the thought that flashed through Yichen's mind. Impossible. The figure was gobsmacked. Who was he? He was a grand high-step king. Although he was only a spiritual projection, and his soul power couldn't compare to his main bodies, it was still not something a peak third-layer life and death chamber brat could resist. In his opinion, the soul attack should be able to easily destroy Yichen's soul power. Ruthlessly crashing into a mountain cliff, Yichen looked in the direction of the figure. It's a human king. Why did you attack me? Yichen's soul power was 5 times that of an ordinary person, and his soul membrane was naturally extremely powerful. During the ranking battle, he could have ignored Marquis Sword Snow's soul attack, but he didn't want to expose himself too much. After all, his soul power was not inferior to Life and Death Kings in terms of quality. No matter what, he is an enemy, not a friend. How can I escape? The Mantis Beast King, who had been transformed into a hetero blood demon king by the chaotic will and blood chi, had already rendered Yichen helpless. Now, there was also a human king, who looked several times stronger than the Mantis Beast King, which was truly a deadly situation. There was no way to escape, and there was no way to fight. Of course, if Yichen asked for the image of Yuan Emperor, this problem could be solved. However, Yichen did not intend to do so. If he asked for the image of Yuan Emperor every time he encountered danger, it would not serve as a tempering exercise. The image of Yuan Emperor could help him for a while, but not forever. If one wanted to pursue the limits of strength, one could only rely on oneself. One could not place one's hopes on others. In this situation, I have to fight with my own strength. Who knows, I might be able to make a breakthrough. In the worst case, I will ask for the image of Yuan Emperor at the moment of certain death. Yichen's actions were very dangerous. Perhaps he would be killed before he could ask for the image of Yuan Emperor. However, in order to reach the peak, he had to get used to this kind of life and death situation. On top of the mountain, fine. This spiritual projection of mine has 1/3 of the battle strength of the main body. Killing a low-step king-level brat will not be too difficult. The figure was wearing a mask, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. He stepped down from the peak and instantly arrived at the foot of the mountain. The Mantis Beast King was originally preparing to continue attacking Yichen. However, as soon as the masked man appeared, his target changed. To him, the masked man's aura was much more powerful, which made him feel very disgusted. The thin wings on his back vibrated, and his figure shot out, drawing a silk-like trace in the void as he appeared in front of the masked man in a flash. Pitiful. You have lost your basic intelligence. What do you have left? The masked man shook his head and pressed his palm toward the mantis beast king. Bang, dazzling thunder and fire splashed. The mantis beast king had come quickly and left even faster. His two scythe-like limbs were broken inch by inch, and a large part of his chest had caved in, charred and smoking. What a tyrannical profound martial skill. Thunder profound and fire profound are both above 90%. I'm afraid they are close to the greater success stage. Yi Chen's pupils shrank. All along, he had been suppressing his opponents with his profound martial skills. However, this time, his opponent was 10 times stronger than him in terms of profound martial skills. The masked man leisurely flew over, sized up Yi Chen, and said, "What a pity, a peerless genius is going to fall in my hands." "Who are you?" Yi Chen had already recovered from his injuries and asked calmly. "You will never be able to guess my identity. Besides, you don't need to know. The dead have no right to know the truth. Die." The masked man attacked as soon as he said he would. With a palm strike, thunder and fire splashed everywhere. This move again. Yi Chen's pupils shrank to 2 dots. His left hand held the evil vanquishing sword in front of his chest, while his right hand held the Sky Scorpio sword, slashing out diagonally. At the same time, the 2 great sword souls in his sea of soul shook violently, setting off waves of sword-intense storms. The destruction and immortal sword-intense clashed, causing the sword-intense to vibrate. After the vibrations, the destruction sword-intent attached to the Sky Scorpio sword, while the immortal sword-intent fused with the evil vanquishing sword. The destruction sword-intent was the main attack. The immortal sword-intent was the main defense. At this moment, Yi Chen was using the 2 great sword-intents against an enemy for the first time. Bang, Yi Chen's sword move was congealing water. However, upon colliding with the thunder and fire, the sword energy was immediately incinerated into nothingness. The terrifying thunder and fire energy bombarded the evil vanquishing sword like a hot knife through butter, sending out a large amount of electric snakes and sparks. In almost an instant, Yi Chen's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were damaged. His ribs were all broken, and his arms exploded inch by inch, turning into ashes. In the next moment, blood flowed out of his 7 orifices as he was sent flying. Losing control of the Sky Scorpio sword and the evil vanquishing sword, he was about to fall to the ground. Too strong. This is a mid-step king? Yi Chen had used all his means, but he was still crushed in the end. A supreme grade sword, not bad. Noticing the Sky Scorpio sword, the masked man reached out to grab it. "Come back." With a move of his soul power, the Sky Scorpio sword and the evil vanquishing sword turned into 2 streaks of light, chasing after Yi Chen. Grabbing nothing, a cold light flickered in the masked man's eyes. While flying back, Yi Chen was already operating his immortal body to recover his lost arms and damaged viscera. His injuries this time were too severe. Last time, when he was hit by the Poison Fire King's poison flame explosion, his arms and legs were incinerated into nothingness, and his viscera were injured. But this time, he had used up 40% of his Jin Yuan, and this was even with the congealing water sword energy counteracting a portion of the power. If he had only defended, he would have already fallen. To be able to receive one of my moves without dying is simply a miracle. You've truly surprised me. The masked man was indeed very surprised. Mantis Beast King was stronger than Yi Chen, but now, he was already crippled. Yet, the slightly weaker Yi Chen had actually survived. How could he not be surprised? However, you're still going to die. If 1 move isn't enough, how about 2 moves? The masked man took a step forward and pressed out a second palm, sending out thunder and fire. Destruction sword intent, breakthrough for me. With only 60% of his Jin Yuan left in his body, he could still recover through his immortal body the second time he was hit. But, what about the 3rd time? If he was hit for the 3rd time, the remaining 20% of his Jin Yuan would not be enough to heal his wounds. Most importantly, even if he had trained the poison melting art to the minor completion level, the mutated star fire poison still required Jin Yuan to suppress. 20% of his Jin Yuan was the bottom line. Once his Jin Yuan was less than 20%, the masked man would not even need to do anything, as the mutated star fire poison would burn him into ashes. Wang, wang. Wang, wang. Wang. Wang, in the Soul Sea, the Destruction Sword Spirit and Immortal Sword Spirit resonated with each other. The Destruction Sword Spirit and Immortal Sword Spirit bloomed at the same time, illuminating more than half of the Soul Sea. Just as the thunder and fire energy was about to approach, the Destruction Sword Spirit suddenly shook and shone brightly. The Black Sword Spirit body seemed to have been sharpened, turning into a peerless sword. An incomparable sword intent burst out from the Destruction Sword Spirit, transmitted to the Sky Scorpio Sword, and then combined with the Congealing Water Sword to attack the thunder and fire energy. The sixth-step Destruction Sword intent attacked with full power. Puff, the thunder and fire energy collided with the Congealing Water Sword Spirit, erupting with astonishing energy fluctuations. The surrounding mountains were annihilated into nothingness by this energy fluctuation. What? Impossible? The masked man was stunned. This sword intent actually made him feel fear. It's the sixth-step Destruction Sword intent. He raised the Destruction Sword intent to the sixth step. The masked man muttered. Every step of the sword intent would increase its power by several times. The higher the sword intent's rank, the greater the gap between two ranks. The difference between the fifth and sixth step was more than 5 times, and the difference between the sixth and seventh step was more than 10 times. Yichen possessed the Destruction Sword intent. Raising it from the fifth step to the sixth step was equivalent to raising an ordinary sword intent from the sixth step to the seventh step. I've finally broken through. Yi Chen's face flickered with joy. Raising his Destruction Sword Spirit from the peak of the fifth step to the sixth step wasn't hard for him. All he lacked was time. He didn't think that he would be able to save some time in this life and death situation. Chop. After cancelling out the masked man's ultimate attack, Yi Chen took a deep breath. The Destruction Sword Spirit in his Sea of Soul vibrated, and a peerless sword intent burst out, slashing down along his body. Vaguely, Yi Chen seemed to hear the scream of the starfire poison. The scream became weaker and weaker, and eventually stopped. After killing the starfire poison, Yi Chen felt a lot more relaxed. He lifted up his right index finger, and a small opening appeared on his fingertip. In the next second, the purple-red poison poured out of the opening, corroding the ground and leaving behind countless small burnt holes. There was even a burning flame shooting out of the holes. You've been poisoned by the starfire poison. The masked man recovered and noticed this scene. Killing the poison with the sixth-step Destruction Sword intent, seems like you know quite a bit. Same to you. Withdrawing his joy, Yi Chen's expression became calm. Although his Destruction Sword Spirit had reached the sixth step and its power had increased by 10 times, he still didn't have the confidence to defeat the masked man. It should be known that the masked man's Xinyuan was even purer than Poison Fire King's, and his profound martial skill had reached the upper high rank, a level higher than Yi Chen's Congealing Water. If not for the supreme grade Sky Scorpio Sword, even if his Destruction Sword Spirit had reached the sixth step, he still wouldn't be his opponent. Kid, you're quite modest, but you still have to die. The masked man's speed was extremely fast. Both of his hands were like phantoms of lightning, slapping palm after palm at Yi Chen. With each palm, thunder and fire would splash out. These thunder and fire were extremely dense, like heavy water. From this, one could see how high the masked man's attainments in the thunder and fire profounds were. The power of thunder and fire had been condensed to the extreme. Profound martial skills and Xinyuan might not be comparable, but Yi Chen had the Sky Scorpio Sword and the Destruction Sword intent. With the bewitching purple longsword in his hand, Yi Chen didn't back off, facing the masked man head-on. Clang! 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 Thunder, fire and sword chi splattered in all directions. Wherever the two of them went, everything within a radius of several tens of miles was razed to the ground. This was still within the Bloodlight Ocean. If it was outside, even 1,000 miles away would be affected. Thunder, fire, triple heavens! The masked man shouted loudly and struck out with his palm. His arm shook 3 times. Not good, it's a stacked attack. Yi Chen didn't expect the masked man to have such terrifying techniques even though he was only a mid-stage king. How could he know that the masked man was just a consciousness projection? Although his battle prowess was at the level of an ordinary mid-step king, the battle prowess he displayed surpassed mid-step kings of the same level. Soul light. The silver vertical eye between Yi Chen's eyebrows opened, and a beam of silver light shot out, hitting the masked man's forehead. At the same time, Yi Chen raised his sword to block the attack, and borrowed the momentum to retreat. Boom, thunder fire scattered everywhere, and a large amount of blood seeped out of the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. He had suffered a serious internal injury. Of course, the masked man wasn't in a good state either. He was just a consciousness projection, and his soul power was borrowed from the main body. Therefore, it wasn't very stable. After being hit by the soul light, the soul power stored in the core of his brain immediately leaked out, and his mental state became unstable. Damn it! The masked man was appalled. Yi Chen's soul light had dealt a huge blow to him. If he couldn't take care of Yi Chen in a short time, he wouldn't have another chance. Die! His figure shot out, and the masked man unleashed another thunder fire triple heavens, which was incomparably frightening. Seal! Yi Chen continued to increase the distance between them. With a wave of the Sky Scorpio sword, the masked man was sealed in a purple crystal mirror. His ultimate attack was effected, and one layer of power was destroyed, leaving only 2 layers. Moreover, the 2 layers weren't perfectly layered. Damn space profound! As a high-step king, the masked man naturally knew the terror and profoundness of space profound. Not only was space profound powerful, it was also second to none in terms of support. The mirror shattered, and numerous small wounds appeared on the masked man's body. What astonished Yi Chen was that there was no blood spurting out of these wounds. The opponent didn't seem to be a flesh life form. Consciousness projection. Blocking the imperfect thunder fire triple heavens, Yi Chen suddenly understood. Merely a consciousness projection has such battle strength. Then, wouldn't his main body be a high-step king? The gap between life and death kings was also huge. Ordinary life and death kings were called low-step kings, and accomplished kings were called mid-step kings. Behind them were high-step kings, peak kings, and titled monarchs. Yi Chen's current strength barely reached mid-step king. The masked man was a bit stronger than him, roughly a mid-step king. As for the masked man's main body, he should be a high-step king. No wonder his profound martial skills were so powerful. As his wounds healed, the masked man's aura weakened somewhat, but his killing intent became even more abundant. Thunder fire rain. Forming seals with both hands, the masked man roared. Rumble, the sky darkened, and countless thunderbolts struck down on Yi Chen. Scarlet flames poured down like a torrential rain, turning the surrounding dozens of li into a sea of flames. Inside the sea of flames, Yi Chen could feel his protective Xinyuan being incessantly burned, and his Xinyuan consumption increased. As a thunderbolt struck down, his protective Xinyuan trembled, and its consumption increased even more. He's planning to exhaust my Xinyuan so that I won't be able to make a comeback. Battling life and death kings, Yi Chen's greatest weakness was his lack of Xinyuan. Lacking Xinyuan meant that the number of times he could use the undying body was also limited. At this moment, he had less than 50% Xinyuan remaining. If this continued, it would only continue to decrease, and he wouldn't even be able to use the undying body. At that time, he would truly be in danger. However, he's not feeling good either. He took a hit from my soul light, and his soul power should be on the verge of dissipating. Now, let's see who can persevere to the end. Knowing that the opponent was a consciousness projection, Yi Chen also knew his weakness. Extinguish. The sea of flames surged, and thunderbolts flew in all directions. Yi Chen tried his best to avoid the numerous thunderbolts. His figure shifted, and after another flicker, a second silver light beam shot out from between Yi Chen's brows. The masked man simply didn't have the time to dodge. The silver light beam was too fast. With a sway of his figure, the masked man's body turned slightly transparent, and a large amount of soul power leaked out, giving rise to a soul storm that could kill astral-reaching experts. Losing the control of his soul power, the consciousness projection also began to collapse. Xinyuan gushed out, diluting into the ordinary yuan qi of the world. Unfortunately, I can only use soul light twice. Yi Chen was confident that the third soul light would be able to extinguish the opponent's soul power. Add more fire. Unable to use soul light, Yichen held the Sky Scorpio sword and slashed out a meteor-like congealing water sword energy. If you can take this move, I'll spare your life today. The masked man roared, and his collapsing consciousness projection unexpectedly stopped collapsing. His soul power also stopped leaking out, condensing again. Pung! Shattering Yichen's congealing water sword energy with a palm strike, the masked man's figure faintly swayed. In the next moment, his entire body shot out toward Yichen, looking like he wanted to perish together with him. You want to perish together with me? No, even if he self-destructs, he won't be able to kill me. He probably still has some powerful killing moves. Yichen didn't dare to be careless. He pushed his sword domain to the limit, producing a sword pressure that froze the space. Anything that wanted to approach Yichen would have to use twice the power. Seal again. The bewitching mirror shattering sealed the masked man. However, the price was that his consciousness projection continued to collapse, and its speed became more and more exaggerated. His body became more and more illusory. Thunder fire four-layered sky. If it were his real body, the masked man could easily use thunder fire four-layered sky. However, the price of using his consciousness projection was mutual destruction. Therefore, he wouldn't use this move unless it was absolutely necessary. How frightening would the four-layered palm energies be? Yichen couldn't even imagine it. I can't be hit by this move. Otherwise, even if I don't die, I'll be crippled. Within the range of the sword domain, countless blue swords shot out. Above Yichen's head, the evil shattering sword and broken blood sword each separated into 33. Two sword snakes intertwined and shot out. Unfortunately, the masked man's palm was too powerful. All of the blue swords were destroyed, and the sword snakes were also shattered. The evil shattering sword and broken blood sword were blown away. The half-step extreme-grade broken blood sword even had its tip broken, its radiance dimming. Die. The masked man had already arrived in front of Yichen, pressing his palm over. Go all out. Circulating green lotus sword arts to the limit, a large amount of Jin Yuan poured into the Sky Scorpio sword. Crack! Sky Scorpio sword was covered in a thick layer of purple crystals, which became thicker and thicker. Eventually, it looked like a purple crystal board, blocking in front of Yichen. The masked man's palm pressed on the surface of the Sky Scorpio sword, and the four-layered palm energy exploded. Pung! Purple light rain poured down from the sky. Yichen's feet rubbed the ground as he was blown back, shattering one mountain after another. Lightning flames scattered all over his body. He should be dead. The masked man's mouth curved into a smile. Then, his illusory body suddenly dissipated, and the mask on his face shattered into thousands of pieces. Dozens of li away, inside a scorched mountain, Yichen was lying inside, his life or death unknown. After a while, rocks started to roll. Yichen raised an arm and supported himself on the ground, climbing up with difficulty. Cough, blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth, as if it was free. So dangerous. If I hadn't consumed so much Jin Yuan to activate the crystal power of the Sky Scorpio sword, that palm could have taken my life. The crystal power of the Sky Scorpio sword came from the purple crystal iron. Normally, Yichen would only use the Sky Scorpio sword normally. But just now, it was too dangerous, so he had no choice but to use the power of the purple crystal iron. The price was that the crystal power of the Sky Scorpio sword had weakened. Recover. As his Jin Yuan flowed like water, Yichen's injuries rapidly recovered. However, due to his heavy injuries, Yichen's Jin Yuan was left with less than 5%, almost bottoming out. I can't stay here for long. I need to find a place to recover my Jin Yuan. The battle had caused too big of a commotion, so Yichen didn't dare to stay here. Swish, with a flicker, Yichen dashed out of the mountain, randomly choosing a direction. Boundless ocean, 10,000 li seabed, there was a huge palace completely different from Elysium. At the center of the palace was a long table with dozens of seats on both sides. At the head of the table sat a 3-meter-tall, dark-skinned, human-like expert. He wore a black uniform with 5 blood-red badges on his left chest, each with a blood-red star engraved on it. Although he didn't deliberately release his aura, the aura he faintly emitted was still terrifyingly powerful, not inferior to Su King or Air Emperor. Apart from him, there was no one else. Only blood-colored stones were placed on the corresponding table. Buzz, a blood-colored stone at the head of the table suddenly emitted a blood-red radiance, and an indistinct blood figure appeared. Lord. The blood figure bowed toward the black-skinned expert. Please sit. What's the matter? The black-skinned expert faintly nodded, indicating for him to sit. Sitting down, the blood figure immediately said, Lord, my consciousness projection encountered the peerless genius, Yi Chen, in Blood Sky Continent's King-grade Forbidden Ground, Bloodlight Ocean. Oh. The black-skinned expert's eyes brightened. What was the result? He was quite clear about Yi Chen's strength. It was equivalent to an ordinary life and death king. According to the kings of this world, he was a low-level king. However, the speaker's main body was a high-level king, and his consciousness projection had the strength of a mid-level king. Killing Yi Chen should be as easy as blowing off dust. He was waiting for the other party to tell him some good news. Originally, I didn't need much effort to kill him, but at the crucial moment, he made a breakthrough. His destruction sword intent rose from the peak of the 5th step to the 6th step, increasing his strength by several folds, reaching the battle strength of a mid-level king. What? 6th step destruction sword intent? Did you kill him? I should have. What do you mean I should have? Killing him is killing him. There are no other possibilities. The black-skinned expert said discontentedly. Blood Shadow said hesitantly, Sir, you should know the power of my 4-layered heavens of thunder and fire. I risked my consciousness to scatter and sent him flying with the 4-layered heavens of thunder and fire. Then, my consciousness dissipated. I didn't see if he died or not, but in my opinion, he is definitely dead. There is no hope for him to survive. Blood Shadow told some of the details to the black-skinned powerhouse and let him deduce it. After pondering for a moment, the black-skinned powerhouse slowly said, according to what you said, he had already used the immortal body once, and his Jing Yuan was greatly damaged. Then, he was sent flying by your thunder-fire 4-layered heavens, so his injuries should be several times worse than before. Even the immortal body can't save him, so he's most likely dead. My lord, we've eliminated another peerless genius. Seeing the black-skinned powerhouse say the same, Blood Shadow's blurry face lit up with joy. However, the black-skinned expert's tone changed. Without personally witnessing his death, I can't be 100% sure. What I want is absolute safety. Therefore, I have to confirm his death. Otherwise, if he doesn't die and enters life and death realm, he will truly be a scourge for us, and it will be difficult to kill him in the future. My lord, what do you mean? Blood Shadow looked at the black-skinned powerhouse. Send another consciousness projection to Blood Sky Continent and see if he's dead or not. If he's dead, that's for the best. But, if he's not dead, don't beat the grass and alert the snake. We need to make some arrangements before we start the killing plan. Originally, the black-skinned powerhouse's desire to kill Yi Chen was already very urgent, but not to the point of disregarding everything else. However, what he didn't expect was that Yi Chen had raised his destruction sword intent to the 6th step at the peak of the 3rd layer. It should be known that among life and death kings, a powerful will was the most frightening. Right now, Yi Chen had the 6th step destruction sword intent, but what about in the future? 7th step, 8th step? He didn't even dare to think about it. It was definitely a nightmare. Yes. Blood Shadow faintly nodded. Without personally witnessing Yi Chen's death, he couldn't be at ease. Alright, you take action immediately. Be careful this time. The black-skinned powerhouse instructed. Rest assured, my lord. This subordinate will certainly bring back good news. Blood Shadow scattered, leaving only the black-skinned powerhouse in the palace. 6th step destruction sword intent. Truly a frightening genius, even more frightening than Xianxia. Such a genius will simply be our nightmare if we don't get rid of him. We must get rid of him as soon as possible, even if we have to pay a small price. Killing intent leaked out of the black-skinned powerhouse's eyes. Blackwater Alliance headquarters, teacher, the operation failed. Wang Tai bent his waist, not daring to look at In Sky King. The operation failed? What about Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King? In Sky King's brows creased as he asked. Wang Tai sucked in a deep breath and said, Poison Fire King returned to the starry sky to recover his cultivation base. Blood Hand King? He's dead. After the operation failed, Poison Fire King was gravely injured and lost a lot of his cultivation base. He didn't feel like going to see Sky King, so after informing Wang Tai, he broke through the second layer of the sky and returned to the starry sky to recover his cultivation base. If he lost his cultivation base, he could recover as soon as possible by entering seclusion. The longer he delayed, the harder it would be. As soon as Wang Tai received the news, he immediately left Blood Sky Continent and rushed toward Blackwater Alliance's headquarters. However, he was not a life and death king, so it took him a long time to arrive. Poison Fire King's cultivation base has been greatly damaged, and Blood Hand King has been killed. Sky King simply couldn't believe his ears. Tell me the details. Sky King shouted. Yes. Wang Tai told him everything Poison Fire King had told him. Proficient in soul attack secret arts? To be able to stun a low-step king, his strongest sword move contains Death Dao, and is even more profound than the Death Dao comprehended by low-step kings. No wonder Blood Hand King died at his hands, and Poison Fire King was also gravely injured. The most surprising thing is that he has an undying body, and his Jing Yuan is several times stronger than ordinary peak third-layer life and death chamber cultivators. Sky King was, after all, one of the big shots of Blackwater Alliance. Through the details, he also understood why Yi Chen could injure Poison Fire King and kill Blood Hand King. Among these abilities, Soul Attack Secret Arts are the most frightening. Without Soul Attack Secret Arts, he is absolutely not Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King's opponent. Therefore, as long as we find a king unafraid of soul attacks, we can smoothly kill him. It should be a heaven-grade high-step Soul Attack Secret Art, but it hasn't been cultivated to greater completion. Either send a mid-step king, or a low-step king who has studied soul defense. Sky King's plan began to form. Alright, you can leave first. You don't need to worry about this matter in the future. The most important thing for you is to comprehend Death Dao and Life Dao, and strive to become a life and death king as soon as possible. Wang Tai was a genius ranked in the top dozens in Elysium. Once he became a life and death king, it would be of great help to him and Blackwater Alliance. If they wanted to survive in Elysium in the future, this kind of peerless genius king was indispensable. The entire Elysium was already filled with ominous signs. Yes, teacher. Wang Tai retreated. Yi Chen, according to reason, you are a peerless genius of True Spirit Continent, so I shouldn't kill you. However, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for monopolizing my Blackwater Alliance's 2 million Jin Yuan crystals. Moreover, you have a supreme grade sword. If I could obtain a supreme grade sword and exchange it with other kings, I would be a top existence even among high-step kings. With this kind of strength, I would have greater assurance in exploring forbidden and dangerous zones, obtaining even more treasures and continuously increasing my strength. This is my opportunity, so don't blame me. Sky King was ambitious. In fact, the majority of life and death kings were ambitious. Who would be willing to live an ordinary life? He also wanted to become an influential figure in Elysium, standing on equal footing with Dragon King Xianho and even Su King. In the boundless starry sky, it was pitch black and silent. Only the radiance emitted by the stars was incomparably dazzling. On a constantly moving meteorite, two figures were sitting opposite each other. Between them was a stone table, on which was a wine flask and a wine cup. The two were drinking wine. Copper Sword King, your supreme grade bone refining wine is truly delicious. Unfortunately, you only give me one cup each time. The speaker was an enormous bull-headed man with a pair of bull horns that seemed as if they could pierce through the blue dome of heaven. The human opposite him was a sword artist. His body emitted a faint sword chi, which could shred the surrounding meteorites into nothingness. Those who knew him called him Copper Sword King. He was a life and death sword king of Sky Sword Continent, and had a bit of fame in True Spirit Continent. He smiled, Demonic Bull King, the ingredients for this supreme grade bone refining wine are not easy to find. If I let you drink it all at once, I'll be lucky if I can give you a cup in the future. Copper Sword King and Demonic Bull King didn't have much of a friendship. They had only cooperated a few times, and each time returned smoothly. Therefore, they were quite familiar with each other. When they were free, they would occasionally meet up. Demonic Bull King grinned, "You're right. But this time, you have to give me an extra cup." "Oh? Why?" Copper Sword King was clear that Demonic Bull King wouldn't ask for an extra cup for no reason. "Give or not? If not, then forget it," Demonic Bull King said. "Here, take it." Copper Sword King poured another cup for Demonic Bull King. Picking up the cup, Demonic Bull King drained it in one gulp and said with a beaming smile, "Let me tell you a piece of good news. Don't you want a supreme grade sword? I know where you can find one." Copper Sword King's eyes shone. "Where?" "In my Blood Sky continent. Its owner is only a little guy at the peak of the third layer of Life and Death Chamber. However, his strength is pretty good, and he even defeated White Wolf Sect's Giant Wolf King." "A little guy has a supreme grade sword?" Copper Sword King sneered, "Truly a waste of a heavenly treasure." "Tempted?" Demonic Bull King smiled. "Of course. But, I'm curious. Although a supreme grade sword is useless to you, you can exchange it for other supreme grade artifacts. Why are you giving this opportunity to me?" Copper Sword King was puzzled. Demonic Bull King sighed, "Big brother didn't let me touch him." Iron Hoof Beast King. Copper Sword King naturally knew who Demonic Bull King's big brother was. Iron Hoof Beast Sect had two great beast kings, Demonic Bull King and Iron Hoof Beast King. Iron Hoof Beast King was an extremely powerful character among high-level beast kings. Even Copper Sword King was far from being his opponent. "Alright, if I can get a supreme grade sword this time, I won't let you suffer a loss. I'll definitely gift you a high-grade pseudo-supreme grade artifact." Copper Sword King bowed solemnly. With that, Copper Sword King poured another cup of wine for Demonic Bull King. While drinking, Demonic Bull King inwardly thought, "Big brother is afraid of Dragon King and promised him not to cause trouble for that little guy. Although I'm also afraid, I can secretly obtain some benefits. Who will know? Even if they do, it doesn't matter. In any case, I didn't do anything." Apart from titled monarchs, everyone was afraid of Dragon King. Dragon King's lifespan was nearing its end. Before his death, he could easily drag a few people down with him. Even titled monarchs wouldn't dare to provoke him. However, Copper Sword King was different. Dragon King had only invited some people from Blood Sky continent. As long as Copper Sword King didn't kill Yi Chen and only took the supreme grade sword, Dragon King wouldn't say anything. Bloodlight Ocean, in a natural underground cavern. Fortunately, I have a lot of Zhenyuan crystals. Otherwise, recovering Zhenyuan in a short period of time would be difficult. At the center of the cavern, Yi Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened his eyes, and two beams of light flickered within. At Life and Death Realm, recovering Zhenyuan was a big problem. Every single Life and Death King's cultivation base was extremely frightening. Even those with low cultivation base had decades of cultivation base, while those with high cultivation base had thousands of years of cultivation base. With such a huge amount of Zhenyuan, it would be extremely difficult to rely on a cultivation technique to recover. After all, the Yuan Qi of the heaven and earth was too far apart from king-grade Zhenyuan. One would need to compress and refine it many times. Only by entering seclusion for a long time could one recover. However, this would also depend on the amount of cultivation base lost. Using supreme-grade spirit stones would be a lot faster. Unfortunately, supreme-grade spirit stones were extremely rare. Moreover, they were the currency of Life and Death Kings. If the loss of cultivation base wasn't too severe, very few Life and Death Kings would use supreme-grade spirit stones to recover Zhenyuan. It was too extravagant. If using supreme-grade spirit stones to recover Zhenyuan was extravagant, then using Zhenyuan crystals to recover Zhenyuan was a waste. Zhenyuan crystals were even more precious than supreme-grade spirit stones. Only Life and Death Kings and a small portion of half-step kings proficient in this Tao could condense them. However, Life and Death Kings didn't eat or drink, so they couldn't condense much in a year. Moreover, recovering Zhenyuan required at least 10,000 Zhenyuan crystals. It should be known that when Yi Chen cultivated Undying Body and Limb Rebirth Realm, he had used 50,000 Zhenyuan crystals, and his cultivation base had only doubled. Not counting the purity of Jinyuan, Yi Chen's cultivation base was only about 9 years of cultivation base. Of course, the Jinyuan crystals Yi Chen obtained were somewhat lacking compared to Jinyuan crystals condensed by Life and Death Kings. In terms of purity, they weren't even low-grade Jinyuan crystals. If they were genuine low-grade Jinyuan crystals, perhaps 10,000 would be enough. There was no need for 50,000. This time, I've used 70,000 Jinyuan crystals. I don't even have 2,100,000 left. I should save some. The Jinyuan of a low-step king was 10 times purer than a high-step king's, and 5 times purer than the peak of the third layer. Once Yi Chen entered Life and Death realm, he would be able to use Jinyuan crystals to increase his cultivation base. Currently, 70,000 Jinyuan crystals could restore 95% of his Jinyuan, and 75,000 could restore 100% of his Jinyuan. Once he reached Life and Death realm, the effect would be reduced by 5 times, and he would need 375,000 Jinyuan crystals to restore the same cultivation base, which was 9 years of cultivation base. 50 years of cultivation base was equivalent to 50 years of bitter cultivation base. Bloodhand Monarch didn't have much wealth. He probably used precious treasures and top-grade spirit stones to exchange for things that could increase his cultivation. After all, no matter how good a treasure was, it couldn't be compared to cultivation. Unless it was a treasure that could greatly increase one's strength. With his quintessential essence completely restored, Yi Chen stood up and walked out of the underground cave. Although the mutated star fire poison had been removed, Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry to leave Bloodlight Ocean. His spirit body was only a step away from the 5th step. As long as he could obtain a blood crystal flower, he would be able to truly enter the 5th step, and his body's strength would increase tremendously. If others attacked him, they would be heavily injured, but because of his 5th step spirit body, they would be lightly injured. This was extremely useful in saving Jinyuan, and his survivability would also increase. Even if I can't find the blood crystal flower, I still need to get some low-level blood demon crystals. Although low-level blood demon crystals can't directly upgrade my spirit body to the 5th order, they can make the breakthrough easier. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Yi Chen disappeared in a flash. The third one. With his destruction sword intent reaching the 6th step, Yi Chen could easily kill low-stage blood demon kings. Even high-stage kings might not be able to kill low-stage blood demon kings as easily as Yi Chen. The only problem was that Bloodlight Ocean was too vast, and it wasn't easy to run into low-stage blood demon kings. Collecting the low-level blood demon crystals, the number of crystals in Yi Chen's storage ring increased to 4. Continue. Yi Chen flew out. On the undulating hills, another fierce battle was going on. Monkey, dodge! Anika Spear King roared. The spear in his hand moved like a divine dragon, appearing and disappearing amidst the wind and clouds. The spear pierced Blood Shadow's chest. Puff, this spear strike left a huge hole in Blood Shadow's chest. Kiki, you guys can't do anything to me. Blood Shadow was a mid-stage blood demon king, several times stronger than a low-stage blood demon king. Kings of the same level simply couldn't kill him. Only high-stage kings could slowly grind him to death. This was the terror of blood demons. Swish, a blood light flickered as the mid-stage blood demon king charged at the slightly weaker Iron Monkey King. Scram! How could Iron Monkey King dare to let it get close? It opened its mouth and spat out a light sphere. Bang, a chi wave exploded, shattering one of the mid-stage blood demon king's arms. However, he grinned and forcibly passed through the chi wave, arriving less than 10 meters away from Iron Monkey King. At the crucial moment, Anika Spear King swept Iron Monkey King with his spear, saving his life. Courting death. The mid-stage blood demon king was furious. It no longer chased after Iron Monkey King and turned its attention to Anika Spear King. Although Anika Spear King's flesh wasn't as powerful as Iron Monkey King's, he was much more troublesome. Only by killing him would the following battles be easier. Raising his right hand, a rotating blood-colored ball of light condensed in the palm of the mid-level blood demon king. Go! With a wave of his palm, the blood sphere shot toward Anika Spear King. Anika Spear King could sense the frightening devouring power contained within the blood sphere. The consequences would be unimaginable if he were to be hit. Moving his body, Anika Spear King ingeniously dodged the light sphere's attack. Let's see how you dodge this time. 3 blood spheres shot toward Anika Spear King in a triangular formation. The speed of the blood spheres was too fast. Anika Spear King could only dodge 2 of them, but he couldn't avoid the third one. Bang! Anika Spear King was unscathed, but a 3-meter-tall figure was sent flying. Monkey! Anika Spear King widened his eyes. It was Iron Monkey King who blocked the blood sphere for him. Old Chong, don't worry. I won't die that easily. Iron Monkey King climbed up from the ground. His back was shriveled as if he had lost a large amount of flesh. As a demonic beast king, Iron Monkey King's flesh was many times stronger than Anika Spear King's. This was also the reason why he dared to take this attack head-on. It seems like we're going to die here today. Anika Spear King heaved a sigh of relief and said bitterly. Yeah, I didn't expect us 3 brothers to die together in the end. Black Horn will go first, and we'll follow behind. Iron Monkey King was also unwilling. The battle power of a mid-level Blood Demon King wasn't very strong. It was at the bottom of mid-level kings and demonic beasts kings. However, the strongest point of a mid-level Blood Demon King wasn't their battle power, but their recovery, which was even more frightening than an undying body. No matter how they attacked, they wouldn't be able to injure them. At most, they would only be able to wear down a bit of their opponent's strength. Oh, it seems like you guys know that. You're going to die. The mid-level Blood Demon King looked like a cat toying with a mouse. Humph, even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time. Have a taste of my strongest spear, Wind Cloud Lightning Spear. Anika Spear King roared as his figure shot out and thrust out his spear. Crackle, the Wind Cloud Lightning Spear contained the wind and cloud profound, which was already very powerful. However, Anika Spear King used some unknown method to use wind and cloud as the foundation to derive the power of thunder and lightning. It was equivalent to this spear containing the wind, cloud, and thunder profound. Of course, it was only a small amount of thunder profound. However, its might had more than doubled. As the spear thrust out, a sparkling electric light illuminated the surrounding dozens of li. This spear is frightening. Although it can't compare to the masked man's profound martial skill, it's not that far off. Life and death kings are very weak, and the strong are very strong. It all depends on one's comprehension of the profound martial skill. Yichen had long since sensed the energy ripples and quietly approached. From afar, he inwardly sighed in admiration. Thunder and lightning power. The mid-level Blood Demon King's face sank. Among the various profounds, not to mention time and space profounds, there were a few profounds that blood demons feared the most. Among them, thunder and lightning profound was one of them. The thunder and lightning power derived from this spear was not weak. Although it wasn't enough to kill him, it could still injure him somewhat. Explode. The mid-level Blood Demon King shot out 5 blood-colored light spheres in a row, which exploded. Poochie, in the end, Anika Spear King was blasted away, and the mid-level Blood Demon King's chest was also struck, turning it black and emitting smoke. Let's see if you still have the strength to resist. Anika Spear King wasn't directly hit by the blood-colored light sphere and was merely blasted away by the aftershock. However, his aura immediately weakened, and his face turned pale. Transforming into a blood-colored light, the mid-level Blood Demon King pounced at Anika Spear King. Iron Monkey King had been blasted far away and simply couldn't catch up. Bewitching mirror shattering. Abruptly, the mid-level Blood Demon King froze in the void. In the next moment, it shattered into thousands of pieces. Ah! The blood-colored chi current dissipated into mid-level Blood Demon King roared and fled. You think you can escape? Yichen couldn't let the mid-level Blood Demon King escape. The latter's mid-level Blood Demon Crystal was priceless, and its usefulness to him was second only to the Blood Crystal Flower. The second bewitching mirror shattering thoroughly killed the mid-level Blood Demon King, and a blood-colored crystal fell down. A mid-level Blood Demon King is indeed a mid-level Blood Demon King. My destruction sword intense might increased by 10 times, but it still couldn't kill it. Sucking the crystal into his hand, Yi Chen's face revealed a joyful expression. A mid-level Blood Demon Crystal was more or less enough for his spirit body to break through to the 5th step. It would be best if he could find the Blood Crystal Flower later, but if he couldn't, it didn't matter. What? killing a mid-level blood demon king with 2 swords? Anika Spear King and Iron Monkey King looked at Yi Chen in astonishment. When they discovered that Yi Chen's realm was not even at Life and Death King realm, they were even more astonished. For them, this was simply incomprehensible. They had personally experienced how frightening a mid-level blood demon king was. If not for Yi Chen's appearance, none of them would have survived. Freak, this is a freak. Anika Spear King muttered. I'll take this mid-level blood demon crystal. Yi Chen stored the crystal in his storage ring and said to Anika Spear King and Iron Monkey King. Anika Spear King promptly nodded. You killed the blood demon king, so the blood demon crystal belongs to you. Moreover, me and the monkey also owe you a life. Anika Spear King was not someone who liked to take advantage of others. As far as he was concerned, being able to live was the greatest fortune. It was just a matter of convenience. Even without you, I would still have acted. Yi Chen didn't expect them to repay him. Obtaining a mid-level blood demon crystal was all thanks to the two. Without them, he might not have come across it. Iron Hand King had a straightforward character. Old Chang is right. We owe you a life. If you're in danger, we'll risk our lives to repay you. Hee, do as you wish. Yi Chen smiled. Although one might know a person's face but not their heart, these two did seem like people worth befriending. I'm Chang Chifeng, also known as Anika Spear King. This is my good friend Iron Monkey King. May I know benefactor's name? Anika Spear King put away his spear and cupped his fists. Yi Chen said, Yi Chen. Yi Chen. You're the first-ranked life and death substitute list Yi Chen, the one who defeated Giant Wolf King? Anika Spear King suddenly understood. Right. Yi Chen didn't intend to hide it. Everyone says that you have the strength to contend against a low-step king, but it seems like your battle strength has already reached mid-step king. He could naturally see that the reason Yi Chen could easily kill a mid-step blood demon king was because of his destruction sword intent. Destruction sword intent was one of the strongest sword intents and had a restraining effect on almost everything, including the undying body. Even if a sword artist with similar strength as Yi Chen were to attack the same life and death king, the result would be different. The king injured by Yi Chen would need more Jin Yuan to operate the undying body. However, elemental sword intents were extremely difficult to raise. The destruction sword intent was one of the hardest elemental sword intents to raise. Shifeng wondered how Yi Chen had managed to raise his destruction sword intent to the 6th stage. Of course, he didn't know that Yi Chen had 3 great sword souls back then, which were the Slaughter Sword Soul, the Destruction Sword Soul, and the Immortal Sword Soul. After the Destruction Sword Soul devoured the Slaughter Sword Soul, its rank increased by leaps and bounds. Then, the Immortal Sword Soul also reached the 5th rank, resonating with the Destruction Sword Soul and improving even faster. After the Destruction Sword Spirit leveled up from the peak of the 5th step to the 6th step, the Immortal Sword Spirit also improved greatly. From the initial stage of the 5th step to the late stage of the 5th step, it had increased by 2 small levels. This was the effect of resonance. Unfortunately, resonance required the 2 sword souls to be of the same rank. For a long time to come, sword soul resonance wouldn't happen unless the Immortal Sword Soul was upgraded to the 6th rank. Anika Spear King and Iron Monkey King were both solitary kings who liked to be free and unfettered. Therefore, they could become brothers of different races. Although Yi Chen didn't speak much, the two could feel Yi Chen's righteous sword Dao and elegant temperament. They couldn't help but praise him in their hearts and wanted to befriend him. Yi Chen, after leaving Bloodlight Ocean, if you have time, you can come to my monkey island as a guest. My supreme-grade monkey wine, you can drink as much as you want. I, Iron Monkey King, will not even frown. Iron Monkey King said. Supreme-grade monkey wine? Yi Chen found this name very familiar. Hee, Yi Chen, you can't let go of such an opportunity. Supreme-grade monkey wine, 1 cup can increase one's cultivation base by 1 month. Moreover, it's very delicious and unforgettable. Usually, when I visit, he won't dare to let me drink as much as I want. Yi Chen didn't. No, but Anika Spear King was very clear that the supreme-grade monkey wine was his life. Although Anika Spear King often went to freeload, and Iron Monkey King was very generous each time, he wouldn't drink as much as he wanted. After all, the materials needed to make this wine were too precious, and the brewing process was also very difficult. One jar would take Iron Monkey King at least a year to brew. Alright, definitely. I'm just afraid that you'll close your door and refuse guests. Yi Chen's face was full of smiles. A cup of monkey wine could increase one's cultivation base by 1 month. No matter what, he had to be a guest. How could that be? It's fine even if I drink it all. Iron Monkey King glared at him. Yi Chen and Anika Spear King both laughed. Oh right, Yi Chen, Iron Monkey King and I are preparing to leave. What about you? The Anika Spear King and the Iron Monkey King worked together to obtain some low-tier blood demon crystals. Originally, they wanted to continue and obtain more low-tier blood demon crystals, but the appearance of a mid-tier blood demon king had greatly exhausted them. I'll leave in a few days. With the destruction sword intent, Yi Chen was destined to obtain blood demon crystals more easily than others. That's right. You have the destruction sword intent. As long as you don't encounter a peak mid-level or high-level blood demon king, you'll be fine. However, it's best not to stay for too long. Your destruction sword intent can restrain blood demon kings, but it won't be as effective against hetero blood demon kings. Anika Spear King reminded. Yi Chen will be cautious. Yi Chen naturally knew that Bloodlight Ocean wasn't a safe place. However, he had yet to venture too deep into it. The closer he got to the core region, the greater the danger. Correspondingly, the chances of blood crystal flowers appearing would also increase. Then we'll take our leave first. If you want to find us in the future, come to Monkey Island or Cloud Locking Island. Definitely. After Anika Spear King and Iron Monkey King left, Yi Chen didn't stay either. He prepared to find a place to refine the mid-level blood demon crystal. After searching for a long time, Yi Chen still couldn't find a suitable place. Thus, he returned to the cave where he recovered Jin Yuan. Blocking the cave, Yi Chen sat cross-legged at the center of the cave. Buzz, the storage ring flickered, and the mid-level blood demon crystal was taken out. Compared to the low-level blood demon crystal, the luster of the mid-level blood demon crystal was even more magnificent. If the low-level blood demon crystal was an extremely precious crystal, then the mid-level blood demon crystal was a blood-red diamond. Yi Chen could sense the extremely pure life energy contained within the mid-level blood demon crystal. It was precisely this life energy that could upgrade one's spirit body. At the later stages of the spirit body, it would also reflect one's life level. Refining blood demon crystal was different from refining other things. One had to cut open a wound and let the crystal come into contact with one's blood before refining it. Creak, his palm automatically split open, and Yi Chen pressed the mid-level blood demon crystal inside. So numb. The refining of the mid-level blood demon crystal had already begun. Yi Chen felt as if ants were crawling all over his flesh and bones, numb and tingling. Refining the low-level blood demon crystal doesn't have much of a feeling, but the mid-level blood demon crystal is indeed different. Yi Chen wasn't startled, but rather delighted. Gradually, the numbness turned into pain, which then turned into colic. It was as if his body was covered in sulfuric acid that was eroding his flesh and bones. Sweat gushed out of his body like a spring, and veins bulged on Yi Chen's forehead. Creak, a black substance seeped through his pores and covered Yi Chen's body, emitting a faint fishy smell. However, this situation only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, a surging temperature spread out, incinerating all the black substance, including Yi Chen's clothes. In the end, Yi Chen was only left with the bronze armor. Multitasking, Yi Chen took off the bronze armor. It became naked. In his palm, the mid-level blood demon crystal had been mostly refined, and only the size of a fingernail remained. Refine all of it. Gritting his teeth, the blood in his palm wrapped around the fingernail-sized mid-grade blood demon crystal and dragged it in. Whoosh, whoosh, after an unknown amount of time, an extremely powerful life fluctuation spread out from Yi Chen's body. Inside the cave, there were electric currents flashing. Although they weren't bright, they were real. At the same time, a special magnetic field was formed around Yi Chen. This was a life magnetic field formed when a life was strong to a certain extent. 2 hours, 2 hours, 12 hours, 1 day, the mid-level blood demon crystal had been completely refined, but the breakthrough was not over yet. Yichen was pushing his life force to advance to the fifth-order spirit body. Another day had passed. The life magnetic field emitted by Yichen was even stronger, comparable to a fifth-order spirit body. However, it wasn't as stable as a fifth-order spirit body, and the field was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. The next day. Bang! His powerful life magnetic field swept up all the tiny substances in the cave, and the flickering electric currents continued to swim around. Right then, he was like a very small star. His body contained a magnetic field, and anyone who approached him would be affected by it. Only powerful existences with the same rank 5 spirit body would be able to remain unscathed. Fifth-order spirit body, done. Yichen suddenly opened his eyes, which flickered like swords. There was a huge difference between a fifth-order spirit body and a fourth-order spirit body. At the fifth order, one's life magnetic field could already be seen, which was equivalent to a life form evolving to a higher level. A fourth-order spirit body is the standard of a life and death king, while a fifth-order spirit body is the average. Now that I've reached this level, the gap is shrinking. As his strength increased, Yichen's enemies also became higher-level existences. Any improvement was precious. Fifth-order spirit body held great significance for Yichen. First of all, his body's defense had become higher. Coupled with the undying body, Poison Fire King and the rest would find it hard to deal with him. If he ran into someone with a spirit consciousness body, they wouldn't be able to injure him too severely. He would only need 10% of his Jin Yuan to circulate the undying body to recover. In other words, a fifth-order spirit body made it harder for Yichen to get injured, and it also allowed him to conserve Jin Yuan. His battle prowess had increased by a whole level. Apart from this, a fifth-order spirit body possessed an extremely powerful recovery ability. It was like a star that could slowly recover after being destroyed. This was the power brought about by a powerful life magnetic field. Creak! Yichen lightly clenched his fist, causing the cavern to tremble. His entire body seemed like a volcano. After cultivating the undying body to the limb rebirth realm, the dragon power has already strengthened the body. However, the combination of Jin Yuan and cells increases the explosive power by dozens of times. Cultivating Jin Yuan and cultivating the body would separate in the later stages. When cultivating Jin Yuan, the cells would combine with Jin Yuan, increasing the body's explosive power and making it not weak in close combat. Of course, compared to cultivating the body, it was far inferior. When cultivating the body, the strength was born from the cells, and the explosive power was more than 10 times that of the former. In short, body refining. Kings were close combat monsters. My spirit body has already broken through to the 5th step, almost at the early 5th step. If I get another blood crystal flower, my spirit body will at most reach the peak of the mid-5th step. Should I still take the risk to look for it? In the outskirts of Bloodlight Ocean, the chances of a blood crystal flower appearing was very small, and mid-level blood demon kings were not easy to run into. Moreover, the core of Bloodlight Ocean was too dangerous. Blood demon kings no longer appeared alone, but in groups. Even if Yichen had the destruction sword intent, he would still have to flee if he met a group of low-level blood demon kings. If he was unlucky, he would encounter a group of mid-level blood demon kings or 2 or 3 high-level blood demon kings. In normal circumstances, even peak kings would not be willing to venture into the core of Bloodlight Ocean. After all, not everyone was like Yichen, who had the destruction intent that could restrain blood demons. One-on-one, they would not be able to kill a blood demon king of the same level. Moreover, according to the legends, there was a blood demon emperor in the core of Bloodlight Ocean, an existence that even titled monarchs feared. Forget it, the outskirts of Bloodlight Ocean are very big, and there is still some distance to the core. I'll go a bit deeper and try my luck. Yichen would not enter the core, but he did not want to give up. In the endless void, a dot of sword light pierced through the air and headed toward the Blood Sky continent. A little guy actually upgraded a sword artist's art to a heaven-grade art. Moreover, the special ability he obtained is the sword domain, which is even rarer than the sword body. That's good too. If his sword Dao talent is monstrous, then he doesn't need the supreme grade sword. But if his reputation is undeserved, then don't blame me. Copper Sword King was not an idiot. He knew who he could offend and who he couldn't. If Yichen had great potential and had the hope of becoming a peak-level king or even a titled monarch, then it would be best not to offend him. Although he, Copper Sword King, also had a heaven-grade cultivation technique with the special ability of Bronze Sword Body, he could only dominate mid-level kings. Even if he obtained a supreme-grade artifact sword, he could only contend against high-level kings. Although a supreme-grade artifact sword would allow him to explore more dangerous forbidden zones and obtain better treasures to increase his strength, if his comprehension was not extraordinary, his achievements would be limited. After all, treasures could not increase one's profounds. In this aspect, one would have to rely on oneself. In fact, all in all, Copper Sword King's desire for a supreme-grade artifact sword was the manifestation of a sword artist's monstrous talent. However, Copper Sword King longed for a supreme-grade artifact sword too much, so he wanted to witness it with his own eyes. The speed of the sword light was extremely fast, and even the power of space was sliced apart. In terms of speed, even high-level kings might not be a match for Copper Sword King. At this moment, Yichen already had the intention to retreat. The closer he got to the core of Bloodlight Ocean, the greater the danger he would encounter. At this moment, Yichen encountered a danger. The danger didn't come from a Blood Devil King, but a hetero Blood Devil King. What appeared in front of him was a golden lion that was 3 to 4 meters long. This golden lion was no different from Shi Xiaobao's main body, just a dozen times smaller. The golden lion was shrouded in a blood-red aura, and its lantern-sized eyes were also blood-red. There was no radiance in them, only bloodthirstiness and brutality. Golden Lion King. Yichen slowly spat out a word. The golden lion in front of him was clearly a demonic beast king of the Golden Lion clan. It was probably invaded by the chaotic will of Bloodlight Ocean and transformed into a hetero Blood Devil King. Roar, raising its head and roaring, the golden lion pounced at Yichen. Seal. The space distorted and condensed into a purple mirror. Peng, the Golden Lion King's physical body was extremely powerful. It was also a fifth-step spirit body, but Yichen's fifth-step spirit body was clearly weaker than the Golden Lion King's. The purple mirror shattered into thousands of pieces, leaving only a few hundred shallow wounds on the Golden Lion King's body. Before the blood could flow out, it had already been absorbed. Opening its bloody mouth, the Golden Lion King spat out a dazzling golden radiance at Yichen. Too powerful. Yichen could still put up a fight against an ordinary mid-step hetero Blood Devil King, but Yichen didn't think he was an opponent for the Golden Lion King. The Sky Scorpio sword fiercely slashed out. An incomparably condensed sword energy, along with frightening death ripples, slashed at the golden radiance. Immediately, a dazzling golden radiance exploded, engulfing the heaven and earth. Yichen was blown away, spurting out a large amount of blood. Run! Borrowing the shockwave, Yichen quickly fled. Releasing his sword domain, his speed became even faster. With a few flickers, Yichen disappeared into the horizon. The Golden Lion King was obstructed by the shockwave and couldn't catch up. 10,000 li away, Yichen slowed down his speed. My strength has already reached a limit. Unless my profound makes a breakthrough, it's impossible for my strength to increase greatly. After leaving Bloodlight Ocean, I can start comprehending Life Dao. Life Dao was much more difficult to comprehend than Death Dao. In most cases, one would comprehend Death Dao first, and then Life Dao. After all, increasing one's strength first was more important. Without stopping, Yichen arrived at the exit of Bloodlight Ocean. Glancing back, Yichen smiled bitterly. This trip was for the Blood Crystal Flower. Who would have thought that by a freak combination of factors, my destruction sword intent would first break through to the 6th step, expelling the variant Starfire poison. Then, I didn't get the Blood Crystal Flower, but a mid-step Blood Demon Crystal, raising my spirit body to the 5th step. The world is unpredictable. Who knows what will happen in the future? Coming out with Yichen was a life and death king. However, this life and death king was in a sorry state. His body was as thin as a match, and his aura was extremely weak. Clearly, he had suffered a serious injury. Even the undying body couldn't fully recover from it. Truly strange. Seeing that Yichen was only at the peak of the 3rd layer, yet he was able to come out safely, this life and death king was stunned. Leaving Bloodlight Ocean, Yichen turned into a sword light and shot toward Eternal Sky Sect. I'm almost at Eternal Sky Sect. I heard that Eternal Sky Sect has a titled monarch protecting it. Therefore, it hasn't been destroyed for hundreds of years. I wonder if it's true. In the void millions of li away from Eternal Sky Sect, Copper Sword King hesitated. I'm only going to witness that kid's potential. I'm not looking for trouble. I should be fine. Copper Sword King inwardly said. Just as he was about to continue on his way, Copper Sword King's soul power suddenly sensed a figure. The figure was heading in the same direction as him. It's him. A joyous expression appeared on Copper Sword King's face. As far as he was concerned, not going to Eternal Sky Sect was the best outcome. Turning around, Copper Sword King flew for a few breaths before waving his hand. The spatial barrier split open, and his entire body shot out like a sword light. Far in the distance, a figure was flying over. What's the matter, Senior? Yichen stopped and sized up Copper Sword King. You're Yichen? Copper Sword King was also sizing up Yichen. If Senior is not mistaken, then it's me. Yichen nodded. I heard you have a supreme grade sword. I wonder if you can take it out and let me have a look. Copper Sword King went straight to the point, not beating around the bush. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Yichen said, Senior, are you here for Yichen's sword? Right. Then Senior will be disappointed. Yichen will not hand over the sword. Copper Sword King's sword chi was exceptionally powerful, even several times stronger than that masked man. Yichen was absolutely not his opponent. However, since the other party wanted to snatch his Sky Scorpio sword, he couldn't let him have his way. Therefore, he could only ask for Yuan Emperor's image first. With the strength of Yuan Emperor's image, dealing with Copper Sword King shouldn't require much Xin Yuan. I didn't ask you to hand it over. Do you think I'll let you do that with my strength? Copper Sword King slightly shook his head and continued, how about this, I'll suppress my cultivation base to about the same level as you. As long as you can take 3 of my sword strikes, I'll immediately turn around and leave. If you can't, I'll have to borrow your supreme grade sword for 3 months. Copper Sword King's words left Yichen somewhat astonished. He had thought that the other party had come to snatch his sword, but it turned out to be to borrow it. Although he might not be trustworthy, in Yichen's opinion, it was somewhat believable. With the other party's strength, there was no need for him to deceive him. If he really wanted to snatch the sword, he could just snatch it by force. My apologies, but Junior can't take 3 moves from Senior. Suppressing one's cultivation base was only suppressing the quantity of Xin Yuan. In terms of purity, it was still much higher than Yichen's. Yichen wasn't afraid of this. He also had the destruction sword intent. However, powerful life and death kings all had powerful profound martial skills. For example, the masked man's thunder and fire profound martial skills were frighteningly powerful. He believed that Copper Sword King wouldn't be weak. Hee, you're quite meticulous. Copper Sword King smiled, these 3 sword strikes of mine are ordinary moves. If you feel that it's unfair, you can change your mind. Is Senior serious? This time, Yichen was even more astonished. Of course. Alright, then Junior will take 3 sword strikes from Senior. Yichen agreed. You're indeed courageous. I hope your strength is as formidable as your courage. As he spoke, Copper Sword King's gaze turned extremely sharp. His entire being seemed like a peerless sword. First sword. Copper Sword King's figure suddenly moved as he pushed his speed to the limit. Any faster and he would have disappeared into the void. Chi. Copper Sword King's sword slashed at Yichen. The cyan sword light seemed ordinary, but it carried a soul-shaking aura. It was as if this sword could even destroy one's soul. As Copper Sword King said, he had already suppressed his cultivation base. The Zhen Yuan contained in this sword strike was more or less the same as Yichen's. Only, the Zhen Yuan was extremely pure and couldn't be suppressed. Leaving behind a pitch-black sword scar in the air, it was as swift as a swan. Sword domain. Facing Copper Sword King's ordinary sword strike, Yichen didn't dare to be negligent. He had a feeling that this sword strike was extraordinary. It contained the mysteries of Sword Dao, somewhat similar to Battle King's platinum sword body. sure enough, it can't change the trajectory of his sword by a large margin. The appearance of sword domain had only slightly deviated Copper Sword King's sword light. If left unchecked, Yi Chen would definitely be hit. Clang! Unsheathing the evil vanquishing sword, Yi Chen's sword collided with Copper Sword King's longsword. Blazing sparks flew everywhere. Copper Sword King retreated. Good, your sword domain has actually reached the peak of the first layer. You're not far from the second layer. Copper Sword King applauded. Dang dang dang, Yi Chen retreated dozens of steps. His hand holding the evil vanquishing sword was numb, and a trace of blood flowed down. Copper Sword King's sword was extremely powerful, and the sword energy was condensed to an extreme degree. It was as if the power contained in this sword was a whole entity, and didn't need to be condensed or dispersed. On the other hand, no matter how condensed Yi Chen's sword energy was, in the end, a level lower. Sword Yuan? Yi Chen finally understood why Copper Sword King's sword was somewhat similar to Battle King's platinum sword body. It turned out that Copper Sword King also had a sword body, and the Zhen Yuan cultivated by a sword body was also called Sword Yuan. Sword Yuan was like sword light, except that other sword artists could only activate sword light, while sword bodies could store sword light and then display it. Once it was condensed, one would be able to imagine how powerful it would be. In terms of foundation, sword bodies were a level higher. Of course, when a sword body encountered sword domain, it would still be slightly restrained. If not for sword domain, Yi Chen wouldn't have been pushed back dozens of steps. He would have definitely vomited blood. I thought it was only the first layer of sword domain. I didn't expect it to be the peak of the first layer. Although the gap between the first layer and the peak of the first layer didn't seem that big, Copper Sword King was very clear that if it was only the first layer, it wouldn't have been able to distort his sword's trajectory and deflect it. Take my second sword. Copper Sword King's figure leaped up and the long sword in his hand trembled. Hundreds of sword flowers enveloped Yi Chen's body. Each flower carried a spiraling power, and with the help of Sword Yuan, its might was astonishing. Yi Chen's eyes shone brightly as he pushed sword domain to the limit, trying his best to distort the original trajectory of the sword flowers. At the same time, the evil vanquishing sword slashed out hundreds of times. Ordinary sword skills naturally couldn't block these spiraling sword flowers. Therefore, Yi Chen used vibration sword arts. Although Yi Chen hadn't studied vibration sword arts since the life and death secret realm closed, his body had long since become familiar with the power of vibration. Adding on the fact that his spirit body had already broken through to the fifth step, the vibration power was like a breeze to Yi Chen. Ding ding dang dang, a rain of light exploded around Yi Chen. The collision of the vibrating force and the spiraling force caused the trajectory of the light rain to be strange and soul-stirring. Vibration power. Copper Sword King squinted his eyes. In his memory, the demonic blade sect's demonic blade arts walked the path of vibration power. In the hands of the demonic blade king, the might of the demonic blade arts was even more terrifying. With one slash, a king of the same realm would definitely be injured, or their weapon would be sent flying. Unless one's strength was a level higher than him, they wouldn't be his opponent. Amazing. Take my third strike. This strike is also an ordinary sword technique. However, unlike ordinary sword techniques, you'll definitely not be able to distort the trajectory of this strike unless you've attained level 2 sword domain. Being unable to deal with Yi Chen with two sword moves, Copper Sword King felt a little embarrassed. With the third sword move, he had to suppress Yi Chen no matter what. Borrowing the sword or not was secondary. Alright, I also have a sword move. Let's see if Senior can break it. Copper Sword King was a life and death king, and his attack speed far surpassed any sword artist under life and death realm. Adding the fact that he was using an ordinary sword move, his speed was even faster. This left Yi Chen with no time to use congealing water and bewitching mirror shattering. He could only use the inferior vibrating sword arts. Fortunately, ever since he created the vibrating sword arts, he had gained some insights. Based on Lan Sanmei's demonic chop, he had created a killer move. This killer move's preparation time was very short, and it was all about speed. Spiraling Flying Flower Sword. Spiraling Flying Flower Sword was originally a profound sword move. However, Copper Sword King had said that he wouldn't use a killer move, so he temporarily changed it into an ordinary sword move. It only contained a unique sword energy and no profound. The moment the sword appeared, the space twisted, and numerous spiraling cracks appeared in the space. With Yi Chen's sword rule at the peak of the first layer of sword domain, it was indeed hard for him to twist the trajectory, unless the opponent was in existence on the same level as him. The evil shattering sword had long since been replaced by the Sky Scorpio sword. Holding the sword with both hands, Yi Chen held his breath and slashed out the moment Copper Sword King's sword arrived. Sky-cutting sword. On, a dazzling golden light dyed the space, and the vibrating power instantly reached a peak that Yi Chen couldn't reach under normal circumstances. Ka-la-la, the complete spiraling sword energy and vibrating sword energy collided, and the space shattered like glass. The shattered arc-shaped sword chi and intermittent vibrating sword chi shot toward the two. By relying on sword domain, Yi Chen was unscathed and easily distorted the arc-shaped sword chi. Meanwhile, Copper Sword King's protective sword Yuan was also ridiculously powerful, easily deflecting the vibrating sword chi. On the third move, both sides were evenly matched. Of course, Yi Chen had the advantage of the Sky Scorpio sword. This kid is truly frightening. Retracting his sword and retreating, Copper Sword King gravely sized up Yi Chen. The spiraling flying flower sword was actually between an ordinary sword move and an ultimate move. He originally thought that this move would be enough to defeat Yi Chen, but he didn't expect the opponent to also have such a frightening move. The vibrating power it contained reached a peak in a split second, making his palm somewhat numb. What a frightening spiraling sword energy. Yi Chen also admired Copper Sword King quite a bit. Although each sword flower of Copper Sword King's second sword also contained a spiraling power, it wasn't much. It walked the path of winning through quantity. However, the spiraling power of the third sword was more than 10 times stronger. It even faintly produced a centripetal force, allowing the body to scatter but not the spirit. If not for the Sky Scorpio sword, this move would have disintegrated the muscles of his right arm. In the void, an extremely secretive soul power seeped out. How is this possible? He really didn't die? A spatial power curled around his body, causing the masked man to cry out in surprise. His Thunder Fire 4 Sky was his most powerful ace attack. The 4 layers of palm power stacked together was something that even he did not dare to take head-on. Although the stacking would inevitably cause some damage, it was still not something a kid at the peak of the third level of life and death challenge could handle. This made him very confused and angry. Lord is right. This kid's threat is too great. He can't be allowed to enter life and death realm. Otherwise, he'll be in existence comparable to Battle King and Xianxia. No, he might be even more frightening. Quietly retracting his soul power, the masked man prepared to leave. Who's there? Copper Sword King roared and thrust his sword. The spiraling sword energy pierced through the spatial barrier, containing wind profound and metal profound. It was more than 10 times stronger than the third sword, and instantly arrived before the masked man. Puff, the masked man's head was pierced, and his soul power scattered. Consciousness projection? Copper Sword King's eyes squinted. He didn't care about killing the masked man in one strike. Ordinary mid-step kings rarely could block his sword. This was the killing power of his sword Yuan. In the end, Yi Chen's soul power couldn't compare to Copper Sword King's, so he asked, "Senior, who is it?" "It's a consciousness projection with a mask on its face." Copper Sword King smiled bitterly in his heart. His consciousness projection already had the strength of a mid-step king, so his real body was most likely a high-step king. Moreover, he could only be considered a tyrant among mid-step kings, barely able to contend against ordinary high-step kings. The masked man, an image flashed through Yi Chen's mind. Could he be here to see if I'm dead or not? The masked man had no enmity with him, but he wanted him dead. It was obvious that he was specifically targeting him. He could feel an invisible net gradually closing in on him. It was indescribably dangerous. "Kid, you've offended quite a lot of people?" Copper Sword King turned his head with a gloomy expression. He was sure that the masked man wasn't targeting him. Since it wasn't targeting him, it was obviously targeting Yi Chen. He didn't expect to offend a high-step king for no reason. It would be strange if he wasn't gloomy. "Actually, I don't know who he is." How could Yi Chen know that he was being targeted by otherworldly experts? Moreover, he didn't know that Battle King and Xianho were killed by these people. Forget it. Perhaps I shouldn't have come. Copper Sword King shook his head, dispelling the distracting thoughts, and continued, I said that if you can take 3 of my swords, I won't make things difficult for you. Now that I've done that, I'll keep my word. Many thanks, Senior. For Yi Chen, it was best not to use the image of Yuan Emperor. This was his life-saving trump card. Dispelling the thought of supreme-grade swords, Copper Sword King became interested in Yi Chen. As far as I know, in the entire Elysium, there are only 5 people with sword domain, and 4 of them are in my Sky Sword continent. Only you aren't from there. TSK. Do you know what the highest level of sword domain is? No. Yi Chen shook his head. 3 levels. Copper Sword King said, the sword domain has a total of 9 layers, but the sword domain is much harder to improve than the spirit body and will. With every layer, the laws of the sword will become several times stronger. If your sword domain reaches the peak of the 2nd layer, then even if I go all out, I might not be able to defeat you easily. At the 3rd layer, as long as your true Yuan doesn't run out, then I won't be able to do anything to you. Of course, your strength is still low, so I can't do anything to you, and you can't defeat me either. Copper Sword King possessed Sword Yuan, so his offense and defense were several times stronger than other kings of the same rank. He could contend against ordinary high-level kings for a while. Of course. If Yi Chen had to choose between 2 opponents, and one was an ordinary high-level king and the other was Copper Sword King, Yi Chen would rather choose an ordinary high-level king. At the very least, the opponent's defense wouldn't be too excessive. On the other hand, if he chose Copper Sword King, he might not be able to injure him even after exhausting his Jin Yuan, let alone defeat him. Sky Sword Continent gathers the sword chi of the world, and it even has a strange space sword world. If you have the opportunity, you can go there. It'll be of great help to your sword Dao. Of course, you'd better raise your cultivation base to life and death realm. I can restrain my thoughts of seizing supreme grade swords, but others might not be able to. Dragon Kings don't have long lifespans, and this is something everyone knows. Since he had given up on the supreme grade sword, Copper Sword King decided to befriend Yi Chen. Alright, I'll be leaving first. Copper Sword King didn't want to stay any longer. His figure flickered and disappeared into the void. Sword artists are mostly resolute, and Copper Sword King is no exception. Muttering to himself, Yi Chen turned around and flew in the direction of Eternal Sky Sect. The second appearance of the masked man added a trace of urgency to Yi Chen. With his current strength, he didn't have the confidence to safely escape from the assassination of a high-step king. More importantly, he didn't know if he had the time to summon Yuan Emperor's image or not. This was because high-step kings either didn't make a move, or if they did, it would be a fatal blow. Comprehending the life Dao is the most pressing matter. On Eternal Sky Sect's Elder Peak, Yi Chen let out a long sigh. Eh? Suddenly, Yi Chen raised his head. Your senses are quite sharp. Spatial ripples appeared in the secret chamber, and a white-haired old man walked out. Senior Dragon King. A trace of astonishment flickered on Yi Chen's face as he stepped forward and saluted sincerely. Dragon King had a benevolent smile on his face as he said, every time I see you, I can see you advancing by leaps and bounds. This is truly great. I didn't expect to see 2 powerful juniors grow so quickly before I die. Senior Dragon King, since you can surpass the limit of lifespan, you should be able to extend your lifespan, right? There are indeed methods to extend lifespan, but now is not the time. Moreover, it's practically a dead end. Dragon King's expression turned grave. Dead end? Yi Chen had a bad premonition. It's useless to tell you this now. You'll know in the future. I came this time to understand your progress, and also to bid farewell. Senior wants to challenge that dead end? With Yi Chen's intelligence, he immediately guessed. Everyone dies one day. Being able to die a few years later than others is already heaven's kindness. Dragon King didn't want to linger on this topic, so he said, I can see that you've already comprehended Death Dao. Now, as long as you comprehend Life Dao and verify them, you'll be able to enter Life and Death Realm. However, Life Dao is the most difficult to comprehend. Back then, Yan Girl comprehended Death Dao at the age of 31, and Life Dao at the age of 34. She only entered life and death realm after a year. I have no doubts about your comprehension, but I must warn you that you mustn't be anxious while comprehending Life Dao. The more anxious you are, the further away you will be from Life Dao. You must wholeheartedly immerse yourself in comprehending Life Dao. Sense the existence of nature, sense the vitality of myriad things, sense the ordinary things that you normally don't pay attention to, and comprehend the cruelty and darkness of life. Therefore, the reason why many geniuses fail to enter life and death realm is because they walk too far on this path. Senior Dragon King, I believe that I will comprehend Life Dao very soon. Yichen was different from others. He had already experienced true life and death once. His arrival was, in fact, obtaining life from death. Of course, it was impossible for him to comprehend Life Dao immediately. What he comprehended was only his own life, and not the lives of myriad things. However, with this as a breakthrough, his starting point was higher than others. That's for the best. Dragon King didn't doubt that Yichen's words were meant to reassure him. After dozens of years of observation, both he and Xianhou were very clear about Yichen's temperament. To be honest, Yichen was very frightening. He had never seen such a frightening youngster before. Many people knew their own weaknesses, but they couldn't avoid them. On the other hand, Yichen could always reflect on himself and improve himself. Sometimes, Dragon King even felt that he and Yichen weren't people of the same world. It was a very strange feeling. Senior, can't you wait for me to enter life and death realm before attempting that path of death? Yichen didn't wish for Dragon King to die. There were certainly many secrets in this world that he didn't know. It's too late. If I don't do it now, I'm afraid I won't have the chance. Dragon King shook his head with a bitter smile. After I leave, I'll leave that girl Su Jing to you. Of course. This is my first time coming to Eternal Sky Sect. Little Li was also a Sword Dao genius back in the day. Unfortunately, he died early and couldn't bring out his full potential. Otherworldly people have always been the cancer of my Elysium. Since ancient times, countless people have died in their hands. Right, I wonder who is guarding Eternal Sky Sect. Perhaps I know him. As he spoke, Dragon King suddenly released his soul power, spreading it out in all directions. What a hidden soul power. I can only sense a trace of fluctuation. If Dragon King wasn't right in front of him, Yichen might not have been able to sense the fluctuation of Dragon King's soul power. The reason he could sense it now was because he was mentally prepared. Eh? Dragon King's brows creased as he suddenly grabbed Yichen's shoulder. His figure flashed and disappeared into the void. The next moment, the space reversed, and Yichen and Dragon King appeared in the middle of the mountain range behind Eternal Sky Sect. Yichen felt a little dizzy, but he quickly steadied his mind. Senior, what's wrong? There's something strange. There's an extremely mysterious formation below. However, this formation seems to have been slightly damaged, causing its aura to leak out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to discover it. Formation? Yichen recalled that he had fought with Poison Fire King and Blood Hand King here. Could that battle have caused the geographical environment to change, exposing this formation? Of course, his soul power wasn't as strong as Dragon King's, so he didn't discover it. Come, let's go down. Dragon King's body glowed with an earthy yellow radiance, like an earth escape technique. He brought Yichen down quickly. Along the way, Yichen almost couldn't feel the existence of the space. The Dragon King stopped when he reached a depth of 30 to 40,000 meters. He stretched out his palm, and the earthy yellow radiance spread out. The soil in front of Dragon King was automatically pushed aside, forming a huge underground space. In the middle of the underground space, there was an earth ball. The diameter of the earth ball was about 30 meters, perfectly round without a trace of imperfection. A weak formation ripple was transmitted from it. It's the Fire King Spirit Permeating Formation. The so-called Spirit Permeating Formation was to prevent soul power from detecting it. When soul power scanned over, it would directly ignore this area, treating it as ordinary soil. Who is Fire King? Dragon King said, when I was young, I had met Fire King a few times. However, he disappeared afterward. If the protector of Eternal Sky Sect is him, then he must have been crowned as an emperor. It wouldn't be wrong to call him Fire Emperor. However, I remember that he was about 70 or 80 years older than me. Fire Emperor is dead? Yichen looked at the earth ball. Dead or not, we'll know once we break this spirit-permeating formation. Dragon King closed his eyes, and his soul power seeped into the earth ball, carefully sensing the pattern of the spirit-permeating formation. After a long time, Dragon King opened his eyes. How brilliant! Fortunately, this formation is damaged. It seems that the energy to maintain it is insufficient. Otherwise, I might not be able to break it. Hua la la, Dragon King's soul power shook, and the earth ball collapsed, revealing a purple light ball. In the middle of the light ball, there was a figure sitting cross-legged with his head lowered. It's indeed Fire King, no, it's Fire Emperor. The Dragon King sighed and said, for hundreds of years, I ignored the affairs of the world and hid my tracks, all so that I could devote myself wholeheartedly to cultivation and improve my combat power. Unfortunately, in the end, it was all for naught. To think that Senior Fire Emperor is already dead. Yichen had always been curious about the monarch protecting Eternal Sky Sect. Today, he saw him, but it was just a dead man. If this news were to spread out, Eternal Sky Sect would definitely be on the verge of collapse and might be destroyed in an instant. After all, the only reason Eternal Sky Sect could survive was because of Fire Emperor's deterrence to the outside world. Senior Dragon King, what level has Senior Fire Emperor reached? Yichen asked. The Dragon King said, back then, when I met him, he was already the strongest person under titled monarchs. With his talent and perception that far surpassed mine, ordinary titled monarchs would not be his opponent. He is already very close to being able to leave his mark on the Emperor Scar Steel. Moreover, I heard that in order to preserve the Eternal Sky Sect, the Fire Emperor had once revealed a trump card. It was this trump card that made the entire Blood Sky continent not dare to touch the Eternal Sky Sect. Not even titled monarchs. Revealing a supreme move to intimidate the entire Blood Sky continent? Right, Senior Battle King had once met an old man who could condense a sun-like fireball. The fireball contained the profound of fire, water, and earth. Moreover, the three profound were already at perfection. Even if they were not completely fused, it was still very terrifying and could easily destroy a large star. Could that old man be Fire Emperor? Yichen had some ideas. Come, let's go in. Fire Emperor should have left some information. Dragon King stepped into the purple light ball, and Yichen followed behind. The purple light ball was like nothing, and the two walked in without any obstruction. In their line of sight, Fire Emperor's head was lowered, his face was pale, and his eyes were closed. There was not a trace of vitality in his body. However, the passage of time did not leave any marks on his body. His flesh was still full, without any signs of loosening. The aura he emitted even made it hard for Yichen to breathe. The energy has not dissipated, and his body still contains an extremely powerful might. Do not resist or counterattack, or his body will explode, destroying anyone who approaches. Dragon King reminded Yichen. Yes. Yichen nodded, not daring to do anything inappropriate. In front of the Fire Emperor were 3 jade slips. The Dragon King picked up the first jade slip and said softly, "It's a voice recording jade slip." As he poured his true essence into it, a vigorous and slightly aged voice sounded out. Do the heavens really want to destroy my Elysium and let those otherworldly people do whatever they want? When will my Elysium truly belong to us, free from the otherworldly oppression, and free to come and go as we please? Unfortunately, I can't wait for that day. Fated One, I have nothing good to give you. In the storage ring, there are many supreme-grade materials and millions of supreme-grade spirit stones. The 2 jade slips contain my 2 top-grade profound martial skills, Sunlight Sky and Merciless Water and Fire. Comprehend them well. I really hope that you can break through the otherworldly oppression and become the first person in my Elysium since ancient times. One day, you can avenge the blood feud of my Elysium. Perhaps this is an extravagant hope, but hope is better than despair. That's all. I'm tired. The voice gradually weakened. Yichen and the Dragon King remained silent for a long time. The Fire Emperor's voice was filled with unwillingness, both for himself and for the common people of Elysium. This kind of deep unwillingness made his tone extremely infectious. Yi Chen and the Dragon King felt as if they were there, stifling a mouthful of anger in their hearts. 6-star battle strength. Hee, even 6-star battle strength can't break through. I'm afraid I won't be able to escape either. But, my time is up, and I have no choice but to go. The Dragon King said in a low voice. Yi Chen asked again, Senior Dragon King, what star battle strength do you have? From the Fire Emperor's words, it wasn't hard for Yi Chen to guess that the so-called star battle strength was used to evaluate the strength of life and death kings. I have 5-star battle strength. At present, apart from a few hidden old monsters, the highest is 5-star battle strength, such as Su King, Air Emperor, and me. Of course, 5-star battle strength also varies. Su King and the rest have already reached the high level of 5-star battle strength, and I'm a bit lacking. Little Yen Girl has also almost reached this level. Su King and Air Emperor have 5-star battle strength? Yi Chen's brows creased. In that case, low-level kings should have 1-star battle strength, mid-level kings should have 2-star battle strength, high-level kings should have 3-star battle strength, peak kings should have 4-star battle strength, and titled emperors should have 5-star battle strength. Senior Dragon King was the strongest among peak kings, having broken through 4-star battle strength and reached 5-star battle strength. Senior Suanho was also the same. If Senior Yuan Emperor didn't die, he should be stronger than Senior Fire Emperor, at least 7-star battle strength. Yi Chen guessed inwardly. Dragon King's next words confirmed Yi Chen's conjecture. To leave a mark on the Emperor Scar Steel, 7-star battle strength is the bottom line. However, this kind of person hasn't appeared in several tens of thousands of years. Even 6-star battle strength is rare. I've lived for more than 1,000 years, and as far as I know, there are only 2 or 3 6-star battle strength. Fire Emperor is one, and Sky Marshal Region's undying old ancestor is another. As for the third, I'm not too sure. However, Elysium cannot be without titled monarchs. Therefore, the standard for titled monarchs has dropped to 5-star battle strength. Because I rarely reveal my true strength, I haven't been titled monarch. Of course, this is meaningless to me. Dragon King continued to explain. Senior Dragon King, Senior Fire Emperor said to charge through the path of death? Yi Chen couldn't help but be curious. Nodding, Dragon King said, yes. Since ancient times, have many people tried to charge through this path of death? Seeing Yi Chen asking so many questions, Dragon King knew that if he didn't reveal a bit, it would only make Yi Chen have more distracting thoughts. To charge through the path of death, one has to have at least 5-star battle strength. However, this was the ancient era. After that, the path of death became a true path of death. You should know some of the records of the 4 extreme great emperor. He once charged through the path of death. Unfortunately, he failed and even suffered from irrecoverable injuries. Even the 4 extreme great emperor failed? Yi Chen couldn't help sucking in a deep breath. The 4 extreme great emperor was a titled monarch who left his mark on the Emperor Scar Steel. His battle strength was at least at the 7-star rank. If even he failed, how could the Dragon King succeed? Don't worry, the path of death has fluctuations. Moreover, if one's luck is extremely good, even 5-star battle strength can pass through. Over 1,000 years ago, a titled monarch with 5-star battle strength passed through the path of death. Of course, it's also normal if one fails. In any case, even if I don't try, I'll still die. There's no hope, so I might as well try my luck. Yi Chen faintly nodded. He knew that the Dragon King had already made up his mind. If he didn't attempt it now, his chances would grow smaller and smaller. Before death, one's body would be in a very poor state. Although the Dragon King was a life and death king, and his condition couldn't be that bad, he would still be affected. Only in the final radiance of the setting sun would he be able to erupt with his peak battle strength. Unfortunately, that would be the time of his death. I'll leave Fire Emperor's storage ring and top-grade profound martial skills for you. Although you cultivate sword Dao and research sword moves, you can use Fire Emperor's profound martial skills to perfect your own sword arts. If your sword arts can reach Fire Emperor's level, you'll have peak 5-star battle strength at the very least. The Dragon King waved his hand, and the storage ring on Fire Emperor's finger fell off, along with the 2 jade strips on the ground, into Yi Chen's hand. Yichen didn't decline. He knew that these things were useless to the Dragon King. In a moment, I'll rearrange this place and conceal the aura of this place. Remember, don't tell anyone about Fire Emperor's death, not even Eternal Sky Sex people. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Before you reach life and death realm, you can only be careful. Yichen understands. Yichen naturally wouldn't reveal the news of Fire Emperor's death. The two walked out of the purple light sphere. The Dragon King formed a seal with both hands, and an astonishing earthen yellow radiance covered the purple light sphere. Soon, the purple light sphere was once again covered by the earthen sphere. Not a single trace of aura leaked out. Even when Yichen used his soul power to probe, he couldn't find anything inside. His soul power directly passed through. Go, let's go. After arranging everything, the Dragon King grabbed Yichen and teleported to the secret chamber where Yichen was previously staying. Letting out a breath, the Dragon King instructed one last time, once the news of my death spreads, Dragon God Celestial Palace will be in grave danger. Little girl Yan's strength is weak, and she won't be able to protect Dragon God Celestial Palace. However, I've already arranged the true elites of Dragon God Celestial Palace into a secret realm. Little girl Sujing is also there. When you hear the news of Dragon God Celestial Palace's destruction, don't be impulsive. As long as you're alive, everything can be restarted. Yichen didn't speak. He could only feel his blood boiling and burning. This is the Dragon Pearl for finding secret realms. It's better than yours. As for how to enter secret realms, there are detailed records inside. Spend some time and you should be able to learn it. The Dragon King took out a golden dragon pearl from his storage ring and handed it over to Yichen. Yichen could sense the aura of a giant dragon contained within the golden dragon ball, which was very similar to the aura emitted by Sujing. The moment he held the golden dragon ball in his hand, he seemed to have a connection with some place. However, this connection was very vague, and it was hard for him to find it with his current cultivation. I'm leaving. I'll leave everything to you. The Dragon King raised his head, his gaze piercing through the secret chamber and landing on the boundless starry sky. Senior Dragon King, take care. Yichen cupped his fists and bowed. Buzz, the next moment, the Dragon King's body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the boundless starry sky. A white light flickered as the Dragon King flew toward the depths of the starry sky. Raising his head and straightening his body, Yichen took a few deep breaths. My strength is still too weak. Senior Dragon King doesn't even tell me some secrets, fearing that I'll take risks and affect my comprehension of life Tao. The 2 jade slips left behind by the Fire Emperor contained top-grade profound martial arts. Even the Void Emperor and Space Emperor might not be able to research such a level of martial arts, because it was too difficult to fuse several kinds of profound together. Even if they could be fused, they would need to create a profound enough martial arts framework. Both were indispensable. Yichen didn't plan to learn these 2 peak profound martial skills at the moment. It wasn't that he didn't fancy them, nor did he think he couldn't learn them. Rather, he didn't want to be distracted. The most important thing for him at the moment was to comprehend the Life Tao, then verify the Death Tao and Life Tao, and enter Life and Death Realm. The moment he entered Life and Death Realm, he would be able to enter the state of being one with the heavens at all times. Comprehending anything would be several times faster, perhaps even 10 times faster. However, when I enter Life and Death Realm, I'll need peak 3-star battle strength. Otherwise, I'll be lacking. Peak 3-star battle strength was equivalent to peak high-step kings, second only to peak kings. At present, Yichen was more or less an ordinary mid-step king, far from this level. A slightly stronger high-step king could kill him in one move, and a powerful high-step king could easily kill him from hundreds or even thousands of li away, not to mention peak kings. It could be said that the further one went, the greater the disparity between levels would become. This was because it was no longer a disparity in cultivation base, but a disparity in battle strength. 1 was 1, and 2 was 2. Even Yichen couldn't defeat a 3-star battle strength expert with 2-star battle strength. If he could, then Yichen wouldn't just be a 2-star battle strength expert, but a 3-star battle strength expert. Gao Ziyuan, this sword is for you. In Supreme Elder's palace, Yichen took out the 100-era sword. With a shake of his hand, the sword stabbed into the ground beside Gao Ziyuan, overflowing with sword qi. Supreme Elder? Gao Ziyuan revealed a hesitant expression. He could see that this sword contained an extremely powerful immortal power, even stronger than his immortal sword intent. As far as he was concerned, this sword was no weaker than a pseudo-supreme grade sword. You've already become a half-step king. How can you not have a good sword? It had been half a year since Yi Chen had arrived at the school. During this time, because of Yi Chen, the school's development was not bad. The number of disciples had doubled. However, there were only a few who could be considered as the core of the school. Gao Ziyuan did not disappoint, and had successfully become a half-step king half a month ago. A genius half-step king was different from an ordinary half-step king, but their weapons had to be up to par. Yi Chen did have a semi-supreme grade sword in his storage ring, but it was not as good as the 100-era sword. The immortal sword intent contained within the 100-era sword was extremely compatible with Gao Ziyuan. In his hands, the 100-era sword was just an ordinary pseudo-supreme grade sword. Thank you, Grand Elder. Gao Ziyuan bowed in gratitude. Alright, I'll be leaving Eternal Sky Sect for a period of time. It might be 1 year, or 2 years. During this period, Eternal Sky Sect will be relying on you to protect it. With you and Elder Lu, Eternal Sky Sect should not be bullied. Elder Lu's dementia was actually caused by a blood clot in his head. As time passed and Yi Chen gave him precious pellets, he had gradually recovered. With Elder Lu and Gao Ziyuan, unless someone wanted to invade Eternal Sky Sect, there should be no problem. Don't worry, Great Elder. Ziyuan will protect Eternal Sky Sect. Even when Eternal Sky Sect was in a difficult situation, Gao Ziyuan could persevere, let alone now. On the second day, Yi Chen left Eternal Sky Sect. To comprehend the life Tao, one had to walk more and see more. Rumble, above the surging ocean, black clouds covered the sky. A powerful whirlwind swept up the seawater, forming water. Pillars that connected the sky and the earth. Silver lightning snakes shot through the sky. Occasionally, some of them would entangle together, forming a thick lightning dragon. The frightening electricity even numbed the air. Under the black clouds, a silhouette was flying. Nature also has its own unique life. When it's not angry, it's calm and tranquil. But once it's angry, the winds and clouds change, filling the sky with killing intent. Lightning snakes struck Yi Chen's body from time to time, dispersing. The water pillars that connected the sky and the earth wanted to pull Yi Chen over. In such a vile environment, even an astral-reaching expert would have to be careful. The storms of the endless ocean couldn't be compared to the storms of the continent. Of course, for Yi Chen, it was nothing more than a tickle. The range of the storm was limited. After flying for several tens of thousands of li, Yi Chen left the storm zone. The sky turned sunny again. Compared to the black storm zone behind him, it was like heaven and hell. A rainbow hung in the sky. Yi Chen faintly seemed to have comprehended something, but it also seemed to be nothing. My comprehension is still not enough. Yi Chen continued his journey. That giant whale most likely can't beat the sea snake. On the endless ocean, battles were taking place all the time. Territorial disputes between sea beasts could be seen everywhere. In Yi Chen's vision, a 9th-grade giant whale and a 9th-grade sea snake were fighting. The billows they raised were not inferior to a small storm. The seawater surged for 1,000 meters. The sky was sometimes clear, and sometimes dark clouds covered the sky. Sometimes, gales blew chaotically, and sometimes, lightning snakes struck. In the chaotic whirlpool, the island-like giant whale and the several thousand meters long sea snake were entangled. If an ordinary person saw this scene, their legs would probably tremble in fear. In the end, the sea snake bit the giant whale, and its poison entered the giant whale's body through its teeth. The giant whale gradually stopped struggling, its vitality completely gone. Nature is cruel. It's natural selection, survival of the fittest. Although Yi Chen had known about this before, he had rarely calmed down and tried to understand the meaning behind it. It was like there were some things that everyone could understand and say, but those who could truly understand the deeper meaning behind it were few and far between. Nature had a cruel side, but it also had a gentle side. Along the way, Yi Chen passed by a lot of islands. The islands were covered in lush greenery, and people lived peacefully. Farmers farmed, fishermen went out to sea to catch fish, and women took care of their children, doing housework. Yichen saw sincere smiles on their faces. Sometimes, Yichen would live on the islands for a while, farming, fishing, playing with children, chatting with some elders, listening to their stories when they were young, as well as their understanding of life. Gradually, stubble started to grow on Yichen's face, which was getting thicker and thicker. However, his handsome appearance was enough to make a lot of girls fall head over heels for him. The pirates are here. The pirates are here. The fisherman ran down from the boat and shouted mournfully. Yichen looked over. On the ocean, dozens of fully armed battleships were approaching. The flags of these battleships all had white skulls as the background. There were martial artists on the island as well, but the most powerful ones were only at the clasping Yuan realm, and there were only a few of them. Most of them were at the mortal realm. This was just an ordinary island. Haha, kill all the men, and bring back the pretty girls. On the leading battleship, a one-eyed man laughed arrogantly. The pirates behind him also laughed, their gazes vicious. This kind of ordinary life island was completely worthless to them. They could only vent their desires on some beautiful women and then throw them into the sea to feed the fish. This wasn't the first time they had done such a thing. Young man, I know you're a powerful martial artist, but there are too many of them. You'd better run. The old man who often chatted with Yichen urged Yichen. Don't worry, old man. It's just some pirates. A cold light flickered in Yichen's eyes. Although he was comprehending the Tao of life, which had both a beautiful and dark side, he was comprehending life and death, not ignoring it. Leaping up, Yichen pulled out the evil vanquishing sword and slashed at the ocean. The frightening sword light was thousands of meters long, cutting a deep ravine in the ocean. Even the bottom of the ocean could be seen as it smashed forward with an irresistible force. Ah! It's a top expert. Run! Before the pirates even got close to the island, they were already scared out of their wits, desperately turning their ships around. Swoosh, all the battleships were cut open, and the pirates within the sword light's attack range were directly turned into ashes. The surrounding pirates were also affected by the sword wind and turned into blood mist. One sword, and they were all dead. Rumble. The seawater poured in, filling up the cut open by the sword light. On the island, everyone was dumbfounded. So he's a top expert. I thought he was just an ordinary wandering martial artist. Some of the girls were sad. This kind of Yichen, they were not good enough for him. The pirates were destroyed, but Yichen understood that he could help for a while, but not forever. To survive in this world, he had to be powerful enough. There was a young genius on the island with a clasping Yuan cultivation base. Seeing how powerful Yichen was, he sincerely came to take him as his master. Yichen taught him for a few days and left him some resources before leaving. After he left, the young man might die at the hands of the pirates, or he might become a world-shaking expert. Who knew the future? Yichen had only given him a hope of becoming an expert. In the boundless starry sky, there was a place that was dark and unfathomable. Bang! Bang, bang! In the depths of the chaos, light flickered, and a frightening aura filled the starry sky. Ah! In the next moment, a loud cry was heard, and a blood mist was struck out of the chaos, sprinkling on a small star nearby. The star trembled slightly, and blood flowed out. Humph, a mere 5-star battle strength dares to barge into this place? Truly reckless. A voice came from the depths of the chaos. Hee hee, 1,000 years ago, a 5-star battle strength expert sneaked out while we weren't paying attention. Perhaps they thought they could get out with good luck. That kind of thing only happens once in 10,000 times. With us guarding this place, not a single person from Elysium will be able to get out. Of course. But, next time someone comes, let me take action. I haven't taken action in a long time, and the time for my rotation is almost here. Rest assured, there will be plenty of opportunities. Once a great battle breaks out, someone will definitely escape. At that time, I won't fight with you. Hee hee, these words of yours are enough. Unfortunately, this is not our world. If we force our way in, we'll suffer a fundamental injury. Otherwise, we could also go in and slaughter and plunder the resources without restraint. With our strength, who could stop us? No rush. Countless years have passed, and Elysium is getting weaker and weaker. We're not far from success. Let's hope that day comes soon. The voices grew weaker and weaker until there was nothing left. On the nearby stars, blood was flowing everywhere. Some places had deep holes in them. It was hard to imagine how the blood could still have such power even after crossing such a long distance. Gotcha, a mound of earth suddenly bulged up on the surface of the star. The mound split open, and a figure drilled out. The dead end is indeed a dead end. Dragon King is also dead. 3,000 years of cultivation turned into blood splattering everywhere. The people of this world are simply too powerful. Unless those titled monarchs of my Elysium who can leave their marks on the Emperor Scar Steel come back to life, there's no way of crossing the dead end. Eh? The blood doesn't have the slightest bit of vitality? Impossible. A blood sphere floated in the figure's hand. The blood sphere didn't have the slightest trace of vitality. How was it blood? It was more like a red liquid. Dragon King was the one with the highest cultivation base among the human kings of Elysium. He had naturally reached the realm of blood rebirth. Although the difference in strength was too great, blood rebirth would be useless. The opponent could completely extinguish any vitality in the blood. But no matter what, it would at least leave behind some vitality. Creasing his brows, the figure pondered hard. On the boundless ocean, the number of pirates was innumerable. The smaller pirate groups only had a few hundred people, and the highest cultivation base was only at astral-reaching realm. The bigger pirate groups had more than 10,000 people, some even reaching several tens of thousands. They had Sea of Soul realm experts and even Sea of Soul masters overseeing them. Wherever they went, countless people would be slaughtered, and countless islands would become barren. Facing pirates, Yichen only had one word for them, and that was to kill. Along the way, Yichen didn't know how many people he had killed. Perhaps it was hundreds of thousands, perhaps it was over 1,000,000. Life was cruel, and now he was the embodiment of cruelty against pirates. Death is unchanging, like a pool of stagnant water. Life is ever-changing. It can blossom like fireworks, rumble like cannon fire, sprout like grass, or be cruel like purgatory. Life is an unknown. No one knows where it will lead or where it will lead. Because it is ever-changing, I don't have to limit myself to passive comprehension. I want to actively approach the origin of life. If a life and death king were here, they would be astonished by Yichen's comprehension of life Tao. If death was static, then life was moving. Static things would never change, but moving things would always change. It was precisely because of the existence of life that there were so many changes in the world. There were so many civilizations. Life could be said to be the true essence of a complete world. All sorts of signs indicated that Yichen wasn't far from comprehending life Tao, and he didn't spend much time on it. On a small island covered in pure white snow, Yichen stopped slaughtering and returned to his original state. Life was not just a beautiful bloom. There would always be a time when a thin stream would flow for a long time. Alone on the small island, Yichen's heart was strangely tranquil, like an ancient well without any ripples. His heart was like a clear mirror, and everything that had happened before flashed through his heart like a clear mirror. On the lakeside, Yichen built a small wooden hut. At this moment, the snow had melted, welcoming spring. The withered grass by the lakeside began to sprout, growing a little bit every day. Every day, there would be a change. Winter has passed, and all living things have recovered. A light flickered in Yichen's heart as if he had grasped something. Day after day passed, and the snow-covered island turned into a green world, full of vitality. Life bloomed here, not changing because of the changes in the outside world. So that's how it is. No matter how many changes life has, its ultimate goal is to prove its existence. Be it slaughter, cruelty, darkness, gentleness, or beauty, it's all just a process. It's only a path leading to the origin of life. Life is the true essence of existence. Bang, as if a thunderbolt had flashed through his mind, Yichen suddenly felt enlightened. He took a deep breath, and the air was incomparably fragrant. At this moment, Yichen had finally comprehended life Tao. As soon as he comprehended life Tao, the life and death aura emanating from Yichen's body also underwent a huge change. Originally, the death aura was suppressing the life aura, but now, the two auras were on par. However, compared to ordinary peak third-layer life and death chamber experts, Yi Chen's life and death aura was more than twice as powerful. All that was left was a kick to the door of life and death realm. Since Yi Chen's life Dao had just been formed, the life and death aura uncontrollably leaked out. Wherever it touched, flowers bloomed and withered, and plants that flourished to the extreme gradually withered. It was quite similar to the scene in Life and Death's secret realm, but not as mysterious and profound. Break! Without Jinyuan or profound, Yi Chen lightly pressed his palm on a boulder by the lakeside. Puff, the boulder turned into dust, and dust fluttered in the air. After comprehending Death Dao and Life Dao, even if Yi Chen's realm didn't increase, his battle strength had increased by a level. That palm just now contained both the corrosion of Death Aura and the eruption of Life Aura. Life Dao has been formed. Next, I'll have to verify Death Dao and Life Dao to enter Life and Death realm. Life Dao was hard to comprehend, but the verification of Death Dao and Life Dao was a bit easier. Of course, this required time and couldn't be accomplished in one go. While Yi Chen was comprehending the Life Dao, countless people were searching for his traces. All of them were clad in blood-red robes, and their expressions were grim. Lord, I can't find him here. Lord, I can't find his trace. Lord, someone here has seen him, but he has left, heading north. The masked man was holding a conch, from which a voice could be heard from time to time. Damn it! I must find him as soon as possible. The masked man's body was solid, and his aura was powerful. It was clearly his main body, and not a consciousness projection. After learning that Yi Chen had left Eternal Sky Sect and Blood Sky Continent, the masked man personally chased after him, accompanied by 4 life and death kings. Each of them had more than 1,000 blood-robed guards under their command. These blood-robed guards were all candidates for the Blood Sea's 50 pirates. Of course, some of them were still in the nurturing stage, and the resources they consumed could even bring down a 5th-grade sect. Moreover, these people were destined not to live for long. Each of them was overdrafting their life force to stimulate their potential. Death and life are only one cycle. I've known this for a long time. How to find the common point between them and link them together should be the secret to breaking through to Life and Death realm. Now that he had completed both Death Dao and Life Dao, what Yi Chen needed to do was to link them together and form a whole. At the lakeside, Yi Chen's left hand was filled with Death Qi while his right hand blossomed with Life Qi. As his two hands approached each other, the Death Qi and Life Qi cancelled each other out, giving birth to a vague ripple. This is the ripple. After thousands of confirmations, Yi Chen finally sensed this ripple. This ripple had neither life nor death, connecting life and death. Not far from the wooden house, a huge red wolf was lying on its stomach. Its head was filled with eyes, but most of them were closed. The ones that weren't were only opened by a sliver. It was this sliver that allowed its dark green eyes to leak out. The surroundings became grotesque because of this gaze. Butterflies flew upside down, grass grew into towering trees, and ants turned into demons. The illusory and the real were sewn together because of its gaze. Compared to a few years ago, the current dream-eating wolf was even more powerful. Its body was also emitting a faint life and death qi, and its red fur was flickering with a deep killing intent. These days, it had been observing how Yi Chen verified life and death, and it had benefited a lot. Master is too powerful. If I follow him, I'm afraid I'll become a beast king within 10 years, or even shorter. When it was subdued by Yi Chen, the dream-eating wolf was already a 10th-grade demonic beast. After swallowing a wind-fire pellet, the dream-eating wolf had been in a state of hibernation. Later on, Yi Chen gave it a frighteningly high-quality supreme-grade demonic power crystal, allowing it to become a half-step beast king without any obstructions. Moreover, the energy consumed by the demonic power crystal was almost negligible. Right now, watching Yi Chen verify life and death, the dream-eating wolf had also stepped into the first layer of life and death chamber. Its battle power and dreamscape creation ability had increased by more than 10 folds. Even ordinary life and death kings would be somewhat affected. Eh? Why aren't you verifying it? Dream-eating wolf raised his head slightly and looked at Yi Chen in surprise. Slowly letting out a breath, Yi Chen said calmly, "Someone is approaching. He's an enemy, not a friend." Roar. Hearing this, the dream-eating wolf stood up, raised its head, and growled. The fur on its body stood straight, and its body seemed to have swelled up. It was extremely ferocious. In this world, there were countless secret techniques. Some focused on offense, some focused on defense, and some were purely auxiliary secret techniques. After being brainwashed by otherworldly experts, the blood-robed guards were all extremely loyal. Therefore, they were bestowed with a probing secret technique similar to the heavenly vision and earthly hearing great art. This secret technique didn't belong to Elysium, but was called the soul-searching great art. The soul-searching great art could restrain soul power and spread it out in a fan shape. Moreover, its range was 100 times greater than normal. An ordinary Sea of Soul Realm expert's range was 100 li, but the soul-searching great art could allow one's range to reach 10,000 li. Of course, it was only in a fan shape and couldn't cover all directions. However, it was already very frightening. Apart from this, the soul-searching great art had another extremely frightening aspect, which was that it could lock onto living things. There was no need to probe inch by inch, and it could save a lot of soul power. Relying on the soul-searching great art, a group of blood-robed guards discovered Yichen from 9,000 li away. Lord, the target has been discovered. It's the same as the portrait. A blood-robed guard who seemed to be a captain raised a small conch and spoke into it. What? Found him? But, he's very far from here. Bloodblade King, you're the closest. You go first. Remember, even if you can't defeat him, you have to tie him down. Give me half an hour. Once I'm there, he won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. The masked man was overjoyed. Among the 30 blood-robed guards, there would be a captain equipped with a locating stone. Relying on the sensing of the stone, the masked man could easily determine the distance between the two and immediately order Bloodblade King, who was the closest, to intercept Yichen. Don't worry, he can't escape. My blade thirsts for the blood of peerless geniuses. Bloodblade King was a blood-haired middle-aged man. He licked his lips and grinned. Puff, space ruptured as Bloodblade King fled in the direction of the captain. Soon, Bloodblade King arrived at his destination. Where is he? Bloodblade King opened his mouth and asked. The captain pointed ahead and said, he's on that island. Not good, he's leaving. Leave? Where do you think he's going? A distance of 9,000 li was meaningless to Bloodblade King. Space ruptured, and when he reappeared, he was already on the island. He slashed at Yichen, who was about to fly away. Rumble, blood-colored blade light enveloped the heaven and earth. The island brimming with vitality was cut in two, and seawater surged. He can be considered a well-known figure among mid-step kings. Dodging the blood-colored blade light, Yichen floated in the air. According to the might of Bloodblade King's strike, he judged that Bloodblade King's strength was twice that of the masked man's consciousness projection. If it were before, he would definitely not be his opponent. But now, that might not be the case. Unsheathing the Sky Scorpio sword, Yichen retaliated. This strike was too fast, and Bloodblade King only had time to raise his blade to block. Dang, a loud sound rang out as Bloodblade King's entire body was blown away. Blood splattered from his right arm that was holding the blade. His muscles disintegrated, and terrifying cracks appeared on his bones. What? The might of this strike? Bloodblade King was astonished. As far as he knew, Yichen's battle strength was equivalent to an ordinary mid-step king. Since when did he become so powerful? It was 2 or 3 times stronger. While I was comprehending the Tao of life, although I didn't try to comprehend the profoundness, my water and space profoundness naturally improved a little. 90% completed water and metal profoundness perfectly balanced each other, and their power increased more than twofold. The congealing water sword art has also entered the ranks of high-rank profoundness sword arts. Yichen sneered. High-grade profound martial arts varied in strength and weakness. The weak ones had 2 profounds at 90% completion, while the strong ones had both profounds at large completion. For example, the masked man's lightning fire profound was one of the more powerful high-grade profound martial arts. His lightning fire profounds were extremely close to large completion. Yichen had no hope against him, but against Bloodblade King, his advantage was obvious. After all, Yi Chen still had the 6th-step destruction sword intent and the supreme-grade Sky Scorpio sword. This kid is troublesome. Let's tie him down first. Bloodblade King changed his strategy. He alone was not Yi Chen's opponent. This kid's improvement speed was simply unimaginable. If he didn't get rid of him today, he might not be able to do so even if he paid 10 times the price in the future. Trying to stall for time. Yi Chen didn't believe that there was only one life and death king chasing after him. There were certainly more powerful ones behind. If he didn't deal with Bloodblade King as soon as possible, he would be doomed. Fine, I'll use you to test my bewitching mirror shattering. With his water profound at 90% completion, Yi Chen's space profound had also reached 50%. 50% space profound was equivalent to 150% ordinary profounds. As for its might, even Yi Chen himself wasn't clear. He only knew that it had already surpassed congealing water sword art, becoming Yi Chen's strongest move once again. Die. With a deep roar, Yi Chen's entire body leaped up like a rock spreading its wings. With a few sudden thrusts, he arrived before Bloodblade King and slashed out. Buzz, the space condensed into a mirror, embedding itself in the void. Bloodblade King's eyes were wide open, unable to move. In the next moment, the mirror condensed from space power shattered into thousands of fragments. These fragments no longer flew in all directions, but revolved around Bloodblade King's body, as if he was being executed by 1,000 cuts. Ah! Bloodblade King's body was riddled with holes. He didn't fear ordinary space power, but these spatial fragments were condensed from a large amount of compressed space power. Compressed water could even cut steel, not to mention space power. Protecting his head with all his might, his peak semi-supreme grade armor started to crack. From this, one could see how powerful the spatial fragments were. If it were an ordinary semi-supreme grade artifact, how could it possibly block them? Even so, Bloodblade King still suffered extremely frightening injuries. Life and death kings are indeed hard to kill, unless I can strike a vital point. Relying on sword domain, Yi Chen sealed the space around Bloodblade King, making it impossible for him to break through. Moreover, Yi Chen's speed had also reached the limit of the space. In an instant, he arrived before Bloodblade King and thrust. Congealing water sword art, erupt, clang, the Bloodblade in Bloodblade King's hand was sent flying. Sword light flickered, and Bloodblade King's head spun in the air. Puff! Yi Chen thrust again, shattering Bloodblade King's head. Go! After instantly killing Bloodblade King, Yi Chen collected Bloodblade King's Bloodblade and storage ring without the slightest hesitation, then immediately used his movement art and flew away. In a few breaths' time, Yi Chen had already flown 1,000 li away. Lord, not good. Bloodblade King was killed by the target, and he's escaping. He's about to escape from my perception. Several thousand li away, the captain of the blood-robed guard anxiously said to Conk. What? Bloodblade King was killed? What's going on? The masked man's face was full of disbelief. He was well aware of Bloodblade King's strength, which was at least twice as strong as his consciousness projection. Moreover, he had told the latter that if he couldn't beat the latter, he would choose to fight. Could it be that Bloodblade King was too careless? The Bloodstrike Guard captain relayed what he sensed to the masked man. Bastard! His progress is so fast. He must be eliminated. Lord is right. This kid's potential is rarely seen since ancient times. He's a huge threat. The masked man's face was gloomy. Only after hearing the captain's description did he realize how frightening Yi Chen was. This kind of progress was simply 1,000 li in a day. It should be known that ordinary people would not make any progress for several years after breaking through. Everyone, listen up. Speed up the search. The masked man ordered loudly. I refuse to believe that you won't die this time. The masked man was extremely confident in his strength. He was a high-step king with 3-star battle strength. Even if Yi Chen had improved greatly, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single palm strike from him. Even if Copper Sword King, who had destroyed his consciousness projection, came over, he was confident that he could deal with him within 3 palms. The gap between 2-star and 3-star battle strength was real and not just for show. Of course, the premise was that he had to catch up to Yi Chen. If he couldn't, he wouldn't be able to do anything no matter how powerful he was. Run. To the north of Blood Sky Continent is the boundless ocean. The further you are from the continent, the less people will be able to save you. Xianxia spent 3 years comprehending life Tao and 1 year to become a life and death king. No matter how talented you are, you'll still need 2 to 3 years. The masked man didn't believe that Yi Chen could break through to life and death realm in a short time. Iron Arm King, do you think this Yi Chen is so powerful? Although Bloodblade King is weaker than us, he at least had mid 2-star battle strength. How come he couldn't beat Yi Chen and was even killed? A fierce-looking man with a curly beard was conversing with another life and death king through a conch. Yi Chen is called the most frightening genius after Yuan Emperor by Lord, and it's not without reason. Even Xianxia is a bit weaker than him. Having this kind of battle strength is understandable. Moreover, think about it, he actually raised his destruction sword intent to the 6th step. How frightening is that? Beard King, you'd better not be careless if you meet him. Don't let your boat capsize and the gutter happen. Iron Arm King's arms were extremely thick, and his muscles seemed to be bursting with power. Beard King nodded, right, 6th step destruction sword intent. He hasn't entered life and death realm yet. If he enters life and death realm and develops for a few decades, he might even create a miracle and possess 7-star battle strength, comparable to the ancient people. Whether he can reach 7-star battle strength or not, I don't know. However, I'm certain that if he's allowed to grow, he'll reach 6-star battle strength for sure. Therefore, we must eliminate him to relieve Lord's worries. Iron Arm King's eyes turned cold. Of course. Beard King's eyes also turned cold. On another part of the ocean, a huge gray bird was flying at an extremely fast speed. Sometimes, it would enter the void to travel, and sometimes, it would break through space to probe with its soul power. The Lord said that whoever kills Yi Chen will be rewarded with a profoundness bead. A profoundness bead is a treasure even in the endless starry sky. It can help me comprehend profoundness faster and increase my battle prowess. This is a rare opportunity, and I can't give it to others. I have to kill Yi Chen myself. The Grey Bird was a demon king and was called the Grey Bird King. Speed had always been his advantage. As long as he received news of Yi Chen, he would immediately chase after him. This is where I first discovered Yi Chen. Alright, with my speed, I'll be able to catch up soon. Back then, Bloody Blade Monarch had been the closest to Yi Chen, followed by Grey Bird Monarch. The Masked Man and Iron Arm Monarch were the furthest. Puff, with a flap of his wings, Grey Bird King instantly disappeared. In the depths of the void, there was no limit to one's speed, unlike the outside, where one couldn't increase their speed after reaching the limit of the space. Once they did, they would have to escape into the void. In the void, life and death kings were fine, since their Jin Yuan could completely resist the pressure of the space. However, for those below life and death realm, it would be very difficult to survive in the depths of the void. Even if they could survive, their Jin Yuan would be quickly exhausted, and the rate of consumption far surpassed life and death kings. Moreover, the omnipresent spatial power in the void could shrink the distance to an inch. A life and death king could traverse several tens of thousands of li in a single breath. After flying for several million li, Grey Bird King broke through the space barrier and rushed out. Great soul-searching art. His soul power spread out in a fan shape, covering hundreds of thousands of li, a total of 14 lives. Found it. It's him. Grey Bird King's eyes blossomed with a frightening light. I've been discovered. Yi Chen could feel an extremely faint soul power scanning his body. Open. Opening the silver vertical eye on his forehead, Yi Chen turned his head. His soul eye was much more frightening than the great soul-searching art. In a straight line, it could cover 10 million li. Not only did he discover Grey Bird King, he also discovered Beard King. Grey Bird King was only a few 100,000 li away, while Beard King was 7 million li away. With the speed of life and death kings, the two were very close. Since I can't escape, I can only kill. I'll cut off that demonic beast king first, then the one behind. Grey Bird King and Beard King's aura were a bit stronger than Bloodblade King's, but not by much. Perhaps they had some trump cards, but so did Yi Chen. Haha. Die. A distance of several 100,000 li was nothing to Grey Bird King. In 10 breaths, he broke through the space barrier and blocked in front of Yi Chen. Bewitching mirror shattering. Just like how he dealt with Poison Hand King and Blood Hand King, Yi Chen took advantage of the fact that the other side didn't understand him and couldn't discover him. The space was compressed into a mirror, sealing Grey Bird King within. Pung, Poochie. Poochie. Poochie, the mirror shattered, and the revolving spatial fragments slashed at Grey Bird King's body. Feathers and blood flew everywhere, and a conical spatial fragment even pierced through his abdomen. Grey Bird King screamed miserably, unable to raise his head. Flying feather demonic slaughter. Grey Bird King was, after all, a demonic beast king. Both his protective demonic energy and physical strength surpassed Bloodblade King's. The king-grade demonic energy within his body erupted as he used his innate ability. One after another, feathers shot out like 10,000 arrows. Each of them carried a frightening penetrative and cutting power, leaving pitch-black cracks in the space. Swish, as he threw out that sword attack, Yi Chen had already performed his sword steps, which allowed him to barely avoid the countless flying feather attacks. After a few flickers, Yi Chen arrived at Grey Bird King's left side and used congealing water. Grey Bird King raised his tattered left wing and welcomed the attack. Boom! With an explosion, Yi Chen was sent flying with blood flowing from his perlicue and his arm feeling numb. Grey Bird King didn't have it any better. The power of congealing water was transmitted as the core, and his left wing was pierced by the extremely condensed sword energy, injuring his internal organs. Damn it! Grey Bird King already knew that Yi Chen was powerful, but he was confident that he could suppress Yi Chen and slowly grind the latter to death with his dense demonic energy. However, he didn't expect that because of one wrong move, he would be forced to passively counterattack. How could he be a match for Yi Chen? Humph, I'll let you be arrogant for a while. With your strength, you can't injure me and make me lose my combat strength. As long as I can endure this period, I will be able to counterattack. Grey Bird King calmed down and circulated his undying body to heal his injured body. Seeing that Grey Bird King wasn't in a hurry to counterattack, Yi Chen knew what the latter was planning. The vertical eye on his forehead opened once more and shot out a thin silver beam of light at Grey Bird King. I've long been prepared for this move of yours. Grey Bird King knew from the masked man that Yi Chen's soul attack was extremely powerful. Moreover, his soul defense was also very strong. Therefore, he immediately reacted and used a soul defense secret art. However, he had underestimated the lethality of soul light. Even with the soul defense secret art protecting his soul C, he still felt dizzy for a moment and lost control of his body. Demonic beasts had always been inferior to humans in terms of soul. If it was a human king using a soul defense secret art, Yi Chen wouldn't be able to do anything. Kill. With the soul light taking effect, Yi Chen charged over. On the Sky Scorpio sword, purple crystals covered its body. This was the sign of overloading the crystal's power. Pung, a rain of light sprinkled down as a huge hole appeared on Grey Bird King's chest. It was a wound that even Limri Growth Realm couldn't repair. With one sword, Grey Bird King was gravely injured. This sword, how can it be so powerful? Spurting out mouthfuls of blood, Grey Bird King stared at the Sky Scorpio sword in Yi Chen's hand in horror. His protective demonic energy couldn't do much against this sword, shattering like a crystal. Run! Grey Bird King had never imagined that Yi Chen still had so many undiscovered secrets, such as a soul power comparable to king-grade soul power and a supreme-grade artifact sword with explosive power. These two secrets were simply asking for his life. With a flap of his wings, Grey Bird King fled in a sorry state, leaving behind a rain of blood. Take another sword of mine. Yi Chen had also underestimated Grey Bird King's strength. He didn't think that he could keep Grey Bird King here, but making the latter lose most of his fighting strength was already his goal. Raising the Sky Scorpio sword, a purple sword light chased after Grey Bird King. Poochie, with his injuries, Grey Bird King's speed was clearly not as fast as usual. Adding the suppression of the sword domain, his speed was even slower, and the purple sword light slashed at his back. With a stagger, Grey Bird King miserably fled into the void. Merak Hammer Strike. The moment Grey Bird King fled into the void, a revolving hammer light tore through the air. The one who attacked was a burly man with a curly beard, his face filled with killing intent. A little troublesome. Yi Chen raised the Sky Scorpio sword horizontally, blocking the hammer light. Clang, sparks flew everywhere as Yi Chen was sent flying, spurting out a mouthful of blood. In fact, his battle strength was slightly weaker than Greybird King's. The reason why Greybird King fled miserably was because he didn't expect that Yi Chen would discover him first. Thus, he was caught unprepared and underestimated the power of the soul light, causing him to be stunned. Of course, the Sky Scorpio sword's contribution couldn't go unnoticed. Now, Beard King was attacking from the front, and Yi Chen had lost his advantage against Greybird King. Just SOSO. Beard King was overjoyed. He thought that Yi Chen had 3 heads and 6 arms, but now, it seemed that it wasn't that exaggerated. Power Hammer Strike. Holding the pitch-black sledgehammer with both hands, Beard King roared and sent another hammer strike at Yi Chen. The revolving hammer light covered the sky, blocking any path of escape for Yi Chen. Demonic Feather Strike. The most dangerous thing was that Greybird King didn't leave. Seeing that Beard King was suppressing Yi Chen, he rushed out and unleashed his innate ability at Yi Chen. Countless feathers also shot toward Yi Chen from all directions. The 2 kings used their full strength to seal off any path of retreat for Yi Chen. Apart from forcefully blocking, there was no other way out. However, doing so would cripple him even if he didn't die. Die. Greybird King's injuries were very serious. After releasing this attack, his wound had been torn open, causing him to spurt out a huge mouthful of blood. However, compared to killing Yi Chen, this bit of injury wasn't much. I didn't think I'd have to use the Dragon Ball so soon. Facing the powerful attacks of Beard King and Greybird King, a golden Dragon Ball appeared in Yi Chen's left hand. He raised it high above his head, and the golden Dragon Ball emitted a dazzling radiance of supremacy. It was as if a small sun had descended in Yi Chen's hand. Roar! A resounding dragon roar shook the heaven and earth as the silhouette of a golden dragon shot out from the Dragon Ball and circled around Yi Chen's body. Crack! 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 Beard King's hammer light and Greybird King's feathers were shattered one after another, unable to advance an inch further. What is this? Beard King was enraged. The pitch-black hammer in his hand swept out vertically, and in the blink of an eye, several hundred revolving hammer lights were shot out. However, this wasn't the end. After several hundred hammer lights, he leaped into the air and smashed the hammer down on Yi Chen's head. This hammer strike contained extreme power, exploding like a collapsing star. Pung! 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 The golden dragon silhouette was extremely powerful. Before Beard King's hammer lights could approach, they were swept away by the golden light. When Beard King's final attack landed, the golden dragon silhouette spiraled into the sky with Yi Chen at the center. The towering dragon horns on its head easily shattered Beard King's explosive hammer lights and sent the latter flying away. Wah! 2 holes appeared on Beard King's abdomen, almost shattering his spine. Although the golden dragon silhouette was illusory, the power it emitted was extremely solid and ferocious. In an instant, Beard King's mouth and nose spurted out blood mixed with golden light. His face was deathly pale as he stared at the golden dragon silhouette in disbelief, not daring to make another move. The energy of the Dragon Balls is limited. They still need to be used to sense the existence of the arcane realm. Yi Chen didn't dare to wantonly use the Dragon Pearl's energy. The energy inside wasn't ordinary, but genuine giant dragon energy. It was even purer than Su Jing's incomplete giant dragon energy. However, Yi Chen couldn't control the giant dragon energy to launch long-range attacks. Otherwise, he wouldn't have minded using it to kill Greybird King and Beard King. Go! With the golden dragon image protecting him, Yi Chen tore through space and entered the void. Not good, he's running away. Greybird King's injuries were too heavy, so he didn't dare to approach Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen break through space, he couldn't help but scream. Can he outrun us in the void? Beard King sneered and also disappeared into the void. In the void filled with spatial power, Greybird King and Beard King chased after Yi Chen from the left and right, not giving him a chance to escape. As long as the golden dragon image's energy was exhausted, or when the masked man arrived, he wouldn't be able to escape death. However, a shocking scene occurred. With the golden dragon image protecting him, Yi Chen's speed was inconceivably fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had already traversed 60 to 70,000 li. He was much faster than them. Damn it, where do you think you're going? Beard King was anxious. The pitch-black hammer in his hand flew out, turning into a streak of light as it smashed towards Yi Chen. At this moment, he would rather give up his weapon than give Yi Chen a chance to escape. Silver Feather rend. Greybird King also didn't want Yi Chen to escape. The few silver feathers on the back of his neck stood up and flew out at a speed even faster than Beard King's hammer. Puff, the golden dragon image was formed from dragon energy. How could they break through it? Apart from a slight sway, Yi Chen's speed increased instead of decreasing. After a while, the two finally lost track of Yi Chen. Damn it! Beard King stopped with an ashen face. This kid is not only powerful, but he also has many treasures. Killing him is easier said than done. Greybird King's body rolled and turned back into his human form. A bloody hole had appeared on his chest, and blood was slowly flowing out. The surface of the bloody hole was covered with strands of purple crystals, making it difficult for his injury to heal. We can't kill him, but pursuing Thunder King can. He's only 10 million li away from us now. Beard King's injuries weren't light either. The two bloody holes on his abdomen were dyed with a layer of golden light. If it wasn't for his undying body reaching the late stage of broken limb regrowth, this strike would have made him lose 90% of his combat power. My injuries are too heavy. If I don't treat them, it might affect my future cultivation base. You go first. I'll wait for pursuing Thunder King here. Greybird King had already given up on killing Yi Chen. With Yi Chen's strength and treasures, he would be the one to die in a one-on-one battle. Alright. Beard King also knew that Greybird King's injuries were severe. After adjusting his breathing, his figure flickered and shot off. He didn't believe that Yi Chen could maintain such high speed. Only after consuming half of his dragon energy did Yi Chen stop. At this moment, he was already hundreds of millions of li away from Blood Sky Continent. Running away is not the way. I have to enter life and death realm as soon as possible. The dragon energy wasn't under Yi Chen's control. After activating the golden dragon ball, it could only protect his body or attack the approaching enemies. Moreover, Yi Chen didn't dare to use the remaining half of the dragon energy. This was an important tool for finding the secret realm of Dragon God's celestial palace and opening it. Every bit of dragon energy he used meant a bit less. I've already sensed the similarities between Death Dao and Life Dao. Let's continue. Finding a small island with lush vegetation, Yi Chen released Dream-Eating Wolf and wholeheartedly tried to verify Life and Death Dao. Roar, Dream-Eating Wolf roared and crouched down. Not being able to help his master deal with the enemy left Dream-Eating Wolf very unwilling. He wanted to increase his realm and reach the peak of the third layer as soon as possible. This way, even mid-step kings would be affected by his Dreamland ability. If he could become a Beast King, he would be able to fight shoulder to shoulder with Yi Chen and deal with any enemy. Life and death, neither life nor death. Yi Chen made life and death chi collide with each other from time to time. At times, they would collide slowly, and at other times, they would collide at high speed. Gradually, the aftershocks produced by the collision produced a gray spherical chi cover. Inside the chi cover, life and death chi intertwined. Taiji. Yi Chen's eyes brightened. To comprehend life and death, one only needed to find the connection between Death Dao and Life Dao, and then link them together. There was no need to comprehend them thoroughly, because it was impossible to comprehend them. At this moment, Yi Chen finally grasped the similarities between life and death. The mutual entanglement and pursuit of life and death formed a taiji, allowing him to see the veins. Good. In 3 to 5 days, I'll be able to reach life and death realm in 10 to 15 days. If it was before, the gate of life and death realm was vague to him, seemingly close but actually very far away. But now, the gate of life and death realm had turned from illusory to tangible. He could see and touch it, and it was incomparably clear. All he needed was a bit of force to open the gate. Just as Yi Chen was about to succeed in verifying life and death, Beard King was still chasing after Yi Chen's traces. Behind him, the masked man was also catching up. As for the blood-robed guards, they were already useless. Yi Chen's speed was too fast. By the time they caught up, who knew how long it would take? Of course, there was also the possibility that Yi Chen would turn around midway and escape to their rear. However, this possibility was very small. Once he was surrounded, he wouldn't even be able to escape. Beard King, Iron Arm King, Grey Bird King, and me, the four of us will split up. We'll definitely find him again. The masked man had already learned about Yi Chen from Grey Bird King. He didn't believe that Yi Chen could control the golden dragon image without limit, so he must have escaped to the front and hidden himself. That golden dragon silhouette must be some sort of treasure. However, it's still not enough to stop me. Once I kill him, that treasure will be mine. Increasing his speed, the masked man rapidly teleported in the void. Master is about to succeed. Roar. Dream-eating wolf's recent progress was not small. His realm had actually broken through from the first layer to the second layer. This was all thanks to Yi Chen's verification. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break through so easily. Once Master breaks through, I should be able to openly appear in the outside world. Dream-eating wolf also knew that he was a rare commodity. If his master's strength was not enough, others would definitely come to fight for him. He was fed up with changing masters, so he hoped that his master would be as powerful as possible. Moreover, he could feel that Yi Chen was a world-shaking genius. Following him, his glory would be limitless. Perhaps one day, he would also be remembered by the later generations. He, Dream-eating wolf, had once followed a peerless expert and fought for countless years, becoming unparalleled under the heavens. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The life and death aura on Yi Chen's body had become increasingly powerful. Later on, it gradually blended together and became indistinguishable. In the surroundings of Yi Chen, the plants would wither and grow rapidly from time to time, similar to the scene in the life and death secret realm. Eh? On this day, Dream-eating wolf's ears twitched, and he suddenly stood up. Enemy. Dream-eating wolf was proficient in dream power, and his soul power was also extremely powerful. He could feel the space above the island rippling, and a powerful aura suddenly appeared. Haha, let's see where you can run this time. The masked man broke through the space and appeared in Dream-eating wolf's sight. Oh woo, Dream-eating wolf roared, and the red fur on his body stood up. This was a sign of extreme danger, and the feeling the masked man gave him was incomparably frightening. All eyes opened, and Dream-eating wolf used his dream power, which spread toward the masked man. Overestimating yourself. The masked man completely ignored Dream-eating wolf's dream power, and easily broke through it, reaching out to grab Dream-eating wolf. Right at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and an incomparably huge black hole appeared in the sky. Inside the black hole, boundless energy was compressed together, crazily revolving, and eventually forming a super energy whirlpool. From the whirlpool, a black storm poured down. This is life and death calamity. The masked man turned pale with fright. Breaking through from the astral-reaching realm to the Sea of Souls realm was called the Mortal Transformation Pass. After shedding off the mortal body, one would no longer be immortal. Breaking through to the life and death realm would be the Life and Death Pass. Life and death tribulation was merely a general term. It included heavenly thunder tribulation, wind and fire tribulation, and yuan spirit tribulation. Each tribulation had many variations depending on the individual. Once the life and death tribulation descended, a huge hole would be torn open in the third layer of Elysium, and the boundless energy of heaven and earth would bombard the challenger. The black storm was merely an appetizer. It wasn't the official tribulation yet. However, this appetizer wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. If it were any other ordinary challenger, they would find themselves in a difficult situation. This black storm was aimed at Yi Chen, a test from the heavens for Yi Chen. With Yi Chen's frightening talent, how could the might of the black storm be weak? Life and death tribulation. He's actually starting the tribulation now? How long has it been? The masked man was both startled and furious. He knew how powerful Yi Chen was. Before breaking through, he could already kill Bloodblade King and gravely injure Grey Bird King. Once he broke through, how terrifying would he be? Perhaps even he wouldn't be able to take him down. I can't let him break through smoothly. A cold light flickered in the masked man's eyes. Come here. With the descent of the life and death tribulation, Yichen immediately stored the dream-eating wolf in his beast token. Otherwise, with the dream-eating wolf's cultivation base at the second layer, it would be annihilated by a single shockwave. Putting away the dream-eating wolf, Yichen ignored the masked man and focused his gaze on the black storm. Huff 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 huff, the black storm poured down in torrents, tearing numerous fine cracks in the space. These cracks extended unceasingly, eventually surrounding Yichen like a spider web. In the next moment, the black storm swept towards Yichen. With Yichen's eyesight, how could he not see that this black storm was incomparably sharp, as if it was composed of countless small black swords? Even a mountain or a city would be turned into dust by this black storm. Boom, the entire island was instantly swallowed up by the black storm. Yichen's figure could no longer be seen. After about 10 breaths of time, the black storm dissipated. When he looked again, there was no island left. The huge island had been completely destroyed. Not even a trace of it could be seen. It had been completely erased from the sea. What a terrifying storm. The protective Zhenyuan outside of Yichen's body was flickering. It was a sign that the impact was too powerful, causing the Zhenyuan to fluctuate. It should be known that after Yichen had leveled up his green lotus sword spell to Heaven Realm, the quality of his Zhenyuan was far beyond normal people. His Zhenyuan circulation speed was also extremely fast. With the two added together, it made his protective Zhenyuan several times stronger than warriors at the same level. Go to hell. The appetizer had just passed, and the first wave of life and death tribulations had yet to arrive. The masked man suddenly made his move, and it was an ultimate move. The splashing thunder and fire burst out toward Yichen. Yichen sneered and did not dodge. Boom, the sky suddenly lit up, and the whole world was filled with endless light. In almost 1,000th of a blink of an eye, 2 lightning-like thunderbolts struck down. One of them destroyed the masked man's attack, while the other landed on his protective Zhenyuan, not giving him any chance to dodge. Puff, a mouthful of burning blood spurted out, and the masked man was blown back miserably, his body scorched black. Attacking a person going through the tribulation will have to bear the wrath of the world's will. Yichen seemed to have known that he would be fine. Activating his undying body, the black scorched skin on the masked man's body disappeared, and he recovered to his normal state. His face was gloomy as he thought to himself, damn it. The worlds will indeed interfere. If I continue to attack without caring about anything, the worlds will send a life and death tribulation to me. Moreover, this life and death tribulation's power will be adjusted according to my strength. Even if I can pass it, my cultivation will be greatly damaged. In the past, although the masked man knew that attacking a person going through the tribulation would provoke the world's will, he had never tried it. This time, Yichen was right in front of him, so he decided to take the risk. Huh. Good. Life and death tribulation is not that easy to pass, especially the last Yuan spirit tribulation, which directly attacks the soul. The moment the life and death tribulation is over, I will kill you immediately. The masked man gave up on the idea of killing Yichen right now. He could not do it. Gotcha, the black storm was the appetizer, and the heaven thunder tribulation was the main course. Huge thunder balls descended from the sky, smashing towards Yichen. These were not ordinary thunder and lightning, but the heaven thunder tribulation that had been strengthened by the world's will. Its power was unimaginable. Each thunder ball had the destructive power to destroy a city. Die. Yichen floated in the sky, waving the evil shattering sword in his hand dozens of times. Sword chi shot up into the sky. Crackle. Thunderballs exploded one after another, filling the sky with electricity. Rumble. After the ball of lightning passed, there was a huge commotion in the world. A mountain-like city made of lightning slowly descended from the spinning black hole. A vast pressure swept out in all directions, and the seawater within 500 kilometers caved in by 100 kilometers. The seawater surged out in all directions, causing tsunamis to appear. The Thunder City was filled with 108 thunder dragons. In the center of the Thunder City, there was an even bigger thunder dragon. This thunder dragon's body was like a mountain, and its scales were bigger than a house. It had a pair of dragon horns that looked like 2 invincible spears that could pierce through the sky. Black destructive thunder gathered on its horns. The Thunder City's appearance caused a doomsday atmosphere to ripple out for millions of li. The demonic beasts under the sea and the birds in the sky shivered in fear. What? The most powerful thunder tribulation, doomsday dragon palace tribulation. The masked man couldn't believe his eyes. This doomsday dragon palace tribulation didn't appear at all times. Only the most shocking geniuses would have this treatment. Without exaggeration, the appearance of this doomsday dragon palace tribulation indicated that Yi Chen had the chance to become an unparalleled expert, comparable to the ancients. This was because after Yuan Emperor, no one had ever encountered the doomsday dragon palace tribulation. Even Xuanho's thunder dragon palace tribulation was a grade lower. The grade of the life and death tribulation was equivalent to telling you the future achievements of the person undergoing the tribulation. Ordinary people who could enjoy the Thunder Dragon Palace tribulation were already peerless geniuses that appeared once in 1,000 years. But if they encountered the Doomsday Dragon Palace tribulation, their future achievements would be comparable to the ancients. In other words, Yi Chen had the chance to break the curse of Yuan Emperor and become the first titled monarch to leave a mark on the Emperor Scar Steel after Yuan Emperor. Shock, anger, the masked man's heart was beating very fast. He originally thought that Yi Chen was a genius even more powerful than Xianho, so he had to get rid of him as soon as possible. How could he have known that he had still underestimated Yi Chen's potential? Yi Chen's potential might be comparable to his since ancient times, but there was absolutely no one above him. If Lord knew that Yi Chen's potential was so great, he might have disregarded everything and personally come to kill him even if he had to face the possibility of being discovered. The masked man quickly thought. Yi Chen didn't have the time to guess what the masked man was thinking, because his mind was currently completely focused on the Thunder City. This Thunder City was even more frightening than the Thunder Dragon Palace tribulation he had to undergo during the Mortal Transformation Pass. This kind of frightening was not only reflected in its might, because the same Thunder Dragon Palace tribulation was different from the Life and Death Pass. The will of heaven and earth and the condensation of energy were completely different. During the Mortal Transformation Pass, the strongest Thunder Tribulation would be the Thunder Dragon Palace Tribulation. But during the Life and Death Pass, the strongest Thunder Tribulation would be the Doomsday Dragon Palace Tribulation. The Thunder City slowly pressed down, and the depression of the sea water became deeper and deeper. From 100 li, it became 200 li, 300 li, 500 li. Within the perimeter of millions of li, tsunamis and floodwaters filled the sky. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, and a panic-stricken atmosphere spread out. Too powerful. Is he trying to challenge my limits? Yi Chen thought silently. Break! With the evil shattering sword in his hand, Yi Chen's spirit, qi, and soul had reached their peak. His tall and straight body went against the tide and chopped down on the wall of the Thunder City. Clang, blazing sparks exploded hundreds of li away. A sword mark appeared on the Thunder City, and after a slight shake, it continued to descend. A horrifying pressure acted on Yi Chen's body, causing Yi Chen's protective Xin Yuan to distort. Congealing water. Seeing that the first sword attack had failed, Yi Chen used his ace attack. The sword power exploded on the city gate, shattering it completely. The sword power roared in the air. Sword dragon art. Congealing water. Bewitching mirror shattering. Even his killing move couldn't do anything to the Thunder City. Yi Chen knew that this Doomsday Dragon Palace tribulation wouldn't be easy to pass. He had to go all out and bring out his battle power to the limit. The sword snake art required the defensive sword art to reach the level of 33 simultaneous swords, while the sword dragon art required 42 simultaneous swords. Above Yi Chen's head, a dazzling semi-extreme grade sword split into 42. The 42 sword shadows combined together and turned into a majestic sword dragon, attacking toward the Thunder City. At the same time, Yi Chen used the evil shattering sword in his left hand and the Sky Scorpio sword in his right, respectively using his killing moves, congealing water and bewitching mirror shattering. At this very moment, Yi Chen had completely burst out, doing three things at once. Boom! Boom, boom. After suffering 3 killing moves, the Thunder City finally lost its balance and started to sway. Again. Yi Chen used another 3 killing moves. Clang, the Thunder City was overturned, and the city walls were in tatters. More than half of the 108 thunder dragons had been destroyed, and the remaining half had dimmed a lot. Break for me! Yi Chen roared. Sword dragon art, congealing water, and bewitching mirror shattering landed on the Thunder City for the third time. The berserk energy ripple blasted the Thunder City into a black hole, causing it to dissipate rapidly. It actually blew away the Doomsday Dragon Palace tribulation. The masked man's eyes widened. Normally, the tribulation would succeed 99% of the time. No matter how powerful the tribulation was, since it had descended from the heavens, the probability of passing it was very high. However, it wouldn't be as easy as Yi Chen's. When he was going through his tribulation, he had to slowly whittle away the tribulation's power instead of facing it head-on. Roar, a majestic dragon roar rang out, and yet another city of lightning descended. The masked man almost vomited blood. What? There's more? Life and Death Calamity consisted of Sky Thunder Calamity, Wind Fire Calamity, and Yuan Spirit Calamity. Sky Thunder Calamity targeted battle power, Wind Fire Calamity targeted will, and Yuan Spirit Calamity targeted soul. Therefore, even though it was only the first calamity, it was not weaker than the other two calamities. The first wave of Doomsday Dragon Palace Calamity had already shocked the masked man. Another wave was simply unimaginable. This wave was still the same Doomsday Dragon Palace Calamity, but its power was much greater and more frightening than the previous one. The 108 thunder dragons seemed to have come to life, their roars resounding and the dragon might spreading out. Boom, the thunder dragons shook their heads and wagged their tails, spitting out thunder light towards Yi Chen. The thunder light was as sharp as a heavenly blade, bright and dazzling, appearing in front of Yi Chen in just a flash. Waving the evil shattering sword in his left hand, Yi Chen chopped out one thunder light after another while the Sky Scorpio sword in his right hand shot out a purple sword chi, bombarding the Thunder City, creating a sky full of sparks and purple light rain. Go! With the sword dragon art formed, Yi Chen chopped towards the unceasing thunder dragons with a single thought. As the thunder dragons were chopped apart, the attacks Yi Chen received became less and less. When all 108 thunder dragons disappeared, the Thunder City was already less than 100 li away from Yi Chen. The berserk pressure seemed to want to crush Yi Chen from the inside out, turning him into a meat paste. His protective Zhen Yuan flickered, twisting to the extreme. Go back for me. Crossing the two swords, Yi Chen's figure crashed into the Thunder City like a shooting star. With his fifth step spirit body, he dared to withstand the counterforce. Clang, cracks appeared on the Thunder City, and Yi Chen also spurted out a mouthful of blood. Pung! 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 Again and again, Yi Chen forcefully pushed the Thunder City back into the black hole. However, the moment it was pushed back, the huge thunder dragon in the center of the Thunder City woke up. It raised its head and slightly opened its mouth, shooting out a vast thunder light at Yi Chen's protective Zhen Yuan, blowing him away. His skin was charred black and his body was smoking. Yi Chen was struck into the sea. When he emerged from the sea, Yi Chen's pupils shrank. Above his head was a huge lightning dragon. Berserk lightning revolved around it, and black lightning was condensing on the two horns on its head. Doomsday Dragon. Crazy, he's really crazy. There's another tribulation after the Doomsday Dragon Palace. Could it be that he forcefully increased the tribulation's level? The masked man opened his mouth wide and lost the strength to roar. Roar, the Doomsday Dragon was more than 100 miles long. Its mountain-like dragon claw tore through space and grabbed at Yi Chen. The tip of the claw flickered with lightning, containing a lightning force field. TSS 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 TSS, Yi Chen could feel that the water in his body was evaporating, and his skin was becoming dry. The strong electric shock made his hands and feet weak, and his strength was gradually draining away. Sword Dragon Art. With a surge of his soul power, the sword dragon formed by 42 sword shadows charged towards the dragon claw. Clang! Clang! The dragon claw's power was too great. The sword dragon crumbled upon contact, turning into countless broken sword shadows. However, this move also caused the dragon claw to pause for a moment, and the lightning force field had a flaw. Break! With a wave of the Sky Scorpio sword, one of the dragon claw's fingers was cut off. However, the other claws still struck Yi Chen's body. Because the dragon claw was too huge, like a mountain, Yichen was almost crushed into the sea. Break again. The resistance of the sea slowed the dragon claw's speed. Yichen pushed his sword domain to the limit and cut off the second finger, then the third, the fourth, and the fifth. Swish, the purple crystal on the Sky Scorpio sword expanded, turning into a 10-meter-long amethyst sword. Holding the amethyst sword, Yichen cut the dragon claw's palm in half. Breaking out of the water, Yichen took the initiative to attack the Doomsday Dragon. The Doomsday Dragon's reaction wasn't fast, and its body was pierced by Yichen's sword. However, compared to its huge body, this sword's destructive power was nothing. Its long tail swept out, and Yichen couldn't avoid it at all. He was sent flying thousands of li away, spurting out mouthfuls of blood, and his right arm was directly shattered. Too powerful. This Doomsday Dragon should have advanced 2-star battle strength, while I'm only mid 2-star battle strength. If I want to pass this tribulation, I can only exhaust it. It doesn't have an undying body, and losing a part of its body will weaken it. The more it loses, the weaker it will be. As long as I can persevere, it'll be fine. The life and death tribulation was aimed at the challenger, and its power would only be a bit higher than the challenger's battle strength. It couldn't be too abnormal, otherwise, who could pass this tribulation? Of course, because Yichen's battle strength was too powerful, the life and death tribulation was also very frightening. Other people's life and death tribulations were a bit more powerful than the challenger's, but his life and death tribulation was much more powerful than the challenger's. Sword chi crisscrossed, and lightning wreaked havoc. Yichen and the 100-li-long Doomsday Dragon continued to fight. Everything within 10,000 li was their battlefield, from east to west, from north to south. From afar, the masked man was watching coldly. Pursuing Thunder King, what's going on? Beard King, Iron Arm King, and the heavily injured Grey Bird King rushed over. He's crossing the tribulation. The masked man's title was Pursuing Thunder King. He let out a breath and said slowly. Crossing tribulation? Beard King looked over and frowned. What kind of tribulation is this? Why is it so frightening? If I encountered this tribulation back then, I would have died instantly. A tribulation even more frightening than the Doomsday Dragon Palace. The masked man's eyes flickered with a cold light. What? Isn't the Doomsday Dragon Palace the most powerful tribulation among all the lightning tribulations? It has been since ancient times. Beard King, Iron Arm King, and Grey Bird King turned pale with fright. They already had a bad premonition when they saw Yichen's tribulation. Now that Yichen's tribulation was this frightening, wouldn't his future accomplishments be even more frightening? This kid must be eliminated. The masked man said these words coldly. He must be eliminated. Beard King and the other two also said resolutely. When he crosses the Yuan spirit tribulation and his soul is at its weakest, we'll attack together and not give him any chance to struggle. Grey Bird King gnashed his teeth. Rumble, after such a long battle, Yichen's Jinyuan was drained like water. Only a tenth of his Jinyuan remained. Fortunately, the Doomsday Dragon's battle power had also fallen from high-grade 2 stars to low-grade 2 stars. It could no longer block Yichen's attacks. Another moment passed, and the Doomsday Dragon's body had shrunk to a few dozen li. Its battle power had fallen from 2 stars to 1 star, and then from high-grade 1 star to low-grade 1 star. Poochie, purple sword radiance blossomed as Yichen slashed the Doomsday Dragon apart. I've finally crossed the tribulation. Yichen smiled bitterly. He still had a trace of Jinyuan left in his body. If his Jinyuan had been exhausted before the Doomsday Dragon was killed, he would have been the one to die. Although the success rate of life and death tribulation was high, there were still cases of failure. Out of 100 people, there would always be 1 or 2 who failed and died. Taking a deep breath, Yichen looked up at the sky. After the thunder disaster, it was time for the wind-fire disaster. The wind-fire disaster had 2 heavenly tribulations, one external and one internal. The external tribulation was the cutting of the body and the burning of the heavenly fire, while the internal tribulation was the heart demon. Those with weak willpower would not be able to pass through it at all. Of those who failed, half of them died under the wind-fire disaster, while the other half died under the primordial spirit disaster. The thunder disaster, on the other hand, did not have many casualties. Let me recover my Xianyuan first. The least worrying thing about passing the life and death disaster was recovering Xianyuan. The natural yuan qi was too rich, especially the black hole that pierced through the three heavens, which was simply an energy black hole. The yuan qi energy was compressed into a liquid, and then into a solid. As Yichen operated his heaven realm low-rank martial art, Green Lotus Sword spell, the boundless yuan qi energy poured down with Yichen as the center. Roughly speaking, the density of the yuan qi energy in this area was at least 1,000 times higher than the outside world. So cool. Yichen had never tried to accumulate Xianyuan this fast before. The rich yuan qi energy did not need to be refined, and became his own Xianyuan. Moreover, the Xianyuan that had been used up recovered by 10% in a few breaths' time, then 20%, 30%, 70%, all the way to 100%. Whoosh, just as Yichen was about to recover his Xianyuan, a bright whirlwind came from the black hole and blew past Yichen's body. Poochie poochie poochie, dozens of bloody wounds appeared on Yichen's arms, face, and thighs. Hiss, Yichen sucked in a breath of cold air. This whirlwind had completely ignored his protective Xianyuan and directly blew onto his body. However, its power was not that great, just enough to break through his body's defense. However, that was not the key point. Yichen discovered that the place where he had been cut, his nerves of pain had been magnified to the extreme. It was only a small wound, but it made him feel extreme pain. He, who was not mentally prepared, could not help but suck in a breath of air. Activating his undying body, the wounds healed up, but the pain was still spreading. Willpower, it really is a test of willpower. The heavenly lightning tribulation tested one's combat prowess, while the great tribulation of wind and fire tested one's willpower. It wouldn't kill you straight away. Instead, it would make you suffer unbearable pain. Moreover, this was just the first wave. Who knew what kind of tests would come later? It had to be known that pain wasn't the only thing that was unbearable. There were also soreness, spasms, burning, and so on. If one could not withstand the test of the external tribulation, the moment the internal tribulation came, their will would definitely collapse. Then, they would be sliced into pieces and burned to ashes, dying. Since his protective Xianyuan was useless, Yichen simply put it away. Although the external tribulation wouldn't kill him, he still needed to circulate his immortal body to recover from his injuries. Saving as much Xianyuan as possible was good. Whoosh, just as the whirlwind blew past, a blazing heavenly fire fell down and burned Yichen's body. The might of the heavenly fire wasn't that great, and it could only burn the outer layer of Yichen's flesh. However, the pain was amplified by several folds. His body was soreness, burning, and numbness. Yichen had turned into a human-shaped torch, enduring all kinds of sufferings and pains that he normally couldn't feel. Hee, this is just the first wave. When the second and third waves come, he will definitely be in a miserable state. Greybird King didn't think that Yichen couldn't pass the great tribulation of wind and fire. However, seeing Yichen in such a miserable state was also very satisfying. He wanted to see how miserable Yichen would be. Suffering all kinds of sufferings and then being killed by us. Nothing is more delightful than this. Beard King also laughed. The second wave is coming. Iron Arm King raised his head and looked at the black hole. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. This time, it was a purple gale that gave off a moist feeling, as if it was made of liquid. Even though they were very far away, they could still feel some discomfort on their skin. It's the toxic heavenly wind. The toxic heavenly wind was the most powerful tribulation of the wind tribulation. Being struck by this wind would immediately be poisoned. The poison wouldn't penetrate into the body, but it would cause one's skin to rot and stink. Not to mention experiencing it personally, even watching it would make one's scalp tingle. However, ordinary people couldn't enjoy this tribulation. Only geniuses that appeared once in 1,000 years could enjoy it. The surface of Yichen's skin turned purple and black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, it started to rot. The stink of poison flowed out from the rotten areas, looking extremely disgusting. Frowning slightly, Yichen sat cross-legged in the air, his palms tightly gripping his knees. He actually endured it. Beard King was a little incredulous. The wind tribulation he had endured was very ordinary. It was just the cutting of the wind blades, and then the pain nerves were magnified to the limit. Even so, he was sweating profusely and couldn't help but shout a few times. In his opinion, with the terror of the toxic heavenly wind, Yichen would surely roar a few times. Could it be that this toxic heavenly wind isn't as scary as the legends say? Beard King reached out and grabbed a few strands of the toxic heavenly wind. Arg! A mournful and shrill sound rang out as Beard King's entire right arm rotted away. And that wasn't all. The pain from the corrosion caused his pain nerves to spasm. This kind of pain wasn't something a human could endure. Only the legendary purgatory would have this kind of pain exist. What a powerful toxic heavenly wind. Greybird King and Ironarm King felt their scalps go numb. How would they dare to provoke the toxic heavenly wind like Beard King? Even the masked man gave up on the idea. Damn it. Circulating the undying body, Beard King's right arm recovered to its original state. However, his face was extremely pale, and there was a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. When he looked at Yichen again, there was a trace of fear and dread in his eyes. He couldn't imagine how Yichen could endure this kind of pain. One had to know that the latter's entire body was rotting from the toxic heavenly wind. Is this kid still human? Just as Beard King thought, the suffering Yichen was enduring was far beyond imagination. Moreover, he couldn't block this pain at all. He couldn't even divert his attention. This was a test from the heavens. The heavens wouldn't let you pass the wind-fire tribulation so easily. Just as the toxic heavenly wind passed, a stream of fire suddenly poured down from the sky. This stream of fire was extremely dense, like magma, splashing onto Yichen's body. It's the heavenly flame stream. The heavenly flame stream was also the most powerful tribulation among the fire tribulations. Sizzle, magma covered Yichen's body. His hair, face, and skin were all burned to ashes. The stream of fire didn't directly burn into his body. Instead, it rubbed against Yichen's internal muscles, burning him to the extreme. It was no different from throwing an ordinary person into a pot of boiling oil. Yichen's tendons were twitching, and his limbs were spasming. His heart thumping wildly, Yichen knew that this pain was bestowed upon him by the world's will. The world's will protected the inside of his body, allowing the outside to bear this heart-wrenching pain. But it was so painful that Yichen gradually lost consciousness and started hallucinating. This was a vast and boundless valley. The inside of the valley was like spring all year round, filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. Occasionally, dragons and phoenixes could be seen flying by, leaving behind sonorous dragon roars and phoenix cries. Listening to them, Yichen forgot everything. He forgot that he was in the middle of a tribulation and treated this place as his own world. Your Excellency, please come in. Guarding the outside of the valley was a group of expressionless god generals with powerful auras. The leader of the god generals gestured with his right hand and invited Yichen into the valley with a respectful tone. Yichen didn't say anything and just watched coldly from the sidelines. Your Excellency, the young lady is waiting for you inside. Don't let her wait too long. The god generals continued. After persisting for a while, the god generals saw that Yichen didn't move at all and didn't seem to have any intention of entering, so they stopped inviting him and stood respectfully at the side. After a short while, a clear and melodious voice drifted over. Young Master Yi, why aren't you coming in yet? My young lady has been waiting for you for a long time. 7 natural beauties wearing silk dresses walked out of the valley. Each of them gave off a graceful celestial aura, as if they were fairies. Their bright and beautiful eyes made it hard for others to refuse them. Let's go, young Master Yi. 2 women ran over and pulled Yichen's arms, wanting to pull him in. Scram. Yichen released his aura, shaking the few of them away. You. The woman who was pushed away had tears rolling down her face, feeling extremely wronged. Junior brother Yi. Right then, another person walked out of the valley. It was a woman, tall and slim, wearing white robes. She was extremely pretty, and the way she looked at Yichen was full of love. It was indeed Su Jing. Young lady, he doesn't want to come in. Why bother with him? The 7 women crowded around Su Jing. You really don't want to come in? Su Jing asked. A complicated expression flickered in Yichen's eyes. He simply closed his eyes to rest. Forget it. Go find her. Su Jing let out a sigh and turned to enter the valley. As she turned, a drop of tear fell from her eyes. Yi Chen, let's go. Not far away, Morong Qingqing walked over slowly with a pitiful look on her face. What's real and what's fake? It's always hard to tell. This must be the devil in my heart. Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes, regaining his clarity. Without looking at Morong Qingqing, the aura on his body increased immeasurably. That sharp sword aura shattered the whole world, shattering it like a mirror. Break! 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 After 3 roars, the valley, the divine general, the giant phoenix, and Su Jing and Morong Qingqing all disappeared as if they had never existed. The fire was still burning Yi Chen's body. The moment the illusion disappeared, Yi Chen once again entered a purgatory of pain. As he had just come out from the illusion, the pain seemed to have increased tenfold, making him want to die immediately. Fortunately, the heavenly flame stream would eventually come to an end. To others, the wind and fire tribulation might be powerful and terrifying, but Yi Chen's will was extremely strong. The so-called external tribulation and internal tribulation could do nothing to him. This was because Yi Chen's strength came from his will and soul, which were the source of his strength. After the wind and fire tribulation, the primordial spirit tribulation came. What astonished the masked man and the others was that although Yi Chen's primordial spirit tribulation was incomparably frightening and unheard of, Yi Chen felt much more relaxed. Only Yi Chen himself knew that his soul was 5 times stronger than ordinary people, and its quality was comparable to life and death kings. Thus, the primordial spirit tribulation was several times easier than the sky thunder tribulation. Bang! From the black hole, a crystalline river that seemed to be both liquid and solid poured into Yi Chen's body. This was the extremely condensed yuan qi of heaven and earth. After entering his body, it would rapidly transform into Qing-grade Jin Yuan. With Qing-grade Jin Yuan, even if Yi Chen didn't have time to improve his profound, his battle power would still increase by many folds. Not good. His soul is not weak at all. Go. The masked man immediately made a decision and dove into the void. Before breaking through, Yi Chen already had mid-2-star battle power. Once he broke through, he would be even more terrifying. Originally, they wanted to take advantage of Yi Chen's weakened soul to kill him. But now, it seemed like it was just their wishful thinking. You think you can escape? Yi Chen's body had already produced Qing-grade Jin Yuan. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for him to swing a few times. Seeing the masked man and the other 3 trying to escape, Yi Chen pulled out the Sky Scorpio sword and attacked with the bewitching mirror shattering. Buzz, the masked man and the other 3, who had already escaped into the void, were forcibly swept out and sealed inside the purple mirror. With the support of Qing-grade Jin Yuan, the bewitching mirror shattering finally displayed the true power of space profound. Even the masked man with 3-star battle strength couldn't escape. Gotcha, the purple mirror shattered. Apart from the masked man, the other 3 were instantly killed. The masked man didn't have a good time either. His body was drenched in blood, and one of his arms and left leg had been shredded into a bloody mist by countless spatial fragments. Run! The masked man was incomparably shocked. Yi Chen's battle strength was even more powerful than he had imagined. Even escaping into the void had been flipped over, so how could he be his opponent? The lightning flame on his body exploded as the masked man turned into lightning flame and escaped into the void once again. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Just what's wrong? Killing Beard King, Iron Arm King, and Grey Bird King with a single sword and heavily injuring the masked man, Yi Chen didn't feel anything at all. He felt that he had missed something important, something even more important than killing the masked man. Therefore, when the masked man escaped, he didn't chase after him. Instead, he pondered. There's nothing wrong with killing them. Then what happened before this? What was wrong before this? Right, before this, I was going through tribulation. But why is it that apart from the lightning tribulation and the first half of the wind and fire tribulation, all the other details are so blurry that I can't remember anything? I only know that I succeeded. Missing details? I can sense the details of the tribulation, but I don't have any. The will of the world can imitate other things, but it can't imitate me, because it isn't me. It can only trigger it based on the information in my heart. How can I not have any comprehension of the tribulation of wind and fire and the Yuan spirit tribulation? Heart devil. A light flashed in his mind as he opened his mouth and roared. Rumble, his soul surged, and Yichen woke up. Ouch, the first thing he felt was pain, a very real pain. At this moment, he was still going through his fire tribulation, heaven flame flow. His body was wrapped in an extremely condensed flame flow, which rubbed against his muscles and stimulated his pain nerves. Releasing his soul power, Yichen could clearly sense that the masked man and the other three were still alive, staring at him coldly. What a terrifying heart demon. Yichen could not help but feel his scalp tingle. Other people's inner demons only had one layer, but his inner demon actually had 2 layers. After breaking through the first layer, there was still another layer outside. Most people would slightly relax after overcoming the inner demon, and it was precisely this slight relaxation that allowed the inner demon to take advantage of the weakness and enter, making it hard for Yichen to distinguish between the real and the fake. If it wasn't for the fact that Yichen's willpower was firm enough to maintain a bit of divine light from beginning to end, the second layer of his inner demons would have consigned him to eternal damnation and burned him into ashes by the tribulation of wind and fire. Terrifying. Compared to the doomsday dragon and the sky thunder tribulation, the inner demons of the wind and fire tribulation didn't have any visual effects. Outsiders couldn't see through it at all, but it was 10 times more dangerous. Even Yichen had almost died from it. If it were someone else, they would have already fallen. Thinking about it carefully, Yichen felt that he had already been invaded by the inner demons when he was unconscious. Even the poisonous heaven wind couldn't make him unconscious, and the pain from the heaven flame flow was only a little bit worse than the poisonous heaven wind. How could it make him unconscious? It was most likely that this unconscious state was imposed on him by the will of the world. Only when he was unconscious would he wake up. After waking up, it would be when the second layer of the inner demons would start to wreak havoc. It was like a psychological lure, luring him into thinking that he had woken up, when in fact, he was still in an illusion. Could this still be an illusion? A thought suddenly popped into Yichen's mind. It seems like my heart is in a mess. The second layer of the inner demons has made me a frightened bird. As long as my will is firm and consistent, it doesn't matter if it's an inner demon or not. What's real and what's fake? Everything is a result of the changes in the outside world. As long as my body doesn't change, the inner demons won't be able to take advantage of it. Smiling bitterly, Yichen calmed down. His expression was calm, and even the pain on his body seemed to have faded a lot. His state of mind had been greatly improved due to the inner demons. The test of the will of the world had accelerated his growth. Of course, other tribulation takers would also have some growth, just not as much as him. What a terrifying will. The masked man could still see Yichen's body convulsing and trembling before, but now, Yichen's body had actually relaxed. Pursuing Thunder King, do you think he has passed the inner demon tribulation? Beard King asked. I'm afraid he has. The masked man answered subconsciously. The wind and fire tribulation is divided into internal and external tribulations. The external tribulation complements the internal tribulation. The pain produced by the external tribulation makes it easier for the inner demons to invade. I wonder how strong his inner demon tribulation is. Beard King and the other two were clear that the external tribulation was only this much. What was truly frightening was the inner demon tribulation. Given Yichen's talent and potential, the inner demon tribulation was at least at the highest level. There was a high chance that he had surpassed the highest level and raised the inner demon tribulation by another level. Of course, outsiders couldn't see through the inner demon tribulation, so they didn't know what kind of inner demon Yichen had encountered. The fire gradually died out and dispersed. The burnt surface of Yichen's body gradually shed off, growing new skin. At this point, he had passed the wind and fire great calamity, and only the last calamity was left, the Yuan spirit calamity. Huff, heavily exhaling, Yichen opened his eyes and looked at the masked man and the other three. This glance was extremely calm, without any killing intent or other emotions. However, this glance made the hearts of the masked man and the other three twitch. At this moment, they even felt as if they couldn't breathe. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed their hearts and fiercely squeezed them, not allowing them to beat. What a frightening glance this was. Will suppression. The masked man's face turned gloomy as he slowly spat out a word. Life and Death Kings had truly grasped the wondrous usage of will. The same martial will exerted by a Life and Death King and a martial artist under Life and Death realm would have a completely different effect. The latter simply couldn't perfectly utilize the suppression of martial will, and could only instinctively release it. On the other hand, Life and Death Kings could concentrate their will even more, giving rise to a frightening pressure. Although Yichen wasn't a Life and Death King, he had passed the inner demon tribulation of wind and fire tribulation. His control over will had already reached the level of Life and Death realm. No, it might be even more frightening. This was because other peak kings couldn't give him such a powerful pressure. This glance seemed to decide their life and death. What a frightening gaze. The masked man was a bit better off, but Beard King and the other two felt their hearts clench and their bodies stiffen. If Yichen were to attack at this moment, they might not even be able to withstand a single exchange. In terms of willpower, the disparity between them and Yichen was simply too great. Among them, Beard King's willpower was slightly higher, but it was only at mid-5th step. Greybird King and Ironarm King only had peak 4th step willpower. Meanwhile, Yichen's destruction sword intent had reached the 6th step, which was equivalent to an ordinary 7th step sword intent. How could he endure this seemingly ordinary but actually incomparably tyrannical willpower? Chasing Thunder King, this kid is a bit strange. Greybird King had a trace of retreating. Yichen had yet to formally step into Life and Death realm, yet he could already utilize willpower to such a frightening degree. Once he reached Life and Death realm, he would be even more terrifying. A single gaze from the other party would probably be enough to paralyze his body. He is a bit strange, but he still hasn't crossed his primordial spirit tribulation. In truth, Beard King also had a bad premonition. However, with Chasing Thunder King here, he felt that Yichen didn't have much hope. It should be known that Chasing Thunder King's battle strength had reached mid-3-star realm. Moreover, he was at the peak of mid-3-star realm. Adding the three of them together, they could barely contend against a high 3-star king. Beard King is right. Since ancient times, the souls of those undergoing primordial spirit tribulation have always weakened for a period of time. The moment his soul weakens, the four of us can unleash our killing moves. We can certainly kill him. Ironarm King was a body-refining king, and his boldness was the strongest. Although Yichen's gaze made his heart clench and his body stiffen, he didn't think of retreating. Alright, our mission this time is to kill Yichen. If Yichen isn't killed, how are we supposed to hand in the mission when we return? Moreover, judging from his Life and Death tribulation's momentum, once he enters Life and Death realm, his battle strength will not be any weaker than mine, perhaps even above mine. At that time, he will be a huge problem comparable to Xianxia. The masked man said coldly. Yichen didn't know what the four were thinking, but he didn't care. Retracting his gaze, he inwardly thought, Life and Death realm, one already has a certain understanding of life and death. Their control over will is several times stronger than before. No wonder, although body-refining kings are powerful, they are still a bit weaker than kings with powerful wills. Transcending the Life and Death tribulation would definitely give one enlightenment and improve in all aspects. When the heart demon invaded him, it was because of this that Yichen was able to defeat it in the end. The primordial soul tribulation is coming. A frightening pressure was emitted from the black hole, causing Yichen to raise his head involuntarily. Life and Death tribulations were of equal strength. However, in terms of danger, the heart demon tribulation of the wind and fire tribulation was extremely dangerous, and the Yuan spirit tribulation was even more dangerous. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause one's soul to be heavily injured, and it would take a very long time to recover. This was also the reason why many people who had clearly passed the Life and Death tribulation would still have extremely weak souls and poor mental states. Huff huff huff, a whirlwind blew down, but it was not an ordinary whirlwind. Only the soul could hear it, and it was the prelude of the Yuan spirit tribulation, Soul Whirlwind. The Soul Whirlwind was extremely fast, and it brushed past Yichen's body. Yichen's expression was calm, as if nothing had happened to him. If a mere soul whirlwind could put him in such a difficult situation, Then there was no need for him to transcend the Yuan spirit tribulation. Quite a powerful soul membrane. The masked man coldly snorted. When he encountered the soul whirlwind, he would at least frown, but Yichen didn't even frown. It was as if a gentle breeze had brushed past his face. After the soul whirlwind comes the soul storm. Let's see if he can still remain indifferent. Grey Bird King's previous intention of retreating made him somewhat embarrassed, so he deliberately expressed his disdain. Rumble, the soul storm's momentum was much stronger than the soul whirlwind. The rumbling sound of the storm directly reached the depths of the 5 souls. Compared to the soul storm of other tribulation transcenders, the one Yichen encountered was much more terrifying. Yichen originally wasn't afraid of this soul storm, but when he noticed Grey Bird King's expression, an idea popped up in his mind. The soul storm swept Yichen into it, constantly battering against Yichen's soul membrane. Every breath of time, there would be hundreds of battering, like waves crashing against the shore. Suddenly, Yichen groaned, and his complexion turned slightly pale. Haha, he really can't withstand the soul storm's impact. Grey Bird King laughed proudly. As the soul storm's might grew stronger, Yichen's complexion turned paler. In the end, his brows were furrowed, and his eyes flickered. After a long time, the soul storm dissipated, and cold sweat appeared on Yichen's forehead. This time, it's in the bag. Beard King and Iron Arm King felt much more relaxed. Previously, Yichen's gaze was too terrifying, causing them to feel a trace of fear. But now, that fear had vanished. Is this kid faking it? The masked man had his doubts. Yichen's soul storm was indeed several times stronger than the other tribulation transcenders, but he still felt something was wrong. Yuan divinity tribulation usually had 3 waves of attacks. After the soul whirlwind and soul storm, the most powerful attack came. Kill. A soul warrior formed entirely from souls raised a super machete and charged at Yichen. Before the figure arrived, the machete had already slashed down. It was a soul saber chi. Yichen didn't move, allowing the soul saber chi to slash at his soul membrane. He didn't have any soul defense secret art. Apart from his innate ability, he didn't know any soul attack secret arts. Thus, he could only rely on his soul membrane to resist the attack. Clang, invisible sparks flew outside the soul membrane. Amazing. Yichen felt a ripple on his soul membrane. Kill. 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 The soul warrior released 3 saber chi in a row, attacking Yichen's soul from 3 different angles. Soul storm. Although he didn't have any soul attack secret arts, it didn't mean that Yichen had to endure it passively. Above his soul sea, waves surged. Waves of soul power swept out in the form of a vortex. This was the authentic soul storm. His perception was extremely strong. The soul storm in Yuan divinity tribulation allowed him to grasp the method to cast soul storm. Although it wasn't as perfect as the soul storm in Yuan divinity tribulation, he had mastered it and didn't deviate from the right path. Boom. Boom, boom. When the soul saber chi encountered the soul storm, its power was rapidly reduced. When it slashed at Yichen's soul membrane, it didn't even have a tenth of its original strength. It wasn't even qualified to shake Yichen. However, Yichen still pretended that he couldn't bear it. His face was pale and bloodless, and his mental state was greatly reduced. Seeing that the soul saber chi couldn't do anything to Yichen, the soul warrior approached and prepared to use the machete to attack Yichen at close range. How troublesome. Yichen frowned and executed the soul storm again. The soul warrior didn't have any thoughts. How could it know that attacking Yichen at close range would only make it easier for Yichen? The soul storm's attack made him sway and he couldn't stabilize his body. His body formed by his soul was also gradually thinning. Now, he had to check out and change hotels. There was no time to continue. Scatter. Yichen let out a low roar, and even more soul power gushed out like a tornado, blasting toward the soul warrior. A powerful soul pressure suppressed the opponent, rendering it immobile. Chi 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 chi, the soul battle general was cut into many fine soul threads. Its body became more and more transparent, thinner and thinner. Finally, with a boom, it dissipated. He can even use soul storms so skillfully? Iron Arm King sucked in a breath of cold air. The majority of life and death kings could use soul storm, but those who could cultivate it to greater success could be counted with 2 hands. The majority of them were at minor success. Iron Arm King was a body-refining king, but his talent and soul was not too high. Therefore, his soul storm was far from reaching minor success. But now, looking at Yi Chen's appearance, he was clearly close to minor success. Don't worry, his soul was already injured before. Forcibly using soul storm now might look easy, but it should have worsened his injuries. I just don't know how deep his injuries are. Beard King analyzed. How deep the injuries are doesn't matter. There's still another wave coming. The masked man sensed something and raised his head toward the black hole. 4th wave? Beard King and the other 2 also raised their heads. Kill, a deep voice resounded from the depths of the black hole, reverberating between heaven and earth. Kill, the second kill word was much clearer, and its might was also much greater. As soon as the word appeared, a frightening soul pressure frantically surged out like the wind of hell. Kill. 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 Immediately after, the 3 kill words were shouted one after another, and the soul pressure increased by several folds. Apart from the masked man, Beard King and the other 2 groaned and retreated several steps. This kid is indeed a freak. Of the 3 life and death tribulations, apart from the wind and fire tribulation, the others have all improved. What kind of tribulation will this 4th wave be? The 3 couldn't help but wonder. Buzz, in the depths of the black hole, an incorporeal ripple appeared, and a figure wearing a shabby cloak and with tattered skin appeared. This is? It's a primordial slaughter king. The masked man blurted out, his voice filled with alarm. A primordial killer king? Could it be a ferocious creature from the soul prison? Grey Bird King was flabbergasted. The masked man shook his head. The soul prison is most likely fake. I've heard from the Lord that after people die, their soul auras will spread out. Although these soul auras don't have intelligence and are muddle-headed, they still have a trace of instinct. Countless soul auras from different sources will fuse together in a special environment and form the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit is extremely brutal and irrational. Wherever it goes, any living creature with a soul will have its soul sucked dry by it to replenish itself. When the primordial spirit is strong enough, it will become an extremely terrifying primordial spirit killer king. The primordial spirit killer king already has its own special intelligence and innately knows many kinds of soul attack secret techniques. The blood devil was born from a large amount of fresh blood, while the primordial killer king was born from a large amount of soul aura. Both of them were unnatural existences. Since it's a primordial killer king, isn't this kid dead for sure? Grey Bird King's face lit up as he asked. No. The masked man sized up the primordial killer king and said, the more stitches on the primordial killer king's body, the stronger it is. The stitches on this primordial killer king's body are faintly discernible, so it should be a newborn primordial killer king. However, it will be enough for him to suffer. Even if he survives, his soul will be weakened to the freezing point. The masked man sneered. He didn't expect that Yi Chen's primordial spirit tribulation would encounter the legendary primordial killer king. Primordial killer king. According to the Battle King's memories, Yi Chen could guess the origin of this figure. The primordial killer king was formed from the fusion of countless soul auras. Moreover, it had gathered the negative emotions of countless soul auras. There was no logic to it. Once it was born, it would slaughter the world and absorb the souls of countless living beings. Kill. The primordial killer king's weapon was a similarly tattered stone rod that seemed to have been patched up. Soul auras lingered on the stone rod, and countless people were howling miserably. Just listening to this sound would give rise to fear. With a flicker, the primordial killer king wielded the tattered stone rod and smashed it at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's expression turned solemn as he executed the soul storm. Pfft. Pfft. Layers of soul auras were blasted away by the stone rod. The primordial killer king only absorbed soul auras that hadn't been rearranged, so it couldn't absorb the soul storm. Again. Yi Chen executed the soul storm once more. Boom, this time, the primordial killer king was obstructed and staggered. What made Yi Chen frown was that the primordial killer king's soul aura was only weakened by less than 1%. In other words, even if he executed the soul storm 200 times, he still wouldn't be able to kill the opponent and survive this tribulation. If a simple soul storm doesn't work, then what about the destruction soul storm? Yichen increased the distance between him and the primordial killer king as the third soul storm was formed. This soul storm contained not only soul power but also the destruction sword intent. One should know that intent could also harm souls, but it was not as direct as soul attacks. Moreover, Yichen's destruction sword intent was not an ordinary one, but the destruction sword intent. It was extremely destructive to souls. In this world, there was almost nothing that the destruction sword intent could not harm. How could the primordial killer king dodge the destruction soul storm? It was hit directly, and its soul aura dispersed rapidly, disappearing by about 10%. It's effective indeed. This was the first time Yichen faced the legendary primordial killer king, so he wasn't too confident. Since the destruction soul storm was effective, Yichen would naturally use it to attack the primordial killer king. The Yuan divinity slayer king was forced back. Suddenly, he let out a low roar, and a ball of soul power spread out from his body, forming a soul ring. The destructive soul storm collided with the soul ring and was instantly neutralized. The soul aura he lost was only half of what it had been before. Kill. With the soul halo protecting its body, the primordial killer king raised the shabby stone staff high in the air and chopped down. This is a soul attack secret art. Yichen's eyes narrowed. Within his soul perception, countless soul staff phantoms hacked over, each of them carrying an intense vibration power. It was just like Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts and Yichen's vibration sword arts. The only difference was that the primordial killer king used soul power, and its destructive power was frightening. I can't be hit. Even if Yichen's soul power was 5 times that of ordinary people, and its quality was not inferior to life and death kings, he still didn't dare to face this soul attack of the primordial killer king head-on. Immortal Soul Storm. If the destruction soul storm was an attack, then the immortal soul storm revolved around Yichen's body, protecting him. Any soul attack would have to consume several times the power. When the immortal soul storm was dispersed, the soul staff phantom's might was reduced to 30%. Naturally, it couldn't do anything to Yichen, and was directly blocked by the soul membrane. Consume his soul aura first. In fact, Yichen also had a trump card, Soul Light. However, he could only use it twice, and each time was more precious than the last. Therefore, he couldn't use it right now. He would wait until the primordial killer king's soul aura was more or less depleted. If he used Soul Light first, his soul power would be reduced by half, and if he couldn't kill his opponent, he could only wait for death. Bang bang bang, Yichen retaliated with a destruction soul storm, while the immortal soul storm protected him. The primordial killer king used all kinds of soul attack secret arts, and the soul halo protected its body. The intense battle between the two turned into a protracted one. How is this possible? Beard King and the rest were dumbstruck. Let's continue watching. His soul power has been consumed quite a bit. The masked man was much calmer. Yichen had been using the soul storm for a long time, so his consumption was bound to be fast. 60%, 50%, 40%, almost there. Yichen silently calculated the primordial killer king's soul aura. When the opponent's soul aura was less than 40%, Yichen brazenly unleashed his trump card. A slit appeared on his forehead, and a vertical silver eye opened, shooting out a silver beam. The silver beam was the result of soul power rearranging and compressing it to the extreme. It instantly struck the primordial killer king's chest. Chi-chi, like winter snow encountering summer, the primordial killer king's body melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its soul aura also rapidly weakened. 30%, 20%, 10%, 5%, in the end, only a trace of the primordial killer king's soul aura remained. Let's end this. There was no need to use Soul Light or Soul Storm. Yichen directly shot out a destruction sword intent, slashing the primordial killer king's body. Pucci, the primordial killer king dissipated, returning to nothingness. His primordial spirit tribulation was a success. As soon as the primordial killer king was destroyed, the black hole that pierced through the 3 layers of sky had a huge movement. It started to revolve crazily, condensing an extremely pure Yuan-Chi sphere. This Yuan-Chi sphere contained too much energy. According to Yichen's estimation, As long as he could absorb it all into his body, he would have at least 80 to 90 years of cultivation base. Moreover, he would have the cultivation base of a life and death king, which was equivalent to king-grade Jinyuan. However, the biggest change was not the black hole, but Yi Chen's body. His sea of soul was surging, and its color was gradually turning golden, resembling a light golden ocean. The Destruction Sword Soul and Immortal Sword Soul floating above his sea of soul seemed to have received a huge nourishment, and their tempering effects were far greater than before. If the speed before was 1, it was now at least 3. My soul power is increasing. Yi Chen could feel that the depth of his sea of soul had become even deeper. Under ordinary circumstances, one's soul power would increase by roughly 10 times upon entering life and death realm. However, Yi Chen's soul power had already increased by more than 10 times, and was advancing towards 15 times. Judging from the speed, it seemed like 15 times wasn't the limit. 14 times, 15 times, 16 times, his soul power continued to advance, reaching 19 times, then 20 times, it only stopped after a total of 20 times. In other words, even if Yi Chen's soul power was the same as an ordinary person's before, with the increase of 20 times for him and 10 times for others, his soul power had doubled. Previously, his soul power was 5 times that of ordinary people, but now, it was 10 times. 10 times the soul power of a life and death king was an extremely frightening thing. At Sea of Soul realm, one's soul power could spread out to 100 li. At life and death realm, one's soul power could increase by 10 times, reaching 1,000 li. In fact, life and death kings had an extremely powerful control over their soul power, allowing them to extend their soul power to a range of 10,000 li. However, the limit of Yi Chen's soul power was 10 times that of a life and death king's, which was 100,000 li. And this was only an ordinary method of releasing soul power. Everyone knew it. If one used some soul-related secret arts, the range of one's soul power would increase by several folds. For ordinary life and death kings, the range of their soul power reaching 100,000 li was nothing shocking. If Yi Chen learned a soul amplification secret art, the range of his soul power could easily exceed 1,000,000 li. With a single thought, not even the slightest movement of a blade of grass in 1,000,000 li could escape his eyes. The range of his soul power was only a small matter. After his soul transformed into a life and death soul, the soul eye's ability had also greatly increased. Before, Yi Chen could only see everything within 10 million li with his soul eye. Even life and death kings would find it hard to detect him. But now, everything within 1,000,000,000 li could be seen by Yi Chen. I wonder how many times I can use soul light with my current soul power, and to what extent will its might reach. With his soul power increasing by 10 times, he would be able to use soul light more than twice, and its might wouldn't be stagnant either. Kill. Seeing that Yi Chen had passed the life and death calamity, the masked man's eyes surged with killing intent. He slapped at Yi Chen from a distance, erupting with 4 layers of thunder fire palm power. Marak hammer kill. Gale chop. Iron arm critical strike. Beard King, Grey Bird King, and Iron Arm King also used their trump cards, attacking Yi Chen together. This time, they would not give Yi Chen a chance to turn the tables. Facing the 4's joint attack, Yi Chen didn't dodge. The vertical eye on his forehead first shot a silver beam at the masked man. This silver beam was several times stronger than the one he had used against Primordial Slaughter King. As soon as it appeared, it was like a sharp silver blade stabbing into the masked man's sea of soul. At the same time, Yi Chen unsheathed the evil vanquishing sword with his left hand and blocked Beard King's spinning hammer light. His right hand gripped the Sky Scorpio sword and stabbed at the masked man's 4-layered palm energy. As for Grey Bird King and Iron Arm King's attacks, Yi Chen couldn't dodge and could only receive them with his body. Bang. Bang, puff, the first to suffer was the masked man. Facing Yi Chen's soul light, a small portion of his soul sea collapsed. The pain that came from the depths of his soul made him scream. It was as if he had gone mad. Beard King's spinning hammer light was blocked by Yi Chen, but the masked man's 4-layered palm energy forcibly broke through Yi Chen's sword energy and landed on his body. Blood splattered as lightning and fire splashed in all directions. As for Grey Bird King and Iron Arm King's attacks, Yi Chen couldn't dodge in time and landed on his body. His bronze armor wailed as half of Yi Chen's body turned into a bloody mist. If Yichen was still in the limb rebirth realm, he would have died without a doubt. Unfortunately, at the critical moment, the Yuan Qi ball in the black hole began to pour a majestic Yuan Qi into Yichen's body. Not only did it increase Yichen's Jin Yuan, it also allowed Yichen's undying body to evolve. From the initial limb rebirth realm, Yichen advanced by leaps and bounds. In just a short while, he had reached the peak of limb rebirth realm, and in the next instant, he broke through to the initial flesh derivation realm. As his flesh wriggled, the half of Yichen's body rapidly recovered. However, the newly born Jin Yuan in Yichen's body was immediately exhausted. Fortunately, the Yuan Qi ball contained a vast amount of Yuan Qi. Just now, he had only poured less than 1/10 of Yuan Qi into Yichen's body. The rest of the Yuan Qi continued to pour into Yichen's body. A soul light actually consumed 1/5 of my soul power. My soul power has increased by 20-fold. Yichen found it a little unbelievable. But fortunately, the soul lights might has become even more terrifying. The masked man possessed 3-star battle prowess, but a soul light had injured the origin of his soul. It would be extremely difficult for him to completely recover, and his future battle prowess would be greatly reduced. It would already be good if he could have 60 to 70% of his soul power left. After all, an injury to the soul and an injury to the origin of the soul were two different things. The former could recover on its own, but it would take a longer time. The latter, on the other hand, couldn't be recovered by oneself. One could only rely on some peerless treasures to nourish the soul. However, such treasures might not be found even if one searched the entire Elysium. It could be said that Yichen's soul light had nearly destroyed the masked man. With only 60 to 70% of his battle prowess left, the masked man's strength was probably only at the low level of 3-star, not much stronger than Copper Sword King. Apart from that, although the soul light didn't kill the masked man, its effect was too terrifying. Yichen didn't only have soul attacks. His battle prowess was even higher than soul attacks. Once his soul was injured, how could the masked man resist a frontal attack from Yichen? Impossible. His soul isn't weak at all. Grey Bird King's eyes widened. We've been tricked by him. He must have done it on purpose to catch all of us in one fell swoop. Beard King clenched his teeth. If Yichen's soul was weak, it would be impossible for him to use such a powerful soul attack. It was just like forcing a weak person to run was impossible. Moreover, with a weak soul, one's condition would drop drastically. However, Yichen could block Beard King's all-out attack and counteract more than half of the masked man's 4-layered palm energy. This was enough to prove that his condition had not declined at all. On the contrary, it was getting better and better. Goo goo, the Yuan Qi in the Yuan ball turned into a river of sparkling and translucent light, pouring into his body through the top of his head and rapidly transforming into King-grade Jin Yuan. As the amount of King-grade Jin Yuan in his body increased, he could feel that he had already become powerful enough to tear the space with his bare hands. Raising his right index and middle fingers, Yichen suddenly pointed at Grey Bird King's forehead. Powerful King-grade Jin Yuan combined with the 6th-step destruction sword intent gushed out. Puff, Grey Bird King's pupils slackened, and a bloody hole appeared on his forehead. It was so deep that one could even see the back of his head. One finger, and Grey Bird King was dead. Too strong. Not only did Beard King want to retreat, even the powerful Iron Arm King lost the confidence to fight against Yichen. At this moment, Yichen was no longer the Yichen of before. The previous Yichen was merely a super genius who had yet to mature. Although he was frightening and had strength comparable to them, they at least had a chance to kill him. But now, Yichen had stepped into life and death realm. Killing him would be as difficult as ascending the heavens. Being able to escape alive would already be a pretty good result. Run! Beard King and Iron Arm King tore space apart, their speed exploding to the limit. If I let you guys escape, wouldn't my acting have been in vain? Yichen sneered. The Evil Vanquishing Sword and Sky Scorpio Sword, one on the left and one on the right, casually slashed out. Two congealing water sword energies pierced through space and bombarded Beard King and Iron Arm King's bodies with a speed far exceeding theirs. Beard King's figure paused. He lowered his head and saw a huge hole in the upper-grade half-supreme grade armor on his chest. His heart had been smashed into nothingness, and a bloody hole had pierced through his chest. Iron Arm King's defense was much stronger than Beard King's, but he was also gravely injured and on the verge of death. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels had almost all collapsed. Undying body only allowed him to regrow broken limbs, so how could he endure congealing water sword containing king-grade Xinyuan? He should be proud of himself for not dying immediately. Of course, the power of Yi Chen's congealing water sword was partially offset by the spatial barrier. Otherwise, Iron Arm King's fate would have been the same as Beard King's. Die. Another. Sword light swept out, and Iron Arm King followed in Grey Bird King's and Beard King's footsteps. Undying Body's realm has increased again. After killing Iron Arm King, Yi Chen could sense that his understanding of Undying Body had deepened once again. This kind of deepening came naturally. The moment he broke through to life and death realm, Yi Chen had a deep understanding of life and death. The other tribulation takers were the same, but not as much as Yi Chen's. Undying Body broke through from early flesh derivation realm to mid-stage before stopping. His comprehension was insufficient. Good, seems like we're done for this time. Only at this time did the masked man wake up from the injury to his soul. His complexion was extremely pale, without any luster, and he spoke with a gloomy and venomous expression. Those who kill will always be killed. You should be clear on this point. Yi Chen was still absorbing the Yuan Qi from the Yuan Qi ball. The king-grade Xinyuan in his body was growing more and more abundant. Not fearing that the masked man would escape, he didn't make a move immediately. Don't be happy too early. Let me tell you a secret. 500 years ago, Battle King died at the hands of my lord, and you will not be an exception. If you pledge allegiance to my lord, he might let you go. The masked man's eyes turned as a plan formed in his mind. As expected. Hearing the masked man's words, Yi Chen finally confirmed that it was otherworldly experts who killed Senior Battle King, and the masked man's backer should be one of them. How about it? Although your strength is higher than mine, there is still a gap between you and Battle King. A wise man submits to circumstances. Your life is in your hands. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't make a move, the masked man thought that he was hesitating. Yi Chen replied, as you said, my life is in my hands. Therefore, if your lord wants to kill me, he will have to have the ability. If he doesn't have the ability, I don't mind washing Elysium's otherworldly experts in blood one day, leaving not a single one alive. You're courting death. I advise you to think about it. There's no need to think too much. As for you, don't worry about me. Rumble. In the end, the entire Yuan Qi ball fused into Yi Chen's body, and Yi Chen's cultivation base reached 90 years. Adding the Zhen Yuan he had recovered from half of his body using the Undying Body, Yi Chen's cultivation base had reached 100 years. Having just entered life and death realm and already having 100 years of cultivation base. This was definitely the first time in tens of thousands of years. What abundant Xinyuan! The masked man's Xinyuan was even more abundant than Yi Chen's, but he had just entered life and death realm. As the Yuan sphere fused into Yi Chen's body, the black hole rapidly dispersed, and the third layer of sky instantly recovered. Below, Yi Chen's aura soared to the point that even the third layer couldn't obstruct him. King-grade Xinyuan is indeed worthy of being called king-grade Xinyuan. In terms of quality, it has increased by 5 times. Under life and death realm, even if one's talent is at the peak, it would still be extremely difficult to make up for the gap in Xinyuan. Only a few people in 1,000 years could accomplish such a feat. Straightening his right palm as a blade, Yi Chen casually slashed. Poochie! A pitch-black crack appeared in the space, and spatial power pervaded the air. Condense. Yi Chen's space profound had reached 50% completion, allowing him to easily maintain the crack. The pervading spatial power condensed at the edge of the crack, forming a simple frame. Puff, the space's recovery ability was simply too powerful. After 3 breaths, the crack was mended, and the spatial power condensed into a frame was dispersed once again. The amount of spatial power I controlled just now was a bit less. If I had more, I should have been able to maintain it for a longer time. Shaking his head, Yi Chen's gaze once again fell on the masked man. The masked man didn't run, for he was clear that it was useless. Yi Chen's battle strength was at least upper 3 stars, perhaps even peak 3 stars. His previous battle strength was mid 3 stars, but now, it had fallen to lower 3 stars. How could he escape? Once he did, he would die without a doubt. He didn't think Yi Chen would let him go. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you can escape, I might let you live. Ordinary Life and Death King's soul power perception range was 10,000 li. Using some secret soul arts, they could increase it to 100,000 li. As long as they escaped the range, it would be very difficult to chase them. However, Yi Chen was different. Yi Chen's soul eyes could see everything within a billion li. Even if the masked man escaped to True Spirit Continent, Yi Chen would still be able to find him. Hearing these words, the masked man's expression changed greatly. Yi Chen, don't make a mistake. I can give you 3 days to consider. The masked man was anxious. 1. Yi Chen coldly counted. Yi Chen, you'll regret this. The masked man opened his eyes wide and roared. 2. Run. The masked man's scalp went numb. Thunder and fire burst out of his body, turning him into a ball of thunder and fire that drilled into the void. Then, he flew away at a speed that surpassed his limits, not caring about the damage to his body. Yi Chen didn't do anything, allowing the other party to escape. 3. Raising the Sky Scorpio sword, Yi Chen slashed out. A transparent ripple swept into the depths of the void. In the next moment, 100,000 li away, the masked man was directly swept out by the spatial ripple and sealed in a purple mirror, unable to move. However, his eyeballs could still move, glaring at Yi Chen viciously while cursing. I gave you a chance, but you didn't have the ability to grasp it. The reason why Yi Chen gave the masked man 3 breaths of time was to verify his usage of space profound after reaching life and death realm. He didn't really intend to give the masked man a chance. Bang, the purple mirror shattered, and the masked man was shredded into a bloody mist by the berserk spatial fragments, thoroughly dying. Space profound can disregard spatial distance within a certain range. 100,000 li is no different from a few hundred li for me. However, the prerequisite is that my soul power and Jin Yuan are strong enough. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen understood how frightening a life and death king would be once they grasped the space profound. Fortunately, his space profound was not weaker than the majority of life and death kings. The number of life and death kings with a space profound above his might be less than a handful. His figure flickered as Yi Chen dove into the void. If the space power was like a berserk blade to Yi Chen before, it was now like a stream of water, unable to break his protective Jin Yuan and injure his body. Shuttling through the void, Yi Chen found Iron Arm King and Beard King storage rings, then the masked man's. As for Grey Bird King's storage ring, it was in the outer space, and had been collected by Yi Chen a long time ago. Breaking through the spatial barrier, Yi Chen once again appeared above the ocean. Life and Death Realm is indeed powerful. But, my harvest is not limited to soul power and Jin Yuan. The moment he broke through to Life and Death Realm, Yi Chen's Green Lotus sword arts had already risen from low heaven grade to mid-heaven grade. The speed of his Jin Yuan circulation was inconceivably fast, and his cultivation speed had also increased by 3 times. With a low-rank Heaven Realm cultivation technique, one's cultivation speed would be 3 times faster than those without it. In other words, other life and death kings could only obtain 1 year's worth of cultivation base after cultivating for 1 year, while one could obtain 3 years' worth of cultivation base. However, with the Green Lotus sword arts, he could obtain 9 years' worth of cultivation base after cultivating for 1 year, which was 9 times faster than those without a Heaven Realm cultivation technique. With a casual circulation of Green Lotus sword arts, Yi Chen could feel the surging Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi pouring into his body, rapidly transforming into Jin Yuan. Of course, the Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi was too thin for Life and Death Realm kings. It was not as dense as when one was undergoing life and death calamity, only 1,000th of the density. Therefore, relying on cultivation techniques to recover Jin Yuan was not too realistic, and would be very slow. Unless one could find a blessed land where the Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi was dozens or even hundreds of times denser than the outside world, it would be more feasible. As Green Lotus sword arts advanced, Sword Domain, which was based on Green Lotus sword arts, also advanced. Originally, Yi Chen's sword domain was at the peak of the first layer. But, after Green Lotus sword arts broke through to the mid-heaven grade, his sword domain reached the second layer, and his sword rule doubled. The sword pressure was incomparably powerful. Without any exaggeration, an ordinary life and death king would be frozen in place by this sword pressure, and be at the mercy of others. After reaching the second layer of sword domain, Yichen could no longer comprehend the extent of his battle power. Of course, it was impossible for him to reach 4 stars. The gap between each star was huge. For example, if one were at the peak of 3 stars, they would be easily defeated by a 4-star king. However, there were some people whose strength was infinitely close to 4 stars even though they were at the peak of 3 stars. Such people possessed the strength of a 3-star tyrant. For example, Copper Sword King possessed the strength of a 2-star tyrant. Not a single 2-star life and death king could last more than a few moves against him. He could contend against a low 3-star king, and even if he couldn't win, he had a great chance of escaping. According to the ease with which he killed the masked man, Yichen estimated his strength to be at least at the peak of 3 stars. As for whether he had the strength of a 3-star tyrant or not, he would have to verify it a few more times. No rush. After entering life and death realm, I can enter the state of one with the world at any time, and my profounds will advance by leaps and bounds. Once my profounds advance to a certain level, I can no longer advance any further. Then, I can create an even more powerful sword move. 4-star battle strength should be in the bag. 4-star battle strength was equivalent to a peak king. However, Yichen had just entered life and death realm, and there were many aspects that he had yet to improve. This and not being able to improve at all were 2 different things. Open. The silver vertical eye on his forehead opened once again, and Yichen gazed in the direction of Blood Sky Continent. Blood Sky Continent. Iron Blood Region, Eternal Sky Sect. Yichen could see Li Zhongfeng, Gao Ziyuan, and the rest. They were all either cultivating or chatting. There was nothing happening in the surroundings, and there was no danger. Turning his head, Yichen gazed in the direction of True Spirit Continent. Sky Cloud Sect and Yi family were developing at an extremely fast pace. Their numbers had multiplied by several folds, and their experts were numerous as well. Moreover, through his soul eye, Yichen could even see a layer of mysterious fate circulating in the sky above Yi family and Sky Cloud Sect. This fate was hard to see through even with his soul eye, and he could only see traces of it. Fortunately, there is no movement for the time being. I'll go into seclusion for a while and comprehend the profounds. After making sure that everything he cared about was safe and sound, Yichen calmed down. As for Dragon God Celestial Palace, Yichen refrained from looking. Although his current strength seemed very powerful, compared to some of the more powerful kings, he was still a lot weaker. Once his strength reached the point where he could no longer increase it within a short period of time, he would pay a visit to Dragon God Celestial Palace and see what was happening there. Being so far away, he could only see the scene, but not hear anything. Inside the palace at the bottom of the sea, a few blood-colored stones at the end of the long table suddenly dimmed. Chasing Thunder King and the rest have all failed. Was it killed by Yichen, or by someone else? The black-skinned figure creased his brows and rapped his fingers on the table. If it was killed by Yichen, then he has already broken through to life and death realm. To be able to do so in such a short period of time, his potential is bound to surpass Battle King and Xianxia. If it was someone else who saved him, then it means that he has yet to break through to life and death realm, and there is still a chance. These pieces of trash are really making me worry. Forget it, relying on these trash is useless. It's best if Horned Demon makes a trip there. This kind of genius, every day we keep him alive is one more day of danger. If we give him a few dozen years to grow, I'm afraid even the resurrection of the lords will have more twists and turns. He had no tolerance for the peak geniuses of Elysium. A few dozen years ago, they couldn't find an opportunity to kill Xianxia. After a few dozen years, Xuanho's strength was already not something they could kill even if they wanted to. Even if he personally took action, he would only have 70 to 80% chance of defeating Xianxia. However, to say killing the latter, it was not too likely. Almost no one with 5-star battle strength could kill Xianxia. The other party's mysterious Tao was something he deeply understood. His finger flicked, and a blood light shot out, landing on a blood-colored stone nearby. Buzz, the stone blossomed with radiance, and a blood figure with a long horn on its head appeared. What's the matter? The horned blood figure asked. The black-skinned expert let out a breath and said, Yichen might have entered life and death realm. His strength is at least upper 3-star, or even peak 3-star. We can't let him grow any further. Find an opportunity and kill him. As for whether some kings will discover our existence, we can't care so much. In any case, they have already sensed us. Entering life and death realm. Truly a big problem. The horned blood figure continued, we have the demonic power of this world, which is incompatible with this world. As soon as we appear, we will inevitably be discovered. Since you said so, I'll kill him. Don't worry, I'll quickly deal with this matter and hide in the depths. I believe they won't be able to sense too much. All right. The black-skinned expert nodded. At the same time, the entirety of Elysium underwent a huge change. Not long after Yichen passed the life and death calamity, 7 colored heavenly flowers fell from the sky of Elysium, covering every corner of the world. Be it ordinary people, martial artists, humans, or other races, as long as they were awake, they could see the heavenly flowers falling and disappearing without a sound. In the underwater palace, 7 colored heavenly flowers also fell. Heavenly flowers falling, king is born. He has indeed entered life and death realm. A cold light flickered in the black-skinned expert's eyes as he said word by word. The horned blood figure pondered for a while, then said, after becoming a king, one can enter the state of being one with the world at any time, and form a connection with Elysium. Elysium will more or less react to it. However, not every life and death king will have the phenomenon of heavenly flowers falling. Only a few geniuses with astonishing potential who can influence the future will have the phenomenon of heavenly flowers falling when they break through to life and death realm. There are 4 levels of heavenly flowers: white flower, 3-colored flower, 5-colored flower, and 7-colored flower. The number of people who can reach 7-colored flower is less than 2 in 1,000 years. This kid can influence the future. Regardless of whether it's big or small, he must be eliminated. I'll leave this matter to you. The black-skinned expert instructed the horned blood figure once again. The blood figure said, don't worry, I've already contacted 9 Nether. His 9 Nether great art can reflect this kid's shadow. We'll be able to find his traces in a short time. 9 Nether has appeared? The black-skinned expert's eyes brightened. Indeed, he contacted me on his own. However, he has already changed into a new body, and his battle power has yet to recover to its peak. Haha, the heavens are helping us. Although 9 Nether's battle power at his peak is not inferior to mine, his greatest use is his 9 Nether great art. If he had appeared earlier, perhaps this kid would have already been eliminated, and there would be no need to go to war. The black-skinned expert sighed. Then, I'll take my leave first. After saying that, the horned blood shadow's body dissipated, and the light on the blood-colored stone dimmed. 9 Nether, it's been a few decades. I wonder what you've become now. If you had listened to my advice back then and kept a low profile, you wouldn't have been hunted down by the Dragon King and Xianxia. In the end, even your body was destroyed, the black-skinned expert thought. What beautiful flowers. Yi family. The 2 teenage boys and girls stopped cultivating and stretched out their hands to catch the rainbow-colored heavenly flower that was falling from the sky. The rainbow-colored heavenly flower looked like it could not be touched. It directly passed through their palms and landed on the ground, disappearing without a sound. Xiao, don't you feel that these rainbow-colored flowers are very familiar to us? There seems to be something familiar on them, the handsome youth said to the girl. The girl was still young, but she was already slender and elegant. She nodded and said, I also find it strange. The rainbow-colored flowers give me a feeling like Big Brother. You also have this feeling? The teenager was amazed. Chaotic demonic sea, Lotus demonic island. It's Yichen. The rainbow-colored heavenly flower fluttered in the air, bathing Morong Qingqing. Wearing a gorgeous black robe, the beautiful demonic human emperor walked over and said, I don't know if he's your little lover or not, but if you don't work hard, you won't even have the qualifications to catch up to him. The demonic human emperor sighed with emotion. It had only been a few years since they parted, but the little ant from before had already grown into an expert at her level. Although his battle strength was still much weaker than hers, at least they were at the same level. If he was given more time, there would be very few people in this world who could do anything to him. She was somewhat glad that she didn't become enemies with Yichen back then. Otherwise, she would have gained another great enemy in the future. Of course, if she chose to become enemies, she wouldn't let Yichen escape. Teacher. Morong Qingqing turned around and said with a trace of respect. In the past few years, the demonic human emperor had been wholeheartedly helping her increase her strength. Without him, she wouldn't have been able to reach the peak of the third layer without entering the life and death secret realm. Let me tell you something. Your little lover has already been targeted by otherworldly experts. The demonic human emperor faintly nodded and said something that worried Morong Qingqing a lot. Someone from the demons? Morong Qingqing clenched her fists. Yeah. But, don't worry. Your little lover is still alive, which means that his survival ability is very strong. That deluge of heavenly flowers just now was most likely him entering life and death realm. So, you don't need to worry too much. Entering life and death realm as soon as possible is what you need to do. The demonic human emperor told Morong Qingqing this matter because she wanted her to feel a great sense of urgency. As for why she wanted Morong Qingqing to become stronger, apart from not wanting her talent to go to waste, she also hoped that the demonic human clan would have one more person who could speak for them. It would be very difficult for her to protect the demonic human clan in the turbulent future by herself. I will enter life and death realm. Morong Qingqing heavily nodded, her bright eyes filled with determination. Alright, continue your cultivation. The demonic human emperor turned around and left. Before leaving, the demonic human emperor inwardly thought, why do I have a feeling that Qingqing can affect the fate of the demonic human clan? Could it be because of him? Shaking her head, the demonic human emperor's figure flickered and disappeared from the Lotus Demonic Island. In the depths of the boundless void, there was an unknown secret realm. In the forbidden area of the secret realm, inside the golden pond, a naked figure drilled out of the water. The golden water submerged her towering twin peaks, making them faintly discernible. Her wet long hair draped over her shoulders, making her skin look even more exquisite and fair. Extending her hands, the woman tried to catch the rainbow-colored flower. However, the rainbow-colored flower passed through her palms. Junior brother Yi, you've finally entered life and death realm. The woman was precisely Su Jing. A joyous expression appeared on her face, and her whole body seemed to have relaxed a lot. I also need to increase my realm as soon as possible. Her body drilled down, Su Jing once again dived into the golden pond. Her snow-white feet streaked across the surface of the water, making one's heart beat faster. The black-skinned expert could sense that Yi Chen had entered life and death realm because he had arranged this operation. Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao could faintly sense that it was Yi Chen because they were close relatives of Yi Chen. As for Morong Qingqing and Su Jing, it was because they had an unbreakable connection with Yi Chen. Apart from them, there was another person who knew that the rainbow-colored flower phenomenon was caused by Yi Chen. She was none other than Xianhou. The mysterious path was a very mysterious martial path. Beside the pond, Xianhou did not catch the rainbow-colored flower. This rainbow-colored flower was the manifestation of Elysium's great Tao. It could be seen, but not touched. It was an incorporeal existence, just like the rules. Old Dragon King, you can rest assured now. Yi Chen has already grown up. In the future, he will be one of the main characters. Those otherworldly experts might have to be cleaned up one by him. Who knows, in this generation, he might be able to restore Elysium to its ancient glory. Bending down, she continued to feed the fish. Xuanhou's figure blended into the scenery as if it had become an ink painting. The whole world's experts were shocked. Several decades ago, the rainbow-colored flower had appeared once. At that time, Xianhou appeared out of nowhere and became a world-famous peak king in a short period of time. Who would it be this time? The rainbow-colored flower phenomenon lasted for a quarter of an hour before disappearing. However, nobody noticed that a black and white sword scar had pierced through the whole of Elysium, forming a connection with the sky sword at the center of Sky Sword Continent. The sky sword faintly trembled and let out a sky-shaking sword cry, seeming to be an angry roar. However, it had no choice but to restrain itself. In the Sea of Soul realm, one would enter the state of being one with the heavens for a short period of time with each minor realm. After entering the life and death realm, one could enter the state at any time and comprehend profounds would advance by leaps and bounds. Although profounds were harder to comprehend in the later stages, one mustn't forget that Yi Chen's soul was 10 times that of a life and death king's. In theory, his comprehension ability was also 10 times that of ordinary people. Therefore, in a short half a month of seclusion, Yi Chen's profounds had made huge progress in all aspects. First was the space profound. Space profound was one of the strongest profounds, and its difficulty was several times that of ordinary profounds. Therefore, the progress wasn't too exaggerated. However, with the foundation of 4 Extreme Emperor Space Profound, it had also reached 70% completion. Next was the Metal Profound and Water Profound, which went from 90% completion to greater completion, only a step away from perfection. Of course, this step was the most difficult. Many people would spend decades or even hundreds of years, but still couldn't raise any of their profounds to perfection. Yi Chen's comprehension ability was 10 times that of others. Under normal circumstances, it would still take him several years or even 10 years. Next, his Wood Profound rose from 60% to 90%, his Speed Profound rose from 50% to 80%, and his Shadow Profound rose from minor success to 70%. Finally, even his Slowness Profound, which was extremely difficult to comprehend and had no reference, broke through from minor success to 50%. With the advancement of profounds in all aspects, Yi Chen's battle strength naturally rose along with it. Before, he couldn't tell whether his battle strength was peak 3-star or Overlord 3-star. But now, he was sure that his battle strength had already reached 4-star. 4-star was the equivalent of a peak king. Of course, peak kings had different levels of strength. Yi Chen's current strength wouldn't be at the bottom of the 4-star kings, but it wasn't very likely for him to be peak 4-star or Overlord 4-star. My Space Profound has reached 70% completion. I'm afraid that Bewitching Mirror Shattering won't be able to use the 70% Space Profound to its limit. It's time to create a new Space Profound sword move. Bewitching Mirror Shattering was extremely powerful. Right now, it would be quite difficult for Yi Chen to create a Space Profound sword move that was even more powerful than Bewitching Mirror Shattering. However, before that, Yi Chen decided to merge Bewitching Mirror Shattering and the uncreated second Space Profound sword move into one sword art. This sword art would focus on the Space Profound. Let's call it the Sky Shattering sword art. Yi Chen immediately thought of a name and decided on it. Sky Shattering sword arts and Autumn Water sword arts. These two sword arts used the Space Profound as the core, while the Metal and Water Profound as the core. They were also the 3 profounds that Yi Chen would cultivate in the future. As for vibrational sword arts, it was a bit unique. It could be considered a skill-based sword art. The first style, Sky Cutting Sword, walked the path of vibrational power. The second and third styles would only become more and more powerful, which was equivalent to the evolved version of Sky Cutting Sword. Wanting to create the second style of Sky Shattering sword arts was much more difficult than creating the second style of Autumn Water sword arts, Congealing Water. Space Profound was one of the strongest profounds. 70% Space Profound was equivalent to 120% ordinary profounds. What kind of sword art could perfectly accommodate 70% Space Profound? Yi Chen had no idea. He could only take it one step at a time. Who knew, he might have some new inspiration along the way. Bewitching Mirror Shattering first seals and then kills the enemy, which actually weakens its lethality. The second style should focus on its lethality. Yi Chen soon determined the path of the second style of Sky Shattering sword arts. But before that, I'll first restore my cultivation base to its peak. It was too difficult for Life and Death Kings to restore Zhenyuan. The Zhenyuan of a Life and Death King was 10 times that of a high-level half-step king, and 5 times that of a peak third-layer Life and Death chamber. The purity of Zhenyuan was frighteningly high, and the conversion rate of Heaven and Earth Yuan into Zhenyuan was naturally very low. On the other hand, the cultivation base of Life and Death Kings was at least dozens of years, and at most hundreds of years. Taking Yi Chen for example, his Zhenyuan was a dozen times more than before, reaching 100 years of cultivation base, not to mention those Life and Death Kings with hundreds or even thousands of years of cultivation base. Therefore, if Life and Death Kings wanted to quickly restore Zhenyuan, they could only rely on external objects, such as supreme-grade spirit stones or Zhenyuan crystals, or even find a blessed land. In this half a month, Yichen had always been in the state of being one with the world. He didn't deliberately circulate green lotus sword arts to refine the heaven and earth yuan. Therefore, his Jin yuan hadn't completely recovered yet. Taking out a huge pile of supreme-grade spirit stones, Yichen began refining them. 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, 100,000, 200,000. After spending a total of 200,000 extreme rank spirit stones, Yichen's cultivation base had finally reached the 100-year level. He then continued to circulate his green lotus sword spell, completing 108 great circulations, imprinting his own Jin yuan with his own aura. In the future, as long as he didn't lose too much of his cultivation base, he would still be able to recover quickly. After cultivating for 100 years, Yichen did not stop. 2 million Jin yuan crystals flew out of the storage ring, piling up in front of Yichen like a small crystal mountain, dazzling. These Jin yuan crystals did not reach the standard of low-grade Jin yuan crystals. 5 of them were equivalent to 1 low-grade Jin yuan crystal. However, they won in quantity. If he wanted to increase his cultivation, he would need to have a strong mental state. Mental state included control. Without enough control, even if you had so much cultivation base, you wouldn't be able to control it. And the Jin yuan that couldn't be controlled would automatically dissipate, unable to be stored in the body. However, treasures that could increase cultivation base were few and far between. Everyone could increase their cultivation base slowly, so there was no situation where they couldn't control it. As time passed, Yichen's cultivation base increased rapidly. 110 years of cultivation base. 120 years. 150 years. 2 million Jin yuan crystals had increased Yichen's cultivation base to 150 years. However, Yichen didn't feel the slightest burden. His mental state seemed to be able to control more Jin yuan. Jin yuan crystals had been used up, and supreme-grade spirit stones had been used up by 200,000. Right now, he only had 850,000 supreme-grade spirit stones left in his storage ring. Although supreme-grade spirit stones were not as precious as low-grade Jin yuan crystals, they still had a third of the effect. 850,000 of them were enough to increase his cultivation base by 30 years. I'll refine them first. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound, Yichen prepared to turn the remaining supreme-grade spirit stones into his own cultivation base. In the end, Yichen's cultivation base reached 180 years, and he only had 130,000 supreme-grade spirit stones left. Yichen didn't intend to use them all. He wanted to keep some in his hands. Who knew, they might come in handy in the future. Supreme-grade spirit stones were the common currency among life and death kings. Huff, letting out a breath, Yichen stood up and stretched his body. Now, it's time to create the second style of sky-shattering sword arts. Creating sword moves was different from comprehending profoundness. Comprehending profoundness was comprehension, while creating sword moves was application. Comprehending profoundness and not being able to use it was useless. Comprehending profoundness and being able to use it was the martial way, the sword way. The great Tao was formless, but the martial Tao and sword Tao were tangible. 9 Nether, I haven't seen you for dozens of years, but you're getting younger and younger. In the depths of the void, 2 black figures stood there. One was a ferocious-looking man with a horn on his head and a height of more than 3 meters. The other was a youth who looked to be only 15 years old. However, his eyes were blue and captivating, making it difficult for others to look at him directly. The youngster smiled. Horn demon, you've been hiding in the dark for so many years. Don't you feel bored? Although bored, it's very safe. Not necessarily. I heard you've already changed several strongholds. How many is it this time? Although I've lost my main body and changed to a new one, the rules of Elysium no longer reject me. Give me time and I'll be able to recover to my peak. Even reaching 6-star battle strength is quite possible. But you only have 4-star battle strength right now. 1 Xianho can kill you. The fiendish man gave the youngster a blow. Hee, I'll definitely take revenge, but not now. Speak, who do you want me to find? The youngster didn't want to argue and asked. Yichen, you should know. It's him. No wonder, I've heard of him before. The youngster nodded. Bring me to the place where he appeared before. I need to search for his aura before I can find him. Let's go. The fiendish man's figure flashed and flew out. The youngster followed closely behind. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived above the sea. There were many blood-robed guards standing guard here. Seeing the fiendish man arrive, the blood-robed guard in the lead flew over and respectfully greeted, "Lord. Is this the place?" The fiendish man asked. "Yes, the remains of Lord Greybird King are also here." "Alright, you can leave first." "Nine Nether, you can start." The fiendish man looked at the youngster. "Of course." The youngster's expression turned serious. He closed his eyes and then suddenly opened them. Nine Nether Soul Search. A blue radiance spread out with the youngster as the center, covering a radius of several hundred li. In the next moment, countless tiny specks of light gathered. These specks were all different, roughly divided into 5 types. After classifying the 5 specks of light, the youngster found the speck that belonged to Yi Chen. This speck of light emitted a sharp aura, obviously left behind by a swordsman. That's him. The fiendish man recognized the specks of Pursuing Thunder King, Beard King, Ironarm King, and Greybird King. The remaining speck was naturally Yi Chen's. Good, after collecting his aura, it'll be much easier to find him. While speaking, the youngster withdrew the blue radiance he released and wrapped around Yi Chen's aura, forming a glowing blue sphere. The sphere floated in the air as if it was weightless. Nine Nether Soul Search. The youngster shouted and spat out a mouthful of demonic energy onto the sphere. Swish, after receiving the replenishment of energy, the sphere streaked across the sky and shot into the distance. Follow it and we'll find Yi Chen. After flying out, the youngster turned his head and said to the fiendish man. The Nine Nether Great Art is indeed mysterious. The fiendish man praised inwardly and chased after the youngster. The speed of the sphere was increasing with every passing moment, and every 2 hours, the youngster would spit out a mouthful of demonic energy onto the sphere so that its energy wouldn't be exhausted. Almost there. Compared to the beginning, the sphere's speed had increased by 3 times. The aura belonging to Yi Chen inside was surging, as if he was a traveler in a hurry to return home. On the nameless island, Yi Chen brandished his sword again and again. Every swing followed the trajectory of the spatial fluctuation. He gradually had an idea of the second style of the heaven-shattering sword art. The profound of space was the most profound, and there were thousands of ways to use it. Following the trajectory of the spatial fluctuation would allow the sword's speed to reach the speed of teleportation. Within a certain distance, one could completely ignore the distance between the 2 sides. Once the sword was swung, the opponent would immediately be hit. If the opponent's defense wasn't strong enough, they would naturally be killed. Apart from that, following the trajectory of the spatial fluctuation could also allow the sword energy to be more concentrated without any loss. However, up until now, Yi Chen had not been able to match the path of his sword with the path of the space ripple. He had never trained any kind of teleportation martial art before, so it was naturally very hard for him to do so. He could only try again and again. Occasionally, when he took a wrong path, he would have to immediately pull himself back and start again. However, compared to the beginning, Yi Chen had improved a lot. His sword's trajectory was gradually approaching the spatial fluctuation's trajectory. Sometimes, there would be a sword that completely matched the spatial fluctuation's trajectory, and its destructive power was unimaginable. It was countless times stronger than bewitching mirror shattering and congealing water. Why do I sense an aura that belongs to me approaching? Suddenly, Yi Chen stopped practicing and turned his head to look into the distance. Open! The vertical silver eye on his forehead opened as Yi Chen looked over. Is it this blue ball of light? What the vertical silver eye saw was transmitted into his mind. Yi Chen's attention first fell on the blue ball of light. It was this blue ball of light that contained his aura. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. In a short while, 2 figures and a blue ball of light flew over. It's him. The youth waved his hand, and the blue ball of light dissipated, turning into blue light that merged into his body. The aura inside also instantly dissipated between heaven and earth. These 2 aren't from this world. Yi Chen could tell with a single glance that the demonic aura emitted by the youngster and the fiendish man was different from Murong's demonic aura. The former two's demonic aura was incompatible with this world, while Morong's didn't give off such a feeling. Otherworldly demons, Yichen was not an idiot. He instantly guessed the identity of the two. Demons were not the only ones who came to Elysium. However, otherworldly experts who cultivated demonic power were only demons, and demons were the most ferocious otherworldly race in Elysium. 2 demon kings of demons have come to find me. They really think highly of me. Yichen did not sense any sense of danger from the two, which meant that their battling power had not reached the 5-star level yet. If they were, the first thing he would do would be to run away, since the difference between a 5-star and a 4-star battle power was way too huge. While Yichen was sizing up the fiendish man and the youngster, the latter and the youngster were also sizing up Yichen. Something is wrong. Compared to a life and death king, this kid's cultivation base is frighteningly deep. It's at least twice as deep. The youngster's bright blue eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. His blue gaze fell on Yichen's body, and he immediately estimated Yichen's cultivation base. This estimation left him greatly astonished. Normally, 50 years of cultivation base for someone who had just entered life and death realm was already not bad. Xianho only had 90 years of cultivation base. However, Yichen's cultivation base had clearly surpassed 150 years, approaching 200 years. How could he know that Yichen had directly refined more than 2 million Jinyuan crystals and 720,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, forcibly increasing his cultivation base by 80 years? Yichen, right? Today, you will die without a doubt. But, to be able to live until now, you have some skill. The fiendish man had a pair of curved horns with spiral patterns on them. They were extremely sharp, and as he spoke, 2 cold lights flickered at the tips of the horns. Before life and death realm, you couldn't kill me. Now, it's even more impossible. Although your strength is high, I'm afraid you don't have 5-star battle strength, right? Yichen indifferently smiled, not fearing anything. Oh, it seems like you are very confident. Do you think that just because I am a 4-star warrior, I can't kill you? The young man's lips curled up as he taunted. Whether or not you can kill me, you'll know once you try. The young man looked at the fierce-looking man. Horn demon, we are being looked down upon. Stand guard at the side. Don't let him escape. The fierce-looking man said indifferently. All right. Crossing his arms over his chest, the young man retreated to the side. Yichen, before you die, you are qualified to know my title. My title is Demonic Horn. Die. The fierce-looking man didn't waste any more words. After reporting his title, his figure flashed like a black lightning bolt, instantly closing in on Yichen, and punched out. Magic Fist. It was the same demonic race martial skill as Morong Qingqing, but in the hands of the fiendish man, the demonic power was compressed to an even higher degree. With a single punch, a straight path appeared in the space, and the fist energy spread out in all directions. Ong, the Sky Scorpio sword in Yichen's hand trembled, emitting an ear-piercing sound. Yichen raised a sword to meet the attack, using vibrational sword arts. With a 5th-step spirit body and a life and death king's control over Jinyuan, the might of vibrational sword arts at this moment exceeded Lan Sanmei's annihilation chop by countless folds. Space-shattering, rumble, the fist and Sky Scorpio sword collided, and the two were sent flying back. 4-star battle strength. The fierce-looking man cried out in alarm. No wonder you are so arrogant. Turns out your battle strength has reached 4-star. The young man was also somewhat astonished. 4-star battle strength was not that easy to reach. According to this world's classification of strength, one would be a peak king. However, there were not many peak kings in Elysium, and each one was famous. Mid 4-star battle strength, not bad, not bad. Unfortunately, it is still not enough. The killing intent in the fierce-looking man's eyes intensified. That punch just now could easily injure a low 4-star king. For Yichen to receive it, his battle strength had clearly reached mid 4-star. Let's see if you can receive this punch or not. The fiendish man shouted and threw another punch. The fist energy brought with it a violent phantom of a demonic dragon. It shook its head and wagged its tail, and its claws and teeth were sharp. It was not hard to imagine that this demon race martial art was above the demonic power fist. It was the unique skill of the fiendish man. Yichen neither retreated nor dodged, and once again raised his sword to meet the attack. This time, he used congealing water. Before his profound improved, Yichen's battle strength was at most a 3-star tyrant. However, after his space profound reached 70% completion, and his metal profound and water profound reached greater completion, his battle strength had clearly reached mid 4-star. If not for congealing water, which prevented him from bringing out the full might of his metal profound and water profound, Yichen's battle strength would have continued to increase. Peng, the demonic dragon phantom collided with the extremely condensed sword energy. The demonic dragon phantom crumbled inch by inch, and Yichen's congealing water sword energy also dissipated like smoke in thin air. Both sides were still evenly matched. Horned demon, bring out your true skill. This kid's strength is quite strange. The youngster frowned. True skill, that's fine, I've never fought with a demon king of demons. Probing is not a bad thing. Yichen coldly gazed at the fierce-looking man and pointed the Sky Scorpio sword downward, spitting out a purple sword light. Battle strength nearing late 4-star. The fierce-looking man admitted that he had underestimated Yichen. This kind of genius that surpassed Xianxia simply couldn't be calculated with common sense. After entering life and death realm for a month, his battle strength had already reached mid 4-star, which was simply a miracle. If given some time, wouldn't he be able to reach 5-star, or even 6-star battle strength? I can't let him leave alive. The fierce-looking man made up his mind. Even if he had to pay a certain price, he had to keep Yichen here. Roar, bending his back and clenching his fists, the fierce-looking man's body erupted with boundless evil demonic power. The demonic power soared into the sky, and a power that didn't belong to this world immediately collided with Elysium's heaven and earth Yuan Qi, giving rise to a gloomy scene. His body quickly swelled and deformed. Dense black scales appeared on the surface of the fierce man's skin. Bone spurs grew out of his elbows and knees. A long black tail also extended out of his tailbone. The tail was like a whip, very flexible and powerful. At the end of the tail was a triangular spike like the tip of a spear. The biggest change was in the fierce-looking man's arms. Not only were they twice as long, they were also several times thicker than his thighs. His explosive muscles were brimming with frightening power. It's a bit like the demonization of demonic human clan. Yichen was starting to understand why the demonic human race could turn into a demon. It was obviously a special ability inherited from the demon race. He wondered how much more powerful the demon race's transformation would be compared to the demonic human race's transformation. Swish, after the transformation was completed, the fierce-looking man's body moved and disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Yichen, and his fist enlarged in Yichen's eyes. So fast. Yichen was startled. After the transformation, the fierce-looking man's strength had increased by several times. Just now, Yichen's soul power hadn't been able to capture his movements. Clang, raising the Sky Scorpio sword horizontally, Yichen blocked the fierce-looking man's fist, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Yichen retreated dozens of li. This fist had caused him some light injuries. If it weren't for the Sky Scorpio sword in his hand, he definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. Die. After the transformation, the fierce-looking man's battle power had increased by a level. Originally, he was at mid 4-star battle power, but now, he was at high 4-star battle power. Moreover, his movement and attack speed were much faster than ordinary kings with high 4-star battle power. He could completely suppress kings at the same level. Swish, the fierce-looking man disappeared once again, appearing on the right side of Yichen. Sword domain. High 4-star battle power, Yichen could barely handle it. However, he still had the sword domain, which had reached the second layer. Its sword pressure was incomparably powerful, and it could slow down the opponent. The fierce-looking man's movements were somewhat out of shape. Just as he swung his fist, it met with an invisible obstruction. With no time to lose, Yichen suddenly turned his body sideways and thrust his sword out. Sword domain made his sword extremely fast, turning it into a purple ray of light. Dream on. The fierce-looking man's fist loosened, and he grabbed the tip of the Sky Scorpio sword, holding it tightly. Whoosh, Yichen sneered. Activating the vibration sword arts, the Sky Scorpio sword started vibrating at a high frequency. His palm turned numb. The fierce-looking man couldn't help but loosen his hand, and Yi Chen's sword stabbed into his chest, leaving a deep hole. However, it was blocked by the bones inside. So hard? Yi Chen didn't dare to be greedy. He immediately pulled out his sword and retreated. Puff, a black hole appeared where Yi Chen had been standing. The fierce-looking man's left fist slowly retracted. He actually has a fighting ability that can compare with us demons. The fierce-looking man's face was grave. Under the situation where their strengths were about the same, they would compete in terms of fighting ability. Fighting ability included many factors, such as experience, reaction, and instantaneous choice. The wound on his chest healed. This kind of injury was nothing to the fierce-looking man. Demons' demonic bodies were even more powerful than spirit bodies. Moreover, he was currently in his transformed state, so his defense was extremely strong. Yi Chen's sword energy couldn't reach other parts of his body unless it was powerful to a certain extent. Demons are indeed frightening. Yi Chen was very clear about the power of that sword. Although it was grabbed by the fierce-looking man's palm, the remaining sword energy was enough to injure human kings at the same level. However, judging from the fierce-looking man's expression, it seemed like he didn't care about it at all. Demons were a race higher than humans, and their innate advantage was obvious. Under the situation where their battle strength was equal, the demons would definitely have the advantage, such as physical defense. His sword domain should have reached the second level. From afar, the youngster was watching the battle between Horned Demon and Yi Chen. Horned Demon's battle strength was, without a doubt, high 4-star. After using sword domain, Yi Chen also had the strength to contend against Horned Demon. Of course, the situation was still in Horned Demon's favor. Sky Scorpio sword's crystal power is about to run out. Lowering his head to look at Sky Scorpio sword, Yi Chen sighed with emotion. Before breaking through, he had been in danger several times, and had no choice but to use the crystal power of Sky Scorpio sword, greatly reducing its power. Just now, if Sky Scorpio sword's crystal power was extremely powerful, he didn't believe that the fierce-looking man would be fine. After creating the second style of heaven-shattering sword arts, I should study the sword forging technique. The supreme-grade materials I have are enough to forge a supreme-grade sword not inferior to Sky Scorpio sword. Horned Demon, do you want me to make a move? It seems like you can't take him down by yourself. The youngster suggested. The fiendish man raised 3 fingers, 3 moves. If I can't take him down in 3 moves, then you can make a move. Right now, you just have to watch out for him to escape. As the demon king of demons, the fiendish man had his own dignity. To him, taking down Yi Chen was not a strenuous thing. Since it was not strenuous, why would he want to win by quantity? All right. The youngster nodded and did not make a move. Sizzle, between the fiendish man's horns, a powerful electric current suddenly surged out. The 2 sharp horns with spiral patterns seemed to be electrified, glowing and heating up. With Horned Demon as his title, the pair of curved horns on the fiendish man's head were naturally extraordinary, containing a powerful demonic power. The demonic power flowed back into the fiendish man's body, and his demonic aura immediately doubled. The black scales on his body also faintly turned red, as if they had been roasted by fire. Demonic dragon battling heaven's secret art. The fiendish man roared as he pulled his right fist to the back of his head and abruptly punched out. A huge black dragon phantom roared as it charged towards Yi Chen, leaving a hideous crack in the space. His battle power has increased again. Yi Chen did not dare to be careless. He raised the Sky Scorpio sword, and an invisible spatial ripple swept towards the huge dragon phantom. After his space profound reached 70% completion, although bewitching mirror shattering couldn't bring out the space profound to its peak, its power had increased by several times. The moment the huge dragon phantom came into contact with the spatial ripple, it was immediately sucked in, as if it had entered another world. Roar, the huge dragon phantom was extremely powerful. Even though it was sealed in the purple mirror, its body could still move. It swam around and struck everywhere, creating cracks on the purple mirror, as if it could rush out at any time. Crack, the purple mirror suddenly shattered, and the violent spatial fragments cut the huge dragon phantom's body, rapidly reducing its power. By the time the huge dragon phantom passed through the spatial fragments, its power was already less than 30% of its peak. It was chopped into two halves by Yi Chen's sword, turning into black air currents and returning to heaven and earth. Second move, Tyrant Dragon Fist. This time, the fiendish man didn't release a dragon phantom, but a dragon phantom that was several times larger than the dragon phantom. The dragon phantom was as big as a small mountain, and when it opened its mouth, it seemed as if it wanted to devour the entire world, bringing with it a powerful suction force. Yi Chen's clothes fluttered in the wind. He moved his feet and was pulled over by the suction force. Sword domain. With a low roar, the sword pressure outside Yi Chen's body increased to the limit, contending against the dragon head's suction force. At the same time, he slashed 3 times on the dragon head's body. Clang clang clang, 3 deep sword scars appeared on the front of the illusory dragon head. At such a close distance, Yi Chen's vibrational sword spell had an unimaginable power. However, the illusory dragon head was not a normal demon race martial art, as its structure was very reasonable. Yi Chen's vibrational sword power could not completely tear apart the illusory dragon head. The suction force increased, and Yi Chen's entire body was sucked into the dragon head's mouth. Success! Seeing this, the fiendish man slowly let out a breath of turbid air. Yi Chen's difficulty was beyond his expectation. Fortunately, although his battle prowess was at the peak of 4 stars, when he used the Horn of Demons ability, it didn't reach the peak of 4 stars. However, this was because he forcefully entered Elysium and his body was injured. Outside of Elysium, his battle prowess was at the peak of 5 stars. The martial art of the demons that he created was very exquisite. Horn of Demon, I didn't expect your Tyrant Dragon Fist to become so exquisite. In the past, you weren't someone who liked details. The youth was slightly surprised and smiled. The fiendish man said, entering Elysium by force, we were all severely injured. It's fine if our battle prowess is high, we can make up for the lack of details. But now that our battle prowess has dropped to 4 stars, we naturally need to ponder on the details. How can we better display our battle prowess without any flaws? That's true. However, your Tyrant Dragon Fist still can't kill him. The youth glanced at the dragon head's image that was still charging at him and said. Tyrant Dragon Fist has a perfect spiral inside, which can consume a large amount of his Jin Yuan. With his less than 200 years of cultivation, he won't be able to last long. The fiendish man was very confident in his Tyrant Dragon Fist. Perhaps it couldn't do anything to those with slightly higher battle prowess than him, but it was definitely the nemesis of those with lower strength. Just as the fiendish man was speaking, a glowing crack suddenly appeared on the dragon head's image. In the next instant, the crack expanded, and a human figure jumped out. Impossible! The fiendish man's eyes froze. The arrangement of the Tyrant Dragon Fist's demonic power was very tight. It was hard to destroy it from the outside, not to mention from the inside. Without exaggeration, if a peak 4-star king was accidentally sucked into the dragon head's image, they wouldn't be able to come out for a while, not to mention Yi Chen, who only had a high 4-star battle prowess. Nothing is impossible. Don't forget that he is the most outstanding genius in the last 10,000 years. Anything can happen to him. The youth squinted his eyes, and a blue light condensed into 2 beams of light. You take a sword of mine as well. After splitting apart the dragon head's image, Yi Chen's figure extended, and his clothes fluttered in the wind as he slashed at the fiendish man. The sword aura was light as a feather, without any trace of smoke or fire. Swoosh, the fiendish man was immediately hit by the sword, and a deep sword wound appeared on his chest. His left arm was also severed by the sword chi, which then turned into a bloody mist. Sky-shattering sword art second style, orbit kill, to be more precise, it was an incomplete orbital kill. The complete orbital kill allowed the sword's trajectory to coincide with the spatial ripples, making the sword move as if it was teleporting. Its power and speed were both perfect, without the slightest loss. However, Yi Chen had yet to reach such a realm. He could only make the sword's trajectory follow the spatial ripples as much as possible. Even so, it was still enough to tear apart the dragon head's image and instantly injure the fiendish man. Without this incomplete orbital kill, as the fiendish man had said, Yi Chen's Jin Yuan would have been consumed by the Tyrant Dragon Fist, and he wouldn't have the slightest strength to counterattack. Only when the fiendish man's left arm was severed did the fiendish man and the youth react. Ah! Like a wounded wolf, the fiendish man roared with a sinister expression. What a frightening sword art! The youngster sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that Yi Chen had already started to create even more powerful space-profound sword moves. Creating a profound martial skill was not something that could be done in a day or two. Although a king who had just entered life and death realm would have a huge improvement in their profounds, creating a profound martial skill that suited them would require at least a few years, or even decades. Of course, life and death kings had a lot of time, and this amount of time was nothing. However, Yi Chen had only entered life and death realm for a month, yet he was already researching a new space-profound sword move. How could he not be astonished? The other party's creation ability was simply monstrous. What a pity! Yi Chen shook his head. Just now, he actually wanted to chop off the fiendish man's head. However, the sword's trajectory didn't coincide with the spatial ripples, resulting in a slight deviation. It should be known that space was extremely mysterious, and a slight deviation could lead to a great loss. It was already not easy for Yi Chen to control the deviation to within 1 meter. Forget it, they are demons. Let's probe a bit more. In the future, when I fight other powerful demon kings, I'll know myself and the enemy better. Demonic beasts, demonic humans, and half-beasts. Yi Chen was very clear about their abilities. However, he knew very little about the demons that weren't from Elysium. Therefore, this battle was not a meaningless one. As his flesh wriggled, the sword wound on the fiendish man's chest and his missing left arm rapidly healed. Raising his head, he looked at Yi Chen with a cold and merciless expression. "Nine Nether, let's kill him together," the fiendish man said to the youth. The youth smiled, "It's just 2 moves. If he wasn't a genius from Elysium, I wouldn't mind fighting with him. But now, it's better to kill him as soon as possible. Our aura has been spread out by the will of heaven and earth. Soon, the experts in this world will be alerted." The fiendish man was very calm and didn't fly into a rage. "Hee, horned demon, why don't you work for me? Blackstone's strength wasn't stronger than mine. In terms of some methods, he's not as good as me. If you follow me, I can guarantee that you'll get more than him." The youth admired the fiendish man's cautious character and had the intention to recruit him. The fiendish man curled his lips, "Let's kill him first." For him, Nine Nether was a madman. It was safer to follow Blackstone. But now, he naturally couldn't reject Nine Nether's recruitment, lest the other party cause trouble. "Alright, I know you don't want to follow me, but I will let you know who is better to follow." The youth seemed to have seen through the fiendish man's mind and didn't care. "You want to join hands to deal with me? Seems like I have to go." Yi Chen didn't think that he could fight against the 2 of them together. Even a peak 4-star king wouldn't be a match for the 2 of them. Only a 4-star tyrant would be able to defeat them. Tyrant Dragon Fist. Nine Nether Heaven Lock. The fiendish man and the youth attacked without hesitation. One blasted out a huge dragon head phantom, and a suction force appeared. The other drew a circle with his hands, and a blue light flooded the sky and sealed the space. One inside and one outside, perfectly coordinated. Obviously, they had worked together before and weren't unfamiliar with it. Unfortunately, even though they attacked fast, Yi Chen was even faster. His body flashed as Yi Chen's whole body merged with the space. Before the blue light disappeared, Yi Chen's speed was unbelievably fast, as if distance didn't exist. Not good, he has already used the space profound in his movement art. It will be hard to trap him. The youth's expression changed as he chased after Yi Chen. "Isn't your Nine Nether Heaven Lock very powerful in sealing enemies?" The fiendish man was anxious. "No, although the Nine Nether Heaven Lock also contains the space profound, it needs a long time to seal an enemy with a powerful space profound." The 2 followed closely behind Yi Chen, one in the front and one in the back. However, Yi Chen's space profound had reached 70% completion. As he moved through the void, the space power became his driving force, increasing his speed. Soon, the 2 of them lost sight of Yi Chen. Nine Nether Soul Search. The youngster's face was a bit unsightly. The blue light spread out, collecting Yi Chen's aura and wrapping it in a blue light ball. Puff. A mouthful of demonic power was spat out, and the blue light ball chased after Yi Chen's aura. The youngster and the fiendish man followed behind, neither of them saying a word. Eh? He's right in front? The youngster was a bit strange. In his opinion, Yi Chen shouldn't have stopped. After a while, the two's faces became more and more unsightly. Yi Chen had obviously found the flaw of Nine Nether Soul Search. Along the way, he left behind a Zhen Yuan afterimage. This Jing Yuan afterimage contained very little Jing Yuan and didn't have much fighting power. However, it still had Yi Chen's aura. Nine Nether Soul Search could only sense aura, not life fluctuations. Thus, it naturally lost its effect. After shattering Yi Chen's Jing Yuan afterimage with one punch, the fiendish man said in a low voice, he still escaped. It's my mistake. If I had known earlier, I would have sealed the space and stabilized it. In fact, the youngster suspected that even if he had used Nine Nether Heaven Lock to stabilize the space, he might not have been able to stop Yi Chen. That sword move of Yi Chen's contained an unimaginable power. It's not your fault. I was also careless. The fiendish man was deeply worried. The current Yi Chen was even more troublesome than Xianhou. The battle with Yi Chen just now made him understand that with their strength, even if they planned meticulously and went all out, they still wouldn't be able to kill Yi Chen. At most, they would be able to injure him. He had never thought that in such a short time a small ant had grown to a point where they couldn't do anything. Sigh, if my strength had recovered a bit more, perhaps the ending wouldn't have been like this. The youngster sighed and continued, Blackstone was too cautious and lost the only chance to kill him. If he had gone all out from the start and personally attacked, the situation wouldn't have developed to this point. The fiendish man was silent. Sometimes, he also felt that Blackstone was too cautious. He was simply the polar opposite of the crazy Nine Nether. If the two of them could be combined, it would be perfect. Of course, he could also understand Blackstone's mood. Unsealing those sealed lords was the most important matter for Blackstone and the others. Blackstone did not want to complicate matters, so he was not willing to personally take action. Moreover, who could have predicted that Yi Chen would progress so quickly, breaking the norm and catching them unprepared? It's useless to talk about this now. The fierce-looking man shook his head. Indeed. The young man flicked his fingers and said, this person's wings are growing stronger and stronger. If I can't kill him now, it will be very difficult to kill him in the future. I don't mind continuing to chase after him and wasting manpower and resources. The fierce-looking burly man looked at Nine Nether strangely. He didn't expect Nine Nether to be more mature than he had imagined. Perhaps the setbacks of these years had changed him a lot. In that case, he had to thank Xianhou and the Dragon King. Otherwise, with Nine Nether's craziness, he might have ruined the plan. Of course, this was Blackstone's evaluation of Nine Nether. I will talk to Blackstone. I believe he will not be willing to continue to waste energy chasing after Yi Chen. Not chasing after Yi Chen didn't mean that they had given up on killing Yi Chen. It was just that they didn't want to waste too much effort for Yi Chen's matter. If there was an opportunity in front of them, they would still give it a try. Just like Xianhou, if there was an opportunity, they wouldn't mind killing Xianhou. Unfortunately, there wasn't an opportunity. I believe that Blackstone has the same idea as me. Moreover, Wan Yi Chen may not be able to ruin our plan. Once those lords come out of the seal, not to mention Wan Yi Chen, even if there were 10 Yi Chens, it wouldn't matter. At that time, those with battle prowess below 6 stars won't be able to control the overall situation. The young man sneered. I hope so. The fiendish man felt that Nine Nether's words were reasonable. No matter how fast Yi Chen's progress was, he was only at the initial stage. Once he reached 5 stars, his progress would slow down. In the past, Xianhou had also reached 4 stars not long after entering Life and Death Realm. However, after several decades, she had only increased by 1 star. Yi Chen was more formidable than Xianhou. Reaching the high or even peak 5-star battle prowess was already quite amazing. 6 stars was simply a pipe dream. Nine Nether, aren't you coming with us? Putting aside the matter of Yi Chen, the fiendish man said to the young man. The young man shook his head, you guys have your plans, and I have mine. Staying together, there's no guarantee of safety. On the contrary, we'll be much safer if we're separated. You should know that you can't put all your eggs in one basket. What a pity. With you joining us, the plan can be completed even faster. The fiendish man was extremely clear about Nine Nether's ability. Alright, since we've given up on chasing this kid, I'll be heading back. It's best if we don't run into each other in the future. The young man took a step forward and turned into a blue light. Let's find a safe place first. The fiendish man broke through the space barrier and dove into the depths of the sea. An hour later, two powerful auras rushed over. One was a beautiful young woman who looked like an alluring fairy. Her figure was extremely enchanting. Her chest was ample, and her waist was slender. Her legs were long and slender, occupying 2/3 of her body. Her buttocks were perky, forming an astonishing arc. In short, she was a fairy that could make any man go crazy. The other was a middle-aged man with a sharp aura like a heavenly sword, wearing a scholar's robe. Their auras far surpassed the fiendish man and the young man. If Yichen were here, he would certainly feel extreme danger and keep his distance. Azure Skysword Emperor, you also sense the demon's aura? The alluring woman spoke first. Indeed. The middle-aged man nodded. We're late. The Fey woman brushed away the hair on her forehead. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed together, as if she were looking at her pitifully. The demons have come out, and chaos is coming. It doesn't matter if we kill these small fries or not. Only by finding their base can we get rid of them. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Although the stronger one is, the greater the injury. In recent years, there are still many otherworldly experts coming in. If I'm not wrong, their plan should be to unseal those super experts who have been sealed for countless years. Although these super experts have suffered great injuries, as long as they have the otherworldly treasures, they can still recover. The scariest thing is that as time passes in Elysium, their injuries are slowly recovering, and they're gradually adapting to Elysium. Once they break out and recover their cultivation, it will definitely be a disaster for our Elysium. This is a dead end. We have no other way. We can only increase our strength through the slaughter. Otherwise, we can only die together. The middle-aged man's eyes were cold, without a trace of emotion. Right now, we can only take one step at a time. I'll take my leave first. As she spoke, the alluring woman disappeared into the void. Her figure flickered, and she appeared tens of thousands of miles away. The chaotic era has come. Who knows how many kings will fall? The middle-aged man looked up at the sky, and in the next instant, his figure disappeared into the void. You and Nine Nether joined hands, but you still couldn't kill him? In the underwater palace, the black-skinned expert looked at the horned blood figure beside him and said in a low voice. The horned blood figure was a will projection projected by the bloodstone. He slowly said, this kid is proficient in space profound. Whether it is his battle strength or escaping ability, he's top-notch. I'm afraid that no one under 5 stars can stop him. Ordinary 5-star kings don't have much hope, unless it's an extremely fast 5-star king. Battle prowess and speed were related, but not by much. A 5-star king with powerful battle prowess might not necessarily be faster than a 4-star king with powerful speed. Battle prowess was the embodiment of killing. Ability. Blackstone, this kid has already matured. We shouldn't waste too much energy. The horned blood figure suggested. After a moment of silence, the black-skinned expert nodded, I was too cautious. Since that's the case, let's give up on chasing him. Next, we should focus on unsealing the lords. The black-skinned expert was somewhat helpless. Previously, he had given up on chasing Xianxia, and now, he was giving up on chasing Yichen. History was so similar. He couldn't help but admit that in Elysium, they still couldn't cover the sky with one hand. Using space profound, Yichen's speed was inconceivably fast. He shuttled through the void like a clump of formless spatial power. After a long while, Yichen stopped. After entering life and death realm, I can finally display a part of space profound. This movement art containing space profound is something I couldn't do before. Space profound was one of the strongest profounds. It required great control, which was closely related to one's mental state. My battle strength should be at high stage 4 star. The Demon King demons I'm fighting is also at high stage 4 star. His foundation is a bit stronger than mine, but I can contend against him with Orbit Kill. It's hard to tell who will be the winner. But, adding that seemingly unfathomable youngster, I'm not his opponent. Yichen could see that although the youngster's aura was similar to the fiendish man's, his eyes were extremely frightening, as if he could see through one's heart. The same battle strength might not necessarily be equal. In comparison, Yichen felt that the youngster was a bit stronger than the fiendish man. This kind of strength came from the strength of his mental state. Unfortunately, Orbit Kill will take a long time to complete. Seems like I'll have to research other moves as soon as possible. It would be best if I could research the simpler ones that can increase my battle strength. Autumn Water Sword Arts. I can't. My Metal and Water Profound have both reached greater completion. To research a sword move that can contain two great profounds at greater completion will be more difficult than Orbit Kill. In a one-on-one battle, 70% completed Space Profound was naturally far superior to Metal Profound and Water Profound. 70% completed Space Profound was almost equivalent to 121% completed Metal Profound or Water Profound. However, when Metal Profound and Water Profound fused into one sword strike, the difficulty would skyrocket by more than 10 times, and its power would greatly surpass the orbital slash. Although Yichen's comprehension was 10 times higher than others, he couldn't create a powerful sword move just because he wanted to. It was too unrealistic. Since Autumn Water Sword Arts were not an option, he could only focus on Vibrational Sword Arts. The first style of Vibrational Sword Arts was Sky-Cutting Sword. If he could create the second style, its might would definitely surpass the incomplete Orbit Kill. It would be a great help to the current Yichen. After entering the life and death realm, one had to pay attention to too many details. Although his soul power and Jinyuan seemed to have increased, and his power was far beyond what it had been in the past, it was still not that easy to use. It was just like a normal person with 1,000 gene of strength suddenly increased to 10,000 gene or 100,000 gene. He would not be able to control his strength in a short period of time. If he held a cup, he might break the cup. If he sat on a bench, he might break the bench. Strength was important, but technique was equally important. And the most basic requirement for technique was to be familiar with one's own strength. Therefore, when he was studying the Space Profound sword move, Orbit Kill, he had already felt that there were still some problems with his soul power and Jinyuan control. He was not able to move the sword with his will like before. However, the Vibrational Sword spell's technique requirements were even higher than the Space Profound sword moves. This was because this sword art required Jinyuan vibrations to make the sword vibrate. If one wasn't familiar with their own strength, it would be impossible for them to study the second style of the Vibrational Sword spell. If other sword moves were dominated by Profound, then the Vibrational Sword spell would be dominated by vibrating power, with Profound as support. Vibrational Sword Arts contains Metal Profound. With the Metal Profound combined with vibrational power, the second style's might will be extremely frightening. Tearing apart objects of the same level will be as easy as flipping one's hand. Yichen was very confident in the second style of Vibrational Sword Arts. He was different from Lan Sanmei. Although Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts were very high, apart from demonic blade arts, his other advantages were much weaker. He had also heard of the demonic blade king of demonic blade sect. Relying on his superb demonic blade arts, he was invincible against kings of the same level. However, the potential of Yichen's Vibrational Sword Arts was not inferior to that of demonic blade arts. Most importantly, Yichen had the sixth-step destruction sword intent. Combined with it, the might of his Vibrational Sword Arts would be extremely frightening. Familiarizing myself with soul power and Jinyuan is nothing better than using defensive sword art. Next, I'll keep using it. Defensive sword art had a high requirement on soul power and Jinyuan. While using defensive sword art, one could also familiarize themselves with soul power and Jinyuan, killing two birds with one stone. Clang, the evil vanquishing sword unsheathed itself and floated beneath Yichen's feet. Stepping on the evil vanquishing sword, Yichen formed a sword spell, activating his soul power and Jinyuan at the same time. Xiao, the evil vanquishing sword carried Yichen, turning into a cold sword light, shooting out, shuttling through the air. Sword Dragon Art. The moment Yichen entered the life and death realm, he had already surpassed the realm of 42 swords. The evil shattering sword flickered and split into 42 sword images. The sword images quickly arranged themselves, turning into a sword dragon with an imposing aura as it shot out. Wherever it went, the spatial power scattered. My soul power and Jin Yuan have increased tremendously, and the power of my defensive sword spell has increased by more than 10 times. When he had exchanged the defensive sword technique with Sidu Hao, Yi Chen knew that the defensive sword technique had great potential, especially for him, who had a mutated soul. With the defensive sword technique, even if his comprehension of power Upanishads wasn't the same as the others, it would still bring him endless glory, and he could compete with the heroes of the world. Big Dipper 7-star sword art. 33 swords could be used to execute the sword snake art, 42 swords could be used to execute the sword dragon art, and 49 swords could be used to execute an even more powerful sword art, Big Dipper 7-star sword art. Starlight flickered around the evil vanquishing sword, and 7 different sword images appeared. These 7 sword images were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper 7-star, brimming with killing intent. Go! Yi Chen shouted in a low voice. Chi 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 chi, like a storm of pear blossoms, like rain hitting the banana leaves, the 7 sword shadows turned into 49, and the 49 sword shadows turned into nothingness, hiding in the void. In an instant, only starlight could be seen flickering, and the sword shadows could not be seen. It was like a sky full of stars, shrouding the front, and there was no way to dodge or hide. This defensive sword art is indeed powerful. It was Yi Chen's first time using the Big Dipper 7-star sword art. There were some flaws in it, but its might could already be seen. It could not be looked down upon. Speaking of which, trading spiritual sword for Sidu Hao's defensive sword art back then was my profit. He didn't expect my soul to be different from ordinary people. Alright, now that I'm a life and death king, I should compensate him a little. Actually, even if Yi Chen didn't compensate Sidu Hao, the latter wouldn't say anything. The exchange of the defensive sword art was completely fair. However, Yi Chen always followed his heart, and would never go against it. For him, cultivating the martial Tao and sword Tao was also cultivating the heart. If one was open and aboveboard, one would have great accomplishments. If one was insidious, one would also have great accomplishments. As long as one didn't go against his heart, everything would be fine. Days passed by, and the Big Dipper 7-star sword art became more and more skillful in Yi Chen's hands, and its killing power became increasingly fierce. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's soul power and Jin Yuan were also becoming more and more compatible with Yi Chen. There was not the slightest barrier between them, and he was not far from being able to wield the sword with just a thought. On this day, Yi Chen appeared above the ocean. This place is not far from Monkey Island. How about paying a visit? According to Iron Monkey King's map, Yi Chen sensed that he was only a bit more than 10 million li away from Monkey Island, which could be reached in a cup of tea's time. Monkey Island, Old Chong, this is the last bottle of wine. If you finish it, you'll only get another one next year. You'd better save it. Beside the hot spring at the center of the island, Iron Monkey King and Anika Spear King sat across from each other on a stone table. Iron Monkey King painfully took out a bottle of wine. The bottle was yellow in color and looked very unremarkable. Anika Spear King unceremoniously took the bottle, opened the cork, and drank half of it in one gulp. Delicious, this one sip can increase my cultivation base by half a year. It's a pity that it's too little. Monkey, you say the same thing every year. Can't you try something new? I know you must be hiding a lot of monkey wine. Iron Monkey King glared at him, you still have the nerve to say that? This year, you've drunk 4 bottles of my wine, and I've only drunk 3.5. Do you think it's easy for me? A man and a beast often quarreled. Every time they didn't quarrel, they would feel that something was missing. Of course, this didn't mean that the two didn't have a good relationship. On the contrary, their relationship was so good that they would go through life and death together. Although Anika Spear King would come every once in a while to freeload for wine, he also spent a lot of effort and money to collect the ingredients for brewing the wine for Iron Monkey King. Iron Monkey King wasn't stingy either. Every time Anika Spear King came, he would give him a bottle of wine. Laughing, Anika Spear King said, "Stop glaring at me. I know you're hiding the wine to wait for Yi Chen's visit. We still owe him a life. I still don't know when he will come." Iron Monkey King was the most straightforward. He was afraid that he wouldn't be around when Yichen came. Thus, he simply shut himself in and stayed on the island. He even asked Anika Spear King to collect the ingredients to brew more top-grade monkey wine. No rush. At most, we'll pay him a visit when there's news of him. Anika Spear King took a sip of the wine, savoring the aftertaste. That's true. Iron Monkey King took out a half-full bottle of monkey wine and started drinking. Eh? Someone is coming. Suddenly, Anika Spear King's brows twitched and he put down the bottle. Who is it? Iron Monkey King stood up. His soul-sensing ability was inferior to Anika Spear King. Speak of Yichen, and Yichen will be here. Monkey, why aren't you going to welcome him? Anika Spear King smiled. He's really here? Iron Monkey King grinned. At this moment, a clear voice echoed, "This she has suddenly come to visit. I hope I didn't disturb you?" As soon as the voice arrived, a blue-robed youngster appeared outside the island and flew toward the center of the island. Who else could it be but Yichen? Where are you? Iron Monkey King and Anika Spear King went up to welcome him. Eh? You've entered life and death realm? Anika Spear King's gaze turned sluggish as he asked. Yichen nodded and said, I was lucky enough to cross the life and death calamity. Indeed a peerless genius. Even before entering life and death realm, you can contend against life and death kings. Once you break through, you can go anywhere in the world. Anika Spear King sighed inwardly. Before Yichen entered life and death realm, although he had the strength to contend against life and death realm experts, life and death kings who didn't know him would inevitably look down on him, not treating him as an existence of the same level. But now, Yichen had become a life and death king, and no one dared to look down on him anymore. His status had changed drastically, and it was incomparable to before. Life and death realm was a symbol of strength as well as status. It was the highest existence in Elysium, and its significance was enormous. Come, this way. Beside the hot spring, Iron Monkey King added a stone stool and waved his hand on the stone table. Amidst a flicker of light, 3 pots of brightly colored fruits appeared. One was a banana-shaped green fruit, one was a longan-sized yellow fruit, and the last one was a jewel-like orange fruit. As soon as these fruits came into contact with the air, the fragrance of the 3 completely different kinds assailed one's nostrils. Clearly, they were not ordinary fruits. This was not the end. Iron Monkey King took out 3 more bottles of monkey wine, one for each of them. Yichen, this is supreme-grade monkey wine. Have a taste first. Iron Monkey King looked at Yichen hopefully. Yichen couldn't help but laugh. Uncorking the bottle, he lightly took a sip. Good wine. Yichen's eyes brightened. This monkey wine was extremely viscous. Holding it in his mouth, the wine energy rose, clearing his mind. Swallowing it into his stomach, the wine energy instantly spread throughout his body. Not a single part of his body felt uncomfortable. Most importantly, this wine energy contained extremely rich heaven and earth energy. Circulating Jin Yuan, the energy was instantly refined into Jin Yuan. A single mouthful had increased his cultivation base by dozens of days, and this mouthful was merely 1/20th of the entire bottle. If he drank the entire bottle, his cultivation base for a year wouldn't be able to escape. You two are truly enjoying yourselves. This is my first time seeing a wine that can increase one's cultivation base. Yichen couldn't help but take another big gulp. Only then did he put down the bottle and say. Iron Monkey King's brows rose in delight as he said, I won't hide it from you. Brewing supreme-grade monkey wine is not something that every demonic king of Monkey Clan can do. Last time, a life and death king came to buy my wine brewing method, but I didn't even pay him any attention. Come, have some fruits. These fruits pair well with monkey wine. They are quite beneficial to the body. This is the green mist fruit, this is the earth fragrance fruit, and this is the gem fruit. Yichen tasted a few of each fruit. The taste was pretty good, and they were quite nourishing to the body. After Yichen finished drinking and eating, the 3 started chatting. Originally, I thought that after cultivating to life and death realm, I would be free and unfettered, not needing to work as hard as before. I could do whatever I wanted and easily live for 1,000 years. Unfortunately, we're living in a chaotic world. Chaotic worlds give birth to heroes, but at the same time, there will inevitably be a lot of dark turbulence. If we want to preserve our lives and not fall prematurely, we can only continuously strengthen ourselves. Anika Spear King took a sip of monkey wine and smiled bitterly. Yichen asked curiously, Brother Chong, you've also heard of this? As far as he knew, the number of people who knew about the otherworldly experts should be few and far between. How could we not know? There are many circles among life and death kings, and different circles have more or less the same people. Some secret information, as long as it's said, will spread to every circle. Of course, what we know is only the external information. As for the deeper secrets, we don't know much about them. Anika Spear King explained. So that's how it is. As Brother Chong said, this era is not stable. Otherworldly experts are eyeing us like tigers preying on their prey. Otherworldly demons are a great threat to our Elysium. You too might not know, but when I was undergoing my tribulation, some demons sent puppets to kill me. Later on, 2 demon kings of demons personally came. Fortunately, I managed to escape. Yichen didn't conceal anything and told Anika Spear King and Iron Monkey King about some of his experiences. You were chased by demons? Anika Spear King and Iron Monkey King were shocked. Demonic race was a race from another world that was above the human race. Under the condition that their cultivation bases were equal, the demonic race would have the upper hand. But then again, the fact that Yichen could escape from the hands of 2 demon kings was enough to shock the world. It should be known that the demonic race was not stupid. This kind of assassination plan had to have been carefully prepared. If it were any other peerless genius, they would have fallen long ago. Brother Yi, you'll be in danger in the future. Back then, Xianxia was also chased. Although she's still alive and well, as long as there's a chance, the demons won't give up on killing her. The one speaking was Iron Monkey King. Yichen smiled, don't worry. Although Yichen is still far from being unparalleled, it won't be that easy for the demons to kill me. Since coming to this world, Yichen had experienced countless dangers. He had long cultivated the ability to remain calm even if the sky collapsed. He wouldn't be frightened by the demons. Anika Spear King admired Yichen's heroic spirit, but he still said worriedly, the demons have come. I'm afraid that the curtains have already been opened. I'm afraid that we are just small and can only go with the flow of it. The atmosphere couldn't help but become a bit heavy. After a long while, Iron Monkey King suddenly said to Yichen, Brother Yi, you've already become a life and death king, but you still don't have your own title. According to the rules of Elysium, you have to go to the Bestowal King Palace within a year and obtain your own title. Otherwise, the palace spirit will directly send you there. If Monkey didn't mention it, I would have forgotten to remind you. Anika Spear King also said. Bestowal King Palace? Battle King's memories didn't contain any information regarding Bestowal King Palace. Iron Monkey King explained, Bestowal King Palace has existed since ancient times. I only know that the kings of Elysium obtain their titles from Bestowal King Palace. Every king's title is permanently engraved on the Bestowal King pillar at the center of Bestowal King Palace. As for the palace spirit, it is the spirituality of Bestowal King Palace. It is not weak in intelligence, and controls the rules of Bestowal King Palace. In the end, the title is also decided by it. Then, do I choose the title myself, or does the palace spirit choose it? Yichen asked. It's decided by the palace spirit. Of course, you can also reject it and have it changed to another one as long as it meets the requirements. Oh. Yichen nodded. All right. Anika Spear King added, before the title, the palace spirit will arrange an illusory opponent for you according to your battle strength. Then, it will choose the most suitable title for you based on your battle style. Under normal circumstances, the majority of life and death kings will be satisfied with the title the palace spirit chooses. Is that so? Since it's within a year, I'm not in a hurry. Yichen didn't plan to obtain his own title immediately. Anika Spear King said, indeed, you don't have to rush. In my opinion, Brother Yi has a chance of obtaining the Sword King title and shattering the ancient Sword King's legend. Sword King title. Iron Monkey King's eyes opened wide. Among the many special titles, the Sword King title was the most difficult to obtain. Blade King, Spear King, Axe King, they were all a bit lower. The main reason was that the Sword King title was too special. The other Blade Kings, Spear Kings, and Axe Kings all eventually became emperors, becoming Blade Emperors, Spear Emperors, and Axe Emperors. Only the Sword King didn't become an emperor. Moreover, in the next several 100,000 years, no one was able to obtain the Sword King title, let alone Sword Emperor or Sword Emperor. If Yichen wanted to obtain the Sword King title, he could only surpass the ancient Sword King at the same time. Anything is possible. The reason why the ancient Sword King couldn't be surpassed was mainly because he was indeed a stunning genius. When he died, he was only 50 years old. If he had lived a few more years, he might have become the first monarch in history. However, the ancients were meant to be surpassed. Nobody could surpass him in the past, but that doesn't mean nobody can now. In fact, in the years after the ancient Sword King, there were people who surpassed the Sword King in Sword Dao. However, none of them reached the Sword King level at the age of 50. It was all due to the accumulation of time. Among the Sword Kings at the same time, the ancient Sword King was truly the first. However, Anika Spear King still had a premonition that a miracle might happen to Yichen. Thank you for the compliment. I will try my best. Yichen admired the ancient Sword King. He also believed that if the Sword King had lived a few more years, he would have achieved several times more. Even if he couldn't become the first monarch in history, he would at least be in the top 3. Come, let's drink. We will congratulate Brother Yi in advance for obtaining the Sword King title. Iron Monkey King had always been carefree. After hearing Anika Spear King's words, he also took it to heart. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, Yichen left Monkey Island. Before leaving, Iron Monkey King gave Yichen 3 small jars of monkey wine. 1 jar was equivalent to 3 bottles. Originally, he wanted to give 5 jars, but Yichen knew that Iron Monkey King had spent a lot of effort and resources to brew this monkey wine. According to Anika Spear King, 1 jar of monkey wine would take a year to brew. Of course, if the time was tight, 3 jars could also be brewed in a year. However, generally, there weren't so many materials. The materials needed to be collected slowly. Time was one thing, but the brewing materials were all top grade and priceless. How could Yichen accept 5 jars from the other party? Although supreme grade monkey wine can increase cultivation base, drinking it all at once is too wasteful. It's not bad to use it to entertain friends. Life and Death Kings had a noble status. Sometimes, other Life and Death Kings would come knocking on their doors. After a long time, they would form a circle, and it would be too shameful if they didn't have anything good to entertain their guests. Yichen pondered for a moment. He wanted to find some spirit tree nurturing fluid to mature the fire pear tree. If the fire pear tree became a supreme grade spirit tree, its fire pears would also be good for entertaining guests. Let's return to Eternal Sky Sect first. After researching the second style of vibrational sword arts, I'll officially return to True Spirit Continent. High-level 4-star battle strength was not enough to intimidate the crowd. If Yichen were to return, he would have to return with absolute strength. And right now, he was still lacking something. Soon, Yichen returned to Eternal Sky Sect. On the second day, everyone in Eternal Sky Sect knew that Yichen had entered Life and Death Realm. My Eternal Sky Sect finally has a Life and Death King. From now on, who would dare to offend my Eternal Sky Sect? Haha. The leader of Eternal Sky Sect, Li Zhongfeng, was ecstatic. Having a Life and Death King was extremely important. Without a Life and Death King, Eternal Sky Sect would not have enough deterrence. Those sects who dared to offend them would also have to consider the consequences of offending a Life and Death King. It was especially so for those Life and Death Kings who specialized in speed. If they were offended, there would be trouble in the future. Even if they didn't dare to attack your sect, they could easily kill your disciples or disciples. Life and Death Kings would either not make enemies, or once they did, it would be a death grudge. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Life and Death Kings would rarely intentionally offend others. The shock of Eternal Sky Sect didn't distract Yichen, who was wholeheartedly researching the second style of vibrational sword arts. Swoosh, a cloth-tearing sound was heard as Yichen slashed out with his sword. The sword light was extremely clear, and if one were to magnify it 100 times, they would find that the sword light was actually vibrating at an extremely high frequency. But, because the vibrating speed was too fast, people couldn't feel the vibrations at all. It looked extremely clear, no different from an ordinary sword attack. Bang, the opposite mountain peak was suddenly cut in the middle, causing dust to fill the sky. The thin mountain peak in the middle was directly turned into powder by the sword light. The cross-section of the mountain peak was as smooth as marble. Not good, the metal profound and the vibrating power are not harmonized. One knew one's own strength well. This sword seemed to be majestic, but in fact, there were many flaws in the details. In other words, the technique was not enough. It would be fine against ordinary opponents, but against kings like Demonic Blade King who were proficient in vibrating power, the technique would be at a disadvantage. Of course, Yichen could obtain victory with absolute strength. However, Yichen preferred to surpass the opponent in terms of technique as well. Eh? Someone's coming. On this day, a man and a woman arrived at Eternal Sky Sect. The man was a skinny middle-aged man with a trace of faint blade chi on his body. The blade chi was extremely exquisite, like a spring breeze caressing one's face. The woman following behind him had an extremely young appearance. Her appearance was charming and elegant, but she was Demonic Blade Sect's disciple, Lan Sanmei. The two didn't directly arrive at Yi Chen's place. Instead, they politely landed on Eternal Sky Sect's main peak plaza. I truly didn't expect him to become a life and death king so quickly. The middle-aged man sighed with emotion. Originally, he was prepared to help Yi Chen when he was in danger. Sending charcoal in snowy weather was always better than adding flowers to a brocade. However, his plan couldn't keep up with the changes, causing him to miss the opportunity to befriend the latter. Fortunately, his disciple, Lan Sanmei, had a good relationship with Yi Chen. After learning that Yi Chen had entered life and death realm, he personally paid a visit with Lan Sanmei. Mayor, your luck is very good. Such a rare genius was actually encountered by you, and you even became friends with him. Although we cultivators have our pride and dislike bowing and scraping, human resources are indispensable. Back then, Mysterious Queen smoothly entered life and death realm and became an influential figure of True Spirit Continent because of Dragon King's shadow. This Yi Chen has the shadow of both Dragon King and Mysterious Queen behind him. Compared to them, I'm still far behind, and my words don't carry much weight. On the other hand, this Yi Chen will certainly become an influential figure of True Spirit Continent in the future. The middle-aged man was precisely Demonic Blade Sect's leader, Demonic Blade King. His battle strength had reached 3-star, and he was quite famous in Blood Sky Continent. However, in Elysium, 3-star battle strength didn't have much of a say. 4-star battle strength was barely enough, and only 5-star battle strength could make a difference. Everyone had to give face to him. With the arrival of the Age of Turmoil, having a powerful king as a backer was a must. Without a backer and ordinary strength, one could easily fall. Master, Mayor and Yi Chen have known each other for a period of time. I can see that he is a person who values friendship. If we treat him with sincerity, he will treat us with sincerity as well. If we only want to get close to him, he won't want to have a deep relationship with us. Lan Sanmei reminded Demonic Blade King. You're right. It's only reasonable for us to be friends with him, not to befriend him with ulterior motives. How could Demonic Blade King not understand this logic? Demonic Blade King and Miss Lan's arrival brings light to Eternal Sky Sect. I apologize for not going out to meet you. In the palace, Li Zhongfeng personally came out to greet them with a smile. Demonic Blade King faintly nodded. Originally, with his status, he wouldn't have anything to do with a late Sea of Soul Realm martial artist like Li Zhongfeng. However, with Yi Chen behind him, his status immediately changed. Sect Leader Li, we've come to find Yi Chen. Lan Sanmei said politely. Li Zhongfeng said, Elder Yi is training in the core area of the mountain range. I've already sent someone to inform him. Why don't you two go to the guest palace and have some tea? All right. The Demonic Blade King nodded. As the two of them strode forward, a sword light approached from afar and landed on the square. It was Yi Chen. Miss Lan, Yi Chen smiled at Lan Sanmei, then his gaze fell on the Demonic Blade King, and this is? Lan Sanmei introduced, Yi Chen, this is my master, the demonic saber king. He is also the sect leader of the demonic saber sect. As she spoke, she sized up Yi Chen. Compared to before, Yi Chen's body was emitting a frightening pressure. This pressure couldn't be concealed at all. Even if Yi Chen had restrained his king's aura, he couldn't restrain this pressure. After entering life and death realm, one's soul and Jin Yuan would both sublimate. Even if he didn't do it intentionally, it would still make people under life and death realm feel oppressed. Once a life and death king intentionally released his pressure, people under life and death realm would lose all desire to attack. Of course, some peak geniuses were exceptions. Her master, Demonic Blade King, had a pressure, but it didn't seem as powerful as Yi Chen's. So it's Demonic Blade King. Welcome. Yi Chen cupped his fists. Demonic Blade King smiled, I hope you don't take offense to my sudden visit. I heard that you've entered life and death realm, and now that I've seen you, the rumors are indeed true. This Lan congratulates you first. Demonic Blade King also cupped his fists. This way, please. Yi Chen's right hand gestured toward his mountain peak and said to Li Zhongfeng, sect leader, I'll take care of him. All right. Li Zhongfeng knew that it had nothing to do with him. However, a king personally paying a visit to Eternal Sky sect would give them a lot of face. The three flew to Yi Chen's Elder's Peak and landed beside a pavilion. The pavilion was situated at the highest point of the mountain peak, and there were stone tables and chairs inside. Sitting inside, one could see the sea of clouds flowing beneath one's feet. The moist wind blew gently, giving one a feeling of not knowing the passage of time outside the mountain. As for the monkey wine, since the two sides weren't familiar with each other, Yi Chen naturally wouldn't take it out to receive Demonic Blade King. Fortunately, he had prepared a few precious tea sets and many top-grade teas. After boiling the water, Yi Chen poured the tea for Demonic Blade King and Lan Sanmei. The tea's fragrance filled the air. After pouring the tea, Yi Chen took out a fire pear from his plant ring and placed it on the stone table. Good fruit. Demonic Blade King ate a pear and couldn't help but praise. I don't have anything to receive you. I've made a fool of myself in front of Demonic Blade King. Yi Chen held the teacup as the mountain breeze fluttered his blue robes and ink-black hair. Brother Yi hasn't had his title yet, right? Demonic Blade King suddenly asked. Putting down the teacup, Yi Chen said, no rush. I'll go to the title palace in a few days. Oh, that's good too. It's not a good thing to go early. Demonic Blade King nodded and looked at Lan Sanmei with a smile. I heard from Mayor that Brother Yi has also developed a sword art that contains vibration power, which is similar to the demonic blade spell. I believe that I have made some progress in the research of vibration power. How about we spar? Yi Chen looked at Demonic Blade King in astonishment. The latter's words clearly indicated that he wanted to use this opportunity to teach him some techniques related to vibration power. Although Yi Chen's comprehension was extremely high, his accumulation was not even 1/10 of Demonic Blade King's. With the latter's guidance, he could save a lot of time and avoid many detours. Of course, that would be for the best. Regardless of the other's goal, Yi Chen would not miss this opportunity. If the other wanted to befriend him, then he had succeeded. In fact, Demonic Blade King's proposal to spar with Yi Chen was not only to teach him some vibration power techniques, but also to see what extent Yi Chen's battle strength had reached after entering life and death realm. This was something that many people in the know would want to know, and he would be the first to know. The two didn't choose any other place to spar. This time, the two had decided not to use Jin Yuan or Will, and would only use blade arts and sword arts. The range wouldn't be too large. Above the sea of clouds, the two stood 100 meters apart. Beside the sea of clouds, Lan Sanmei sat alone in a pavilion, drinking tea while watching the battle. Brother Yi, be careful. Demonic Blade King pulled out his black long blade, its edge flickering with a cold light. You be careful too. Yi Chen's right hand grasped the evil vanquishing sword's hilt and slowly pulled it out. Ding! Demonic Blade King's speed was extremely fast. His figure flickered, and he appeared before Yi Chen, slashing out with a black blade light. Demonic Blade King's speed was fast, but Yi Chen's reaction was not slow. The evil vanquishing sword blocked Demonic Blade King's long blade, and the vibration power surged forward. Buzz, a large amount of ripples spread out, turning the sea of clouds into nothingness. Good. Demonic Blade King laughed heartily, slashing again and again at Yi Chen. Each slash was faster than the previous, as if there was no end to it. The powerful vibration power was completely restrained on the blade, and only erupted when it came into contact with Yi Chen's evil vanquishing sword. If it were an ordinary king, their weapon would have been sent flying, and their arms would have been injured, spurting blood. However, Yi Chen was also proficient in vibration power. Demonic Blade King was exchanging pointers with ordinary blade arts, so it was naturally easy for him to deal with it. This Yi Chen's achievements in vibration power are truly terrifying. In such a short amount of time, he was able to use vibration power to such a degree. He is indeed a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. The more they exchanged pointers, the more shocked Demonic Blade King became. With ordinary blade arts, he was unable to do anything to Yi Chen. Although Yi Chen's achievements in vibration power were slightly weaker than his, Yi Chen's sword angle was much better than his. Every time his long blade came into contact with Yi Chen's sword, 10% of his power would be wasted. Ding! Ding, ding! Dazzling sparks danced in the sea of clouds. These sparks seemed to have a mind of their own. Sometimes, they would spin in the air, sometimes they would fly up and down, and sometimes they would shoot out in a straight line. Every time they clashed, the sparks would have different trajectories that were hard to grasp. Take my demonic slash! Demonic Blade King gripped his blade with both hands, and with a low roar, he slashed out. Compared to Lan Sanmei, Demonic Slash was more than 10 times stronger in Demonic Blade King's hands. The blade light was not blurry at all, and it stuck close to the edge of the blade, sparkling and translucent. I also have a sky-cutting sword. Yi Chen neither retreated nor dodged, instead using the first style of vibrational sword art, sky-cutting sword. Ong, bung, pung, numerous sounds erupted at the same time. The two of them did not move. Their swords and sabers clashed against each other. However, the surrounding sea of clouds suddenly trembled. Then, it was cut by the vibrating power. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Several huge mountains nearby were cut by the invisible power. Mountain rocks tumbled down. It should be known that the two did not use Zheng Yuan or Will, and only used blade arts and sword arts to exchange pointers. Even so, the ripples that spread out were still inconceivably huge. Boom, the vibrating power completely exploded, and a twisting mass of air exploded, sending the two flying. Amazing! The next blade is called Rampage Demonic Blade, which I spent 10 years to create. Brother Yi, watch carefully. Demonic Blade Arts and Demonic Slash were blade arts passed down in Demonic Blade Sect. Meanwhile, Lan Sanmei's Destruction Slash and Demonic Blade King's Rampage Demonic Blade were both killing moves created based on Demonic Blade Arts and Demonic Slash. Lan Sanmei's Destruction Slash had not been completed yet, but there were already signs of it. Demonic Blade King's Rampage Demonic Blade had already reached perfection. Raising his black blade horizontally, Demonic Blade King gave a low roar, and his whole body shot out in a straight line. This blade strike was like a thunderous roar, vividly displaying the explosive power. What a powerful blade move! Yi Chen's pupils shrank. Demonic Blade King's blade had shaken his mind, and he subconsciously thought that he would not be able to block it. The second style of vibrational sword art had not been completed yet, but Yi Chen did not care. Chi, the sound of cloth tearing resounded as Yi Chen's hair fluttered in the wind, and his sword light shone brightly. Clang, the sound of metal exploding and twisting resounded as the two's blades and swords clashed fiercely. The sparks were as bright as the sun and moon, dancing around the two. With a muffled groan, Yi Chen's whole body shot out. The clothes on his right arm had been torn to shreds, scattering in all directions like butterflies, accompanied by a trace of blood. Too powerful. The vibrational energy condensed into one and exploded at the moment of contact. Yi Chen felt that his right arm was already numb, and his bones were sore. Being able to hold on to the evil shattering sword without losing control was already the best he could do. Stabilizing his body with all his might, Yi Chen operated the undying body and healed the hidden injuries on his right arm. Then, he said in admiration, "What a good rampaging demonic blade. Yi Chen has seen it for himself." Dare I ask, Demonic Blade King, how much strength did you use in this blade? How could he not feel that demonic Blade King had not used his full strength? If he had, it wouldn't have been as simple as a light injury on his right arm. His bones would have been shattered and his muscles would have disintegrated. Of course, it was impossible for Yi Chen to not know his limits. This was just a spar, and neither side used Jin Yuan or will. About 30%. Demonic Blade King said honestly. Although he knew that Demonic Blade King had not used his full strength, hearing that he had only used 30% still made Yi Chen a bit dazed. This Demonic Blade King was not to be underestimated. No wonder he was a peak existence amongst high-step kings. Just this rampaging demonic blade alone was something that few high-step kings could block. Brother Yi, do you want to try again? Demonic Blade King asked. Of course. Yi Chen's heart itched. After the spar with Demonic Blade King, he had gained a new understanding of vibrational energy, especially the last rampaging demonic blade, which made him feel enlightened. 40% of this attack. Demonic Blade King reminded before shooting out again. His blade was like thunder, and the blade light was extremely restrained, as if it could even devour sunlight. Yi Chen's expression was solemn as he gripped the evil vanquishing sword with both hands and slashed out vertically. Clang, sparks exploded, and a berserk chi wave swept out in all directions. In the next instant, a small mountain nearby collapsed, sending rocks flying everywhere. Just like last time, Yi Chen's right arm was sore and powerless. Blood spurted out as he shot out. Improvement. Demonic Blade King's expression froze. At 30%, Yi Chen was like this. At 40%, Yi Chen was still like this. If this wasn't improvement, what was? Amazing. The Demonic Blade King was shocked by Yi Chen's comprehension and learning ability. Again. Yi Chen had already healed the internal injuries on his right arm. Alright, I'll use half of my strength this time. Taking a deep breath, the Demonic Saber King was extremely precise. He executed the same saber technique as before without the slightest error. However, this time, the explosive power of the saber technique was a level higher. It was like a sudden clap of thunder or a flash flood. Gotcha, this was the sound of bones breaking. Yi Chen's right arm was bleeding profusely. I can't keep up with my progress. Yi Chen's chest tightened, and there was a taste of blood in his throat. The further one went, the harder it was to learn the vibrational power. In the beginning, Yi Chen was able to keep up with the Demonic Blade King's rhythm, but later on, he couldn't keep up. In the end, he was still a human, not a god. The rate of improvement couldn't be that great forever. It would eventually slow down. Will the next strike still use half of my strength? The Demonic Blade King asked. It's fine. 60%. The Demonic Blade King gradually increased the power of his saber, giving him a sense of urgency. He didn't want this sense of urgency to disappear. Humans were strange creatures. The more pressured they were, the greater their potential would be. Of course, there had to be a limit, or else they would collapse. Then, be careful. The Demonic Blade King understood Yi Chen's thoughts and attacked once again. This time, the muscles of Yi Chen's right arm disintegrated, and his bones broke inch by inch. Using his weakness to clash with the Demonic Blade King's strength, the result was naturally miserable. It was like a high-grade king who didn't use his own killing move, but instead used the unfamiliar vibrational power to clash with the Demonic Blade King. The result wouldn't be any better. He probably wouldn't even be able to receive 120% of the Demonic Blade King's power. Stop for a while. Yi Chen suddenly stopped. It wasn't that he couldn't bear it, but he had comprehended too much at once, and he didn't have time to digest it. The more time he wasted, the more his inspiration would disappear. Therefore, after saying this, he immediately closed his eyes. I've comprehended something. The Demonic Blade King understood. He stood in the air and waited quietly. So that's how it is. Yi Chen wasn't the only one who had comprehended something. Lan Sanmei also had some comprehension. Her demonic blade arts were the same as the Demonic Blade King's. Although she didn't personally experience the Demonic Blade King's demonic blade, she still benefited a lot from watching from the side. After all, she was different from Yi Chen. Yi Chen had his own path, and he also cultivated sword arts. Lan Sanmei, on the other hand, cultivated the demonic blade arts that had been passed down since the founding of the demonic blade sect. Her heart surging, Lan Sanmei couldn't help but take out her long blade and practice. The wind and rain in the outside world had nothing to do with Yi Chen. He was immersed in comprehending the vibrational power. In his mind, the demonic blade king's image attacked him again and again. The movements became slower and clearer, as if it had been slowed down by 1,000 times. Each movement could be seen clearly. His soul power was 10 times that of an ordinary person, which made Yi Chen's simulation ability extraordinary. His analysis ability could be said to be terrifying. Oh, right. Just like this. Yi Chen didn't open his eyes. He held the evil vanquishing sword and casually waved it. Once, twice, after dozens of times, Yi Chen opened his eyes. This time, I'll use 60%. Yi Chen said to the demonic blade king. The demonic blade king nodded. Clang, the result shocked the demonic blade king. Last time, Yi Chen's arm muscles were disintegrated, and his bones were broken. This time, Yi Chen only had some cracks in his muscles, but his bones weren't broken. His comprehension is too terrifying. For the first time, the demonic blade king felt a chill from a certain person's comprehension. As expected, Yi Chen finally found the right path. The demonic blade king's future was still ahead, but the path he was studying was wrong. Or to be more accurate, he had taken a detour. Therefore, no matter how hard he tried, he could only approach perfection. Now that he was sparring with the demonic blade king, he was guided to the right path, and his improvement was starting to become obvious. At 70%, Yi Chen once again experienced the pain of his right arm being torn apart. However, he quickly adapted to the 70%, and began to move towards 80%. This kid is definitely a freak. He actually improved so much in one day. The demonic blade king couldn't understand why Yi Chen's improvement was so great. It was beyond his imagination, breaking common sense. In his opinion, no matter how talented a genius was, there had to be a process of gradual improvement. No one could do it in one go. If there was someone who could do it, that person would be a god. Of course, he didn't know that Yi Chen had been studying the second style of the vibrational sword art for a long time. Because he had taken a detour, he had stagnated. The demonic blade king's appearance had allowed Yi Chen to return to the right path. Adding on his previous accumulation, his improvement was naturally godly, and his comprehension of the vibrational force was suddenly enlightened. Apart from this, one couldn't ignore the fact that Yi Chen's comprehension was indeed ridiculously strong. 10 times the comprehension of an ordinary person was already a great miracle. The rampant demonic blade king reached 80%, and its power suddenly rose to a whole new level. After 10 consecutive exchanges, Yi Chen still couldn't close the gap. This made him understand that the accumulation of studying the second style of the vibrational sword art had been used up. Just by relying on his comprehension, it would be difficult to digest so much information in a short period of time. Slightly embarrassed, Yi Chen said, "Demonic Blade King, let's call it a day. Have you been busy recently?" "Okay." The Demonic Blade King heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Chen's mind was tired, and he was also a little tired from the shock of Yi Chen's comprehension. "I've been busy recently, but Mayor and I will disturb you for a few days. It won't be troublesome, right?" The Demonic Blade King's thoughts were clear, and he immediately guessed what Yi Chen was thinking. In fact, if it were him instead of Yi Chen, he most likely wouldn't be willing to part with such a good sparring partner. "It's not troublesome at all. I just wanted to keep you for a few days," Yi Chen generously admitted. The Demonic Blade King had worked hard to spar with him, so Yi Chen naturally had to properly entertain him. Returning to the pavilion, he took out a jar of monkey wine and 3 cups from his storage ring. "This is a supreme-grade monkey wine gifted to me by a friend. Have a taste." Yi Chen filled the cups for the two. The Demonic Blade King sniffed it, and his eyes brightened as he gulped it down. "Good wine. I've never tasted such good wine before. No, this wine can increase cultivation base." The viscous monkey wine entered his stomach, and its energy was immediately refined into Jinyuan. It was extremely pure. Lan Sanmei drank a mouthful, but her face turned red and her body heated up. The energy contained in the wine was too pure, making the wine extremely potent. Even with her cultivation base that had yet to reach life and death realm, she immediately became drunk. The Xianxia in her body surged, and she almost lost control and exploded. She couldn't help but glance at Yichen in reproach. Yichen smiled. This supreme-grade monkey wine takes 1 year to brew. 1 cup can increase a life and death king's cultivation base by 1 month. Truly good wine. Demonic Blade King couldn't help but glance at the wine jar on the stone table. In fact, increasing cultivation base was secondary. With Demonic Blade King's cultivation base, a cup of monkey wine would be useless. However, after reaching life and death realm, ordinary wine would be tasteless if it were cold water. He had also learned how to brew wine, but unfortunately, he could only brew upper-grade wine. How could it compare to supreme-grade monkey wine? Come. Yichen filled Demonic Blade King's cup once again. On the same day, Lan Sanmei went to bed early. Yichen and Demonic Blade King emptied the jar of monkey wine and became somewhat drunk. 5 days passed in a flash. On this day, Yichen and Demonic Blade King continued exchanging pointers. Yichen, you put in a lot of effort this time. No one in the same realm can receive my rampage demonic blade without being affected. Demonic Blade King held the black long blade with both hands and reminded. This sword of mine is also close to perfection. I have to thank you for these 5 days of guidance. In these 5 days, Yichen had gained a deeper understanding of the vibration power. Before, he had been walking an unorthodox path, and the reason why he was able to improve so fast was because of his high comprehension ability. Without this advantage, it would be hard for him to make any progress with the vibration power. Alright, take this. Demonic Blade King's blade slashed horizontally, causing a thunderous explosion. Sucking in a deep breath, Yichen's eyes erupted with an astonishing radiance. As the sword slashed out, the surrounding Yuan Qi seemed to have lost its core, and the space seemed to have refracted. It was as if this sword was not a sword, but a beam of light. Pung, the two remained motionless. In the next moment, Demonic Blade King's right arm trembled violently. Countless sharp qi surged out of it like a small tornado wreaking havoc. What is this sword called? Demonic Blade King asked after losing his right arm. Let's call it Heaven Wounding Sword. Heaven Wounding Sword, vibrational sword spell second style. It was different from the Heaven Splitting Sword. The Heaven Hurting Sword transmitted the vibration power into the opponent's body and carried out an internal vibration explosion. Therefore, this required the vibration power to be extremely concentrated, or else it would be consumed prematurely. The reason why the Demonic Blade King was able to receive this sword strike and only lost his right arm was mainly because his vibration power was also very concentrated, so the impact he received was not great. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as his right arm exploding, but his entire body exploding. Amazing. The Rampage Demon Blade that I spent 10 years to create can't even compare to your Heaven Wounding Sword. How shameful. Demonic Blade King spat out a mouthful of turbid air. This is all thanks to Senior Demonic Blade King's guidance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to complete this move so quickly. Yichen was telling the truth. According to his estimation, it would take him at least 3 months to complete this attack. But, with someone to teach him, it would be a different story. What he did not know was that there were people who had been stuck at a certain level for countless years. But, one day, after being reminded by someone, they would suddenly see a whole new world. Without a powerful comprehension, even if I guide you, it would be useless. The Demonic Blade King shook his head. He had personally experienced the heaven-inflicted sword before, so he was very clear on how frightening this sword was. When the two exchanged blows, neither Xingyuan nor Will was used, so the lethality of the heaven-inflicted sword was not that great. But, once Xingyuan and Will were used, the heaven-inflicted sword's lethality would be increased by 100 times, and the gap would be even greater. For example, before Xingyuan and Will were used, the Rampage Demon Blade's lethality would be 900, and the heaven-inflicted sword's lethality would be 1000. With a difference of 100, the ratio would not increase, but the effect would be completely different. Moreover, Yichen's Destruction Sword intent had reached the 6th step. Combined with Heaven Wounding Sword, the destructive power could only be described as terrifying. It was definitely a killing weapon. Brother Yi, I want to see you use heaven-wounding sword with all your strength. Would it be troublesome? Demonic Blade King suddenly suggested. All right. Yichen agreed without the slightest hesitation. This isn't a good place to test the sword. Let's go somewhere else. Yichen said. Of course, let's go to the third layer. Demonic Blade King raised his head. The third heaven was known as Zenith Heaven, which was actually a starry sky. However, this starry sky was confined within Elysium, separated from the starry sky outside by a world barrier. In the starry sky, countless stars twinkled. Some were close, some were far away. Apart from the places where the light of the stars shone, everywhere else was pitch black and silent. This kind of pitch black wasn't pitch black to the point where one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Instead, it was the kind of pitch black where one couldn't see how far or how deep it was, as if there was no end to it. After breaking through the second layer of heaven, the extreme void sky, the three of them arrived in this starry sky. Although Lan Sanmei was not a life and death king, she had long since gained the strength to break through extreme void. Moreover, it was not her first time coming to this starry sky. She was very familiar with the gravity-free environment here, and didn't lose her composure. On the other hand, it was Yichen's first time coming to the starry sky. Breaking through extreme void sky required extremely powerful strength. When Yichen was still a mid-step half-step king, he didn't have the strength to do so. Later on, he became a high-step half-step king and went to life and death's secret realm. Thereafter, Yichen's advancement speed was too fast, and he didn't even have time to comprehend life and death Dao and study martial skills. How could he have the opportunity to enter the starry sky? Is this the starry sky? Yichen felt as if his mind had received a huge impact. Those countless stars, that boundless, deep, and immeasurable darkness suddenly poured into his mind. The sky was no longer the sky, and the earth was no longer the earth. There was no sky, no earth, and no gravity at all. There was only freedom and solitude. Is this your first time coming to the starry sky? Seeing Yichen's expression, Lan Sanmei asked curiously. Yichen nodded, not denying it. I really don't know what you're thinking. Back then, when I had the strength to break through extreme void sky, I immediately came to take a look. Lan Sanmei sized up the beautiful starry sky and said. Demonic Blade King smiled, it's not too late to take a look now. However, Brother Yi, the starry sky is different from the space below. The space in the starry sky is extremely stable. Compared to this place, the space below is as fragile as tofu. Therefore, even life and death kings can't break the space here. However, since there's no gravity in the starry sky, and there's no air resistance, the speed of flying here is extremely fast. It's so fast that it'll astonish you. Is that so? Yichen's body suddenly shot out. Huchi, a cyan light streaked across the silent starry sky, instantly reaching an extremely distant region. At the beginning, Yichen was still somewhat unable to adapt to the gravity-free and airproof state. However, he soon adjusted. In terms of adapting to the environment, if an ordinary person could do 1/10 as well as Yichen, it would already be quite good. Is this his first time coming to the starry sky? Demonic Blade King and Lan Sanmei were somewhat doubtful. Apart from the initial awkwardness, Yichen's understanding of the starry sky even surpassed Lan Sanmei's, not inferior to Demonic Blade King's. Without circulating Jin Yuan, Yichen naturally floated in the starry sky, thinking inwardly, this speed is even faster than piercing through the void. Seems like Elysium's gravity is too powerful. That's right, Elysium is too huge. Moreover, it's different from ordinary stars, so its gravity is quite normal. As for the resistance, the faster one's speed, the greater the resistance. In the starry sky, it was not that there was no resistance, but it was very small. When one's speed reached a certain level, one could still feel the existence of resistance. Let's choose that star. Jin Yuan wrapped around Lan Sanmei, Demonic Blade King followed closely behind Yichen, pointing at a broken star in the distance. That star seemed to have experienced a king-level battle, as it was full of holes. There was a huge piece of land that had even separated from the star. However, due to the star's gravity, this piece of land that was thousands of li in size couldn't be separated too far from the broken star. All right. Circulating his green lotus sword arts, Yichen increased his speed and flew over. Thousands of li away, the three stopped. Brother Yi, let me feel the power of your heaven-wounding sword. Demonic Blade King was quite expectant. He really wanted to know how powerful the heaven-wounding sword, which contained king-level Jinyuan and sixth-step destruction sword intent, would be. Perhaps I can destroy it in one sword. Yichen smiled. Impossible. Demonic Blade King couldn't believe it. This star was more than 10,000 li in diameter, and he believed that it could be destroyed. But to destroy it in one sword, he didn't dare to believe it. It should be known that destroying 10,000 li of land and destroying a star with a diameter of 10,000 li were two completely different concepts. Destroying 10,000 li of land actually didn't affect the area too deep. On the other hand, the star was round, with a diameter of 10,000 li regardless of direction, the depth was the same. Thus, the difficulty of destroying it increased by more than 10 times. Never tried, but I think it's possible. Yichen knew the heaven-wounding sword the best. This kind of concentrated vibration power had an extremely powerful effect. Destroying a star should be similar to destroying a human body. Of course, in order to be absolutely safe, he didn't use the evil shattering sword. Instead, he took out the supreme-grade Sky Scorpio sword. With the Sky Scorpio sword in hand, Yichen took a deep breath, his eyes bursting with radiance. Go! With a low roar, Yichen waved his sword from a distance. Incorporeal ripples spread out at an extremely fast speed, reaching the broken star in almost a blink of an eye. The star fiercely trembled to an extremely exaggerated degree. Many hill-sized pieces of land were shaken off, flying in all directions. Rumble, sparks exploded along the cracks on the star's surface. It's really going to explode. Demonic Blade King's Xinyuan curled up, pulling Lan Sanmei back. Pong, endless light erupted. With the three as the center, the starry sky became as bright as day. Their eyes couldn't see anything, and their shadows were stretched out endlessly. In the end, even the shadows were devoured by the endless light. In the next moment, a majestic and powerful shockwave spread out, incomparably scorching. Yichen's protective Jinyuan emitted a sizzling sound as his Jinyuan flowed away like water. Demonic Blade King was far away, so he wasn't affected as much. However, he was still blown several thousand li away by the shockwave. Through his soul power, he could see a huge shockwave rapidly expanding like a halo. Meanwhile, the star in the center had long since turned into a ball of fire, expanding and releasing enormous heat. What a frightening explosive power! After waving the sword, Yichen retreated 100,000 li away. However, he was still somewhat unable to bear it. If he had been too close, he might have been seriously injured. If he had been too close to the star, he might have been instantly turned into ashes, leaving not even his bones behind. Even the undying body couldn't save him, because his flesh and blood would have been vaporized. As the shockwave grew smaller and smaller, Demonic Blade King approached. You really destroyed it. I've underestimated the might of this sword. Demonic Blade King smiled. How's the power of a star's explosion? It's powerful, isn't it? The star doesn't seem to be a threat to us, but once it explodes, all its energy will burst out in an instant. Even life and death kings will have to retreat 3 feet. It indeed can't be underestimated. Yichen faintly nodded. As for being able to destroy a 10,000 li star, Yichen wasn't too surprised. Heaven Pain Sword was different from other moves. The vibrational energy was concentrated and transmitted to the core of the star, where it would rapidly explode, causing destruction from the inside out. If it were destroyed from the outside, it would at most make the star even more dilapidated. Perhaps after many years, the star would fall, but not now. Too powerful. Demonic Blade King could somewhat endure Yichen's destruction of a star, but Lan Sanmei's experience was broadened. After all, when she entered the starry sky before, she didn't dare to stray too far from extreme void sky. She had never seen someone fight in the starry sky and destroy a star. This was her first time. Her visual senses were pushed to the limit. In her mind, the magnificence and destruction of the star's explosion kept replaying. Returning to Eternal Sky Sect, Demonic Blade King prepared to take his leave. Brother Yi, you've entered life and death realm, so I don't have anything good to give you. This is the general principles of demonic blade arts. You can refer to it, and it should help you avoid some detours. Taking out a jade strip from his storage ring, Demonic Blade King handed it over to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was a bit hesitant. Demonic blade arts were the foundation of Demonic Blade sect, and the other party just handed it over to him. He was truly startled and unprepared. When the nest is overturned, no egg can remain unbroken. In Brother Ye's hands, demonic blade arts should display even greater effect. In that case, I might as well help you. I only hope that Brother Yi won't spread the arts. Demonic Blade King said. Slowly letting out a breath, Yi Chen heavily nodded. Many thanks, Senior Demonic Blade King. If there's time in the future, Yi Chen will definitely pay you a visit and drink until we're drunk. Yi Chen's words showed that he considered the other party as a friend. Then I'll definitely welcome you. Demonic Blade King laughed heartily. Giving away demonic blade arts might be a big deal for Demonic Blade sect, but for Demonic Blade King, it was nothing. To be able to make friends with Yi Chen, even 10 demonic blade arts were worth it. Moreover, Yi Chen's main path of development was not vibration power. With or without demonic blade arts, he could still reach the peak. Demonic blade arts would only make his progress a bit faster. A few days after Demonic Blade King and Lan Sanmei left, Yi Chen continued to study demonic blade arts. The general principles of the magic blade technique did not describe the vibration force in detail, but the structure was very clear. If one were to use an adjective to describe it, the magic blade technique was like a framework. If the framework was perfect, all one needed to do was fill it in. There was no way to take a detour. The magic blade technique could also be compared to the trunk of a large tree. The trunk was straight, and no matter how the branches developed, it would not affect the balance of the entire tree. It could grow healthily. In short, although demonic blade arts would not increase Yi Chen's comprehension of vibration power by much, it would allow Yi Chen to advance without worrying about any detours. This would naturally save him a lot of time. I've already mastered the heaven-inflicted sword, but I haven't mastered it yet. With this demonic blade art, I should be able to master it soon. It was very, very difficult for a powerful martial art to reach perfection. Mastery meant that the martial art's power had been unleashed to its greatest extent. Perfection meant that the martial art had been completely comprehended, regardless of whether it was important or trivial. This was difficult to achieve in a short period of time. No matter how good a martial art was, it still needed to be tested countless times in order to discover its flaws and inadequacies. Yi Chen had just perfected the heaven-inflicted sword, and had not fought with anyone before. Naturally, it was difficult for him to discover the flaws and inadequacies of the heaven-inflicted sword. It's time to leave. On this day, Yi Chen had the thought of leaving the Blood Sky Land. Before I leave, I should create a consciousness avatar. Life and Death Kings had many abilities. Mental projection and will projection were the most frequently used, and also the most practical. The creation of the mental perception body could be said to be simple, but it could also be said to be difficult. Simple because all Life and Death Kings knew them. Difficult because the quality of consciousness avatars varied. The high ones had about 1/3 of the main body's battle power, while the low ones didn't even have 1/5 of the main body's battle power. Moreover, they were easy to collapse. For example, the consciousness avatar of the masked man had about 1/3 of the masked man's battle power. Its structure was also very stable, and it wouldn't collapse so easily. It meant that the masked man had made quite a bit of progress in creating consciousness avatars. If not for Yi Chen's soul light, it wouldn't have collapsed so easily. The first step of creating the consciousness image was to use himself as the model and use Jin Yuan to sketch out a human body, then fill it with internal organs, bones, blood, muscles, and the most important meridians. All of these were simulated with Jin Yuan. The Jin Yuan of a Life and Death King had already reached the level of imitation. Moreover, this was Yi Chen's own Jin Yuan. Therefore, the simulation was naturally lifelike, without a trace of falsehood. The next step was the most important one. Condensing the soul core. The only part of the human body that Life and Death Kings couldn't simulate was the soul ocean. The soul ocean was infinitely small, yet infinitely large. It was miraculous, and its structure was extremely stable. This was also the main reason why soul attacks couldn't destroy the opponent's soul. The soul core was naturally not as stable as the soul ocean, but it could at least hide the soul power inside without leaking out. In theory, a perfect consciousness avatar could exist for countless years without dissipating. Done. Looking at the consciousness avatar in front of him that looked exactly the same as him, and even had the same aura, Yichen revealed a trace of emotion and a sense of accomplishment. The consciousness avatar could be said to be an extension of oneself to a certain extent. Because it was the same soul, it could share information, and the martial skills that one had mastered could be used by the consciousness avatar as well. Of course, since the consciousness avatar was not the main body, its endurance was somewhat limited. Some martial skills that were too powerful would be somewhat difficult to use, such as the heaven wounding sword with its powerful vibrating power. Even if the consciousness avatar could use it, it probably wouldn't be able to display its full might. Apart from this, the innate ability Soul Light couldn't be used either, since it involved the mysteries of the human body. Yichen could only simulate the human body, so how could he comprehend all the mysteries of the human body? The consciousness avatar existed in the meridians. Although it couldn't cultivate, it could still recover Jinyuan through martial arts. Originally, this consciousness avatar could have 1/3 of Yichen's cultivation base. However, Yichen's cultivation base was not enough, and he was also lacking supreme-grade spirit stones. How could he pour in 1/3 of his cultivation base? He only stored 10 years' worth of cultivation base in the consciousness avatar. As far as he was concerned, the consciousness avatar was only used to protect Eternal Sky Sect, just in case. He reckoned that there would be few opportunities to fight, so he could recover his Jinyuan in his free time. Taking out a mid-grade storage ring and the evil shattering sword, Yichen handed them over to the consciousness avatar. I can leave now. Without notifying Li Zhongfeng, Yichen directly tore open the space and escaped into the void. With 4-star battle strength, there was almost no place in this world that Yichen couldn't go. Moreover, Yichen was proficient in the space profound, and his escaping skills were absolutely top-notch. Let's go to chaotic demonic ocean first. Although Morong had left willingly with the demonic human emperor, it was still somewhat oppressive. Without strength, Yichen couldn't say anything. Now that he had strength, he naturally had the confidence to speak as an equal. Using his movement art, Yichen was like a fish, and the power of space was like water. In less than 2 hours, he arrived at the chaotic demonic ocean, which was surging with demonic chi. The chaotic demonic ocean was vast, but it was extremely easy to find the demonic human clan. One only needed to rush to the center of the ocean. Chaotic demonic ocean had a total of 10 great demonic human clans, and each of them occupied hundreds of islands. With the 10 great demonic human clans gathered together, they occupied thousands of islands, densely packed together. It was clear that only a small portion of the islands here were natural. Most of them had been moved here from other places. These thousands of islands faintly formed the shape of a flower. In the position of the flower's stamen were 5 black lotus islands. Palaces sat on these islands, and demon chi surged. In the middle of the Lotus Island Palace, the demonic human emperor's eyes opened wide, revealing a trace of astonishment. He's here so quickly. Interesting. Seems like he's the one who caused such an uproar a while ago. I wonder what level his strength has reached. Since he dares to come here, it shouldn't be low, right? The demonic human emperor was just a general term for demonic monarchs, not her title. Her title was Demon Flower Emperor. Demons had many branches, and the Demon Flower Emperor had half human bloodline and half flower demon bloodline. She could innately control the demonic flower and recover her own demonic power by absorbing its demonic power. Bone Demon, let's test his strength. Demon Flower Emperor sent a soul transmission to a nearby demonic human king. Yes. Who dares intrude on my chaotic demonic island? There were 10 great clans in the demonic human clan, and each clan had a demonic human king. However, most life and death kings knew that there were more than 10 demonic human kings in chaotic demonic ocean. There were definitely more than 15. Therefore, as soon as Yichen arrived above the islands, he was immediately discovered. Following a loud shout, 5 black figures flew out from different islands and blocked Yichen's path. One of these 5 was precisely the demonic human king who had chased after Yichen before. It's you. The demonic human king was startled. Flash Demon, you know him? One of the demonic human kings asked. I know him. He's Yi Chen. Yi Chen? It's him. Could it be that the deluge of heavenly flowers a while ago was caused by him? Hearing these words, the other 4 demonic human kings didn't dare to look down on Yi Chen. Once a genius entered life and death realm, their battle strength would be extraordinary. Moreover, Yi Chen was a peak genius ranked first in life and death substitute list. Long time no see. Sizing up the Flash Demon King, a faint smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen, why have you come to my Disorder Demon Island? The Flash Demon King asked. The demonic human emperor should know that I'm here. Why hasn't he come out to see me? Yi Chen's gaze pierced through countless islands and landed on the Lotus Island at the center. It was a vast expanse of haze. Clearly, it was covered by a soul stone array. Soul power couldn't penetrate it and see what was inside. If the Patriarch wants to see you, he will naturally see you. If there's nothing else, leave quickly. The Flash Demon King didn't like Yi Chen at all. He had suffered a huge loss at the hands of the latter, and was beaten miserably by Yuan Emperor's projection. Are you trying to probe my strength? Yi Chen looked pensive. Yi Chen, this is the Disorder Demon Island. It's not a place where you can come and go as you please. I advise you to leave quickly. The strongest among the 5, the demonic human king, shouted. Since you want to probe my strength, I'll let you have a look. Yi Chen muttered to himself. Sword domain suddenly spread out, enveloping the 5. Pung 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 pung. The enormous sword pressure sent the 5 flying, unable to stop their bodies. Eh? Sword domain has reached the 2nd layer. Inside the palace, Demon Flower Emperor revealed an astonished expression. As far as she knew, the improvement of sword domain was extremely difficult. The 2nd layer seemed low, but it was actually very high. Sky Sword Continent's Blue Cloud Sword Emperor's sword domain was merely at the peak of the 3rd layer. However, once a Life and Death Sword King obtained sword domain, they would be unstoppable when battling kings of the same level. Arrogant. The sword pressure brought by sword domain only sent the 5 flying back, not injuring them. The Flash Demon King flew into a rage out of humiliation and struck out with a palm strike. A black crack imprinted itself on Yi Chen's body. It was precisely the Demon Mark Annihilation martial skill he had used during his battle with Yuan Emperor's projection. It was tyrannical and overbearing. The other 4 also used their killing moves, wanting to give Yi Chen a show of strength. Although Yi Chen had 4-star battle strength, in terms of defense, he was no different from a 1-star king. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't be careless and allow the 5 to land their attacks on his body. Among these 5, 2 were 1-star kings, 2 were 2-star kings, and the strongest was a 3-star king. The 5 joined hands, creating a huge momentum. Unfortunately, their opponent was Yi Chen. Treading on the void, Yi Chen appeared dozens of li away as if he had teleported. The 5's attacks missed. Space profound. The pupils of the strongest among the 5 shrank. Patriarch had asked him to probe Yi Chen's strength. But, even before the latter made a move, he already felt that he might not be his opponent. 3-star overlord? Or 4-star? His strength was at the peak of 3-star. If Yi Chen were a 3-star overlord, he might be able to roughly estimate the latter's strength. But, if he were a 4-star overlord, it would be impossible. I am Bone Demon King. I would like to ask for pointers. Bone Demon King's muscles were small, and his bones were thick. He was tall and skinny, and his weapon was a bone spear. The spear tip flickered with a cold light, seeming even sharper than metal. Yi Chen glanced at the Flash Demon King and the other 3. Seeing that they had retreated quite a bit, he said to the Bone Demon King, "Make your move." He also knew that there was a gap between him and the demonic human emperor. Now that he was in the demonic human emperor's territory and the demonic human emperor wanted to test his strength, he naturally had to reveal some of his strength. Otherwise, what was the point of him coming here? Dark Bone Prison. The Bone Devil King's left hand seal changed, and he let out a low shout before he suddenly closed his palms. Ka la la, in the void, countless white bones condensed out of thin air and rapidly assembled, finally forming a huge cage of white bones, trapping Yi Chen inside. Above the cage of white bones, demonic energy roiled, forming black vortexes. As soon as these vortexes appeared, the space around them immediately shattered, and the power of space became chaotic. Sealing the space? Being inside the white bone cage, Yichen could sense that the space power around him had become extremely violent. Right now, if he wanted to escape into the surreal space, it would be 10 times harder than before. If he was not strong enough, he might even be crushed by the space power and the dark whirlpool the moment he tried to escape into the surreal space. Dark stab. After doing all this, the Bone Devil King's figure flashed, and the white bone spear in his hand pierced towards Yichen. A black light condensed on the tip of the spear, and the black light was extremely devouring. The surrounding light was involuntarily drawn in, causing the space where the Bone Devil King went to become dark, and the trajectory of his stab could not be seen. Ding! In the next moment, in the dark void without a trace of light, bright sparks suddenly burst out. With the light from the sparks, one could see that the cage of white bones had a huge gap cut out. On the opposite side, the bone spear in the Bone Devil King's hand had disappeared, and his right arm was dripping with blood, hanging limply at the side of his body. Pfft! A mouthful of blood spurted out. The Bone Devil King only felt that his whole body was sore and weak, and he could not exert any strength at all. Yichen's sword that contained the power of vibration had not only knocked away his bone spear, but also crippled his right arm. It had also caused internal damage to his body. In a short period of time, his combat power would not even be 10%. 4-star combat power. It's definitely 4-star combat power. The Bone Devil King sucked in a breath of cold air. The darkness dispersed, and so did the white bone cage. Yichen did not look at the Bone Devil King. His gaze pierced through the void, landing on the Lotus Island at the center of the countless islands. The Bone Devil King was only a peak 3-star combat power, and naturally could not make him use his full strength. That sword just now was just an ordinary vibrational sword arts, but it was already enough. With his 4-star combat power and mastery of space profound, it was enough to explain the problem. Bone Devil, you all go down. At this moment, the Demon Flower Emperor transmitted his soul to the 5 Bone Devil King and the others. Yes. The 5 Bone Devil King and the others gave each a complicated look, and their figures flickered, flying back to their own islands. Yichen, come over for a chat. The Demon Flower Emperor transmitted his soul to Yichen again. Clang, putting away the Sky Scorpio sword, Yichen flew towards the Lotus Island. On the east side of the Lotus Island, there was a 300 zhong pond. Black lotus flowers as big as millstones floated above the pond. They were sparkling like jade, and their blooming flower buds were emitting black light. Clearly, they were not ordinary. In the middle of the pond, there was an even bigger lotus, and on top of it was a pavilion. On the pavilion's 3rd floor, the Demon Flower Emperor was brewing tea, and the fragrance of the tea permeated the air. Space rippled, a faint cyan light flickered, and Yichen appeared on the pavilion's 3rd floor. Please sit. Dressed in luxurious black clothes, the Demon Flower Emperor extended his hand in invitation. Yichen frowned, but didn't sit down. Instead, he said, a dignified human demon emperor, why don't you dare to show your real body? With one glance, he could tell that the Demon Flower Emperor in front of him was only a consciousness projection. The Demon Flower Emperor's eyebrows twitched, surprise flashing in her eyes. Good eyesight, but you misunderstand. My real body is still in the starry sky, and I can't find the time. Moreover, I'm not your little lover. Seeing my real body and consciousness projection won't make any difference, right? As she spoke, she lifted the teapot and poured a cup of flower tea for Yichen. A flower fragrance that Yichen had never smelled before spread out, raising his spirit. Good tea. Yichen sat down, picked up the teacup and took a sip, feeling the soothing feeling that the tea brought to his mind. Of course it's good tea. This is the famous black mandala flower tea of the demons. It can nourish the soul and adjust the mental state. But since your soul is full, just treat it as a pleasure. Putting down the teacup, Yichen asked, is Morong here? She is currently comprehending the path of life and death. She won't be able to come out for a while. She can comprehend the path of life and death without leaving her house? Yichen was a bit baffled. The Demon Flower Emperor explained, every race has a different way of comprehending the path of life and death. It's fine as long as you can comprehend it. But for you to comprehend the path of life and death so quickly, it's more or less beyond my expectations. Yi Chen's growth speed was too shocking. Now, he already had 4-star battle prowess. The Demon Flower Emperor truly regarded him as an equal existence. What needed to be explained, she would more or less explain. After all, with Yi Chen's rate of improvement, perhaps in a few years, the entire Elysium would revolve around him, and he would become one of the most respected people. The status of the demonic human race was awkward, and there would be many dangers in the future. At this time, it was even more important to build a good relationship with Yi Chen. Morong Qingqing was currently comprehending the path of life and death, so Yi Chen didn't want to dwell too much on this topic. Changing the topic, he said, "Senior should know quite a bit about the demons, right?" The Demon Flower Emperor slowly nodded, "Quite a bit. I wonder if you can tell me a bit about the demons?" Yi Chen didn't know much about the demons. From his point of view, the Demon Flower Emperor, as the descendant of the demons and humans, should know a bit. The Demon Flower Emperor didn't answer directly and said, "Do you know how the demons came to Elysium?" "I don't." Yi Chen shook his head. "You should know about the Sky Sword Continent's Sky Sword, right?" Putting down the teacup in his hand, the Demon Flower Emperor said slowly, "In the ancient era, Elysium's kings were as numerous as the clouds, and it was extremely powerful. One day, a huge sword descended from the sky and tore apart the barrier of Elysium, ultimately landing on True Spirit Continent. Because the Sky Sword's might was too great, the entire continent was divided into 3 parts, becoming the present True Spirit Continent, Blood Sky Continent, and Sky Sword Continent. Sky Sword Continent was the core of the Sky Sword's might. However, the true danger wasn't the Sky Sword, but the otherworldly experts that followed it. There were demons, as well as other otherworldly races. The Sky Sword's divine might was unparalleled. After the world barrier was torn apart, it unexpectedly lost its ability to block the outside world for a short period of time. Those otherworldly experts who entered Elysium would at most suffer the suppression of Elysium's rules, but they wouldn't be harmed in the slightest. After all, Elysium is a world with abundant resources and countless treasures. Otherworldly experts had the intention to invade this place, so a great war broke out between them and the otherworldly experts of Elysium in ancient times. This war engulfed the entire Elysium, and battles broke out in every corner. In the beginning, there weren't many otherworldly experts and they couldn't do much. However, as more and more otherworldly experts entered, the level of the war also increased until it was a battle of life and death. In this long war, the humans and demons of Elysium were naturally very powerful. Among the otherworldly races, the strongest were the demons. The demons led the otherworldly races and forced the humans and demons into a desperate situation, almost taking control of Elysium. However, at that time, the world barrier that was torn apart by the Sky Sword slowly repaired itself. If the demons and otherworldly races wanted to enter, they would have to pay a huge price in terms of strength. With the advantage in numbers and the oppression of the enemy in Elysium, the humans and demons gradually gained the upper hand. In the end, they annihilated the otherworldly army that invaded Elysium and sealed some otherworldly experts that couldn't be killed. From then on, Elysium was saved. Unfortunately, although Elysium was saved, the powerful kings at that time were almost all dead. The demons and other otherworldly races took this opportunity to seal the entrances and exits of Elysium, preventing any Elysium experts from leaving. Entrances and exits? Yi Chen seemed to have thought of something. The Demon Flower Emperor explained, "It used to be the entrances and exits. After the martial artists of Elysium reach life and death realm, they can enter and exit at will. But now, the entrances and exits have become dead ends. Since ancient times, countless kings have died on that dead end, killed by otherworldly experts. Their goal is to prevent Elysium from ever developing. This is because in Elysium, the rules limit the lifespan of humans to 1,000 years. But walking out of Elysium, one can break free from the restrictions of Elysium's rules, increasing one's lifespan by 100 times. Humans can live for 100,000 years. The Demon Flower Emperor revealed a piece of information that shocked Yi Chen. 100,000 years. No wonder Senior Dragon King wants to go to the path of death. If he doesn't do it, he can only wait for death. If he does it, there is at least a glimmer of hope. Once he succeeds, his lifespan will reach 100,000 years and he won't have to worry about the end of his life. Moreover, with enough time, his battle prowess will increase steadily. Reaching 6 or 7 star is just a matter of time. While Yichen was shocked, he suddenly understood. Since the ancient times, no one has been able to go through it? Yichen asked. Demon Flower Emperor said, of course there are. Some relied on their strength and some relied on heaven-defying luck. However, no matter if it's strength or luck, no one has ever returned. If Elysium wants to be truly powerful, there must be a group of rulers who are comparable to the ancients or a ruler who surpasses the ancients. Otherwise, Elysium will sooner or later fall into the hands of otherworldly experts. I'm afraid that even if there is a group of rulers who are comparable to the ancients or a ruler who surpasses the ancients, they will only be able to protect themselves. Yichen wouldn't be so optimistic. In the ancient times, Elysium was already so miserable, let alone the current era. Unless that ruler surpasses the ancients is so powerful that it's heaven-defying. It's already not bad to be able to protect myself. After all, there is still hope. Demon Flower Emperor smiled bitterly. That's true. Yichen nodded slightly. Her gaze fell on Yichen. Demon Flower Emperor said, I can see that your battle prowess is at least above 4 star. In addition to your space profound, there aren't many in the entire Elysium who can deal with you. Demon Flower Emperor's eyesight was very powerful. When Yichen dealt with Bone Devil King, he obviously didn't use his full strength. As for how much strength he used, she didn't know. However, what really caught her attention was that Yichen's attainment in Space Profound was very high. Space Profound was one of the strongest profound. There were very few people who were proficient in it. Even if Yichen's Space Profound wasn't in the top 3, it was at least in the top 5. You flatter me. Yichen didn't feel proud at all. With the Space Upanishad, there weren't many people who could deal with him, but it wasn't certain that there were only a few of them. The world he lived in wasn't a materialistic world. In this world, there were all kinds of strange techniques. It was just that he hadn't met them yet, or maybe he didn't have the chance to meet them. I want to make a deal with you, but I don't know if you dare. Shaking his head, the Demon Flower Emperor suddenly said. What deal? Yichen had some guesses, but he wasn't sure. The full support of the demonic human clan and 2 million true essence crystals. Not to mention the great significance of the support of the demi-demon clan, the 2 million Xinyuan crystals alone were priceless, enough to tempt any life and death realm warrior. 2 million Xinyuan crystals? Are you from the Blackwater Alliance? Yichen made a connection. Xinyuan crystals were something that no life and death realm warrior would be willing to make in large amounts to increase their cultivation base. If they really did so, they would be idiots. Condensing Xinyuan crystals for their own cultivation would be pointless. As for giving them to the younger generation, they wouldn't need so much. Moreover, 2 million Xinyuan crystals would take a long time to condense. Therefore, there was only one way to obtain a large amount of Xinyuan crystals, from the outside. That's right. I'm also one of the people who knows about the Devouring Island. It's impossible for the Blackwater Alliance to monopolize the Devouring Island. Without a backer, the 2 Blackwater Alliances will be annihilated. Apart from me, there's another titled monarch who's working with them. The Devil Flower Emperor, as an emperor human demonic king, had a large share of the true essence crystals. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to casually take out 2 million true essence crystals for a transaction. It must be known that the human demonic race was also a large family. Aside from her, who was a perfect human demonic beauty, the true essence crystals were useful to the other human demonic kings. What condition? Yichen asked. It's very simple. When you have the strength in the future, you can take care of the demi-demon clan. The Demon Flower Emperor replied. This condition is too vague. If the demi-demon clan betrays Elysium, do you think I will help them fight against the entire Elysium? Don't worry. If the demi-demon clan really betrays Elysium, the condition will be invalid. Yichen thought for a while and suddenly understood. The Demon Flower Emperor's deal with him was not to guard against Elysium, but against the demons. The demons had always been domineering. They would definitely recruit the demi-demon clan. If the demi-demon clan didn't comply, it would naturally arouse the dissatisfaction of the demons. Moreover, the humans and beasts of Elysium had some misunderstanding with the demi-demon clan. At that time, whether they would help the demi-demon clan or not was uncertain. At the very least, they would not be duty-bound. In this way, the demi-demon clan would be stuck in the middle. It could be said that it was full of danger. A slight carelessness could lead to the extinction of the entire clan. The Demon Flower Emperor was alone, so her role was too small. Of course, as for what the Demon Flower Emperor was thinking, outsiders could only guess. No one could read anyone's mind. Obviously, the other had taken a fancy to Yichen's potential. Right now, Yichen already had 4-star battle power. In the near future, he would definitely reach 5 stars, or even 6 stars. At that time, a single word from him would carry a lot of weight. As long as the demi-demon clan didn't betray them, perhaps because of one word from him, they would be safe. All right. Yichen agreed. This condition of the Demon Flower Emperor was not excessive. Not to mention, the other party was Murong's teacher, and Murong herself was a member of the demi-demon clan. If the day really came and the demi-demon clan was in trouble, Yichen would not just stand by and watch. 2 million Jinyuan crystals were very useful to him. It could increase his cultivation by another 50 years, reaching more than 230 years. I believe that you will keep your promise. A smile appeared on the Demon Flower Emperor's face. In her opinion, Yichen reaching 5-star battle power was 100% certain. In the future, he would definitely be a powerful support for the demi-demon clan. If he could reach 6-star battle power, the possibility of the demi-demon clan surviving this crisis would be very high. Adding on the growth of Murong Qingqing, the situation was very optimistic. Senior, don't worry. Yichen has always taken promises very seriously. Yichen said solemnly. Here are 2 million Jinyuan crystals. Nodding, the Demon Flower Emperor took out a storage ring and handed it over to Yichen. Taking the storage ring, Yichen didn't even look at it and directly put it away. Alright, I've only told you about the origin of the demons, but I haven't told you the details yet. After the deal was done, the Demon Flower Emperor's mood lightened up. She said, the world barrier is the protective layer of a world. It contains the rules of this world. Apart from the entrance, no other place can enter or leave. Although the entrance can be entered or left at will, this is only for the people of this world. If the experts of other worlds enter through the entrance, they will suffer the backlash of the rules, which will greatly damage their bodies and souls. Because of the many factors of battle power, if one forcefully enters a world, the amount of damage would vary, but there is a general standard. 5-star king forcefully enters, which will decrease by 1 star. 6-star king forcefully enters, which will decrease by 1.5 stars. 7-star king forcefully enters, which will decrease by 2 stars. The higher one's strength, the higher the price one has to pay to enter a world. In recent years, there have been many experts from other worlds who have entered. Some have high strength, but none of them could truly threaten Elysium. They could only hide in the dark. Back then, the 9 underworld demon king that wreaked havoc in South River region was actually a demon king of demons. Its strength was 5-star. Later, it was chased by Dragon King and Xianxia, but it did not die in the end. At that time, Dragon King's battle power was 5-star, while Xianxia's was high-level 4-star. 9 underworld demon king is a demon king of demons? It was Yichen's first time hearing about it. As for Dragon King and Xianxia being able to chase 9 underworld demon king to such an extent, it was easy to understand. Dragon King himself had 5-star battle power, which was more or less the same as 9 underworld demon king. Although Xianxia's battle power was high-level 4-star, it did not mean that a high-level 4-star battle power could not threaten a 5-star king. For example, Yichen had 4-star battle power, but if he stood still, he would still be killed by someone weaker than him. If the two of them joined hands, it would be normal for them to heavily injure 9 underworld demon king. The true threat of Elysium is those powerful beings from other worlds that have been sealed. Sealing has its pros and cons. On the pro side, it can seal those powerful beings that cannot be killed and gradually whittle away their power and vitality. On the pro side, it can slow down the flow of time. Those powerful beings from other worlds that were sealed in ancient times and medieval times might not be dead yet. Once they are unsealed, although they will be very weak, their bodies have already become familiar with the rules of Elysium after tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, they will not be suppressed too much. As long as they have treasures that can recover their power, they will be able to quickly reach their peak state. At that time, it will truly be the doomsday of Elysium. Sealing extended their lifespan, but it also whittled away their power. Those who survived were all peerless powerful beings. Yichen understood what Demon Flower Emperor meant. Those who were not powerful had all been sealed and killed. The power and vitality of a being was limited, so those who were not powerful would naturally be lacking something. Those who were truly powerful had all survived. Can you not find those sealed places? Yichen asked. Demon Flower Emperor shook his head. Some of the sealed places can be found, but some have disappeared from their original positions for some unknown reason. Nobody can find them. Moreover, too much time has passed, and some of the sealed places have changed due to some special reasons. So far, there are only a few sealed places in Elysium that are being monitored. That should be the case. Time was the most powerful weapon. Too many things had happened in the past hundreds of thousands of years, so many that they were innumerable. Suddenly, Yichen recalled that he had once been possessed by a demonic will in the underground cave of Sky Marshal region. That demonic will was extremely frightening. At that time, if not for the protection of Dragon King's will, his destruction sword intent would not have improved, and he would have been possessed. Could it be that there was also a powerful being from another world sealed there? Very likely. Yichen's brows creased. The otherworldly experts that entered Elysium can find the sealed experts of their own race through a special method. Since their strength has been severely damaged, and the seals were set up by the powerful titled monarchs of ancient times, it is extremely difficult to unseal them. However, one day, they will successfully unseal them, and once they unseal one, they will unseal the second one. This situation is very disadvantageous to us. Sighing, the Demon Flower Emperor said with a solemn expression, if Elysium wants to break this situation, we can only make two plans. The first is to find the hiding place of the otherworldly experts and join hands to kill them, ruining their plan to unseal them. The second is to find a lucky chance and work hard to increase our strength. I don't know if it is because Elysium has sensed the impending crisis, but this generation's geniuses are much more numerous than usual. It seems that starting from Xianxia, a new era has begun. If this is true, it won't take many years for Elysium to have a war of life and death, continuing the unfinished war of the ancient times. The Demon Flower Emperor's voice became more and more solemn, and his tone became gloomier. Find the hiding place of the otherworldly experts? Yichen's eyebrows twitched. With the eye of the soul, his probing ability could be said to be unparalleled in this world. Everything within 1,000,000,000 miles was within his observation range. Although the base of the otherworldly experts would definitely have many concealing formations and restrictions, as long as he spent some time, he would be able to find some clues. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time now. The eye of the soul could allow him to see anything within 1,000,000,000 miles, but to find some hidden things, it wasn't that easy. He had to search inch by inch, and then carefully distinguish them. The amount of information was too large, and it was impossible to finish processing it in 1 or 2 days. As for how many days it would take, it would depend on his luck. If his luck wasn't good, he might not find anything in a year or so. He couldn't waste time on this at such a crucial time, as the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. At the very least, he had to increase his combat power to the point where it couldn't be increased in a short period of time before he could divert his attention to other things. Exhaling softly, Yichen said calmly, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. It won't be easy for the powerful beings from the other worlds to invade Elysium. Of course, it won't be easy for us to protect Elysium as well. Since it won't be easy for everyone, then it's equivalent to standing on the same starting point. Why should we be afraid of them? Who will laugh in the end will depend on our own abilities. Hearing this, the Demon Flower Emperor looked at Yichen in astonishment. As expected of a swordsman. Your imposing manner is indomitable. You are able to explain complicated matters in simple terms. Indeed, we are standing at the same starting point. If we lose, it means that we are not qualified to possess Elysium. We can't blame anyone. Sometimes, when one's state of mind was different, one's view of things would also be different. In a situation where things could not be salvaged, having a good state of mind was always better than having a bad state of mind. Rumble, right at this moment, the huge Lotus Islands suddenly trembled slightly. The demon chi surged even more violently. Ordinary people might not be able to sense this kind of tremble, or they might even ignore it. However, for Yi Chan and the Demon Flower Emperor, this kind of tremble was undoubtedly like a bolt from the blue. How could they not sense it? Eh? Frowning, Yi Chan released his soul power. Using his soul power, he could sense that within a radius of 100,000 miles, the demon chi was rising stealthily. The waves of the sea were more violent than usual, hitting the reefs around the islands. And in the center of these countless islands, which were the 5 Lotus Islands, the demon chi formed a beam of light that shot up into the sky. "Senior, what's going on?" Yi Chen asked. The Demon Flower Emperor didn't seem to be surprised by this situation. He explained, "The reason why I moved the 10 demonic human clans here is because there's a powerful demon chi at the bottom of this ocean. Every few years, a demon chi tide will occur. During the demon chi tide, the density of the demon chi will increase by 100-fold. To the members of our demonic human clan, this is the best time to cultivate. Take a look at these demon lotuses." The Demon Flower Emperor pointed at the black lotuses on the pond. Yi Chen looked over and noticed that the black lotuses on the pond were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Originally, they were the size of a millstone, but in a short period of time, they had doubled in size. Some of the flower buds that had yet to blossom were also quietly blossoming, emitting a black light that tempted the soul. So that's the case. When Yi Chan and Morong Qingqing first came to the Chaos Demonic Ocean, they felt that this place was unusual. Even the demon beasts in the water seemed to have undergone a mutation. So it turned out that it was caused by the powerful demon chi at the bottom of the ocean. This place is known as the sacred land of the demonic humans. It's not a bad place. Yi Chen nodded. It was indeed better for Morong to train here than anywhere else. The demon chi tide will last for about a month. Apart from the initial and final stages, the middle stages are very calm. The Demon Flower Emperor sighed and continued, "Unfortunately, when a world war breaks out, this place will become the first choice of the demons. Only by occupying this place will they be able to fight a protracted war with us. Senior, don't you find it strange that there's a place with powerful demon chi in Elysium? I believe that there's something mysterious at the bottom of this ocean. I believe that Senior has your suspicions." The demon chi in Elysium was sparse. The biggest problem for the demons was that they couldn't replenish their demon chi. They could only rely on the treasures they carried with them. However, treasures would eventually be used up. It was fine for a short period of time, but once the war dragged on, it would be dangerous. The other party was right. In the future, the Chaos Demonic Ocean would most likely become the base of the demons. I went down to investigate, but I couldn't get close to the demon chi core. The demon chi there has a powerful assimilation effect. If I get close, I'll become a part of the demon chi core. I won't be able to resist it. The Demon Flower Emperor smiled bitterly. "Oh. That's amazing." Saying so, Yi Chen released his soul force and probed the depths of the ocean. 100,000 meters. 300,000 meters. 1 million meters. 5 million meters. 10 million meters. At 10 million meters, or 20,000 miles, the powerful demon chi made it so that even soul force couldn't penetrate it. He could only sense darkness and boundless demon chi everywhere. Amazing. Taking a deep breath, the space between Yi Chen's brows opened, and a silver vertical eye appeared. In the past, Yi Chen wouldn't expose his special abilities. But now, he already had 4-star battle prowess and was proficient in Space Profound. There was no need to hide it. Swish, the silver light beam was like a condensed light, penetrating the Lotus Island and looking down. This time, Yi Chen could see the demon chi core below 20,000 miles. The powerful demon chi only made his vision a little blurry, but it couldn't obstruct it. At a depth of 10,000 miles, Yi Chen finally saw the Chaos Demonic Ocean's demon chi core. Is this it? Drawing with his true yuan, Yi Chen drew out what he saw in reality. The Demon Flower Emperor was startled by Yi Chen's soul eye. This was the first time she saw someone with a soul eye. Moreover, it seemed to be even more powerful than the legends said. Imperceptibly, Yi Chen's position in her eyes became even higher. With the soul eye, he could see everything in the world without even stepping out of his house. What Yi Chen had drawn out was a black prismatic crystal the size of an island. The two ends of the crystal were wrapped in bronze metal. The surface of the metal had countless patterns that flickered. Every time it flickered, a huge amount of demon qi would be released. During the process, the demon qi would be diluted into demon qi. Crack, the black crystal formed by Xianxia shattered. Yi Chen's face turned pale. This thing was too mysterious. It had consumed a lot of his mental energy, and he couldn't maintain it for long. "Senior, did you see anything?" Yi Chen asked after taking a sip of the black mammoth flower tea. He felt much better. The Demon Flower Emperor hesitated. "I don't know what this black crystal is, but the patterns on the bronze metal seem to be a transformation formation. It transforms the heaven and earth yuan qi into demon qi. After brewing, it condenses into extremely pure demon qi and releases it, forming a cycle. Heaven and earth yuan qi transforms into demon qi. This should be a treasure left behind from the ancient era. It is also the reason why the demons were able to invade Elysium." Treasures were also divided into different types. Some could increase one's strength, some could increase one's defense, and some could increase one's vitality. This black crystal was undoubtedly a strategic treasure. Most likely so. The Demon Flower Emperor felt a headache. She still didn't know that there was a terrifying treasure under the chaos demonic sea that could affect the war. This way, the demonic human race would be the first to face the demons. Time passed quickly, and the sun gradually set. "Stay on the Lotus Island for a few more days. You can refine the true essence crystal into true essence." From the moment the transaction was made, the chaotic demon ocean's demonic human clan was walking on the same path as Yi Chen to a certain extent. One's glory, one's loss, one's loss. Yi Chen's strength was of enormous significance to the demonic flower emperor. "Okay." Yi Chen didn't decline. He indeed needed time to refine the true essence crystal. Nothing was more reliable than his own cultivation. The night was as cold as water. Yi Chen was refining the true essence crystal on one of the Lotus Islands. This true essence crystal came from the same place as Yi Chen's true essence crystal. It didn't reach the low grade and could only be classified as a quasi-low-grade true essence crystal. 2 days passed. 2 million true essence crystals were completely refined. On the other hand, Yi Chen's cultivation increased by another 50 years, reaching the level of 230 years. Although cultivation had the least effect on one's strength, unless the gap between the two was too big, the stronger one might not necessarily have the upper hand. However, there was an advantage to having a profound cultivation, and that was being able to fight. It should be known that operating the undying body required Jin Yuan, and using powerful moves required Jin Yuan as well. Without Jin Yuan, what could one use to fight against others? Others could exhaust you to death. Cultivation was like an engine. Without it, no matter how good the other parts were, it would be useless. Time to return to True Spirit Continent. On this day, Yi Chen bid farewell to the Demon Flower Emperor and entered the void, rushing toward True Spirit Continent. Back then, Yi Chen didn't know how long it had taken him to travel from True Spirit Continent to Blood Sky Continent. But this time, the time spent was 1,000 times shorter. It was as if there wasn't an endless ocean between them, but a river, a lake, and a bridge that would allow them to reach the other side. "I'm finally back." On the coastline of True Spirit Continent, Yi Chen's figure appeared with a complicated expression. When he left, he only had the cultivation base of Sea of Soul Realm. But after returning, he was already a life and death king, and not an ordinary one at that. His cultivation base had reached 230 years, and his battle strength had skyrocketed to 4 stars. It could be said that the current him could kill 100 of his previous selves with a single sword strike. Times had changed. Although Senior Dragon King's life and death are unknown, his Dragon God's celestial palace can't be encroached upon by others. Humph. Opening his silver vertical eye, Yi Chen's gaze pierced through half of the continent and landed on the Dragon God's celestial palace in the eastern shallow ocean. That place had already changed masters, being occupied by Whirlwind Gate, Water Wave Sect, Black King Gate, and Sky Eagle Cult, divided into 4 parts. Moreover, Water Wave Sect still had a king overseeing it. "Let me see what kind of trump cards you have." Puff, his figure turned illusory as Yichen dove into the void. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the space above the Dragon God's celestial palace distorted, and a figure walked out. His blue robes fluttered in the wind, and his expression was cold and solemn. Sucking in a deep breath, Yichen operated his Jing Yuan and roared, "All those who aren't from Dragon God's celestial palace, get the hell off this island." His voice wasn't loud at first, but as it spread out, it grew louder and louder. It was like a mountain torrent, a thunderbolt, and a torrential downpour. Everyone on the island heard this voice, especially the last, "Get the hell off." It was filled with killing intent, and its speed was extremely fast, piercing through one's soul like a swift sword. Who's so daring? Everyone on the island was stupefied. Whirlwind Gate. Black King Gate. Water Wave Sect. There was also the Heavenly Eagle Cult. It was unknown whether Dragon King was dead or alive. This island had long since become the common territory of the Eastern Shallow Ocean's 4 major powers. This news had already spread throughout True Spirit Continent and the surrounding seas. However, not a single person came to cause trouble. Even the world-famous Xianxia couldn't do anything to the 4 major powers. It was said that she was stopped by a powerful titled monarch. This made the other powers coveting Dragon God's celestial palace even more afraid. They could only watch as the 4 major powers devoured everything. Now, someone actually dared to tell them to get the F***ck out. Didn't they eat the guts of a leopard? He's simply courting death. Even Xianxia couldn't protect Dragon God's celestial palace, and he didn't even inquire about it. Perhaps it's a guy who received Dragon King's favor back then. He had been in seclusion for several decades and didn't know about the outside world. Seeing Dragon God's celestial palace changing owners, he couldn't accept it. Trouble comes from the mouth. Very well, let the people of the world know the consequences of offending us 4 great powers. On the island, the people from the 4 major forces discussed with disdain. Audacious! Which scoundrel is causing trouble here? From the western side of the small continent-like island, a figure flew over. He had a head full of gray hair and wore a dark green robe. He seemed to be in his 50s or 60s. The old man stood a few li away from Yichen. "You are?" The gray-haired old man was a bit hesitant. He seemed to feel that Yichen's face was familiar. "You're Yichen." Suddenly, the gray-haired old man shouted. He had seen Yichen's portrait. Back when the 4 major forces were probing Dragon God's celestial palace, Yichen had helped Dragon God's celestial palace heavily injure the 4 major forces, causing them to lose a lot of their core forces. As a result, Yichen had become a thorn in their flesh. "Not bad, I'm back." Yichen looked down at the other party. "Yichen? Which Yichen? Could it be True Spirit Continent's Sword Master Yichen? It's really him. No wonder I felt a bit familiar." Due to the distance, the crowd couldn't see clearly. Only after hearing the gray-haired old man's words did they recognize him. Hiss. When did he enter life and death realm? Could it be that the deluge of heavenly flowers a while ago was caused by him? Although I don't want to admit it, this Yichen is definitely the most frightening genius since Yuan Emperor. He seems to be in his early 30s. Yichen's fame was too great, so great that no one in the younger generation could compare to him. The 4 major forces also had geniuses, but compared to Yichen, they were like fireflies compared to the bright moon. There was simply no comparison. Even Duguju and Dantai Mingyue, who were currently at their peak, were a bit lacking compared to Yichen. And now, Yichen had unexpectedly become a life and death king. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Too bad, he's still too arrogant. He's just entered life and death realm, and he's already thinking of reviving Dragon God's celestial palace. Who does he think he is? If I were him, I would have chosen to conceal my strength and bide my time. The discussions below didn't affect the 2 above. The gray-haired old man gloomily said, "Yichen, what are you doing here? Let me give you a word of advice. Don't cause trouble here. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." The gray-haired old man didn't dare to be careless. It was said that geniuses who entered life and death realm possessed extremely powerful battle strength. For example, Xianxia had become a peak king not long after entering life and death realm. Therefore, he didn't have the confidence to defeat Yi Chen in a one-on-one battle. He planned to first persuade Yi Chen to retreat, then join hands with the other three to take him down. Leave? Why should I leave? You don't have the qualifications to say such words. If Yi Chen's guess wasn't wrong, the other party was the sect leader of Water Wave sect, the Water Wave King. Apart from Dragon God Celestial Palace, the other 4 kings of Eastern Shallow Ocean were all high-step kings. Water Wave sect had Water Wave King, while Whirlwind Gate, Black King Gate, and Sky Eagle Cult had Whirlwind King, Black King King, and Sky Eagle King respectively. It was precisely because these 4 were all high-step kings that they could contend against Dragon God Celestial Palace. Of course, with Dragon King's strength, he could actually surpass these 4 kings. Therefore, behind these 4 powers, there must be a powerful backer. Impudent. Since you don't want to leave, then don't. This was the first time Water Wave King was looked down upon by a youngster. Although Yi Chen's talent was exceptional, he didn't believe that Yi Chen could raise his battle strength to that extent in such a short time. On the other hand, he had 3-star battle strength and 800 years of cultivation base. He could grind the opponent to death. Flood Palm. With a furious roar, Water Wave King punched at Yi Chen. This palm contained the profound of water and earth. As it flew out, a flood overflowed the sky, ultimately condensing into a huge muddy palm. The space was immediately torn apart, shattering into pieces. Yi Chen unsheathed the Sky Scorpio sword, which immediately burst out with a resplendent golden light. He used the first style of vibrational sword arts, Sky-Cutting Sword. With Water Wave King's battle strength, he wasn't worthy of Yi Chen using the second style of vibrational sword arts, Sky-Cutting Sword. The muddy palm was cut apart, and the sword light containing berserk vibrational power shot toward Water Wave King. What sword art is this? Water Wave King was greatly shocked. His body turned into a stream of water and promptly dodged. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun the sword light. Puff, a small half of Water Wave King's body turned into a bloody mist, and even his internal organs were exposed. In the next moment, a mournful wail soared into the sky. This sword strike from Yi Chen made Water Wave King feel the threat of death. It should be known that he was neither Yi Chen nor Xianxia. His undying body was only at the peak of Broken Limb Rebirth Realm. It would be extremely difficult for him to reach Flesh Derivation Realm in his lifetime. This was because Flesh Derivation Realm was not something ordinary people could reach. Ordinary life and death kings would either be stuck at the peak of Broken Limb Rebirth Realm for their entire lives, or have a fortuitous encounter and directly reach the early Blood Drop Rebirth Realm. Flesh Derivation Realm could allow life and death kings to comprehend the mysteries of undying body. When they reached Blood Drop Rebirth Realm in the future, they would be able to continue advancing all the way to the peak of Blood Drop Rebirth, or even perfection. Through a fortuitous encounter, they would be able to jump from Broken Limb Rebirth to Blood Drop Rebirth Realm. For example, a person with slightly inferior talent would find it difficult to reach Life and Death Chamber. If they had a fortuitous encounter, they could directly become a Life and Death King, but their battle strength would not be high. On the other hand, a person with high talent would make the transition in Life and Death Chamber. After becoming a Life and Death King, their battle strength would be extremely formidable, and they could instantly become a mid-step king, or even a high-step king. Although Sky-Cutting Sword was not Yi Chen's true killing move, it was still not something a high-step king could endure. Even if a part of its power was cancelled out by the Flood Palm, it still had enough power to kill Water Wave King. If not for the latter's movement technique being pretty good and dodging a bit, this sword would have taken his life. Junior, you're so vicious. Circulating the undying body, Water Wave King barely managed to restore his body. However, the peak level of limb regrowth wasn't very good for his torso. Thus, his injuries were extremely severe, and he only had 30 to 40% of his battle strength left. As he spoke, Water Wave King swallowed several glowing pellets. This time I won't kill you. Take your people and scram. Yi Chen didn't continue attacking. Water Wave King didn't pose much of a threat to him. Killing him would instead make the situation unmanageable. He was sure that the four factions had an extremely powerful backer. Otherwise, Xianhe wouldn't have failed to protect the dragon god's celestial palace, allowing it to fall into the hands of the four factions. You'll regret offending us four factions. You'll definitely regret it. Water Wave King's complexion turned ashen. If you don't leave, I won't mind killing you. Yi Chen's eyes squinted, and his killing intent spread out bit by bit. Down below, the people of the four factions had long since been stupefied. One sword. Water Wave King couldn't even receive a single strike from Yi Chen. What kind of situation was this? Impossible. Water Wave King is a high-step king. How could Yi Chen defeat him with one sword and almost kill him? Don't tell me he's a peak king? High-step kings had 3-star battle strength, but even a 3-star tyrant couldn't be like Yi Chen, almost killing Water Wave King with one sword strike. Water Wave King was in a deadlock, as if waiting for something. Bang! 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 Right at this moment, the sky suddenly shattered, and 3 powerful figures walked out. Yi Chen, you're courting death. Yi Chen, don't leave this time. The newcomers were precisely the other 3 kings, Whirlwind King, Black King, and Sky Eagle King. You're all here, just in time. Yi Chen sneered as he glanced at Water Wave King, then shifted his gaze to Whirlwind King and the other 2. This kid is troublesome. Let's take him down together. Water Wave King arrived beside the 3 and said with a grave expression. Water Wave King, you're injured? Seeing Water Wave King's weak aura and pale face, Sky Eagle King asked. Don't look down on him. Although he entered life and death realm not long ago, he already has the strength of a peak king. I can only cooperate with you and use 2 killer moves. After that, I won't have any battle strength left. Although Water Wave King was heavily injured, he could still use his full strength twice. What? Peak King strength? Black King with shiny skin and ugly face was incomparably shocked. Right, I couldn't even receive a single sword strike from him. Although Water Wave King loved his face, he wouldn't deceive himself. He entered life and death realm not long ago. Even if he has the strength of a peak king, he should only be a low 4-star king. The 4 of us can contend against a mid 4-star king. There's no need to make a fuss. The one speaking was the strongest among the 4, Whirlwind King. Although they were all high-step kings with 3-star battle strength, there was still some disparity in strength. Among them, Water Wave King and Sky Eagle King were high 3-star battle strength, Black King was peak 3-star battle strength, and Whirlwind King was a true 3-star overlord, an unparalleled existence among high-step kings. Unfortunately, what Whirlwind King didn't know was that Yi Chen's battle strength was far from low 4-star. Moreover, even if Yi Chen's battle strength was low 4-star, the 4 still wouldn't be able to defeat him. First, Yi Chen had Sword Domain, which allowed Yi Chen to ignore the number of enemies to a certain extent. When dealing with Water Wave King, Yi Chen didn't even use Sword Domain. Second, Yi Chen was proficient in Space Profound. Be it dodging or speed, he far surpassed them. Not to mention Yi Chen's 4-star battle strength. In fact, even if Yi Chen was a 3-star overlord, he would be able to defeat Water Wave King, Sky Eagle King, and Black King one by one, and ultimately fight Whirlwind King to a draw. Of course, Whirlwind King's cultivation base was much deeper than his. You'll know once you try. Yi Chen said calmly. Whirlwind King glanced at Water Wave King, Sky Eagle King, and Black King. He said slowly and firmly, attack together. Hoo-hoo. A violent whirlwind was formed in an instant. It left the Whirlwind King's palm and blasted towards Yi Chen. This whirlwind contained wind blades that were condensed to the extreme. On the wind blades, there was a layer of golden light. It was the metal ultimacy. The wind ultimacy and the metal ultimacy fused together, causing the Whirlwind King's attack to be incomparably sharp and indestructible. Flood Palm Print. Sky-tearing Eagle Claw. Poisonous Black Cloud Thorn. Immediately afterward, the Water Wave King and the other 2 also launched their attacks at Yi Chen. The power is not weak. Yi Chen's figure became illusory. With a puff, his figure disappeared. Yi Chen disappeared from where he was. A transparent ripple followed the gap between the chi forces and quickly passed through. Then, it instantly appeared in front of Water Wave King. It was not teleportation, but it was comparable to teleportation. The heaven-shattering sword art's second move, Orbital Slash, allowed Yi Chen to grasp how to follow the spatial ripple's trajectory and pass through with the fastest speed. Of course, compared to sword arts, it was at least several times harder to achieve this with a movement skill. But it was enough. No! Water Wave King roared. He struck a palm at Yi Chen, who suddenly appeared. His palm, which was wearing a dark green glove, was wrapped in a turbid chi force. The power was majestic and vast, each wave stronger than the one before. Yi Chen sneered and slashed horizontally with his sword. Buzz, the palm and sword collided. The turbid chi force released by Water Wave King was instantly shattered. Then, an invisible ripple passed through Water Wave King's palm. Boom! Water Wave King's right arm exploded into a bloody mist. The bones in his body cracked and cracked. His whole body was like a broken sack, blown away. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Restraining my strength doesn't feel good either. Yi Chen didn't kill Water Wave King. He just made him completely lose his fighting strength. After all, he was not alone. If he angered the people behind the four forces, even if they couldn't kill him, they would definitely take revenge. Before he was ready, he didn't want to fight to the death with them. Therefore, that sword attack just now was just an ordinary vibrational sword art. However, at close range, its lethality was especially strong, and the power of vibration was also the strongest. Die! Seeing Water Wave King being blown away, Black King's ferocious nature burst out. His body suddenly turned into a huge black octopus. 8 tentacles covered the sky, and one of them entangled towards Yi Chen. Swoosh, the sword light shone brightly, and Black King's tentacle was cut off. Eagle Flurry Dance. Not far away, Sky Eagle King took advantage of this opportunity to condense his demonic energy into several fierce eagles, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they swarmed toward Yi Chen. These eagles were vivid and lifelike. Apart from lacking intelligence, they were no different from real eagles. Each of them had a low 1-star battle strength, and could easily kill a large group of ordinary kings. However, compared to Whirlwind King, Sky Eagle King's attack was much weaker. Whirlwind King, who was wrapped in whirlwind, formed a hand seal with one hand and pointed at the sky with the other. In the next instant, wind spears dozens of meters long containing golden light descended from the sky, forming a killing array that enveloped Yi Chen. Metal Wind Killing Array. With the help of Metal Wind Killing Array, Whirlwind King had once fought dozens of rounds with a low-level 4-star king. In the end, he managed to escape without suffering the slightest injury. However, all of this was futile. Ever since entering Life and Death Realm, Yi Chen had already displayed the Space Profound to the utmost. Before, he couldn't use it because his Jing Yuan and soul power were not strong enough. But now, his Jing Yuan was much purer than ordinary Life and Death Kings, and his soul power was also 10 times that of ordinary kings. In his hands, the Space Profound was like a fish in the water, and he could use it with ease. Puff, Yi Chen's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already above Black King. Go down! Holding the sword with one hand, Yi Chen slashed down, striking Black King's huge body. The formless ripple was like a cannonball. Not only did it shatter all of Black King's tentacles, it even caused many cracks to appear on its body. With a swish, Black King's naked body smashed into the ground, stirring up huge ripples and creating a frightening crater on the island below. Blood gushed out. Humph! After doing all this, Yi Chen suddenly glanced at Sky Eagle King, who was about to launch another attack. Sky Eagle King's body stiffened. Yi Chen's gaze brought him an incomparably frightening pressure. It was as if countless swords were stabbing into his eyes, stabbing into his sea of soul. Among kings, there were 2 kinds of kings that were the most frightening. One was body-refining kings, and the other was kings with formidable willpower. The former was powerful in close combat, while the latter was overwhelmingly powerful. Yi Chen's Destruction Sword Soul was at the 6th step, which was equivalent to an ordinary 7th step sword intent. Moreover, his soul power was 10 times that of an ordinary Life and Death King's. With a single gaze, he could make Sky Eagle King, who had a battle strength of 3-star, stiffen his body. Whirlwind King did not see the look in Yi Chen's eyes. Seeing Sky Eagle King's body suddenly freeze, although it was a bit strange, he did not think too much about it. He only thought that Sky Eagle King was frightened by Yi Chen's methods. Goldwind Flurry Cut. Whirlwind King's long-range attacks were all dodged by Yi Chen, not even touching his shadow. This time, Whirlwind King's entire body turned into a powerful whirlwind, sweeping toward Yi Chen. As he neared, golden wind blades shot out one after another, filling the sky. Facing Whirlwind King's all-out attack, Yi Chen didn't bat an eyelid. The Sky Scorpio sword slanted upwards, using the first style of sky-shattering sword arts, bewitching mirror shattering. The twisting spatial power directly twisted the countless golden wind blades into nothingness, as if they had never existed. Then, the berserk spatial power instantly solidified, sealing Whirlwind King. Pung, the next moment, the purple mirror-like solidified space power shattered into millions of pieces, and the spinning space fragments cut deep bloody wounds on Whirlwind King's body. Some of the larger space fragments directly sawed off Whirlwind King's arms and legs. If it were not for Whirlwind King strengthening his protective Zhen Yuan with all his might, so many space fragments would have definitely turned him into nothingness, leaving not even a corpse behind. With Yi Chen's strength, the outdated bewitching mirror shattering still had a frightening might. If not for Yi Chen holding back, this sword would have killed Whirlwind King. Of course, even so, Whirlwind King's battle power had already been reduced to 80%, and he did not have much power to counterattack. In the end, only Sky Eagle King was left. Sky Eagle King recovered from his stupor. When he saw this scene, his expression was extremely unsightly, and there was a faint trace of wariness. A single gaze was enough to make his body stiff. How was he supposed to fight? Kings that cultivated will were always kings among kings. Even body refinement kings were much weaker than willpower kings. Kings with extremely powerful will could even make ordinary kings faint with a single gaze. Yi Chen, I advise you to think clearly whether you really want to start a war with our four forces. You should know that it's not without reason that our four forces could contend against Dragon God's celestial palace for so many years. King Tianying had lost the thought of fighting Yi Chen, but from the looks of it, he seemed to be sure that Yi Chen would not dare to completely fall out with them. Tell me, maybe I'll change my mind. Yi Chen, on the other hand, wanted to know which titled monarch was supporting the four powers from behind, opposing the Dragon God's celestial palace. The Sky Eagle King hesitated for a moment before he said, You should have heard of the ancient 100 beasts, the red-eyed black dragon tribe. The four great factions and the red-eyed black dragon tribe are in a cooperative relationship. Although you can defeat the four great factions today, you will have to bear the wrath of the red-eyed black dragon tribe in the future. This is not a wise decision. After that, Sky Eagle King sized up Yi Chen, carefully observing the changes on his face. Red-eyed black dragon. A trace of realization flickered in Yi Chen's heart. The red-eyed black dragon was not a true dragon, but a powerful flood dragon. Among the ancient 100 beasts, it was a demonic beast with top 5 aptitude. The red-eyed black dragon tribe was naturally a demonic beast race. They usually moved in the eastern deep sea, where they were overlords that no one dared to provoke. As an overlord, the red-eyed black dragon tribe's experts were as numerous as the clouds in the sky. Just the demonic kings alone numbered 4, and the most powerful one was a titled monarch called the Black Dragon Old Ancestor. Speaking of the red-eyed black dragon tribe, one couldn't help but mention the Dragon King. The Dragon King also had the Flood Dragon bloodline, and seemed to have some relationship with the red-eyed black dragon tribe. Many people suspected that the Dragon King was actually a member of the red-eyed black dragon tribe, but for some reason, he had separated from the tribe and established his own sect, establishing the Dragon God's celestial palace. If it was the red-eyed black dragon tribe supporting the 4 great factions, then everything would make sense. Otherwise, how could the 4 great factions resist the 5-star battle strength of Xianxia without any support? The red-eyed black dragon tribe is indeed quite powerful. Yi Chen was not lying. The red-eyed black dragon tribe was an overlord in the entire Elysium. Since you also know that you can't handle the anger of the red-eyed black dragon tribe, you should leave now. There is still time. This time, let's just treat it as a misunderstanding. Any king warrior was worthy of respect, not to mention that Yi Chen had a 4-star battle strength. If they lost, then so be it. In this world, the strong ruled, and one's fist did the talking. Moreover, because of Yi Chen's power, the Sky Eagle King did not dare to make things difficult for Yi Chen. If a 4-star battle strength met a 5-star battle strength, he would lose without a doubt. But, he would still have a chance to escape. Although the red-eyed black dragon tribe was powerful, they might not be able to kill Yi Chen. If they went too far, it would only result in both sides suffering. If Yi Chen had a 3-star battle strength, the result would be completely different. When a 3-star battle strength met a 5-star battle strength, the possibility of escaping unscathed was extremely low, almost negligible. It could be said that the peak-level kings of Elysium were the highest existences. Titled monarchs would not be willing to offend a peak-level king unless it involved their own interests. Sometimes, they would even take a step back to avoid an intense conflict. Of course, peak-level kings were even more unwilling to offend titled monarchs, especially the slower ones. Yi Chen was currently a peak-level king, and his battle strength was obviously higher than a 4-star low-level. The Sky Eagle King was overbearing, using the red-eyed black dragon tribe to force Yi Chen to submit and ask for forgiveness. This was definitely an extremely stupid thing to do. Therefore, he chose to retreat in order to advance, and let Yi Chen leave first. He did not dare to say anything else. The Sky Eagle King's thoughts were good, but unfortunately, Yi Chen's reply made him extremely surprised and angry. Let the black dragon ancestor talk to me. Yi Chen's attitude was extremely unyielding. Senior Dragon King had taken great care of him. For his sake, he was willing to become enemies with the Air Emperor. How could he not repay such kindness? If he didn't have the strength, it would be fine. However, his current battle strength was not weak. If he was unwilling to stand up for Dragon God's celestial palace under such circumstances, then he, Yi Chen, would have lived in vain. How could he be worthy of Senior Dragon King? In the depths of the void, the white-clothed Xianxia faintly nodded with a relieved smile on her face. You've finally grown up. Old Dragon King, if you were still alive, you would definitely be gratified. If you were dead, you would be able to rest in peace in the underworld. However, I didn't expect him to be so sentimental, willing to stand up for Dragon God's celestial palace regardless of offending the Black Dragon ancestor. We didn't misjudge him. No, he's even more noble than we imagined. It was not that Xianxia didn't want to stand up for Dragon God's celestial palace. If Yi Chen wasn't afraid of the Black Dragon ancestor, why would she be? However, the bigger picture was the most important. She was waiting for Yi Chen to grow up completely. Once he became enemies with the red-eyed Black Dragon clan, Yi Chen would inevitably be affected. If anything happened to Yi Chen, all her efforts would be in vain. Sky Eagle King suspected that he was hallucinating. What did the other party say? He wanted the Black Dragon Old Ancestor to talk to him? Who was the Black Dragon Old Ancestor? He was an existence comparable to Su King, Air Emperor, and the others. Even the Dragon King was slightly inferior to him. Although Yi Chen was a peak king, he had just matured. Whether he could escape the pursuit of a titled monarch was still an unknown. Yi Chen, don't make a mistake. The consequences of offending the red-eyed Black Dragon clan is not something a peak king like you can bear. Even if Xianxia joined in, it would still be impossible. Sky Eagle King said loudly. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, take your people and get the hell out of this island. I'll give you 3 days to retreat. After 3 days, you'll be killed without mercy. The island where the Dragon God's celestial palace was located was extremely huge, equivalent to a small domain. It was impossible to evacuate in a few hours. Therefore, Yi Chen gave the other 3 days. Of course, if the other party dragged the time, they couldn't blame him for being merciless. With his peak king strength, he could easily slaughter the enemies on the island. Retreat. After operating the Undying Art, Whirlwind King, whose aura was extremely weak, coldly glanced at Yi Chen and said word by word. Yi Chen, you're on your own. Sky Eagle King was furious, but he had no choice but to swallow his anger. He was looking forward to the Black Dragon Old Ancestor teaching Yi Chen a lesson. Even if he couldn't kill him, he would make him flee like a stray dog. As for now, it was better to retreat first. At worst, he could reoccupy this different island. In any case, with the Black Dragon Old Ancestor's strength, he could turn the sky upside down for Yi Chen. Are we really going to retreat? How can this Yi Chen have the strength of a peak king? To be able to easily defeat 4 kings, if he wasn't a peak king, what else could he be? The people of the 4 factions on the island were all dumbstruck, their expressions sluggish. Too powerful. He has just entered life and death realm, yet he is already this powerful. This is too heaven-defying. Someone couldn't help but say. Since Yi Chen did not go all out, Whirlwind King, Black King, and Water Wave King did not have to worry about their lives. Of course, their cultivation base had been reduced by a lot. If they did not have a large amount of supreme-grade spirit stones or Jinyuan crystals to recover their Jinyuan, they would not be able to return to their peak state within a few years. The retreat proceeded very quickly. On the morning of the 4th day, most of the people from the 4 great powers had already retreated. There were still some people who didn't manage to retreat in time. Yi Chen didn't make things difficult for them. In any case, it was fine as long as the elites left. These people who did odd jobs were mostly ordinary people with very low cultivation. The people of the 4 forces returned to where they had come from. On the huge island, apart from some imprisoned people of Dragon God's Celestial Palace and Yi Chen, there were no outsiders. 9-9 Origin Return Formation. No wonder the 4 major forces are eyeing this island. The current Yi Chen was no longer the old Yi Chen. With a sweep of his soul power, he could clearly see all kinds of restrictions and arrays on the island. There were many restrictions and arrays on the island, but the core was an extremely rare 9-9 Origin Return Formation. 9-9 Origin Return Formation was extremely difficult to arrange. It required 81 spirit veins. The higher the quality of the spirit vein, the greater the might of the 9-9 Origin Return Formation. The lowest grade spirit vein on the island was mid-grade, with 64 of them. As for upper grade spirit veins, it reached 27. The surging yuan qi of spirit stones was completely locked in the formation. Then, with the formation as the center, it transmitted yuan qi to other arrays and restrictions, forming a strict system. The 9-9 Yuan Return Great Formation had 3 main functions. First, it could provide power for the other formations. Second, it could gather yuan qi and increase the density of the yuan qi. Training inside it, 1 day would be equivalent to 9 days. For example, if Yi Chen lost a part of his cultivation, without using extreme rank spirit stones and Jinyuan crystals, he would need 9 months to recover. However, inside the 9-9 Yuan Return Great Formation, he would only need 1 month, which would save him 8 months. As for the third function, it was defensive. 9-9 Origin Return Formation could mobilize the boundless yuan qi of spirit stones and form a powerful yuan qi wall, blocking the attacks of external enemies. For a sect, this was extremely important. After all, it was hard to avoid offending a life and death king. If the latter came for revenge, without the protection of the formation, a casual move from him could cause a disastrous loss to the sect. With a few more moves, he could completely destroy a 5th grade sect without a life and death king. Apart from this, the 81 spirit veins in itself was a huge fortune, enough to make any 5th grade sect green with envy. It was impossible for the 4 parties to let go of this fat meat in front of their mouths. Occupying this island was naturally a must. Unfortunately, the arrival of Yi Chen made them spit out the fat meat they had swallowed. One could well imagine how painful it was. The space twisted, and a white-robed Xianhou appeared in front of Yi Chen. Senior Yan. Yi Chen looked over. If I'm not wrong, your battle strength should have reached the high stage of 4 stars, or even the peak stage. Xuanhou's insight was not something that Whirlwind King and the others could compare with. Yi Chen said honestly, more or less peak stage. Before creating the second sword of vibrational sword arts, Yi Chen's battle strength was the high stage of 4 stars. Now, it would not be too much to say that it was peak stage. Of course, without verifying it, he could not be sure. Very good. After receiving Yi Chen's reply, a smile appeared on Xuanhou's face. You are proficient in the space ultimacy. As long as you are not pursued by titled monarchs who are proficient in speed, there will not be more than 3 people in Elysium who are confident of killing you. However, you cannot be careless. If you can avoid offending titled monarchs, it is best not to do so. A battle between monarchs was ever-changing. No one dared to say that they would always be undefeatable, and titled monarchs were titled monarchs after all. Their attacks were extremely powerful. That is natural. Yichen nodded. As for the Black Dragon Patriarch, you do not need to worry. In a situation where he is not confident, he will not come looking for trouble. Back then, your senior Dragon King was weaker than him, but he did not come looking for trouble. As long as we do not take the initiative to provoke him, it will be fine. The Black Dragon Patriarch was a demon king who had lived longer than the Dragon King. In Elysium, the lifespan of humans was 1,000 years, but the lifespan of demonic beasts was more than that. This did not mean that Elysium favored demonic beasts. It was mainly because humans were born with intelligence. Some demonic beasts might not have much intelligence even after living for hundreds of years. In terms of the day they were born, many demon kings had lived for more than 1,000 years, or even 2,000 years. However, in terms of the day they gained intelligence, the life of a demonic beast would not exceed 1,000 years. As a demon king who had lived for so long, the Black Dragon Patriarch cherished his feathers very much. He would not easily cause trouble. Unless he was 90% sure of success, he would not strike. The news of Yichen's domineering return and defeating the 4 kings of Eastern Shallow Ocean spread like a violent storm. In a short period of time, it spread throughout the entire True Spirit continent. Then, with True Spirit continent as the center, it spread to the 4 shallow ocean regions, 4 deep ocean regions, and the other 2 continents. At this moment, as long as it was a populated place, whether it was a tea house, a restaurant, or some other lively place, everyone was talking about Yichen. Entering life and death realm at the age of 32, a peak king as soon as he became a king. This Yichen is definitely the #1 genius after Yuan Emperor. His future is boundless. Isn't that right? The Eastern Shallow Ocean's 4 kings are not ordinary kings, but high-step kings. For them to lose to a genius who has just entered life and death realm, it speaks volumes. Yichen is the leading figure of our True Spirit continent's young generation. Now that he is the first to enter life and death realm, Du Guju, Dantai Mingyue, and the rest must be secretly exerting their strength as well. I wonder who will be the second to enter life and death realm. Will it be Du Guju? Or will it be Dantai Mingyue? Or perhaps the veteran Luo Tiandu? Difficult. Entering life and death realm is no small matter. One needs to comprehend life and death Dao. Death Dao is easy to comprehend, but life Dao is not. In a short period of time, Yichen's fame skyrocketed. If his identity was limited to the ranks of geniuses before, then now, he had become an influential figure in Elysium, comparable to Su King, Xianho, Evil King, and the rest. In the future, when talking about geniuses, Yichen would definitely be mentioned. It was just like before, when people talked about geniuses, they would first mention Xianho. Peak King? He really can't be underestimated. After receiving the news, a strange light flickered in Air Emperor's eyes. In the eastern deep sea, there was a black island. At the center of the island was a majestic city. In the center of the city was a palace. Sky Eagle King pays his respects to old ancestor. The inside of the palace was vast and deep. Sky Eagle King bowed and cupped his fists. Sky Eagle King, I already know your purpose in coming here. Go back. On the black golden dragon throne, an old man with eyes like lightning spoke with an expressionless face. Sky Eagle King raised his head in astonishment. Old ancestor, what do you mean? The old man was precisely old ancestor Black Dragon. He said, don't provoke him for the time being. Let's wait and see. Old ancestor. Sky Eagle King was anxious. If old ancestor Black Dragon didn't help him, how could he take back the Dragon God's celestial palace? Although he had already prepared for the worst, he didn't expect old ancestor Black Dragon to refuse so bluntly. Old ancestor, that Yichen clearly knows that our 4 forces are cooperating with old ancestor, yet he still dares to oppose us. He clearly doesn't put old ancestor in his eyes. If this matter were to spread, it would damage old ancestor's prestige. Impudent. The entire city fiercely shook. Black and red chi flowed out of old ancestor Black Dragon's body. A frightening pressure instantly acted on Sky Eagle King's body, causing his breathing to stagnate and his complexion to turn pale. Old ancestor, please calm down. Sky Eagle King hurriedly said. If you provoke me again, I won't be lenient. Old Ancestor Black Dragon coldly snorted. Yes. Sky Eagle King's forehead was covered in sweat. Go back. Waving his hand, Old Ancestor Black Dragon impatiently said. Not daring to say anything, Sky Eagle King retreated out of the palace and entered the void, leaving the island. Daring to oppose me right after entering life and death realm? This debt will be settled in the future. Although Old Ancestor Black Dragon didn't intend to help the four forces, it didn't mean that he wasn't angry. If there was an opportunity in the future, he would find Yichen to settle the debt. The number of people imprisoned in Dragon God's Celestial Palace was numerous. After all, no matter how big the secret realm was, the number of people it could hold was limited. It could only transport the elites inside. Due to the island's size and the number of people imprisoned, Yichen had no choice but to release a portion of the people and have them liberate the others, allowing them to regroup in the palace plaza. A few days later, everyone was released. The people of Dragon God's Celestial Palace were no strangers to Yichen. One was Xianxia, and the other was Yichen. Both of them were firm allies. Now that Dragon King's fate was unknown, Xianxia and Yichen were undoubtedly the palace's final reliance. It's Yichen. Yichen recovered Dragon God's Celestial Palace. A Peak King. Another Peak King has appeared in the world. Palace Master's eyesight is indeed formidable. Who could have expected that Yichen would have the strength of a Peak King as soon as he entered life and death realm? How can you call him by his name? You should call him Dragon God Envoy or His Highness Yichen. Tens of thousands of Dragon God Celestial Palace's members were gathered in a plaza, discussing spiritedly. As members of Dragon God Celestial Palace, although they were usually modest on the surface, they were extremely proud in their bones. However, with Dragon King's departure, Dragon God Celestial Palace's position immediately became awkward. Without a life and death king overseeing it, Dragon God Celestial Palace would no longer be the Dragon God Celestial Palace of the past. Its grade would also drop by a grade, becoming a 6th grade overlord sect at most. This was also the main reason why many 5th grade sects were fervently nurturing their 2nd and 3rd life and death kings. In fact, Dragon God Celestial Palace used to have more than one life and death king. At their peak, they had 3. Unfortunately, apart from Dragon King, one died in a king grade forbidden zone, and the other was killed by a star beast. Thereafter, no matter what price Dragon King and Dragon God Celestial Palace paid, they were unable to cultivate the 4th life and death king. They could only set their sights on outsiders, and thus, Xianxia and Yichen came into being. The majestic Dragon God Celestial Palace had been invaded by 4 major forces. This made the members of Dragon God Celestial Palace feel extremely humiliated. In the past, as long as Dragon King was present, who would dare to provoke Dragon God Celestial Palace, let alone invade and occupy it? Therefore, when Yichen reclaimed Dragon God Celestial Palace, they were extremely moved and grateful. Your Highness Yichen, many thanks for saving Dragon God Celestial Palace. An old man of high status stepped forward and cupped his fists. Yichen said, as Dragon God Envoy of Dragon God Celestial Palace, reclaiming Dragon God Celestial Palace is also one of my missions. There's no need to thank me. Back when Yichen was still a Sea of Soul Master, he was conferred the position of Dragon God Envoy by Dragon King. Although his authority was not as great as Azure Dragon Hall leaders, his position was extremely high, second only to Goddess Su Jing. He could be said to be Su Jing's protector and spokesperson. Your Highness Yichen, is Palace Master really gone? Suddenly, another old man stood up and asked. Yichen pondered for a moment, then said, I'm not too clear. Perhaps Senior Dragon King has already left Elysium, perhaps. Yichen didn't finish his words. Entering the death road was extremely dangerous. In the records, even 4 Extreme Emperor hadn't made it out. One could well imagine how difficult it was. Of course, deep in his heart, he hoped that Senior Dragon King had heaven-defying luck and successfully left Elysium. In that case, they might meet again one day. Rumble, just as the old man was about to continue speaking, the sky suddenly darkened. Black clouds, as if ignoring space and time, quietly gathered together. Black lightning filled the horizon, and a frightening pressure came from the depths of the void, faintly carrying a dragon roar. Dragon might. Yichen squinted his eyes, his expression grave. Dragon might was the will of a giant dragon. Normally, only fled dragons with dragon bloodline could emit dragon might. He remembered that when Yichen first came to Sky Martial region and roamed the savage desolate ancient land, he encountered an ice-fled dragon which contained a faint dragon might. Then, in the dragon ruins, he saw a genuine giant dragon skeleton, which contained an extremely powerful dragon might. It was clearly an inanimate object, but it was still difficult to approach. The dragon might before his eyes was countless times more powerful than the ice-fled dragon's dragon might. It was even above the giant dragon skeleton's dragon might. After all, the giant dragon skeleton was an inanimate object, and its dragon might was less than 10%. Under this dragon might, the whole heaven and earth turned silent. The seawater gradually calmed down, and the wind stopped blowing. Under life and death realm, no one could move. Even blinking and breathing were difficult. In the whole world, only 2 people could emit such a dragon might. One was the Black Dragon Old Ancestor, and the other was the Dragon King. The Dragon King's fate was unknown, so the answer was obvious. Black Dragon Old Ancestor. Not good. Black Dragon Old Ancestor is here. Everybody screamed inwardly, their faces turning pale. Black Dragon Old Ancestor was one of the oldest titled monarchs in Elysium. Although he didn't often appear in public, there wasn't a single peak martial artist who hadn't heard of his name. Black Dragon Old Ancestor had personally come. Clearly, Yichen had angered him. Yichen, you're really daring. A loud voice could be heard, which felt like the might of the heavens. Black Dragon Old Ancestor, why don't we meet? Yichen's lips curled into a smile. Meet? Humph. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and kill you. The cold voice completely ignored the distance and directly smashed down. Many thanks to Old Ancestor for not killing me. How could Yichen not see that Black Dragon Old Ancestor had not come to kill him? He had made such a big commotion mainly to probe and express his attitude, as well as to warn Yichen. Of course, if Yichen's strength and speed weren't worth mentioning, Black Dragon Old Ancestor probably wouldn't mind killing him to prevent future troubles. Therefore, Yichen didn't want to continue angering him, so he gave him a way out. You think by lowering your stance, my anger will be appeased? Roar. A resounding dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens. In the sky filled with black clouds, an enormous black horned dragon was faintly discernible. A frightening dragon might spread out, shaking the heaven and earth within thousands of li. It seemed as if the world would shatter at any moment, falling into a doomsday world. Whoosh, a black dragon claw of the black dragon reached down. This black dragon claw was a bit too big, covering the sun and the moon, as well as any light. As a result, when the claw reached down, it gave people a feeling that the sky had collapsed. Each of those sharp nails was like a steep mountain, while the palm was like a plain. The world was turning upside down, everything was in this claw. I can't block it? Yichen's expression changed. The black dragon was not the real body of Black Dragon Old Ancestor, but an illusion of him. His real body should be hiding in the void. Even so, the claw of the black-horned dragon still gave Yichen a premonition that he couldn't block it. Flood dragons were extremely powerful, and the red-eyed black dragon was an outstanding one among the flood dragons, occupying the position of overlord. Flood dragons cultivated to the level of monster king. Not only was their demonic power unparalleled, their physical body was also unbelievably strong. They cultivated both internal and external energy, and could be said to be invincible among their peers. They didn't need to be too profound to deal a fatal blow. Rumble, the entire island of the dragon god's celestial palace was shaking. The black dragon claw was as fast as lightning, grabbing a corner of the huge island. That 1,000 li perimeter corner was instantly torn off, as if an apple had been bitten off, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. The ocean surged, and tsunamis continued. The black dragon claw retracted. Space profound movement art. In the depths of the void, Black Dragon Old Ancestor's voice carried a hint of anger. Yichen, you better not continue to anger me. Otherwise, you'll have to bear my strongest wrath. The voice gradually faded away. Black Dragon Old Ancestor had left. I won't be seeing you off. In the sky, Yi Chen's figure appeared. The black dragon claw was too powerful. Even if Yi Chen could block it, he would definitely be in a difficult situation. Moreover, he didn't plan to fight to the death with the black dragon old ancestor, so he didn't intend to block it. Instead, he directly used his space profound movement art to dodge the attack. Of course, this was only him. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to dodge no matter how hard they tried. Only the space profound could ignore the limitation of distance to a certain extent. The weak are prey to the strong. Fortunately, I'm not a weakling anymore. The black dragon old ancestor left as fast as he came. This was mainly because he knew that he couldn't do anything to Yi Chen. With the space profound, although Yi Chen couldn't beat him, he could still escape safely. Instead of that, he might as well stop while he was ahead. A slight warning would suffice. If he really set his mind on killing Yi Chen, it would only make him lose face. However, Yi Chen also knew that although the black dragon old ancestor couldn't do anything to him, it didn't mean that the other titled monarchs couldn't do anything to him. Among the titled monarchs of the same level, the demonic beast king's battle strength was always very strong. In a head-on battle, they were stronger than human titled monarchs. However, in terms of profound, they were weaker than human titled monarchs. For example, if the black dragon old ancestor was replaced by Su King or the Air Emperor, Yi Chen might be able to escape safely, but he might also be killed by the other party. It should be known that Su King, Air Emperor, and Xianxia all had some achievements in the space profound. They might not be weaker than Yi Chen. Without the advantage of space profound, Yi Chen could only rely on his powerful soul force. The space profound had a very high requirement on soul force. The stronger one's soul force was, the stronger the space profound of the same realm would be. As soon as the black dragon old ancestor left, the black clouds in the sky rapidly dispersed, and the intense sunlight poured down like a myriad of golden rays. The seawater and the ground were suffused with a faint golden color. Recovering from their stiff bodies, everybody looked at the corner of the island that had turned into seawater and sucked in a breath of cold air. 1,000 li of land had been erased just like that. Ordinary life and death kings would have a hard time accomplishing such a feat. Even peak kings wouldn't be able to do it so easily. Only a titled monarch could have such an inconceivable method. Yi Chen's soul power was countless times stronger than everybody else's. Through his soul perception, he could clearly see a grand claw print and 4 finger holes in the ocean. It was like an undersea demon cave, and seawater was pouring in with all its might, filling up the space. However, due to the existence of air, the seawater couldn't fill up halfway. The density of the air was astonishing, and it was contending with the seawater above. So this is a titled monarch? Yi Chen's brows creased. As a veteran titled monarch, Black Dragon Old Ancestor's strength was definitely not low or mid 5-star. He was probably at the same level as Su King and Air Emperor, high 5-star. Senior Dragon King was a bit inferior to them, so he should be mid 5-star. A titled monarch with high 5-star battle strength, even if it wasn't an all-out attack, would still be extremely frightening. After recovering the Dragon God's Celestial Palace, there was still one more important matter for Yi Chen to do. And that was to find the secret realm. On this day, Yi Chen took out the golden dragon ball and poured his soul power inside. In the depths of the void, a mysterious space formed a connection with the dragon ball. This connection was extremely clear, causing the dragon ball to flicker. After giving some instructions to the person in charge of the Dragon God Celestial Palace, Yi Chen tore open the space and headed toward the mysterious space. The mysterious space was too far away, and it was not always smooth sailing in the void. There would often be space storms that would crazily attack Yi Chen. There were also some mysterious space curves that would cause Yi Chen to fly forward, but as soon as he encountered a space curve, his trajectory would immediately deviate. If not for the golden dragon ball, Yi Chen would never have found the secret realm. This is a spatial tunnel? Looking at the black void ahead, Yi Chen's brows twitched. The space tunnel had the effect of ignoring the distance between two places. In fact, the transmission gate and transmission array were built according to the principles of the space tunnel. However, the transmission gate and transmission array needed to consume energy to operate. Without energy, they wouldn't be able to operate. On the other hand, the space tunnel itself contained a vast and immeasurable amount of space energy. It was impossible for the space tunnel to run out of energy. Of course, over the endless years, the space tunnel would automatically collapse due to some reason, turning into a terrifying space storm. Swish, with a flicker, Yichen entered the spatial tunnel. The moment he exited the spatial tunnel, Yichen saw a glowing dot in the distance. That dot was extremely small, but its radiance seemed to ignore the existence of space and time, emitting an everlasting radiance. The mystic realm was right before his eyes. However, Yichen knew that it would take a long time to get close to the secret realm. It was like the stars in the sky. Everyone could see them, but not many could reach them. Eh? Suddenly, colorful flowers fell from the sky. These flowers could be seen, but they could not be touched. They were the traces of the Tao, the manifestation of the Tao. This was the phenomenon of heavenly flowers falling from the sky. Someone has entered life and death realm. Yichen was no stranger to the falling heavenly flowers phenomenon. He himself had caused the falling heavenly flowers phenomenon, and it was the 7-colored heavenly flowers, not the 5-colored heavenly flowers in front of him. Heavenly Sword Continent, in a huge mountain range behind the Azure Cloud Sword sect. I, Marquis Sword Star, have finally stepped into life and death realm, becoming an existence-like teacher. On a mountain peak as steep as a sword, Marquis Sword Star stood up. His sword chi soared into the sky, and his surroundings were covered in rubble and lava. Clearly, this was the sign of someone who had experienced a life and death calamity. In life and death secret realm, he was the existence closest to life and death realm. His accomplishments in Death Tao far surpassed others. No, at that time, nobody had comprehended Death Tao. Later, when Life and Death Palace opened, Du Guju was the second one to comprehend Death Tao. The others still hadn't comprehended it. Originally, Marquis Sword Star thought that he would be the first to enter life and death realm, but he hadn't expected that there would still be someone ahead of him. Although he didn't know who it was, Yichen's figure inexplicably appeared in his mind. His intuition told him that this was the first to enter life and death realm. The reason why Marquis Sword Star was able to enter life and death realm so quickly was largely due to his 7-star point kill sword art. The 5th strike of the 7-star point kill sword art was Star Fall Strike, which contained intense Death Tao. While studying Star Fall Strike, he was also comprehending Death Tao. As for the 6th strike of 7-star point kill sword art, it contained Life Tao. After comprehending Life Tao, Marquis Sword Star first learned Life Kill, and then finally entered life and death realm, becoming a king of a generation. By relying on the 6th strike of 7-star point kill sword art, Marquis Sword Star believed that his battle strength had already reached 3 stars, equivalent to a high-step king of Elysium. Yichen, I'm looking forward to our battle. Marquis Sword Star had just entered life and death realm, so he didn't have the time to comprehend profounds. Once he raised his profounds to a level that would be hard to raise in a short time, he would look for an opportunity to compete with Yichen. Buzz, the space was torn apart, and a figure appeared on the mountain peak. Teacher. Marquis Sword Star promptly cupped his fists and bowed. Very good. My Azure Cloud Sword sect finally has a 3rd king. The newcomer's aura was sharp like a heavenly sword, and he wore scholarly robes. He was Azure Cloud Sword Emperor, who had once appeared in the deep sea. Azure Cloud Sword sect was a great sword sect of Heavenly Sword Continent. Only Snowflake Sword sect could stand shoulder to shoulder with Azure Cloud Sword sect. However, Snowflake Sword sect had 3 kings, while Azure Cloud Sword sect only had 2. In this regard, Azure Cloud Sword sect was inferior to Snowflake Sword sect. Therefore, Marquis Sword Star's breakthrough made Azure Cloud Sword Emperor extremely gratified. One more life and death king meant one more assurance in the upcoming Great War. Moreover, he was quite optimistic about Marquis Sword Star, believing that he had a great chance of becoming a titled monarch. He even had a good chance of breaking through 5 stars and reaching the highest battle strength of Elysium, 6 stars. Many thanks to teacher's guidance these years. Xianxia will certainly cultivate diligently. One day, Azure Cloud Sword sect will become the #1 sword sect of Elysium, the #1 sect. Marquis Sword Star's surname was Wei, and his name was Xianxia. Azure Cloud Sword Emperor faintly nodded. It's good that you have such thoughts. However, you must not become arrogant and complacent. You also know that there is already a genius who has entered life and death realm before you. Is it Yi Chen? Marquis Swordstar asked. Indeed, his current battle prowess has reached 4 stars. According to my estimation, he has already reached mid 4-star battle prowess, or even high 4-star battle prowess. There's still a big gap between you and him. While speaking, Blue Cloud Sword Emperor sized up Marquis Swordstar, paying attention to the changes in his expression. 4-star battle strength. Marquis Swordstar's expression turned sluggish, and his fists involuntarily clenched. The difference between 4 stars and 3 stars seemed to be only 1 star, but the difference in battle prowess was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was not an exaggeration to say that in a situation where their speed was the same, a peak king with 4-star battle prowess would be able to kill a high-rank king with 3-star battle prowess effortlessly. They would be able to do so with a wave of their hand. Marquis Swordstar was confident that he could raise his battle strength to peak 3-star, or even 3-star tyrant, in a short period of time. However, it was impossible for him to reach 4-star. Could it be that I can't surpass him in this lifetime? Marquis Swordstar was extremely unwilling. As a genius, no one was willing to submit to others. There was a saying that a soldier who didn't want to be a general was not a good soldier. It was the same for geniuses. No, I must grasp sword domain. Once I do, I might be able to step into the 4-star realm and become a peak king. Currently, Marquis Swordstar only had mid 3-star battle strength. When he raised his profound to a level that was hard to raise, he would have peak 3-star battle strength or even 3-star tyrant battle strength. Once he grasped sword domain, he would be able to contend against low 4-star battle strength and become a peak king. Apart from this, Yi Chen's strength had also aroused Marquis Swordstar's original motivation. 7-star instant kill sword art had 7 strikes, and he had just grasped the 6th strike, life strike. According to reason, there was still a long way to go before he could grasp the 7th strike of 7-star instant kill sword art as soon as possible, as well as the final strike. He believed that once he fully comprehended the 7-star instant kill sword art, even Yi Chen might not be able to defeat him. Perhaps, he would be able to defeat Yi Chen by relying on the 7-star instant kill sword art. Teacher, I will go to the sword world in a while. Marquis Swordstar took a deep breath and said. That's natural. However, your heart can't be disturbed. The most important thing right now is to raise your profound and comprehend the 6th strike of 7-star instant kill sword art, life strike, to perfection. On the path of cultivation, the most taboo is to raise one's strength blindly. You have to plan slowly, Azure Cloud Sword Emperor warned. Yes, Tianchen will keep it in mind. Marquis Swordstar. On a certain island in the deep sea, Marquis Sword Snow raised his head and looked at the multicolored heavenly flowers as he called out a person's name. During the first deluge of heavenly flowers, he vaguely knew that it was Yi Chen, but he wasn't sure. This time, he subconsciously called out Marquis Swordstar's name. Marquis Swordstar was the first to comprehend Death Dao, and he was the closest to life and death realm. Marquis Sword Snow couldn't imagine anyone else apart from Yi Chen. Walking on the frost-covered island, Marquis Sword Snow discarded all distracting thoughts and poured his heart and soul into comprehending the Tao of life. One could see with the naked eye that some ice and snow had already started to sprout. It added a little green to the snow-covered ground. The 5-colored sky flower could be seen in every corner of Elysium. Naturally, everyone knew that a new ruler had been born, but they didn't know who it was. Another person has entered life and death realm. Who is it? Could it be another genius? That's impossible. Perhaps it's one of those veteran half-step kings. They've been stuck in the half-step king realm for countless years. Although they have no hope of entering life and death chamber, by chance, they can vaguely sense the cycle of life and death and directly enter life and death realm, becoming a new king. When geniuses entered life and death realm, their battle strength would generally be 2 stars or above. Only those who had entered life and death realm by chance only had 1-star battle strength. However, geniuses were the minority, and ordinary life and death kings were the majority. Perhaps it's Marquis Swordstar. In the void, Yi Chen muttered to himself. The more new kings there are, the greater the hope of Elysium's survival. Since the heavens have made this era a great era, the following era will surely be a period of kings. Marquis Swordstar's breakthrough did not make Yi Chen feel any sense of urgency. In fact, Yichen hoped that the geniuses of the same generation as him would also break through, such as Marquis Sword Snow, Duguju, Dantai Mingyue, and so on. Having only one genius in one generation was a sad thing. Only with competition would there be more motivation. Let's find the secret realm first. With a flash, Yichen turned into a transparent ripple and rapidly approached the light dot. The light dot grew bigger and bigger, and Yichen could already see clearly that it was not a light dot, but a glowing spherical space. This spherical space had a diameter of 3,000 meters, and it looked very small in the boundless void. It was like a white glass ball, flickering in and out. Soon, Yichen arrived in front of the spherical space and stopped. "I'll have to rely on you." Yichen knew that the people inside couldn't see the outside, just like how he couldn't see or sense the inside. If he wanted to enter, there were only two ways. One was to break the spherical space barrier and force his way in, and the other was to rely on the Dragon Pearl's power and walk in naturally. Obviously, Yichen would choose the latter. The golden Dragon Pearl in his hand resonated with the spherical space, emitting an intense golden radiance. With a fling of his hand, the pearl floated above Yichen's head. At the same time, Yichen stepped on the void and walked toward the spherical space step by step. Buzz, the moment Yichen came in contact with the spherical space barrier, the translucent space barrier immediately rippled like water. In the next moment, Yichen merged into it and disappeared. Not good, someone's coming from outside. Yichen's entrance caused a huge uproar in the secret realm. From the outside, the spherical space seemed to have a diameter of 3,000 meters. However, inside, it was more than 3,000 meters. In fact, half of the 10,000 meters diameter spherical space was made up of soil, which was the ground. Buildings of different heights were arranged in an orderly manner, trying to accommodate as many people as possible without being too chaotic. At this moment, in the middle of the many buildings, on a white jade plaza, thousands of people heard the commotion and gathered. After all, the arcane realm was only so big, so they gathered very quickly. Who could have entered the secret realm so easily? Gathered on the plaza were the elites of Dragon God's celestial palace. There were left and right protectors, members of Elders Association, core disciples, hall masters and deputy hall masters of 5 Dragons Palace, as well as some battle attendants. At this moment, all of them wore nervous expressions, their eyes unblinkingly gazing above. The space there was distorting, and a golden silhouette was slowly emerging. Why does he look like Yichen? No one knew who said it. A figure appeared. Who else could it be but Yichen, dressed in blue? Yichen descended from the sky and stood on the white jade plaza. The golden dragon pearl on his head was still emitting a golden glow. Yichen! Elder Yu, a member of the Elder Council, shouted. Elder Yu, long time no see. Yichen smiled. It's really Yichen. On the plaza, heated discussions arose. While everyone let out a sigh of relief, they discovered that Yichen's aura was no longer the same as before. He was clearly a life and death king. Yichen, no, Your Majesty Dragon God Envoy, you've broken through? Elder Yu and the other elders walked over and said in pleasant surprise. Yichen nodded, not concealing anything. This is great. Palace Master's insight is indeed not something we can compare to. To be able to break through to life and death realm in such a short time, you're the first in several tens of thousands of years. Right now, Her Majesty is also breaking through. Once she succeeds, our Dragon God Celestial Palace will have 2 life and death kings. The people of Dragon God's Celestial Palace felt as if the bitterness was over and the sweetness was beginning. Dragon King had charged into the path of death. Whether he succeeded or failed, he would not return. If he succeeded, he would naturally leave Elysium, and if he wanted to enter, it would not be so easy. If he failed, he would naturally die. Therefore, when Dragon King sent them into the secret realm, they knew that Dragon God's Celestial Palace would face an extremely dangerous situation in the days to come. If they wanted to break away from this situation, they could only do so if a new king appeared. Her Majesty Goddess Su Jing's true form was a golden dragon. Some of them knew that once Su Jing broke through to life and death realm, her strength would reach an extremely frightening level. Just think about it, a golden dragon of life and death realm was not something any demonic king could compare to. A true dragon had always been the strongest, and there was no second to it. Perhaps the legendary phoenix could compare to a dragon, but it could never surpass it. Su Jing was formidable, but Yi Chen was not weak at all. On the contrary, in everyone's eyes, Yi Chen was a demonic genius that had faintly transcended the limits of his race. Who in the world didn't know of Yi Chen's name? He had received the title of Sword Master in his early days, and later on, he had become the first in the life and death substitute list. He had defeated the demonic king giant Wolf King with only life and death chamber cultivation. Yi Chen alone had obtained all the glory that could be obtained. The geniuses of the same generation paled in comparison to him. Now that Yi Chen had become a life and death king, the people of Dragon God's celestial palace in the secret realm didn't know how powerful he was. However, if one were to say that Yi Chen was not powerful and was just an ordinary king, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Yi Chen had defeated the demonic king giant Wolf King before becoming a life and death king. How could he be weak? With Su Jing and Yi Chen, Dragon God's celestial palace returning to its former glory was only a matter of time. Yi Chen, what's the situation outside? Amidst his joy, Great Elder didn't forget to ask Yi Chen about the current situation of Dragon God's celestial palace. Actually, this was his subconscious. After all, his feelings for Dragon God's celestial palace were too deep. He had spent his entire life in Dragon God's celestial palace. For him, Dragon God's celestial palace was his home. Hearing these words, everybody looked at Yi Chen expectantly. They were clear that Dragon God's celestial palace had most likely been occupied by the four major powers. Moreover, Yi Chen had just broken through to life and death realm, so he couldn't do anything to the four major powers. Moreover, the four major powers had the backing of Red-Eyed Black Dragon Clan and Black Dragon Old Ancestor. What they wanted to know was whether the four major powers had slaughtered the members of Dragon God's celestial palace. Yi Chen faintly smiled. Everyone, rest assured. Dragon God's celestial palace has been recaptured. What? Dragon God's celestial palace has been recaptured? No one had expected Yi Chen to say something like this. Yi Chen? Elder Yu looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen explained, the four major powers have already been driven out of Dragon God's celestial palace by me. Therefore, everyone can rest assured. Dragon God's celestial palace will not be in danger for a long time. The four major powers won't dare to attack again unless they're tired of living. That Black Dragon Old Ancestor didn't appear? Don't tell me you're already a peak king? Great Elder was very excited and apprehensively asked. He appeared, but he can't do anything to me. Yi Chen's reply gave everybody a boost in confidence. Although they didn't know why Black Dragon Old Ancestor couldn't do anything to Yi Chen, they could understand after thinking about it. Yi Chen was proficient in Space Profound. He must have relied on it to make Black Dragon Old Ancestor feel apprehensive. Between peak kings and titled monarchs, the smallest difference was speed. Some peak kings were even faster than titled monarchs. This Yi Chen saved my Dragon God Celestial Palace. He's a peak king? Among the crowd, the ones with the most complicated emotions were the head disciple Lin Songhai and second disciple Li Feng. These two had some small conflicts with Yi Chen. As if noticing their gazes, Yi Chen faintly smiled and glanced at them. He didn't take the previous small conflicts to heart. Geniuses were all proud. As long as they didn't have any malicious intent, it would be fine. Moreover, he was now a life and death king. How could he purposely make things difficult for Lin Songhai and Li Feng? In his heart, he still hoped that the two could break through to life and death realm as soon as possible and protect the Dragon God Celestial Palace. For a moment, the news of Yi Chen becoming a peak king shocked everybody. It was their first time hearing that there was such a genius who dared to challenge Black Dragon Old Ancestor as soon as he entered life and death realm. "Where is my senior sister Su Jing?" Yi Chen suddenly asked. "She's in the dragon transformation pool, but she shouldn't be disturbed at the moment." Elder Yu replied. "No problem. I'll just go in and take a look," Yi Chen said. "Taking a look shouldn't be a problem. Let's go." Elder Yu led the way, while the others remained in the plaza, discussing and glancing at Yi Chen from time to time. The secret realm was very small, and the palace in front of the plaza was precisely the location of the dragon transformation pool. "Senior Brother Yi. Your Majesty Dragon God Envoy." The guards of the palace were all women, led by Dragon God Celestial Palace's fifth disciple Xianxia and former Azure Dragon Hall's battle attendant Xing. These two had long since noticed Yi Chen. However, they didn't dare to leave their posts without permission. Seeing Yi Chen's arrival, their faces revealed reverence. Junior sister Chen, attendant Xing Yi Chen remembered these two. Back when he was fighting against the four major powers, these two were his subordinates. Is senior brother Yi going to see Her Majesty Goddess? This way. Qin Yusen took the initiative to open the palace's door for Yi Chen. I'll go in alone. Yi Chen sucked in a deep breath and entered the palace. Although the palace wasn't spacious, it was simple and unadorned. Entering the palace, the inside was vast and spacious. The front was blocked by a screen wall. Behind the screen wall, a golden radiance shone. Accompanying the golden radiance was an extremely pure and frightening dragon might. This was the true dragon might. Although it wasn't as powerful as the black dragon old ancestors' dragon might, its essence was countless times more powerful. It gave off a feeling of supremacy and grandeur. Bypassing the screen wall, Yi Chen saw a pool of water. The pool was golden in color, 100 meters long and 50 meters wide. It was visible to the naked eye. Inside the pool, a golden substance was converging, condensing, and ultimately flowing toward the center. In the center of the pool, there was no human figure, only a small golden dragon. This little golden dragon was only a dozen meters long. Although its scales were golden, they didn't seem like gold, but more like golden crystals. The little golden dragon had 5 claws, and there was a pair of horns on its head. Occasionally, golden light would flow along the horns. Overall, the little golden dragon looked very graceful and delicate, but the dragon might it emitted was too strong. It was the complete opposite of what it should be. End of chapter 926. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.